Guming unexpected light traversed in Toth world off journey toth west, finding himself in Thegas o fallow lee snake demon. Fully aware of myriad perils that beset the path of twestward journey, he harbored no desirito befriend great say Jorsi caposition in heavenly court. Instead, higher nedforsi cludedrado hair cood frolican jest with various femiledments. Ashika min saith this practice of tate, 9 mysterious arts and discovereth the enforcement penel coudenhance physica form. A equipeth to invincibilitas mid town furl before him. However, Winter Langshen, the true monarch of manifestation, arrived to extend an invitation. Only to be met with a resounding slap, Guming astonished, to witness the atmosphere of journey to vest shift tinge imperceptibly. What brotherhood are you speaking of? Don't it slander 'em. I, Guming, a innocent and haven ever sworn brotherhood with them. He protested vociferously. At that moment, he found himself within the confines of Kunyuan, mountain in the eastern victory divine continent, inside the murky water sofa safe. Gazing gath his reflection the pond, Guming could not but lament, what a calamity this. It turned out that Guming had once been a programmer at a gaming company. Duetathi hast I lon ko fagamizit gainst the backdrop off journey to west. Riddled with bugs, he was compelled to rise in the dead off night to rectify sus. Little did he expect that upon lagin jintathener nailacount toftigami. He would be transported into this world, becoming Gallo lis nakdimingerding themetis augerdinoft chaos a. The Chaos Demon King, a Tidrademon hobos to do millennium of cultivation. Had Benia Salib bested be the returning son Wikajin his attempt to seize the flower fruit mountain. His present suasonic ligiba and dis demise, Sokazul Thatmani Uhoad perused journey toth west possessed little era collection of them. Yet, in truth, Priordo son Wakong's return, had been a formidable moan in Theastern victor divine continent. Guming silently rejoiced, Fort Hoff had becomi Muris Nakediman, had for Chuatais lion counter das off persimmon. Hectivated is golden finger precisely the initial gift package and reinforcement pain le, had intended to fix before his traversal. That package contained twa items san inisha magical artifact handed to me of cultivation techniques. Hekud kus fromamingen knife, sword, or spear for the artifact. While it had Nico was noniother thanther renowned date, nina mysteria sart softedatost. Without hesitation, hepted forth soul-breaking spear, for Watcherman wood not disaresimething thick and long. Having selected this artifact, Guming turned this attention to the reinforcement panel. To his astonishment, it indicateth the coudenhance physica form. With a success rate of 100%, these was soon doubted lie a significant bug. He tempted to reinforce its soul-breaking spear, and in an instant, a layer of golden patterns enveloped the spear, signifying Gajakesful enhancement. Subsequently, Hedistethia for said spear and discover at its power had lie increased, effortless lie piercing through Thiron tree beside deathband. Having tasted sucks, Guming resolved to invest their enforcement opportunity in himself. As a golden pattern emerged on the scale sophiciest, his bonus began to crackle, and his scales and skin started to rupture. Though a flicker of trepidation lingered in his shiart, Guming remained steadfast in his belief in his voice. Moments later, Thepin subsided, and Guming Guazaleta to find Hatna ton liha disphysike become significantly stronger. Both his length hadal so increased to approximately 12 meters. He understood that he had taken a solid steep on thispith to invincibility. At that moment, as Malander Lingentered torport, boss wa found several raw stones in the excavator master's dormitory. Twoof T. Marie bout the size of a basketball, thought had green and easenly palm-sized, yet it is still worth a considerable sum. Dan Min immediately retracted her spear with a cold smile, so I wash it in be the excavator master, unrelated imushi. Nai one, your subordinate tesserera thurunkian and their dealings. Miss Dan Min, please adon it being I will handlight. Nai Wen replied, turning toes Malunderling and bellowing, where is the excavator master? Hefli Dasunazwa found Therostonzi Hava dispatch Edsimiana toppers him. Find him, regardless of fair death. I detest betrayal of Bovial. Yes, boss. Damn Castasardo Nicklin CT Muzinthishak, Nai one, take Matos C Thanilla discover drawstones. We're partners, and I'd notch wish for valuable immaterial stogown account head for. That will no thapin. It shall never cure again. I will enhance C security and body checks, Nai when assured, following Dan Minatoff the shack, only thin remembering the Muzine side. Heinstruck to disubordinates, distributed 10,000 chato each of the mesa consolation though swilling to stay continue working. Antho Hadanach wished to stay should be sent away, but Umberto searched them as they leave. Chapter 2. Being a demon is better than being a 996 laborer. A layer of denser black scales emerged, enveloping his entire being. Should any other demon chance upon this place, they would perceive Gu Ming radiating an aura of ferocity, akin to a practitioner who has experienced a significant breakthrough in their cultivation. Pain, agonizing pain, he felt as though someone had torn apart his body, stripping away his skin and scales, leaving him soaked in blood. Though the fresh, thick scales concealed the crimson stains, as his body began to recover, Gu Ming instinctively collapsed to the ground, writhing in agony. The enhancement had concluded, yet the torment it brought lingered, thud, in his pained thrashing. Gu Ming inadvertently lashed his tail against an iron tree by the pond, snapping the 3 arms thick trunk with a resounding crack. This demonstrated the sheer might of Gu Ming's corporeal form at that moment. Fortunately, the pain was swift to arrive and equally quick to dissipate. Once tranquility resumed, Gu Ming lay on the ground, utterly spent, as if his spine had been extracted. He could hardly believe the overwhelming aftereffects of the enhancement. Glancing at the iron tree that had been swept aside by his tail, Gu Ming silently admonished himself not to act so impulsively next time. He should seek a secluded place for enhancement. Thankfully, the commotion had not been too loud, and the medicinal garden was situated in a relatively remote area of Canyuan Mountain, thus sparing him from attracting the attention of other demons. After resting on the ground for a considerable time, regaining his composure, Gu Ming prioritized restoring the scene to its original state. Otherwise, it would be difficult to explain things to the other demons upon their arrival. Once he had tidied up the chaotic area he had created, Gu Ming began to assess the state of his enhanced body. This single enhancement had rendered his physique both thicker and longer, and even his cultivation level had noticeably increased, in layman's terms. Gu Ming now possessed at least 200 years of cultivation proficiency. Among the lesser demons of Canyuan Mountain, he had ascended to a position of relative superiority. With a few gifts, he might even curry favor with the commanding Black Tiger leader and possibly secure a minor leadership role. Enhancing his body while simultaneously augmenting his cultivation was undoubtedly a delightful surprise. However, how to acquire further enhancement opportunities remained unclear. Having already utilized 2 of the initial 5 enhancements, he resolved to reserve the remaining 3 for his physical form. Though enhancing the Broken Soul Spear could bolster his strength, without absolute power, even the finest weapon would be futile, as it could not ensure his protection. Once targeted by someone stronger, it was only a matter of time before it would be seized. And the worst-case scenario would see him losing not just his treasures but potentially his very life. Thus, the best course of action was to fortify his body and enhance his own prowess. If there were a way to obtain enhancement points, he could strengthen both his physique and his weapon, ensuring a more stable footing. Coiling his elongated body together, Gu Ming closed his eyes and commenced cultivating the 8-9 Xiangong. Mastery of this technique could sanctify the body, and with the recent enhancement, he felt as if a radiant future beckoned him. Time slipped away unnoticed as he became absorbed in his practice. It was not until a month later, when the Toad Spirit arrived for the shift change, that Gu Ming was roused from his reverie, realizing he had unknowingly engaged in a month of cultivation. After practicing the 8-9 Xiangong, Gu Ming had also grasped several supernatural abilities. Once he had managed to control his body to a length of 5 meters, he proceeded to make the shift with the Toad Spirit outside the medicinal garden. Canyuan Mountain's medicinal garden was guarded by 6 lesser demons in rotation, each on watch for 2 months, after which Gu Ming could enjoy a full year of respite. Upon reflection, being a demon wasn't so bad after all. At least he was not subjected to the grueling demands of a 996 laborer. Work for 2 months, rest for a year. During his working hours, he could still cultivate and sleep, as long as the medicinal herbs in the garden remained untampered. Toad, you better keep count. If any herbs go missing, both of us will face the wrath of the king. Upon entering the medicinal garden, the Toad Spirit, with a long knife slung over its shoulder and a face full of bumps, greeted him with a broad smile, vigorously patting its chest. Black Snake, rest assured, I, the Toad, will not miscount even a single herb. After counting twice and confirming that the number of herbs remained intact, the shift change was deemed complete. Bidding farewell to the Toad Spirit, Gu Ming returned to his cavern, where he opened the enhancement panel. To his surprise, he noticed a decimal point had appeared after the enhancement points, a month prior. When he began his cultivation, he had 3 points. Now, it had increment to 3.1. Could it be that the enhancement panel had gained sentience, absorbing the essence of the sun and moon? The spiritual energy of heaven and earth? Or was it because of his proactive cultivation that the points were gradually increasing? The growth of enhancement points was undoubtedly a momentous piece of good news. However, how precisely this point one had come about required Gu Ming's personal investigation. Thus, he decided to suspend his plans to seek a secluded spot for further physical enhancement and halted his cultivation, opting instead to rest in his cavern for an entire month. Ultimately, the panel remained unresponsive. It seemed the notion of the panel attaining sentience was misguided. Raising his hand, which bore only 3 fingers, he scratched his rough, scale-covered chin and resolved to enter seclusion for a month. To pinpoint the cause of the increase in enhancement points, Gu Ming sealed the entrance of his cavern and coiled his body within, engaging in rigorous cultivation for a full month. Upon opening his eyes, the first thing Gu Ming did was call up the panel. The previously dormant 3.1 had transformed into 3.2, indicating that with less than a year of continuous cultivation, he could garner an additional enhancement point. Having discovered the method of accumulating enhancement points, Gu Ming felt elated. The plan to enhance his physical form could now proceed. With nearly a full year of rest ahead of him, Gu Ming sealed his cavern before confidently departing. Centered around the Water-Filth Cave, the area extending hundreds of miles around Kenyuan Mountain was the domain of the chaotic Demon King. Where the demons residing in this region were generally assured safety, of course, this excluded those wild demons who had cultivated to sentience but had yet to pledge allegiance to the Water-Filth Cave. After traveling over 100 miles from Kenyuan Mountain, Gu Ming located a secluded spot, excavating a cave to burrow into. Once he sealed the cave's entrance, he summoned the enhancement panel. As he prepared for his second physical enhancement, a hint of trepidation washed over him. The tearing sensation during the enhancement was not pleasant. Aligning the panel with himself, Gu Ming gritted his teeth and pressed the enhancement button. What did a little pain matter? It was far better to endure a bit of discomfort than to lack strength and be easily slain, ending up as a mere dish on someone else's table. The ability to continually enhance his body and grow stronger was a tremendous opportunity. A grand fortune, was it not? In the face of such fortune, who would fear pain? Clang! A delightful sound resonated in his mind, and the familiar tearing sensation surged once more. Chapter 3. A snake that does not wish to transform into a flood dragon is not a good snake. As the level of enhancement increased, the cost in enhancement points doubled. In other words, a first-level enhancement required 1 enhancement point, while a second-level enhancement demanded 2. After undergoing the second enhancement, Gu Ming expended 2 enhancement points. Pain, yet his body lay immobile, as the 2 points plummeted into him, plunging Gu Ming into a state of rigidity once more. Scales shed, snake skin tore, and the sensation of being elongated by external forces began to wash over him. The manifestation of his true form surged exponentially. 13 meters, 14 meters, continuously extending. As time ticked by, when the prelude to the enhancement ceased, Gu Ming's blood-soaked body had reached an astonishing length of 10 zhong. What had once appeared as a somewhat intimidating black snake demon had now transformed into a colossal and fearsome black python. On his head, which was now comparable in size to a water buffalo, a bulge began to protrude. Legends speak of snakes transforming into pythons after 100 years, into flood dragons after 1,000, and into true dragons after 10,000, unbeknownst to Gu Ming, with each enhancement of his physical form. His previously humble bloodline was also being fortified, propelling him step by step toward the direction of transformation into a flood dragon. The scales of his serpentine form, now gleaming with a metallic sheen, grew rapidly, and scales that were subtly distinct from ordinary snake scales began to emerge anew. After everything came to a close, Gu Ming's massive body twitched sporadically. Having undergone the second physical enhancement, he had mentally prepared himself and had developed a certain tolerance for pain. This time, he did not scream or roll about in agony. Nevertheless, Gu Ming felt utterly drained, lying motionless on the ground. Apart from the involuntary spasms of his true form, he could hardly muster the strength to lift his tail, lying there in a straight line. After lying still for an hour or two, Gu Ming finally shook his somewhat dazed head. The cave had become constricted. He could only utilize his demonic energy to shatter the surrounding rocks and swim out of the cave, continually expanding it until it could accommodate his Tinjiang form. Once he had completed these tasks, Gu Ming raised his head and exhaled a breath of demonic energy. The energy coalesced in the air, forming a mirror. Gazing into the mirror, Gu Ming discovered that he had not only grown thicker and longer, but that his previously fearsome head had also become more palatable. Previously, his head and body bore a resemblance to that of a venomous snake, and coupled with the initial transformation, he appeared as an abstract snake demon, with a triangular head that had morphed into an oval shape and a long face that had rounded out. The bulge atop his head, could it be a sign of his impending transformation into a flood dragon? No, with his current level of cultivation, transforming into anything was a distant dream for serpent demons. Without a cultivation level exceeding 1,000 years, one should not harbor dreams of becoming a flood dragon. In the world of Journey to the West, countless snake demons exist, but how many truly possess the ability to transform into flood dragons? For a snake demon to evolve into a flood dragon, it must either rely on sufficient cultivation prowess or possess a potent bloodline. Lacking both, it is best to simply remain a snake demon. Despite the dismal circumstances faced by the Dragon Clan in the Journey to the West world, if those capable of transforming into flood dragons or true dragons were given an opportunity, one could believe that they would seize this grand chance with all their might. Even if it means risking being struck by heavenly wrath, one must take a chance. The serpent demon does not wish to transform into a flood dragon, let alone a true dragon. Such aspirations are frivolous unless one possesses the extraordinary nature of a being like Xielu. Otherwise, transforming into a flood dragon or a true dragon remains the most promising path for a serpent demon. With the potential for transformation into a flood dragon, Gu Ming naturally welcomes the opportunity to evolve into a flood dragon. The continuous strengthening of his physical form has granted Gu Ming such an opportunity. Upon reaching the second level of physical enhancement, not only has his physical strength dramatically increased, but his cultivation level has also significantly risen, now exceeding 300 years. With over 300 years of cultivation, with a bit of effort, he might even vie for a position as a Grand Commander. However, this notion was swiftly extinguished by Gu Ming. He had no desire to continue mingling with the Chaos Lord. Otherwise, one day, when the great sage equal to heaven descends from the heavens with a mighty blow, it would spell great trouble for him. In any case, he did not need the resources of Canyuan Mountain. For now, he would bide his time as a mere little demon tending to the medicinal garden, and once his strength was sufficiently formidable, he could simply depart from Canyuan Mountain. Upon the return of Sun Wukong from his training, the entire Dongxing Shenzhou would undoubtedly become a hotbed of conflict, fraught with calamities, and would catch the keen attention of the heavenly deities and Buddhas. He wondered if that monkey had already transformed. Setting aside these chaotic thoughts, Gu Ming coiled his body, closed his eyes, and began to cultivate. Perhaps it was his illusion, but after the second enhancement of his physical form, the speed of his cultivation seemed to have accelerated. At this rate, 400 years of cultivation would be within reach. 10 months later, awakening from his cultivation, Gu Ming opened his eyes and, after a brief exploration, discovered that his cultivation had indeed approached 400 years. Checking his panel, he saw 3 points. No, according to previous calculations, after nearly a year, he should have gained a point in enhancement. Confusion filled Gu Ming's lantern-like vertical pupils. Could it be that with the accelerated cultivation speed, the rate of enhancement points also increased? This remained to be seen, but it was time for him to return. The time for the shift in guarding the medicinal garden was drawing near. 3 enhancement points were insufficient for strengthening his physical form. A third-level physical enhancement required 4 enhancement points. Should he save them or enhance a treasure? After a brief consideration, Gu Ming chose to enhance a treasure, deciding to elevate the Broken Soul Spear to the second level first. Having made his decision, he opened his serpent mouth and ejected the Broken Soul Spear hidden within his body, summoned the enhancement panel, aimed it at the spear, and initiated the enhancement. Clang! Since he began enhancing, the sound of metal striking resonated delightfully in Gu Ming's ears, as it signified a successful enhancement. The spearhead of the second-level enhanced Broken Soul Spear gleamed even more brilliantly, with an additional circle of golden patterns adorning the shaft. Grasping the Broken Soul Spear with one hand and familiarizing himself with its feel, Gu Ming was satisfied as he returned the treasure to within his body. With the Erlang God Yang Jian wielding a 3-pronged, double-edged blade, Gu Ming felt no less. He believed that as the enhancement level continued to rise, the Broken Soul Spear would inevitably surpass Yang Jin's weapon in strength. Having enhanced both his physical form and treasure to the second level, Gu Ming's plan for this outing came to a perfect conclusion. Jiu Ming transformed his body to a length of 5 meters, humming a little tune from his serpent mouth, and made his way toward Canyuan Mountain. The journey back was smooth. Upon returning to Canyuan Mountain, Gu Ming first checked his cave dwelling to ensure no one had entered before feeling at ease. With a little over half a month until the shift change, Gu Ming found no motivation to continue cultivating, opting instead to lounge in his cave and rest. One day, a tiger demon entered. Carrying a large blade, Black Serpent, where have you been all this time? Gu Ming lifted his head to regard the intruder, responding in a languid tone. I went out for a stroll, hoping to strike it lucky and find some heavenly materials or treasures. But it turned out to be a waste of time. Ha ha ha. The tiger demon couldn't help but laugh heartily, slapping his thigh. The treasures around Canyuan Mountain have long been scavenged by the king. You, Black Serpent, think you can strike lucky? Damn it. I didn't make up an excuse for you to mock me. What do you want? Gu Ming raised his body, glaring at the tiger demon, exuding a stronger demonic aura than him. I, Tiger Lord, came to find you because I want to take you to the demon market. Seeing Gu Ming's irritation, the tiger demon quickly suppressed his laughter and explained his purpose for seeking Gu Ming. Not going. Chapter 4. What I want are beautiful female demons, not little foxes. The so-called demon market is merely a place for nearby demon clans to exchange goods, akin to a rural market. At specific times, when items are to be sold or little demons wish to purchase something, they gather together. However, the demon folk do not use currency. Most transactions are barter-based. In essence, it is merely a group of little demons exchanging items. Furthermore, since the demon folk are not adept at crafting treasures or elixirs, upon visiting the demon market, one would be disappointed to find little of value, making it nearly impossible to uncover hidden treasures. If the little demons were to find treasures, they would be the first to offer them as tribute to the greater demons, demonstrating their loyalty and potentially earning rewards in return. Jiu Ming had no intention of visiting the demon market. If it were a human market, he might stroll around, even if not to buy anything, at least to admire the maidens. However, in the demon market, looking around, all he saw were bizarrely transformed demons. What was there to admire? The truly beautiful demons had all aligned themselves with greater demons, who would mingle with a bunch of little demons. Compared to gold-digging women, beautiful female demons were more pragmatic, preferring to cling to greater demons. The rejected tiger demon felt slightly disappointed. Noticing Gu Ming lying there unresponsive, he rolled his eyes and revealed a flattering smile, attempting to negotiate with Gu Ming. Black Serpent, I, Crazy Tiger, have treated you well in the past. Haven't I? We've worked together on Canyuan Mountain for many years. Our relationship is quite close. Could you spare a fruit from your snake skin tree? In Gu Ming's cave, there were 2 snake skin fruits. A plant that thrives in the habitat of serpent demons. Once matured, consuming it would accelerate one's cultivation speed. It is a common spiritual fruit that greater demons disdain, yet small demons are eager to consume. After pondering momentarily, Gu Ming inquired, "What will you exchange it for? What do you need?" Seeing Gu Ming's willingness to negotiate, the tiger demon rejoiced. He had long coveted the snake skin fruit that Gu Ming cultivated. But previously Gu Ming had never been willing to trade. He had asked several times without success. To his surprise, Gu Ming was now agreeable. I need a captivating and beautiful female demon. Do you have one? The smile on the tiger demon's face froze. Where the hell am I supposed to find you a captivating and beautiful female demon? The rabbit demon by the king's side is quite alluring. But that's the king's. You're ruthless. With a parting shot, the tiger demon stormed off. Ha ha ha. Laughter echoed in Gu Ming's cave. You mocked me and still expect a snake skin fruit? Dream on. Though Gu Ming held little regard for such a fruit, it did not mean he was willing to trade it to the tiger demon. After the tiger demon departed, he quickly met up with 2 wolf demons. Upon meeting, they eagerly asked, "So, did that black serpent agree?" "Agree? Hell no." The tiger demon cursed vehemently. He wants me to catch a captivating and beautiful female demon in exchange. Where the hell am I supposed to find one? The wolf demons exchanged glances, and the brown-furred wolf demon cautiously suggested, "How about we catch a fox and try?" A fox demon? The tiger demon was uncertain, ruffling his messy fur with a massive paw. Then let's give it a shot. That afternoon, as Gu Ming lounged in his cave, he heard the sound of heavy footsteps and sensed a familiar demonic aura drawing near. Upon opening his eyes, he was greeted by the sight of the tiger demon arriving outside his cave. "This guy again? Black Serpent, where's the item?" The tiger demon entered the cave and pulled out a furry white ball from behind him, tossing it onto the cave floor. "Wah wah wah!" The little white ball emitted a pitiful cry upon being dropped. "What is this? I wanted a female demon, not a little fox." While most fox demons are indeed quite beautiful, this little white fox clearly had only recently gained awareness, possessing at most 20 years of cultivation. It was far too early for it to become a captivating female demon. The tiger demon grinned widely, pointing at the little fox on the ground. "Just say, isn't this a female demon?" Gu Ming. In the world of Journey to the West, any animal that has gained awareness and possesses cultivation is considered a demon. The tiger demon's assertion that the little fox is a female demon isn't entirely incorrect. A female fox that has gained awareness and possesses cultivation certainly qualifies as a female demon. Tell me, isn't a fox demon quite alluring? If not for Gu Ming's black scales, he would undoubtedly be exasperated at this moment. "Get lost." Almost laughing in anger, Gu Ming swatted the tiger demon out of the cave. The tiger demon, struck by the blow, felt several bones in his chest fracture, and the most crucial part was that he had not seen it coming. He didn't even realize when Gu Ming had made his move. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How had the strength of this serpent demon become so formidable? Was he deceiving me? He must have consumed some heavenly material or treasure, which is why his strength surged. How infuriating. Why couldn't such fortune have fallen upon me, crazy tiger? After being swatted out of the cave by Gu Ming, the tiger demon didn't dare to utter another word and fled in shame. The interactions among demon folk are indeed blunt and straightforward. If you possess strength, you can walk tall. Those weaker than you would not dare to provoke you unless they have a backing. Without a backing and lacking strength, to offend someone is akin to courting death. Having sent the tiger demon packing, Gu Ming cast a glance at the little white fox curled up on the ground. Still whimpering, he bared his teeth and warned, "Cry again, and I'll eat you." The little white fox trembled at the threat, its cries ceasing instantly. After stifling a yawn, Gu Ming lazily adjusted his sleeping position, casually sealing the entrance to prevent any unwelcome intruders from disturbing his peace. "From this day forth, you shall be my demon. Retreat into the cave and diligently cultivate your skills, striving for transformation." The little white fox dared not make any rash moves and obediently ventured further into the depths of the cave, seeking a suitable spot to lie down and commence its training. In truth, cultivation relies on one's bloodline, tirelessly absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, as well as the essence of the sun and moon. Lacking a cultivation lineage, and without the aid of elixirs or precious materials, the white fox's progress in training could be described as painfully slow. It was not just the little white fox. 99% of the minor demons in the world of Journey to the West endured a similar plight. "Did you acquire the serpent skin fruit?" Two wolf demons eagerly surrounded the fierce tiger, only to notice the unsettling expression on his face when they failed to detect the fruit's aroma. "You scoundrel!" Enraged, the fierce tiger raised his paw and struck the brown wolf demon, exclaiming, "Capturing foxes? Do you think this dog would dare harm your lord tiger?" Bewildered after receiving an undeserved beating, the brown wolf demon stared blankly at the furious tiger. While his companion watched in astonishment, they could not comprehend why the fierce tiger was so enraged. After delivering a beating to the wolf demon who suggested capturing the fox, the tiger's fury subsided somewhat. Chapter 5. A masterful use of the blade to slay a man. This black serpent has undoubtedly consumed some extraordinary treasure, resulting in a substantial increase in power, rendering even me, the Lord Tiger, unable to contend with him. Just the thought of Gu Ming's earlier display caused a dull ache in the tiger's chest. Poor creature. The gray-furred wolf demon glanced at his bruised companion, a cunning smile forming as he remarked, "Fierce tiger, since you believe the black serpent has consumed a treasure and grown stronger, why not report this to the king and let him deal with the matter? If the news of such a treasure reaching the hands of the chaotic demon king, he would surely be furious for not receiving his due tribute. Get lost." The fierce tiger glared at the gray wolf demon, cursing, "If you want to die, don't drag me down with you." Though furious, the tiger was not foolish. Setting aside whether Gu Ming truly consumed some extraordinary treasure, the question remained, "Do you have evidence?" Relying solely on suspicion to escalate the matter could lead to dire consequences if an investigation proved Gu Ming innocent. What if the Black Serpent merely had a stroke of good fortune and achieved a breakthrough? In any case, the matter of the serpent's skin fruit could wait. As for the tribute, if you two are unafraid of being skinned alive by the king, feel free to report it. The fierce tiger did not wish to involve himself further, as he only harbored suspicions without evidence. Although many matters do not require proof, the chaotic demon king, possessing millennia of cultivation, would have his ways of determining whether a small demon had consumed precious treasures. Should it turn out that the accusation was unfounded, the accuser would face severe consequences. The fierce tiger had no desire to be skinned and turned into meat for other minor demons. Brother, that fierce tiger has gone too far, beating me without reason. The brown wolf demon grimaced in pain. The gray wolf demon squinted, saying meaningfully, "It seems that fierce tiger has suffered a setback with the black serpent, and he took his anger out on you. Why must I always be the unlucky one?" The brown wolf demon pondered in confusion. Should we report it? Report what? The gray wolf demon could not help but slap his brother, admonishing, if the fierce tiger had evidence, he would have reported it directly instead of telling us. He is cunning. He lacks proof, but wants us to expose the black serpent. If it turns out the serpent did not consume any treasures, the king would undoubtedly punish us. Even if the king spared them, the black serpent, feeling wronged, would not let them off easily. If the fierce tiger suffered a loss at Gu Ming's hands, it indicated that Gu Ming's strength surpassed his own. Should Gu Ming seek vengeance, their future would be bleak. How insidious! Truly a despicable creature. The brown wolf demon vented his frustration. Indeed, a despicable creature. The gray wolf demon echoed, in the days that followed, Gu Ming mostly remained in the cave, resting, while the little white fox diligently practiced its cultivation. The furious fierce tiger did not come to disturb him. Soon, it was time for the shift change. Ji Ming accompanied the little white fox to the medicinal herb garden. As they approached, a centipede spirit emerged from within the yard. Noticing the little white fox trailing behind Gu Ming, the centipede spirit expressed surprise, saying, "Black serpent, when did you find the leisure to keep a pet?" To the centipede spirit, the little white fox, being a newly awakened and weak demon, bore little distinction from a mere pet. Perhaps it was a pet, or merely a snack to be devoured once fattened. Sensing the centipede spirit's cold gaze, the little white fox shrank back behind Gu Ming in fright. A gift from the fierce tiger, just a casual pet. Gu Ming nonchalantly deflected the question and led the little white fox into the herb garden, beginning to count the medicinal herbs. Once the quantities matched, he considered the shift complete. After seeing off the menacing centipede spirit, Gu Ming found a place to rest and instructed the little white fox to find something to eat. The little white fox's cultivation was too weak to subsist solely on the absorption of heavenly spiritual energy, so it required sustenance. However, Gu Ming did not wish to exert effort in searching for food, leaving the little white fox to fend for itself. Fortunately, the herb garden contained not only various precious herbs collected by the chaotic demon king, but also some well-growing wild fruits, as long as the little white fox could tolerate a vegetarian diet. It would not go hungry. As for Gu Ming, he preferred to devote his time to cultivation at this stage. Once his strength increased, he could indulge in whatever delicacies he desired. Moreover, Gu Ming had little interest in dark cuisine. The demons were not particular about food. They either consumed it raw or swallowed it whole. The more elaborate methods, such as blanching or seasoning, were of no concern to them. Perhaps without the fishy taste, they would find it unpalatable. The little white fox, having barely eaten in recent days, was not picky. It leaped onto a tree, plucking a few wild fruits, and enjoyed them heartily, though meat offered greater value. As a small pet, it was fortunate to have fruits to eat and dared not be choosy. After satiating its hunger, the little white fox returned to Gu Ming's side and resumed its cultivation. "Well done, a diligent little fox. From this day forth, you shall be called Xiao Bai. Remember to keep yourself clean. I do not favor filthy demons." Ji Ming casually named the little white fox without regard for its feelings. Curling up, he began his cultivation in a dual-focused manner. Xiao Bai did not object to the name Gu Ming had given her. On the contrary, she felt joy, for having a name signified that she was Gu Ming's demon, rather than merely a small pet or a snack. The task of guarding the herb garden was light, and Gu Ming did not find it boring, as time always flew by while cultivating. A month later, Gu Ming was startled awake by commotion outside the herb garden. The newcomer was none other than the toad spirit, who had come not for a shift change, holding a steel fork in one hand and a large bowl in the other. The toad spirit entered the garden, beaming as he said to Gu Ming, "Today, the king is entertaining guests and has captured several individuals. The little demons on the mountain each received a bowl of meat. And considering our contributions in guarding the herb garden, we received a little extra." The toad spirit nearly drooled as he offered the bowl. Even after having already eaten a bowlful, the aroma of the meat still tantalized him. "Damn it, toad spirit, you're disturbing my peace of mind." Chapter 6. Truly worthy of being a fox spirit. The chaotic demon king, this tiger demon, is courting death, frequently capturing people to make meat soup. It's no wonder he was sliced in half by a monkey. In his past life as a human, Gu Ming, although no longer considering himself part of the human race, found it impossible to eat people. Of course, if someone sought trouble with him, Gu Ming would not hesitate to strike back. However, consuming flesh was out of the question. In the world of Journey to the West, unless one possessed formidable strength or a strong backing, demons who eat humans rarely fared well. The more one consumed, the harsher the tribulations during the heavenly tribulations, and the consequences in the cycle of reincarnation were even graver. "How can I possibly eat with your drool dripping into the bowl?" Gazing at the meat soup before him, Gu Ming suddenly turned hostile and unleashed a torrent of curses at the toad spirit. Has it been discovered? Although he hadn't intended to, the soup's aroma had been too enticing. Startled by Gu Ming's sudden outburst, the toad spirit shivered. When Gu Ming's vertical pupils bore down on him, the innate fear stemming from their bloodlines began to surface. Toads, frogs, and fish demons were particularly wary of serpent demons due to their natural enemies, which caused a certain bloodline suppression. Perhaps due to excessive tension, the toad spirit instinctively retracted his hand, causing the bowl filled with meat soup to crash to the ground. This only incensed Gu Ming further. "You dare to spill the meat soup gifted by the king? Prepare to face the consequences." Without waiting for a response, Gu Ming brandished his blade and chased after the toad spirit. The toad spirit, terrified, had no thoughts of resistance and fled with the steel fork in hand. Jiu Ming pursued the toad spirit for several miles before finally letting him go. Soon, news spread throughout Canyuan Mountain, and all the demons there learned of how the toad spirit had spilled the meat soup bestowed upon Gu Ming by the king, resulting in a beating. Consequently, the toad spirit became a target of ridicule among the other minor demons. Faced with their mockery, the toad spirit felt a deep sense of grievance. He had not meant to do it. Who could have predicted that Gu Ming would suddenly lash out over something so trivial? Eating a bit of toad saliva wouldn't kill him, would it? Why are you, serpentine beings, so affected by trivialities? When devouring toads, your distaste was nowhere to be seen. Yet, what is wrong with savoring a morsel of flesh? A crisis has been deftly averted. Jiu Ming could hardly have imagined that the chaotic demon would feast upon human flesh and still manage to reserve a portion for himself. "I must express my gratitude. However, I beseech you not to think of me next time. Such a blessing is beyond my means." Judging by the distribution of flesh, it is evident that the chaotic demon possesses a sense of loyalty. Yet this camaraderie is of little use to Gu Ming, who finds himself unworthy of such fortunes. It seems prudent to depart from Canyuan Mountain sooner rather than later. The chaotic demon, with little else to occupy his time, delights in capturing individuals to prepare them as a savory stew, a most undesirable habit indeed. Fortunately, he is merely a diminutive serpent tasked with guarding the herb garden. The capturing and cooking of individuals is not within his purview, and the probability of receiving any soup is even lower. Only when the chaotic demon is in exceptionally high spirits does he share generously. On ordinary days, the thought of receiving such broth is but a dream. If one desires to feast upon humans, they must procure them themselves. After careful consideration and determining that Canyuan Mountain remains a relatively safe haven, Gu Ming felt reassured and resumed his cultivation. The day of succession soon approached. Perhaps frightened by Gu Ming's previous pursuit, the toad treasure hesitated to approach directly, opting instead to seek a trade with another demon. The crocodile demon, while counting the medicinal herbs within the courtyard, mockingly ridiculed the timid toad treasure. The toad treasure, a wretched creature, was terrified that you might consume him. Though the crocodile demon accepted the toad treasure's benefits in exchange for the shift, he spared no mercy in his ridicule. Gu Ming, uninterested in engaging, completed the transition and departed the herb garden with the little white fox, returning to his cave. Eat well and diligently cultivate. Within the cave, Gu Ming plucked the ripe snake skin fruit and presented it to the little white fox. Ji. The little white fox's eyes widened in astonishment, unable to believe this was meant for her. Normally, a demon of her kind, merely following others, would have no right to enjoy a spiritual fruit such as the snake skin fruit. To feed a pet spiritual fruit? Absolutely inconceivable. Any ordinary demon would think thus, but is Gu Ming an ordinary demon? Certainly not. Furthermore, the efficacy of the snake skin fruit has diminished for him. Rather than exchange it for worthless trinkets, he would rather bestow it upon the little white fox. Consume it, and do not let my expectations of you go unfulfilled. After tossing the snake skin fruit to the little white fox, Gu Ming coiled his body comfortably, closed his eyes, and resumed his cultivation, ignoring the tearful little white fox, who was profoundly moved. I shall strive to cultivate diligently and repay my benefactor's kindness in the future. Having yet to refine her horizontal bone, the little white fox took the fruit in her mouth and ventured deeper into the cave. Time slipped away swiftly. 5 years passed in silence. One day, Gu Ming and the little white fox departed from Canyuan Mountain. The little white fox, bouncing joyfully behind Gu Ming, inquired, "Master, where are we headed?" Under Gu Ming's generous feeding, she had consumed 3 ripe snakeskin fruits, significantly enhancing her cultivation speed. Though she had yet to take form, her horizontal bone had been refined, allowing her to articulate human speech. Hearing the sweet voice behind him, Gu Ming could only think, "Truly, she is the essence of a fox spirit." He chose not to respond and continued his journey toward the outskirts of Canyuan Mountain. The little white fox, accustomed to Gu Ming's silence, did not take offense. Having thoroughly distanced themselves from Canyuan Mountain, yet without fully exiting its territory, Gu Ming halted. Under the little white fox's puzzled gaze, he slipped into a cave beside a small stream. Just as the little white fox intended to follow, Gu Ming's voice echoed from within, "Stay back. Without my summons, do not approach." "Yes." The little white fox revealed a pitiful expression, reluctantly retreating while glancing back. She wished to remain, yet dared not disregard Gu Ming's command. Once inside the cave, Gu Ming assessed its size and found it too cramped, necessitating an expansion. With a resounding crash, boulders tumbled down, dislodged by his demonic energy, effectively sealing the passage outside. Reluctantly distancing herself from the cave, the little white fox lay upon a rock, gazing curiously at the stones that continued to fly out. She could not fathom Gu Ming's purpose for coming here and why he was causing such commotion within the cave. Once the cave had sufficiently expanded, Gu Ming ceased his efforts. It is about to begin. Each enhancement of both body and artifact filled Gu Ming with eager anticipation. 5 years had elapsed since his last enhancement, and his points had accumulated to 11. He could enhance both his body and the Broken Soul Spear once, with some points remaining. Accessing the enhancement panel, Gu Ming pressed the enhancement button against his formidable physique. The points on the enhancement panel diminished by 4, plunging Gu Ming's body once more into a state of rigidity, rendering him motionless. The familiar sensation enveloped him, the familiar concoction. Unable to move, Gu Ming could only maintain a shallow breath, inhaling deeply as he awaited the effects of the enhancement. The first to respond was the thick, robust scales upon Gu Ming's body. Chapter 7. The Broken Soul Spear Awakens. The dark, sturdy scales fell away as Gu Ming's form continued to grow. And as they scattered, the serpent skin that was impervious to even the most ordinary of weapons began to crack. Vivid crimson blood began to seep forth. Gu Ming's already Tinjiang long body began to grow rapidly, the speed of which far exceeding that of his previous enhancements. This led to the cave's space becoming inadequate. The cave could not accommodate Gu Ming's ever-expanding form, forcing his body to passively enlarge the cave. The result of this was that the very mountains trembled in response. "What is happening?" The little white fox, some distance from the cave, felt the rocks beneath her tremble slightly. Her round, wide eyes were filled with anxiety. She longed to investigate but dared not approach. Before she could make up her mind, a terrifying demonic aura surged forth from the direction of the cave. Such potent demonic energy! The little white fox was startled. Had she not recognized that this overwhelming aura stemmed from Gu Ming, she would have fled at once. What on earth is my master doing in there? Why has the demonic energy become so fearsome? While the little white fox felt a mix of delight and unease, for her, the stronger Gu Ming became, the safer she felt. Yet, the sudden surge in his demonic aura left her unsettled. Curse it. Inside the cave, Gu Ming, having endured the stiffness, could not help but curse vehemently. The pain was excruciating. It seemed that the agony brought by the third level of body enhancement far exceeded that of the previous two. Likely due to Gu Ming's now colossal physique. Originally exceeding 10 zhang, Gu Ming now stretched his form into a behemoth, surpassing 50 zhang in length, and his once thick black scales had transformed entirely into dragon scales. The protrusions atop his head had burst open, giving rise to a sharp horn several meters long. Besides the horn upon his head, 2 additional bulges emerged on either side of his body. Around the 7-inch mark, breathing deeply, Gu Ming took a moment to regain his composure and examined his current appearance. Dragon scales? No, not quite. The scales on Gu Ming's body bore significant differences from true dragon scales. Yet they were no longer akin to serpent scales. To fully transform into dragon scales, he would likely need to undergo metamorphosis into a flood dragon. Besides the scales, the most significant alteration was the sharp horn atop his head. The previous bulges were gone, replaced by a single horn, while 2 new bulges had emerged on his sides. Should he successfully metamorphose into a flood dragon, these bulges would split open, sprouting 2 dragon claws, each with 3 fingers. His form had transformed into a colossal entity, and his cultivation level had nearly doubled, approaching 800 years. Serpents transform into pythons after 100 years, flood dragons after 1,000, and true dragons after 10,000. Gu Ming began to feel a surge of anticipation. He lifted his tail and struck it against his body twice, the scales producing a sound akin to metal scraping. Gu Ming nodded in satisfaction. The defensive capability of these scales was quite impressive. Ordinary attacks would likely struggle to leave a mark upon them. Cultivating the 8-9 profound art alongside physical enhancements. Gu Ming's physical strength was advancing towards an extraordinary level. Regrettably, without the 9 transformation golden elixir, the progress of his 8-9 profound art was rather slow. The combination of the 9 transformation golden elixir and the 8-9 profound art would be a perfect match. But such fortune is seldom afforded to ordinary individuals. In the entire journey to the West Universe, only Erlang Shan Yang Jian could indulge in such luxury, given that his master is the Jade Ding Zhenren. And even the Jade Ding Zhenren, a disciple of the primordial heavenly sovereign, would not readily part with the 9 transformation golden elixir, even for Yang Jian. Fortunately, Gu Ming maintained a steady mindset. Without the 9 transformation golden elixir, he would simply cultivate at his own pace. The synergy of the 8-9 profound art and physical enhancements would result in a physique far more formidable than Yang Jian's. With a powerful body and nearly 800 years of cultivation, Gu Ming had acquired a measure of self-defense. After enhancing his artifact, he would begin to prepare for contingencies. Kenyuan Mountain. Gu Ming had no intention of returning. Opening his cavernous maw, he summoned forth the Broken Soul Spear. Accessing the enhancement panel to target the spear and initiate the enhancement. Compared to the commotion caused by enhancing his body, the enhancement of the Broken Soul Spear was relatively subdued and proceeded smoothly. As the resounding ding echoed in his mind, a golden light enveloped the spear. Adding a golden pattern along its shaft, a sharp, piercing aura began to emanate. After 3 enhancements, the Broken Soul Spear had become formidable, seemingly capable of piercing through anything in existence. Following the completion of the enhancement, a faint sense of familiarity emanated from the spear. Has it developed sentience? Gu Ming gazed in astonishment at the Broken Soul Spear in his hand. After 3 enhancements, the spear had indeed developed a form of intelligence. Excellent, excellent, what a fine treasure. Feeling the spear's affinity, Gu Ming could not help but burst into hearty laughter. In the ancient primordial chaos, there existed the god-slaying spear, a treasure feared even by the sages. Though Gu Ming lacked such a heavenly artifact, he could rely on the enhancement panel to transform the soul-breaking spear into his own god-slaying spear. After a hearty laugh, Gu Ming took control of his body, shrinking it down to a length of 5 meters. He moved aside the colossal rock that obstructed the cave passage and exited the grotto. Now, he needed to find a suitable location to establish his lair alongside Xiaobai.as for Kenyuan Mountain. It had become a matter of the past. At this moment, Gu Ming's task was to seek a fitting cave dwelling. where he could cultivate in peace and accumulate enhancement points. As his enhancement level rose, the points required would increase exponentially. Gu Ming would also need to dedicate more time to accumulating these points. Master! Upon seeing Gu Ming's figure, Xiaobai excitedly rushed over, circling him several times, her fluffy fox tail wagging back and forth. Although foxes belong to the canine family, the sight of a fox wagging its tail like a dog seemed rather peculiar. Xiaobai hesitated to speak, her curiosity piqued, yet she dared not inquire about the recent events. Her inquisitiveness remained bottled up within her. Let us go. We must find a suitable place to build our lair. Gu Ming gently ruffled Xiaobai's head a few times before leading the way in a direction opposite to that of Kenyuan Mountain. After being affectionately ruffled, Xiaobai squinted her eyes in delight. Master, are we not returning to Kenyuan Mountain? Indeed. This time, Gu Ming did not disregard Xiaobai's question. The response brought immense joy to Xiaobai, who even emitted a series of cheerful sounds. Seemingly delighted and surprised, as if foxes expressed such sounds in moments of happiness, a snake and a fox departed from the territory of Kenyuan Mountain, and only after surpassing 100 miles did Gu Ming finally halt outside a secluded valley. He had scanned the area with his divine sense and confirmed that the valley was unclaimed. Despite its remote location and the relatively sparse spiritual energy, it sufficed for Gu Ming, as this would merely be a temporary residence. Once he established the timeline for the journey to the west and successfully transformed into a dragon, he would depart from the Eastern Victory Divine Continent. With a new home, he would no longer need to concern himself with the whims of other demons. And Xiaobai was thoroughly pleased, frolicking joyfully within the valley. Gu Ming had once thought this little creature might seize the opportunity to flee, yet Xiaobai had no intentions of leaving at all. The departure of the little demon guarding the medicinal garden at Kenyuan Mountain was a trivial matter. Without Gu Ming, another demon would soon take its place. Kenyuan Mountain was not lacking in demons eager for recognition and opportunity. The only one who truly sighed in relief was the toad demon, Toad Bao. Ever since Gu Ming had chased him for several miles under the pretense of a bowl of meat soup, Toad Bao had been apprehensive that Gu Ming would seek revenge. Being merely a pitiful toad demon, the pressure of being targeted by a snake demon was immense. Now, he could finally breathe easy. With Gu Ming gone, Toad Bao felt secure again, no longer needing to guard the medicinal garden, and residing in a sufficiently remote area, he would not be disturbed by others or demons, allowing Gu Ming to embrace the life of a recluse. Immersing himself in cultivation day and night. 5 years later, while still engrossed in his training, Gu Ming was suddenly jolted awake by a tremor in the earth. Though the vibration was subtle, he could distinctly perceive it. Upon awakening from his meditative state, Gu Ming gazed in the direction from which the tremor emanated. Has Sun Wukong emerged? The magnitude of the disturbance was undoubtedly linked to Sun Wukong. After all, Sun Wukong was born from the divine stone used by Nuwa to mend the heavens, and his emergence would affect the entire Eastern Victory Divine Continent, even the heavenly court among the 33 heavens. It was at this moment that the Eastern Victory Divine Continent became a focal point of contention and attention among the deities. The prologue to the journey to the west was about to unfold. The emergence of Sun Wukong signified that the trials of the journey to the west were imminent. However, it was merely the beginning, not an immediate occurrence, as Sun Wukong would frolic in the Flower Fruit Mountain for 300 years before embarking on his journey across the sea in search of immortality. The formal onset of the tribulations of the journey to the west would not transpire until 300 years later. During this interval, Sun Wukong would remain the Monkey King of Flower Fruit Mountain. Should Gu Ming leave directly, or wait until he transformed into a dragon? This was a dilemma he needed to contemplate, for his current cultivation had already surpassed 800 years, even without enhancing his physical form. Through solitary training, he could achieve 1,000 years of cultivation before Sun Wukong set sail. He accessed his enhancement panel, observing his accumulated enhancement points. After 5 years, his total had reached 14 points. Allowing for one enhancement of his physical form. As for enhancing his magical treasures, it was of lesser priority than the physical enhancement. A level 4 enhancement required 8 points, meaning he needed to accumulate 2 more points to elevate both his physical form and magical treasures to level 4. Should he enhance his physical form first, or do both simultaneously? Never mind. Given his current cultivation speed, accumulating 2 additional enhancement points would only require a year of perseverance. After this year, he could synchronize the enhancement of his physical form and magical treasures. There was no rush for such a short span of time. Although the Eastern Victory Divine Continent had now become a focal point of interest for various deities, as long as Gu Ming did not cause significant disturbances or calamities, the likelihood of being targeted was minimal. Having made up his mind, Gu Ming closed his eyes and resumed his cultivation. The repercussions of Sun Wukong's emergence were far greater than Gu Ming had anticipated. In addition to the attention from the deities, many mortals were also focused on this region, particularly the demon kings of the 72 caves. Fortunately, all of this bore little significance to Gu Ming. While Sun Wukong reveled in his role as the Monkey King, the demon kings observed from afar, their intentions to investigate yet unacted upon. Diu Ming continued to immerse himself in his training, bolstering his strength and accumulating enhancement points. A year later, as his enhancement points reached 16, Gu Ming decisively ceased his cultivation. The next step was to transcend the tribulation and transform into a dragon. And he wished to change his form in the process. Having lived as a human in his past life and now as a demon, Gu Ming's aesthetic sensibilities remained unchanged. Although his appearance had become more pleasing than when he first traversed into this realm, he still found himself unsightly. Jiu Ming did not wish to maintain his current visage within the journey to the west. Master, are you finished with your training? Upon Gu Ming's emergence, Xiaobai was filled with delight. Indeed, after examining her cultivation, Gu Ming noted that Xiaobai was nearing the century mark, prompting him to offer her a small compliment. The growth of demonkind's cultivation often accelerated significantly before reaching 100 years. Beyond that milestone, the rate of progress depended largely on bloodline and cultivation lineage. If one possessed a feeble bloodline and lacked a cultivation lineage, their progress would inevitably slow. Take Sun Wukong as an example. After his emergence, he enjoyed 300 years of leisure in Flower Fruit Mountain before contemplating the pursuit of immortality, ultimately spending over a decade before arriving at Fangsuan Mountain, where he could attain remarkable prowess in just 3 years. Such speed was beyond the comprehension of ordinary beings. Considering that Sun Wukong was born from the divine stone used by Nuwa to mend the heavens, everything fell into place. With the divine stone and a mentor like Bodhi Patriarch, rapid progress was almost a given. Those from ancient times who transformed into great Luo golden immortals were even more formidable. Upon receiving Gu Ming's praise, Xiaobai soared into the air in joy. Yet before she could revel in her happiness, Gu Ming enveloped her in demonic energy and departed from the valley. Master, are we leaving? Hovering in the sky, Xiaobai felt somewhat bewildered. Yes, it is time to depart. In preparation for his level 4 physical enhancement and the accompanying tribulation to transform into a dragon, Gu Ming was in good spirits, thus he did not mind engaging in a few more exchanges with Xiaobai. Where are we going? Xiaobai was reluctant to leave the small valley. While it was merely a temporary residence for Gu Ming, it held a different significance for her. Yet her curiosity was suppressed within her heart. A snake and a fox quickly traversed the Eastern Victory Divine Continent, reaching the seashore. Wait for me here. Selecting a secure spot for Xiaobai to hide, Gu Ming plunged into the ocean without a backward glance. Each time he enhanced his physical form, it created considerable commotion. Thus, it was prudent to conceal himself in the depths of the sea to minimize any disturbances. As he submerged into the ocean, Gu Ming revealed his true form, a massive body exceeding 50 zhang, swiftly swimming toward the ocean floor. Along the way, various sea creatures encountered Gu Ming were frightened by his demonic aura and fled in haste. Upon locating a deep ocean trench, Gu Ming dove into it. Chapter 9. Transformation of the Dragon, Thunder Tribulation Approaches, Enhancement. Accessing the enhancement panel and directing it toward himself, Gu Ming unhesitatingly commenced the enhancement process. Although each enhancement brought him excruciating pain, he deemed the suffering trivial in pursuit of greater strength. 8 enhancement points were deducted. The familiar procedure began, and fortunately, the trench was deep and lengthy. Even as Gu Ming's form expanded several times, it would not create excessive noise, unlike on the surface where a moment's negligence could lead to cataclysmic tremors. Soon, the pitch-black depths of the trench transformed as the seawater became stained crimson with his blood. As Gu Ming's physique began to swell dramatically, the sea floor stirred with considerable turbulence, resulting in the murky waters of the trench being agitated. The muddied seawater mingled with the blood that flowed from Gu Ming's body, rendering the color of the trench's waters somewhat eerie. Jiu Ming, lying within the trench, was also growing rapidly, escalating from 50 zhang to 60 zhang, then 70 zhang. swiftly breaking through the 100 zhang barrier and extending towards 200 zhang. Only after surpassing 200 zhang did his growth gradually slow. Boom! In the cave by the seaside cliffs, Xiao Bai gazed longingly at the magnificent sea, sighing repeatedly. Being of weak prowess, she could do nothing to assist Gu Ming, and during such moments, she could only hide far away. Suddenly, a rumble of thunder resonated from the sky, startling Xiao Bai into a shudder as she hurried into the cave. If one were to ask what the demon clan feared most, the lightning tribulation would undoubtedly top the list, especially for those demons who had cultivated successfully and faced transformation or bloodline evolution. Fear gripped their hearts. Whenever the lightning tribulation descended, those unable to withstand it often met with utter annihilation. Moreover, there was a crucial factor to consider. Karma, demons with heavy bloodshed, or who had consumed too many lives, faced even harsher fates when confronting the lightning tribulation. Was the lightning tribulation already upon them? Gu Ming had yet to observe his enhanced self after the 4th level of strengthening. He merely felt a significant surge in his cultivation, having successfully broken through the Millennium Barrier, with a tingling sensation on both sides of his body as if something was about to sprout. However, before he could investigate, the lightning tribulation struck. Come forth, Gu Ming, whose body exceeded 200 zhang, tilted his head to gaze at the ominous clouds above. Were he a different demon, he would likely be trembling in fear. But Gu Ming was different. Having cultivated the 8-9 profound art and undergone 4 rounds of enhancement, he was relatively impervious to ordinary lightning tribulations, as long as Gu Ming did not act recklessly or provoke the heavenly will. A standard transformation tribulation would be easily endured given his current strength and physique. Boom! As if in response to Gu Ming's resolve, a crack of thunder descended from the thick clouds of tribulation. Creatures within several dozen miles of Gu Ming's vicinity fled in terror, fearing that the lightning tribulation might inadvertently target them. Numerous tales of misfortune befalling those who approached to witness others undergoing tribulation were far too common. The sky was almost illuminated in purple as a powerful divine lightning pierced the sea, striking Gu Ming directly. The newly grown scales on Gu Ming's body shattered instantly. Again, roar akin to that of an enraged dragon erupted from Gu Ming's mouth. Having withstood a bolt of divine lightning, the bulge at 7 inches ruptured, and 2 claws resembling eagle talons emerged. This signified that Gu Ming was beginning his transformation into a dragon. Boom! The second bolt of divine lightning followed closely. Yet it still failed to pose any significant threat to Gu Ming. His overwhelmingly powerful physique merely shattered a portion of scales, with even his skin remaining unbroken. Upon glancing at his own form, Gu Ming was astonished at how effortlessly he navigated the tribulation following the 4th level of enhancement. With each bolt of divine lightning striking down, Gu Ming's already halted growth resumed its furious ascent. Previously, his rapid growth had been due to the enhancement of his physical body. Now, it was the growth resulting from undergoing the dragon transformation tribulation. With each bolt of divine lightning, Gu Ming's body expanded by 100 zhang, only ceasing its frenzied growth upon reaching 500 zhang. By then, the 6th bolt of divine lightning had already descended. The ominous clouds in the sky began to disperse. The heavenly will's task was complete. It was time to retreat. The millennium transformation into a dragon was achieved. Gu Ming raised his dragon claws, observing for a moment before bursting into laughter. The claws of a dragon were incomparable to the previous. Merely serpentine hands, his claws firmly gripped the seabed, effortlessly crushing the rocks enveloped within. The explosive power was formidable. However, he lamented having only 2 claws, as the rear claws would only grow during his full transformation into a dragon. Such was the nature of transitioning from a serpent to a dragon. True dragons, born and nurtured in their essence, did not face such concerns, for they were naturally endowed with 4 dragon claws. Similar to dragons, albeit lacking the majestic dragon horns and having only 3 fingers, such naturally born dragons bore little distinction from true dragons. This exemplified the disparity in bloodlines. 300 years hence, the one who would become the great sage equal to heaven, Sun Wukong, belonged to this class of dragons, distinct from Gu Ming, who was merely a serpent demon evolving into a dragon. The former enjoyed superior bloodlines and kinship. Unlike Gu Ming, who began as merely a serpent demon and became a wild dragon post-transformation. Fortunately, Gu Ming was unconcerned about such matters. As long as he was granted sufficient time, he would inevitably trample any dragon king beneath his feet. Proving that not all naturally born hybrids were the strongest, the colossal form of 500 Zhang was already a formidable entity. Jiu Ming swam through the depths of the sea for a moment before retrieving the soul-breaking spear and enhancing it to the 4th level. The 4th level soul-breaking spear erupted with a piercing aura of murder and slaughter, spreading in all directions across the ocean. By heaven! Gu Ming was taken aback by the commotion generated by enhancing the soul-breaking spear to the 4th level. After the enhancement concluded, he quickly stowed the artifact and transformed into a beam of black light, vanishing from the seabed. Arriving at the cave where Xiao Bai was sheltered, he lifted her up and departed the coastline. The killing aura of the soul-breaking spear lingered only briefly before dissipating. Even so, it stirred the attention of the ocean's rulers. Within a short while after Gu Ming's departure, the shrimp soldiers and crab generals from the Dragon Palace arrived at the scene. Unfortunately, nothing remained, for before Gu Ming left, he had taken with him the scales and serpent skin he had shed, all to prevent anyone from tracing him along that path. His actions proved to be prudent. Chapter 10. Inauspicious mountains and rivers give rise to evil demons, Western Bull Huzhou. Mistakenly believing a treasure had emerged, the Eastern Sea Dragon Palace dispatched numerous shrimp soldiers and crab generals to envelop the site of Gu Ming's tribulation, conducting an in-depth investigation. Ultimately, however, they found nothing, leaving behind only a faint trace of an unfamiliar dragon's aura and the destruction wrought by the lightning tribulation. The investigation into this incident concluded without resolution. Without any treasures, the Dragon Palace had no interest in the dragon's tribulation, as long as the dragon did not originate from the Four Seas Dragon Palace. Whether dragon or dragon hybrid, they were all wild dragons and not part of the Dragon Palace's legitimate lineage. The Four Seas Dragon Palace would not consider such dragons as Kin Western Bull Huzhou. A man clad in a black and gold long robe, with a handsome countenance, walked along a mountain path with his hands clasped behind his back. Following closely behind him was a small white fox, with fur as pristine as snow and eyes brimming with intelligence. "Master, where are we headed?" The demons of Western Bull Huzhou are quite fierce. They often threaten to devour us. This man and fox were none other than Gu Ming and Xiao Bai, having departed from Eastern Victory Divine Continent and arrived in Western Bull Huzhou. Having successfully transformed and fully bid farewell to his serpent demon form, Gu Ming led Xiao Bai into Western Bull Huzhou. However, not long after entering, the pair quickly witnessed the local customs and culture. It would not be an exaggeration to describe it as a land where inauspicious mountains and rivers gave rise to malevolent demons. Were the demons of Western Bull Huzhou truly that ferocious? Upon hearing this, Gu Ming bent down to lift Xiao Bai by the scruff of her neck and placed her upon his shoulder, uttering a phrase that left Xiao Bai perplexed, because some require them to be a bit more fierce. To this, Xiao Bai, perched on Gu Ming's shoulder, could not fathom his reasoning. Compared to Eastern Victory Divine Continent, the demons of Western Bull Huzhou were indeed fierce. To describe them as utterly ruthless would be a conservative estimate. However, this raised a question. With so many powerful figures in Western Bull Huzhou, why were the demons here so vicious? The answer was apparent. Someone needed a chaotic Western Bull Huzhou, among the 4 great continents of Journey to the West. Aside from the inhospitable and harsh environment of Northern Continent, which was unfit for human habitation, Eastern Victory Divine Continent was home to numerous demons. Yet, when compared to Western Bull Huzhou, Eastern Victory Divine Continent was akin to a paradise. Southern Continent was even more fortunate. Not only was the number of demons scarce, but those that did reside there were weak, and when confronted with trouble, they would keep their tails tucked tightly. Otherwise, numerous Taoist sects would pursue them for thousands of miles. Why were the demons of Western Bull Huzhou the most ruthless and rampant? Gu Ming surmised that it was likely because those vicious demons had masters. Demons with masters were more ferocious than those without, a phenomenon that mostly occurred in a magical land like Western Bull Huzhou. "Master, I have heard that atop the accumulated Thunder Mountain resides a fox demon, known as the eternally young Fox King." The mention of fox demons inevitably conjures up the term Foxy Seductress. However, the master of accumulated Thunder Mountain, claiming the title of eternally young Fox King, is a prominent figure among fox demons. It is well known that the fox tribe is not renowned for their strength. Rather, they excel in flaunting their beauty and cunning. They are either disasters or astute schemers. A fox demon famed for its formidable power is a rarity indeed. go dare claim the title of eternally young Fox King in a place like Western Bull Huzhou, one must possess genuine prowess. Yet, Gu Ming was skeptical of the validity of such claims. If they were truly that formidable, they would not have met such an untimely end. A 1,000-year-old fox demon, dying of old age, was simply unheard of. Then let us visit accumulated Thunder Mountain. Yu Ming had no interest in the so-called eternally young Fox King. Rather, he was curious whether the Fox King's daughter, the jade-faced fox, was indeed as beautiful as rumored. A beauty that could bring nations to ruin, moving gracefully like a lotus. How could such a description not pique one's curiosity? Oh, Master intends to take me to accumulated Thunder Mountain? The initially resting Xiaobai, perched on Gu Ming's shoulder, sprang up in excitement. She could hardly believe that merely mentioning it had prompted Gu Ming to plan a trip to accumulated Thunder Mountain to see her idol. The eternally young Fox King. Yu Ming laughed heartily. Since you admire the eternally young Fox King so, let me also witness how this fox dares to claim such a title. He would not divulge to Xiaobai that his true motivation for visiting accumulated Thunder Mountain was merely to see other foxy seductresses. If he were to express this, Xiaobai would undoubtedly be deeply disheartened. Jilei Mountain, situated several thousand miles south of Flame Mountain, is a place of intrigue. Unfortunately, Sun Wukong has only recently come into existence, and Flame Mountain remains elusive, rendering any attempt to locate Jilei Mountain based on Flame Mountain's position futile. Fortunately, the venerable Fox King, renowned in the West Neo Huzhou, possesses a formidable reputation among demons. After capturing several demons for interrogation, he swiftly ascertained the whereabouts of Jilei Mountain. Having confirmed the location, Gu Ming took to the skies on a cloud with Xiaobai, heading towards Jilei Mountain. This place is splendid, Gu Ming exclaimed upon arriving at the base of Jilei Mountain, gazing at the towering peak shrouded in mist and rich in spiritual energy. The venerable Fox King certainly has a discerning eye. Is this indeed Jilei Mountain? Xiaobai, with her round, sparkling eyes, surveyed the surroundings, nearly leaping with excitement at the scent of her kin. Just as she had anticipated, numerous fox demons resided atop Jilei Mountain. Rather than entering immediately, Gu Ming paused outside, releasing his demonic aura towards the mountain's interior. Intruding uninvited would be a blatant provocation to the venerable Fox King. At this juncture, Gu Ming had no intention of seizing territory. Despite Jilei Mountain being a rare and valuable location, Gu Ming's aura enveloped the mountain. The unfamiliar energy reached the venerable Fox King, who was resting within his cave. Awakened by the presence of an unknown demon visiting Jilei Mountain, the Fox King promptly summoned his daughter, the jade-faced fox, along with several subordinates, and ventured outside. May I inquire as to how this esteemed friend is addressed? The venerable Fox King, intrigued, scrutinized Gu Ming and Xiaobai perched on his shoulder. Stepping closer with polite curiosity, Black Dragon, Gu Ming declared, revealing his identity, and then lifted Xiaobai from his shoulder, addressing the impeccably dignified Fox King. We have come to pay our respects upon hearing of your illustrious name. Black Dragon? Is that your title or a name of lineage? The venerable Fox King found himself at a loss, unable to discern the depths of Gu Ming's background. Such uncertainty could only imply one thing. Gu Ming's power surpassed that of the venerable Fox King. Ah, I see. A distinguished visitor has journeyed from afar. I, the Fox King, extend my warm welcome. Please, allow me to escort you inside. The venerable Fox King beamed, exchanging a knowing glance with his daughter and subordinates. Before personally leading Gu Ming into Jilei Mountain, dressed in the guise of a wealthy gentleman, the venerable Fox King was accompanied by a woman who could only be the famed jade-faced fox. It was no wonder that the Bull Demon King was utterly captivated by her, willingly becoming a son-in-law. The jade-faced fox indeed possessed great beauty. Regrettably, her choice of the Bull Demon King as a consort led to her tragic demise at the hands of Zhu Beiji. Gu Ming even suspected that Zhu Beiji's actions were deliberate. Master, may I descend? Xiaobai could hardly contain her excitement as they approached Mo Yun Cave, eager to see so many of her kind. Go ahead, Gu Ming replied. It was Xiaobai who had first mentioned the venerable Fox King, and since they had encountered so many fox demons, it was only fitting for her to indulge in some amusement. There was no need for concern about Xiaobai's safety on Jilei Mountain, given that the majority of its inhabitants were fox demons, and as guests, they would surely be treated with utmost respect. May I inquire where you hail from? Out of courtesy, The venerable Fox King refrained from probing into Gu Ming's background and instead politely asked for some basic information. With a faint smile, Gu Ming replied, "I come from the Eastern Victory Divine Continent. You may refer to me as Black Dragon." Demons often embellish their titles, claiming grandiose names such as Lord or even Great Sage after centuries. Gu Ming's self-identification as Black Dragon was quite restrained. Moreover, as a Black Flood Dragon, there was no issue in proclaiming such a name. When his power reached a sufficient level, calling himself the Black Dragon Emperor would not be out of place. Titles like Great Sage were best left unthought, as they carried certain taboos. However, Black Dragon Emperor was free of such concerns, sounding both imposing and harmonious. From the Eastern Victory Divine Continent, the venerable Fox King repeated, leading the way with warmth. Inside Mo Yun Cave, the banquet had already been prepared under the guidance of the jade-faced fox. Following the venerable Fox King, Gu Ming surveyed the cave, noting its understated luxury, befitting the Fox King's stature and style, wealthy yet unpretentious. This was evident in the standards he set for his daughter's suitor, desiring a powerful and honest demon as a protector, one unmotivated by greed for their wealth. Little did he know that the moment his daughter chose the Bull Demon King, it inadvertently led to his own downfall. Black Dragon, please. Upon entering the cave, the venerable Fox King graciously invited Gu Ming to take a seat. As Gu Ming settled in, the inquisitive jade-faced fox hurried to pour wine, prompting the proud father to pat her hand, smilingly introducing her, Black Dragon. This is my daughter, Jade-faced, Jade-faced. Come forth and greet the esteemed Black Dragon. He instructed at her father's behest. The jade-faced fox stepped forward, bowing gracefully. Jade-faced pays her respects to the esteemed Black Dragon. Gu Ming set his cup down, nodding in acknowledgement. No need for such formality, Princess Jade-faced. Though the title of Black Dragon Emperor felt somewhat peculiar, it was not the fault of the jade-faced fox. The venerable Fox King treated Gu Ming as an equal, while out of respect. The younger generation must include the title in their address. After a few cups of wine, the venerable Fox King began discussing topics related to the Eastern Victory Divine Continent. I happen to have some acquaintance with the mischievous demon of Can Yuan Mountain. As you hail from the Eastern Victory Divine Continent, I presume you must have some connections with him. It was not the venerable Fox King's intention to bring up the mischievous demon. Given Gu Ming's strength and origin, it seemed inevitable they would have crossed paths. However, unbeknownst to the Fox King, Gu Ming had hardly interacted with the mischievous demon. During his time at Can Yuan Mountain, he had merely been a lowly yard keeper. This was indeed a challenging topic to navigate. Gu Ming suppressed a slight twitch at the corners of his mouth and pondered, to speak frankly, I have yet to engage with that mischievous demon. Oh, was that an attempt to find common ground, only to end up creating an awkward silence? The venerable Fox King had not expected such a response. He thought mentioning the mischievous demon would foster conversation. But instead, it became an uncomfortable situation. Noticing her father's discomfort, the jade-faced fox quickly interjected, Father, the esteemed Black Dragon has a remarkable background. He must have devoted himself to cultivation before departing the Eastern Victory Divine Continent, thus not having engaged with the local demons. Impressive. It was no wonder she was capable of attracting the Bull Demon King to Jilei Mountain. Her words were well-spoken. Gu Ming nodded in agreement. Continuing the conversation, I do hope the Fox King does not find this amusing, but while I hail from the Eastern Victory Divine Continent, my cultivation time is rather limited. I arrived in the Western Yohajo only after my skills had matured. Hence my lack of interaction with the demon lords of the Eastern Victory Divine Continent. Limited cultivation time? How limited? Upon hearing this, the venerable Fox King felt a flicker of unease. He had regarded Gu Ming as a peer among powerful demons. Despite Gu Ming's youthful appearance, now, Gu Ming's admission of limited cultivation time implied something significant. He was undoubtedly a potential powerhouse. How limited? The venerable Fox King asked almost instinctively, failing to recognize the impropriety of his inquiry. Father, how could you ask such a question? The jade-faced fox quickly tugged at her father's sleeve, fearing that his words might offend Gu Ming. Perhaps, not as long as Princess Jade-faced, Gu Ming responded, not perceiving the venerable Fox King's question as an affront. After all, he was unlike other demons. The venerable Fox King's eyes widened in astonishment, while the jade-faced fox gaped at Gu Ming in disbelief. Although she was the daughter of the venerable Fox King, Her age was relatively young, especially among demons. A shorter cultivation time indicated that her experience was limited, yet Gu Ming possessed strength surpassing even that of venerable demons like her father, an indication of his immense potential, far exceeding what they could fathom. Strangely, the venerable Fox King's breathing grew somewhat labored as the jade-faced fox's perception of Gu Ming began to shift, youthful and inexperienced, yet possessing prowess comparable to that of a great demon. This undoubtedly qualifies as the epitome of a charming and affluent spirit. Does it not? Ahem. The first to regain composure, the venerable Fox King, noticed the way his daughter gazed at others with an almost entranced expression, prompting him to clear his throat and rouse her from her reverie. The princess of the jade face, now aware, hastily lowered her head, her fair visage instantly flushed with embarrassment. The black dragon, with an impressive lineage and remarkable talents, is indeed a cause for celebration. The Fox King's demeanor grew even more affable as he shifted his position closer to Gu Ming, urging him to partake in several rounds of drink. After an extended flurry of flattery and compliments, the Fox King deftly redirected the conversation. Black Dragon, what are your thoughts on my daughter? What does this imply? Is he expressing interest in me? Gu Ming was momentarily taken aback, casting a glance at the blushing princess of the jade face before remarking, her beauty is exceptional. That is most reassuring, the Fox King exclaimed with delight. His joy evident. Father! The princess protested, utterly mortified, biting her lip in discontent as she stamped her foot and turned to flee. The Fox King, unfazed by his daughter's reaction, continued to cultivate his rapport with Gu Ming. Black Dragon, I shall not conceal from you that I am aging. As he spoke, the Fox King's once erect posture faltered, and a pall of melancholy spread across his countenance. This is incongruous as he considering me as a potential son-in-law of Jilei Mountain? The melancholic Fox King set down his cup and spoke gravely. It is said that fox demons fall short of humans. I once dismissed such notions, believing my Fox clan spirits to be no lesser than others. Alas, I was naive. My youthful fervor and impetuosity have left my body with considerable afflictions. I call myself eternal, yet who truly understands the bitterness within? The perception of fox demons as weak has long persisted among the demon clans. The erstwhile Fox King, once a skeptic of this belief, sought to restore his clan's honor and achieved considerable success, establishing a firm foundation in Jilei Mountain. His accomplishments, however, came at a significant price. His demon core sustained injuries during past battles. No matter how hard he strives, the Fox clan undeniably harbors deficiencies in combat prowess. Some may mention the nine-tailed celestial fox, a rare and noble lineage among foxes from ancient times. Yet, even the nine-tailed celestial fox could not hold its own during the height of the ancient demon clans, overshadowed by many stronger beings. This status quo has endured to the present day with little alteration. The Fox King has made notable achievements in Shinyo Hajo, but they are confined to that region and to himself. For example, the Princess of the Jade Face currently possesses over 400 years of cultivation. Should she encounter a tiger demon with merely 200 years of cultivation, the odds of her victory in battle would heavily favor the tiger demon. Unless the princess can enchant her opponent, her chances of triumph diminish further. Only if her magical artifacts significantly surpass those of the tiger demon would she stand a chance of winning. Similarly, if Gu Ming were to engage in combat with the Fox King without the use of magical artifacts, he could effortlessly defeat the Fox King. With artifacts, the Fox King would stand even less of a chance. The fearsome power of the fourth-tier enhanced soul-breaking spear is not to be underestimated. As Gu Ming listened quietly to the Fox King's tale while sipping his drink, the Fox King chuckled self-deprecatingly. I have built the legacy of Jilei Mountain, yet I must worry that, after my death, it may be usurped and my descendants oppressed. Thus, the Fox King seeks a powerful ally for his daughter. Gu Ming pondered aloud. Indeed, the Fox King replied candidly, I can assert with certainty that my time is limited. Therefore, I wish to find a reliable husband for my daughter, someone who can protect her and shield her from harm. In the human realm, beautiful women often become the object of desire. The same holds true in the demon world. Without sufficient strength or a powerful backing, a beautiful female demon is destined for a tragic fate. Compared to humans, demons can be even more ruthless. They may shower you with affection at first, but once they grow weary, they might devour you whole. And if you're devoured, consider yourself fortunate. There's no telling how you might end up as a gift to lesser demons. as for which demon receives such a gift? Who can say? It likely depends on their whims. So, I have become a candidate? Gu Ming inquired further. Yes, the Fox King affirmed, his honesty unwavering. Initially, I regarded you merely as a visitor, yet through our conversations, I have discerned that you are unlike other demons. Upon learning of your remarkable lineage and extraordinary talents, I found myself intrigued. You are correct. I wish for you to become the husband of Jilei Mountain. How refreshingly forthright. Gu Ming couldn't help but smile at the Fox King's sincerity, prompting him to ask, are you not concerned that I, as the Black Dragon, might tarnish the legacy of Jilei Mountain after your passing and bully the Princess of the Jade Face? Humph. The Fox King took a sip of his drink. His displeasure evident. It is far better than choosing some fool who would endanger both himself and my daughter. While Gu Ming's words may have been somewhat harsh, they held a kernel of truth. To the Fox King, the renowned demon lords outside were rarely virtuous, each more boastful than the last, and one could never predict when calamity might strike. To marry his daughter to these demon lords would not provide protection. Rather, it might lead to her demise without her ever understanding how it came to pass. The combat prowess of fox demons may not be formidable, but when it comes to divining celestial secrets, they can outshine the majority of demons effortlessly. Am I simply being granted the role of a good Samaritan? No, this old fox is far too cunning for that. A millennium-old fox demon such as the Fox King would not engage in a losing proposition lightly. Is he merely toying with me, the Black Dragon? Gu Ming's smile faded. The Fox King smirked slyly. No, as long as you promise to treat my daughter well and never abandon her. I shall personally see to it that she is delivered to your bed tonight. What? So this has been your intention all along? In most worlds, making a vow is akin to mere empty words. But in the realm of the journey to the west, should you dare to swear an oath before the heavens and then break it, be prepared for the heavens to pursue you with lightning, striking you wherever you may flee. Such divine retribution is feared by all celestial beings. Oh, you old fox! How I wish to give you the finger! How insidious! Nevertheless, I, the Black Dragon, have no intention of becoming a son-in-law to Jilei Mountain. The Fox King should seek another suitor. Gu Ming shook his head in refusal. I asked the Princess of the Jade Face beautiful? Undeniably, to claim I am not tempted would be a lie. Yet the Fox King clearly seeks a reliable son-in-law who would cherish only his daughter. To forsake other enchanting female demons for the sake of the princess is simply beyond my capacity. Having traversed worlds only to hang myself upon a solitary tree, surely that would render my journey fruitless? What a waste of my potential. Chapter 13. The true worth of the dragon's form. Do you understand? To not entice a few enchanting female demons or gaze at the celestial maidens above would render a demon's existence utterly devoid of purpose. After being rebuffed, the Fox King remained unperturbed, instead smiling as he continued, What of the son-in-law of Jilei Mountain? As long as you, the Black Dragon, do not abandon my daughter and treat her well. The distinction of ownership of Jilei Mountain becomes irrelevant. My Fox Clan women may lack in certain areas, but their beauty certainly does not disappoint. Fortunately, Jilei Mountain is teeming with fox demons. Is it merely a matter of lust? Such trivialities. The nature of dragons is inherently indulgent, and I can understand that. There is no need for you to seek elsewhere, for Jilei Mountain has an abundance of fox demons. Gu Ming. Are you testing my resolve with this? What kind of individual can withstand such temptation? If we are to negotiate, let us negotiate without provoking my primal instincts. A new day dawned. The once lively little white, who had frolicked joyfully the day before, now lay despondently at the entrance of a cave, as though her spirit had been drained, devoid of any desire to play. Her master had taken another fox spirit, and what irked her most was that she was made to guard the door while he slept. Reflecting on the events of the previous night, Little White emitted a series of pitiful whimpers. Feeling utterly wronged, that fox spirit named Jade Face was far too wicked, climbing into her master's bed on the very first day. How shameless! What should I call her? With renewed vigor, Gu Ming emerged from the cave and playfully tapped Little White on the head. You were merely tasked with guarding the door. Is it truly so grievous? Little White tilted her head back, revealing a sorrowful expression, her beautiful eyes glistening with tears. Gu Ming was utterly perplexed, unsure of what had caused his little companion such distress. Did that gentle tap truly hurt her? He had hardly applied any force to son-in-law. "Did you rest well last night?" The Fox King appeared like a specter, his smile radiant as he regarded Gu Ming. "Ahem, quite well." Being greeted by his father-in-law. "No, father-in-law Fox." First thing in the morning caused Gu Ming's face to flush with embarrassment. His daughter still lay within the cave. Jiu Ming acknowledged his inability to withstand temptation, having erred in judgment. "Since that is the case, shall we share a drink?" The Fox King proposed cheerfully. "Ahem, very well. We are all of the same kin, so there is no need for formality." Jiu Ming scooped up the woeful little wight and cradled her in his arms as he accepted the Fox King's invitation. Inside the cave, the blushing princess of the Jade Face remained in a deep slumber, having fought valiantly throughout the night, ultimately succumbing to Gu Ming's prowess and raising the white flag in defeat. The Fox King exchanged knowing glances with Gu Ming, then presented a specially prepared spirit brew. "This is a divine liquor I crafted specifically for you. Drink heartily, but do not neglect your cultivation in the midst of fleeting pleasures. One must replenish indeed. But who do you look down upon? I am a true dragon. Do you comprehend the worth of my true form as a dragon? What a trivial matter to replenish. It seems the Fox King is quite experienced." "Ha! Utter nonsense." The venerable Fox King, infuriated, spluttered his drink, his trembling finger pointed at Gu Ming. "Am I such a useless fox? How dare you?" In a fit of rage, he successfully turned the tables, his mood instantly brightening. Gu Ming chuckled as he sipped the spirit brew specially prepared by the venerable Fox King. It felt delightful, warming him from within. Indeed, the venerable Fox King had put in considerable effort, truly impressive for such a seasoned elder. The venerable Fox King noticed Gu Ming regarding him with admiration, and his previously trembling finger now quaked with indignation. "Absurd. I kindly prepared this special spirit brew for your recovery, and instead of cherishing it, you dare to slander me. Oh, the venomous heart of your black dragon. Slander. Such utter slander." Enraged, the venerable Fox King trembled all over and departed. "Ha ha ha, it seems the venerable Fox King is indeed quite seasoned. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so incensed. That said, does a wounded demon core truly affect one's health? It appears I should no longer jest about my dragon pearl." After indulging in unrestrained laughter at the expense of the venerable Fox King, Gu Ming lowered his gaze to find his cup empty. The little white creature, curled up in his arms, had eyes swirling with circles, her little head spinning incessantly. It seemed she had overindulged in my lord. At that moment, a delicate voice emerged as the jade-faced princess, draped in a flowing white robe, sweetly nestled into Gu Ming's embrace, gently extracting the overindulged little white creature and placing her aside. Leaning against his chest while looking up, "My lord, did you have a quarrel with father?" I saw him trembling with rage. "If father spoke ill, please do not take offense. All right?" As she spoke, the jade-faced princess nuzzled closer into Gu Ming's embrace. "Little fairy, cease your antics." Gu Ming pressed down the unruly jade-faced princess, sighing in exasperation. "Alas, it is my fault for failing to appreciate the Fox King's goodwill." The jade-faced princess. He lowered his head and softly recounted his tale in her ear. "Ah?" The jade-faced princess gasped, her little face filled with disbelief. There is such a matter?" "Indeed." Gu Ming nodded earnestly. "Down, my lord. I shall return shortly." The jade-faced princess, neglecting to linger with Gu Ming, dashed outside the cave. Approximately 5 minutes later, the Fox King, seething with rage, bellowed, "Black Dragon, how dare you slander me before the jade-faced princess?" The entire Jile Mountain trembled under the fury of the Fox King, his once wealthy visage now flushed purple. His eyes bloodshot. It appeared he had been provoked. Yu Ming seized the spirit brew from the table, turned, and retreated to the jade-faced princess's cave, hanging a sign to deter disturbances while he entered to cultivate. The raging Fox King, under the soothing presence of his daughter, the jade-faced princess, grew increasingly agitated. "This lad is utterly inhuman. I kindly prepared supplements for him, yet he dares to slander me in return." Chapter 14. That black dragon is admirable in every way, save for his acerbic tongue. The Fox King felt his abilities were under scrutiny. Unwilling to concede, he summoned his beloved concubine to discuss the origins of life within the cave. After a tempestuous interlude, the Fox King, now in sage mode, savored his fine wine, nestled in his embrace, His beloved still bore the warmth of their recent encounter. Why, Lord? Why hasten to betroth the jade-faced princess to that black dragon? Is he truly reliable? As the Fox King's woman, she understood how much he cherished the jade-faced princess and the worries he harbored regarding her marriage. The Fox King had scoured the entirety of Xinyo Huozhou for suitable candidates. Yet none had been found. Yet, inexplicably, he placed his daughter in the bed of Gu Ming, who had arrived at Jilei Mountain less than a day prior. It left many bewildered. The demons atop Jilei Mountain wondered what quality their lord saw in this newcomer. Was it merely his appearance? You misunderstand. The Fox King, savoring his wine, squinted his eyes knowingly. This individual is no ordinary man. Do you think I would casually place my daughter in the care of another? Thus, this black dragon possesses some unique qualities? The beloved, curious, leaned closer, her voice sweetly pleading. Do tell me, my lord. The jade-faced princess has been like a daughter to me, and I do not wish for her to suffer in the future. Overwhelmed by the sudden inquiry, the Fox King, now in sage mode, struggled under the pressure. All right, I shall tell you. Cease your pestering. Reluctantly, the Fox King confessed. Firstly, this individual values loyalty. From the moment he brought that fox demon, Little White, along, it was clear he was not without compassion. Secondly, he is courteous. Having traveled countless miles to visit me at Jilei Mountain, he did not force his way in, unlike many who have come to visit. Few are as reasonable as he. Thirdly, his cultivation is profound, his strength formidable. Even I cannot easily subdue him, and my attempts to gauge his depth have been fruitless. Fourthly, among our kind, lineage and background are held in high regard. And his lineage is exceptional, worthy of the jade-faced princess. Fifthly, his spirit is clear, devoid of the heavy aura of slaughter. From the moment Gu Ming released his demon chi to showcase himself, the Fox King's observations and tests had already begun. Subtle enough that Gu Ming remained unaware. The Fox King's scrutiny of him was thorough, even noticing the minutest of actions, such as Gu Ming's fleeting glance at the table of food and drink. As for Little White, the little one genuinely wished to interact and play with her kin, but in her naivety, she easily revealed everything to the fox demons atop Jilei Mountain. Fortunately, though Little White lacked guile, she understood the importance of discretion regarding her master. Still, the Fox King managed to extract the secrets he sought. Little White was a gift Gu Ming had acquired from the tiger demon, thus saved, and had remained by his side without any oppression or mistreatment. From this, one could discern Gu Ming's character. Other demons visiting him would flaunt their presence, rushing into others' caves without a thought. Whereas Gu Ming would wait outside, a courtesy unheard of among his kind. The demon race is known for their flamboyance, especially those who have achieved significant cultivation. It is unthinkable for them to temper their presence, let alone expect them to be restrained. Coupled with Gu Ming's extraordinary lineage and formidable strength, he captured the Fox King's favor, prompting the Fox King to begin lamenting before presenting his daughter. The notion of selection arises only when suitable candidates are scarce. Were there a fitting choice, why bother with selection? I shall directly place my daughter in your bed. Jilei Mountain is her dowry. Thus, this black dragon is indeed remarkable. The beloved gazed up in surprise. The Fox King, pleased, scoffed. Indeed, who else could have chosen such a son-in-law? I have never been mistaken. Yet this fellow is admirable in every aspect, save for his sharp tongue. As my son-in-law, he dares to mock me. Out in the world, he could not even choose an appropriate title, declaring himself as I am the Black Dragon. Is that fitting? Such a title is utterly beneath me. Were I to utter it, I would be ashamed. Tomorrow, I must have a serious talk with him. As the son-in-law of Jilei Mountain, he cannot be so casual. The Lord has impeccable taste. The beloved, with a mischievous twist of her body, was just about to resume their previous activities when she realized the Fox King had already succumbed to slumber. My lord, you old scoundrel, is this where it ends? I thought you were particularly spirited today. Angered, the beloved turned her back to the Fox King. The Fox King's tightly shut eyes fluttered, feigning ignorance of the events that transpired. The flustered and breathless jade-faced princess lay languidly atop Gu Ming, utterly exhausted, her hair sticking to her face, too weary to lift a hand to push it aside. Gu Ming embraced her waist, savoring the softness before him. Recently, it seemed he had lost himself in indulgence. Indeed, there are no wrongful names, only improper titles. The allure of the fox spirit is beyond imagination, filled with seduction and allure. The key is her obedience and understanding. With just a glance, she comprehends your innermost thoughts. After a brief respite, the jade-faced princess slowly opened her eyes, her voice slightly hoarse. Father is hosting a banquet, inviting various demon kings to Jilei Mountain, and will introduce you to several he is acquainted with, establishing vital connections. The Fox King's desire for Gu Ming to inherit Jilei Mountain was not mere words. He genuinely intended such. He was acutely aware that neither his offspring nor his women could safeguard this mountain. Perhaps it was a futile endeavor. Ji Ming pondered for a moment before rejecting the proposal. Why? The jade-faced princess abruptly lifted her head, perplexed by Gu Ming's refusal of her father's goodwill. The Fox King's actions were undeniably an attempt to foster connections for Gu Ming. Had it been someone else, they would surely be overjoyed. Regrettably, Gu Ming found no pleasure in such arrangements. Firstly, the Wansui Fox King has aged considerably. Although he claims that his days are numbered, this old fox could very well live for several more centuries. The notion of having little time left is merely a relative comparison to the other ancient demons, making him appear as a short-lived creature. In all likelihood, the Wansui Fox King can still enjoy another 700 to 800 years of life, with his lifespan likely concluding when the Tang Sang and his disciples encounter the Red Boy. Sun Wukong, after 300 years, would later seek a master and would be delayed for over a decade on his journey. Spending 3 years mastering his craft, and upon his return, he would revel for many years before causing a ruckus in the Heavenly Palace. Chapter 15. The Bull Demon King reflects. It feels as though something has been lost. After the summons, Sun Wukong remained in the Heavenly Court for nearly 200 years. By the time the Tang Sang and his disciples approached the Red Boy, nearly a millennium would have passed. And that old fox, who boasts a millennium of life, constantly prattles on about his old age and imminent demise. What nonsense! Do not heed the Fox King's foolish words. Ji Ming, in silence, playfully patted the princess's pert posterior. It was remarkably firm and pleasant to the touch. The Wansui Fox King's battles from years past had damaged his demon core, causing a significant reduction in his lifespan, yet even so, he likely possesses several hundred to 1,000 years more. If the Wansui Fox King were truly left with only a few decades to live, Gu Ming would simply take over Jilei Mountain and safeguard it. However, the Wansui Fox King can indeed live for several centuries. Such an extended duration, and he speaks of being old and close to death. What absurdity! Perhaps for those great beings, a few hundred or 1,000 years pass in the blink of an eye. But the Wansui Fox King is no such entity. That span of time is ample for him to enjoy life at a leisurely pace. Is that truly the case? The Princess of Jade Face exclaimed, sitting up in surprise. What else could it be? You don't genuinely believe that the old man cough, that the Fox King is about to die, do you? Realizing his choice of words was inappropriate, Gu Ming quickly corrected himself. Though the Wansui Fox King was indeed old, such remarks were unfit to be made in front of another's daughter. It was rather impolite. How dare father deceive me? The Princess of Jade Face, now realizing the truth, pouted angrily and struck the bed's edge. For years, the Wansui Fox King had used his old age and impending death to provoke her, instilling in her a fear of indulgence, compelling her to train diligently in hopes of possessing the strength to protect their family before her father's passing. Now, Gu Ming revealed that her father could live for at least another 1,000 years. Reflecting on the years of pressure and the tears she had silently wiped away, the princess felt a surge of frustration. I will settle the score with you tomorrow. She jotted down this grievance in a little notebook and reclined back against Gu Ming. As for the title, her father suggested that the king should adopt a more formidable title, calling himself the Black Dragon, as it lacked sufficient grandeur. Foolish fox, those formidable demons in the journey to the west are mostly deceased. Those who remain have become others' steeds. Nevertheless, consistently referring to oneself as the Black Dragon does not align with the conduct of demonkind, Gu Ming mused, deciding to resurrect a title he had previously chosen. Let us add the title of Emperor, Black Dragon Emperor. Emperor? The Princess of Jade Face's eyes sparkled, repeating it to herself several times. Black Dragon Emperor, indeed quite impressive, far more imposing than my father's title of Wansui Fox King. With a beaming smile, the princess unhesitatingly drew comparisons with her father's title, only to find her father's title woefully lacking. Wansui Fox King. It felt as if he were cursing himself to die early. Yet, this was a title he had chosen himself, and indeed, it suggested he would not last long. Unaware of the damage to his demon core and the loss of his essence, Gu Ming found humor in the title. In the world of Journey to the West, many powerful demons had perished in battle, but few had succumbed to old age. It was fortunate it was a self-bestowed title. Had he cried out the title of another demon king, it would have been a curse rather than a commendation. In the ordinary world, Wansui is a term of respect for earthly emperors, but in the realm of Journey to the West, whom could one possibly be cursing? The Princess of Jade Face, with a playful grin, cupped Gu Ming's face and planted a couple of firm kisses on him, gleefully exclaiming, "Then we shall go with Black Dragon Emperor. Tomorrow, I will speak to father and have him send someone to help you promote this title." Gu Ming did not oppose this. While it might seem a touch presumptuous for him to be addressed as Black Dragon Emperor at present, in a few years, following his next enhancement, such a title would undoubtedly be fitting. Considering he had been indulging in pleasures of the flesh and spirit lately, Gu Ming resolved to abstain from alcohol starting tomorrow. The following day, after bidding farewell to the Princess of Jade Face, Gu Ming began his seclusion for cultivation, much to the delight of Xiao Bai, who joyfully blocked the cave entrance and joined him in his training. While Gu Ming was deep in his meditative practice, numerous lesser demons from Jilei Mountain spread word of his title. Soon, the various demon kings of the Western Bull Demon continent were astounded. When had the Wansui Fox King taken a son-in-law? To call himself the Black Dragon Emperor, what audacity! Within the banana cave of Tsuyin Mountain, the robust Bull Demon King pondered this news, muttering to himself, seemingly displeased. "What is this? That old fox has taken a son-in-law. What business is it of yours, Bull Demon King?" Upon witnessing her husband's reaction, Princess Iron Fan's temper flared. The Bull Demon King had a good rapport with the Wansui Fox King, having been considered as a potential match for his daughter in the past. Alas, he was already wed to Princess Iron Fan. If it were any other demon, it would be normal to take multiple consorts, but for the Bull Demon King, that would spell trouble. With a fierce wife at home, he could only fantasize but dare not act. Cough, cough. The Bull Demon King, caught off guard by his own thoughts, coughed awkwardly to defend himself. "My dear, I merely find it unexpected that the Fox King has taken a son-in-law so suddenly without informing me. As if he does not regard me as a brother. I, the mighty Bull Demon King, considered you a brother, yet you take a son-in-law without a word. That's rather ungracious." Princess Iron Fan let out a cold laugh, too unbothered to expose the Bull Demon King's hidden feelings. "Yes, you share a good friendship with the Wansui Fox King, but it is none of your business if he chooses a son-in-law. You are merely yearning for someone else's fox spirit." Though she felt a twinge of annoyance, Princess Iron Fan did not want to embarrass her husband. Instead, she suggested, "Since it's your brother's choice of son-in-law, you ought to send a gift." The Bull Demon King responded, "Send a gift? I'd rather not. Right now, all I want is to smash that so-called Black Dragon Emperor." The Bull Demon King realized that Princess Iron Fan was intentionally poking fun at him. "You and the Wansui Fox King are close. When he takes a son-in-law as a brother, it is only right to send a gift. No, the accursed Black Dragon Emperor, I, the mighty Bull Demon King, will not let this go." The Bull Demon King, caught in an uncomfortable predicament by Princess Iron Fan's comments, longed to drag the yet unseen Gu Ming out and make him pay. The title of Black Dragon Emperor echoed throughout the Western Bull Demon continent, even reaching the southern Jambu continent, northern Julu continent, and eastern Shangshan continent, spreading far and wide. The rapid dissemination of Gu Ming's title was largely due to the connections of the Wansui Fox King. Like the Bull Demon King, the Wansui Fox King enjoyed cultivating friendships, having built a solid rapport with various demon kings over time. Therefore, when Jilei Mountain began promoting Gu Ming's title, the Wansui Fox King's network came into play. For other demons, achieving renown often required relying on their own reputation or accomplishments. However, Gu Ming was spared from such burdens, as the Wansui Fox King could arrange everything seamlessly for him. Consequently, various demon kings, having yet to meet Gu Ming personally, began to grow curious about this Black Dragon Emperor. Even the Bull Demon King, who harbored resentment, found himself wanting to meet Gu Ming to discern what kind of person had caught the attention of the Wansui Fox King, who had hastily accepted him as a son-in-law and aided in promoting his title. Unbeknownst to Gu Ming, who was engrossed in his cultivation, the outside world buzzed with activity. Even if he were aware, he would not be concerned. He would not emerge from his seclusion until he had accumulated a sufficient number of enhancement points. In Chapter 16, Princess Jade Face lamented, "Suddenly, I feel an immense pressure." During this time, many demon kings who had befriended the Wansui Fox King sought to pay him a visit, all with the intention of becoming acquainted with Gu Ming, eager to discover what sort of person this so-called Black Dragon Emperor was to garner such esteem from the Wansui Fox King. Unfortunately, these demon kings were destined to leave empty-handed. Ji Ming, already deep in seclusion, would not choose to emerge for such trivial matters. Even if he were willing, the Wansui Fox King would not permit it. To the Wansui Fox King, the stronger Gu Ming became, the better. As for the trifling matters of social relations, he would handle them himself. Once Gu Ming emerged from his seclusion, he would host a banquet to invite these demon kings to Jilei Mountain. At that time, he would introduce Gu Ming to the origins of these demon kings, thereby helping Gu Ming establish connections. Ideally, the Wansui Fox King hoped Gu Ming would remain in seclusion, diligently cultivating and enhancing his strength, rather than squandering time on other pursuits, even if such prolonged seclusion meant his daughter would be somewhat neglected. Strength was the only true foundation. As for matters of love and desire, there would be ample time in the future. "Father, it has nearly been 50 years. My husband has yet to emerge from his seclusion. This is an unusually long period." Gu Ming's prolonged seclusion had become a trial for Princess Jade Face, who was experiencing the initial sweetness of love, now yearning for her beloved, who had been absent for over 40 years. Over the years, the thoughts of Gu Ming have lingered in my heart, causing the progress of Princess Yumi's cultivation to stagnate in the past. I remained perpetually on edge, fearful that the venerable Fox King might suddenly perish, leaving me without the strength to protect Jilei Mountain. Thus, I dedicated myself to relentless training. However, since aligning myself with Gu Ming and learning that my father could potentially live for another millennium, my enthusiasm for cultivation has waned. Before finding my husband, I, Yumi, felt compelled to strive diligently, fearing the collapse of the heavens. Yet now, with a husband at my side, I ponder whether my efforts in cultivation are in vain. Has it truly been a mere 40 years? Is that a long time? Listening to his daughter's grievances, the venerable Fox King did not soothe her. Instead, he fixed her with a stern gaze and reprimanded her. A single retreat for cultivation can last decades, even centuries, such is the norm. Yet you, since acquiring a husband, have become carefree, neglecting your training. What am I to say to you? Previously, the venerable Fox King had no recourse but to urge his daughter to practice diligently. But now, with the tide turned, he has grown indifferent to her efforts, as long as Gu Ming's cultivation remains steadfast. "You once deceived me, claiming you were nearing death," Princess Yumi muttered in dissatisfaction. Cough, cough. The venerable Fox King felt a flush of embarrassment. "My demon core has suffered damage. My lifespan is limited. Is a few hundred years truly long? Indeed, for mortals, a few hundred years is a significant span, yet for beings of their ilk, such time passes effortlessly." The venerable Fox King felt a sense of impending old age and death, a notion he voiced with little reservation. Casting a sharp glance at his daughter, he lifted his cup to savor the fine wine, appearing nonchalant while secretly planting seeds of anxiety in her mind. "I suspect your husband will soon emerge from his retreat, however." "Really?" In an instant, Princess Yumi, who had been listless a moment ago, was suddenly invigorated. The venerable Fox King, suppressing the ire that flickered in his eyes, continued, "Based on my observations, that little fox following your husband seems to have already taken form. This little fox, not only is she quite beautiful, but her cultivation is also nearly on par with yours. Her speed is truly remarkable. TSK. If this continues for a few more years, no motivation for cultivation? Very well, dear father shall apply a bit of pressure. Has Xiaobai taken form and reached half of my cultivation?" The smile on Princess Yumi's face began to falter. She felt the weight of pressure, the sting of threat, as a fellow fox demon. She understood that if Xiaobai had transformed, her appearance would certainly be striking, especially since Xiaobai had always clung to Gu Ming, diligently cultivating alongside him. If Yumi did not put in the effort, it was only a matter of time before Xiaobai surpassed her. Very well, her breathing quickened. Observing his daughter's expression grow serious and her breath becoming heavier, The venerable Fox King felt a surge of amusement. He knew his subtle manipulation had taken effect. Your husband is working hard on his cultivation, and the little fox he nurtures has already transformed. As fellow fox spirits, you should comprehend the implications of this. While others strive diligently to keep pace, you have been idly fishing for 3 days and sunbathing for 2. The longer this persists, Father, I shall retreat for cultivation now and will inform you once my husband emerges. With a newfound sense of urgency, Princess Yumi could no longer remain idle. Excellent. Once your husband exits his retreat, I shall notify you. Now go, but do not allow yourself to be surpassed by a mere little fox demon. The venerable Fox King waved his hand, urging his daughter to hasten her training, dismissing her idle thoughts. After Princess Yumi hurried away to enter her retreat, an old fox entered the cave, sighing, Fox King, is this pressure on Yumi truly necessary? Necessary? What do you mean? The venerable Fox King raised an eyebrow. She is my daughter. Naturally, I care for her. However, she cannot grow complacent merely because of this connection. I do not expect her to surpass me, but she must ensure she does not lag behind. Having spoken, the venerable Fox King's tone shifted as the cave on the main peak of Jile Mountain properly arranged. The old fox's face twisted in discomfort. It is nearly complete. However, Fox King, you are the master of Jile Mountain yet are arranging the finest cave for that black dragon emperor. What do you know? This is a matter of emotional appeal. If a common demon were to learn of such treatment, they might well strut about with their tail held high. But for Gu Ming, this will only deepen his regard for Princess Yumi. If the old fox provides too much care, failing to treat another's daughter well would be most unbecoming. Enough, you would not understand even if I explained further. Select the most beautiful women within the clan and send them to the cave. Yes, the old fox, resigned, complied. Once the old fox departed, the venerable Fox King savored his wine, a smug smile gracing his lips as he hummed with satisfaction. What I contemplate is beyond your comprehension. Years later, within the cave, Gu Ming slowly opened his eyes. Sensing something leaning against him, he instinctively turned his head. White fur, white on the top, even whiter below. Ah, has Xiaobai transformed? Chapter 17. How do the two compete? Together, they suppress. Noticing the exquisite young woman with long white hair leaning against him, Gu Ming realized that Xiaobai had indeed taken form. The aura emanating from her seemed uniquely hers. Who would have thought that the little fox demon he had once taken in out of compassion would now blossom into such a beauty? This could be considered a successful transformation into a beauty, indeed. Wait a moment, white fur, 2 tails. Could Xiaobai possess the bloodline of a 9-tailed celestial fox? It seemed she noticed someone observing her. As the cultivating Xiaobai also opened her eyes, upon catching sight of Gu Ming, she leaped up excitedly, yearning to dive into his embrace as before. Alas, she had forgotten that she could no longer slip into his arms as she once did. After being unexpectedly tackled, Gu Ming caught Xiaobai, patting her back with a sigh. Now that you've transformed, you must be mindful of your image. Remember to wear clothes. Xiaobai paid no heed to such concerns. Her eyes fixed intently on Gu Ming, her crimson irises sparkling with desire. She longed to reclaim her master from Princess Yumi's side. Even if she could not win him back, she would not allow Princess Yumi to monopolize him. We are all fox spirits. Who is to say who fears whom? I, Xiaobai, have merely transformed later than the others to master. Yu Ming underestimated Xiaobai's determination and allure. Although Xiaobai's cultivation was only half that of Princess Yumi's, a significant gap, Gu Ming sensed that the innate charm carried within Xiaobai's bloodline far surpassed that of Princess Yumi. Why is there such a disparity among fox demons? Could it be that Xiaobai indeed possesses the bloodline of the 9-tailed celestial fox? Originally planning to conclude his cultivation and exit his retreat, Gu Ming found himself stalled by Xiaobai, necessitating an extension of his seclusion. The newly transformed Xiaobai was even more gluttonous than Princess Yumi. Fortunately, Gu Ming's own power was formidable. The allure of a mere little fox demon was easily manageable. Not to mention, even if Xiaobai and Princess Yumi joined forces, they were merely 2 minor nuisances. After lingering in the cave for a time, Gu Ming finally chose to exit his retreat. Once he emerged, news swiftly spread throughout Jile Mountain. Upon receiving the news, the venerable Fox King disregarded his beloved concubine, who looked on with sorrowful eyes, hastily donning his garments to meet Gu Ming. Excellent, excellent. You have cultivated for over 50 years. Upon their meeting, The venerable Fox King eagerly scrutinized Gu Ming, and upon sensing a deeper aura emanating from him, he revealed a smile of satisfaction. Truly, he had chosen a worthy demon. After 50 years of seclusion, Gu Ming's power had indeed grown. With a confident smile, Gu Ming set down his wine cup and tentatively inquired, "Might I inquire if the Fox King has any knowledge of formations?" "Somewhat," the Fox King replied, eliciting a twitch at the corner of Gu Ming's mouth. "Somewhat? Does that imply you possess knowledge or not? Are you interested in researching formations?" The venerable Fox King was puzzled as to why Gu Ming posed such questions. Was it for assistance or personal study? He needed clarity. Not quite. Gu Ming hesitated before opting for honesty. He knew that once he began to enhance his abilities, it would create considerable commotion, a fact that could not escape the venerable Fox King's notice. Since he could not conceal it, he decided to be forthright. Of course, the core secrets would remain undisclosed. Those were secrets to be kept from anyone. Shaking his head, Gu Ming indicated that he neither wished to study formations nor had any desire to delve into that realm. "Fox King, the cultivation method I practice is rather unique. It can enhance my physical body. However, when I break through, it tends to create quite a stir. Thus, I seek to utilize formations to mask my presence. But I am utterly unfamiliar with formations, so I must seek your guidance, a unique cultivation method." The venerable Fox King was taken aback. Many methods capable of enhancing the physical body existed in the world, with some extraordinary beings naturally grasping their cultivation methods from their bloodlines. Such talents were not something to be envied. "This matter is easily resolved. I have considerable knowledge of formations, and the treasury holds ample materials for arranging formations. It will certainly suffice to conceal your aura." Without hesitation, the venerable Fox King agreed to Gu Ming's request, and he did not even seek to pry into the specifics of Gu Ming's cultivation heritage. As long as Gu Ming required assistance, he would gladly lend his support. By the way, what about Yumi? Gu Ming did not express any words of gratitude, as such pleasantries would be unseemly given his current relationship with the Supreme Fox King. The Supreme Fox King has been assisting him in various ways, hoping that he would treat Princess Yumi with greater care. That child is also nearing the end of her seclusion, and I shall send someone to inform her. The mention of Princess Yumi struck a chord with the Supreme Fox King, who had no interest in hearing thank yous. What he desired was for Gu Ming to take action. "I have invested in you, and you shall treat my daughter well. That is sufficient." Furthermore, he was curious to observe how Gu Ming would handle the inevitable conflict between his daughter, Princess Yumi, and Xiao Bai, just as the Supreme Fox King had anticipated. Upon learning of Gu Ming's emergence from seclusion, Princess Yumi was overjoyed and came to find him. However, the atmosphere shifted drastically when she caught sight of Xiao Bai beside Gu Ming. Gu Ming's method of resolution was straightforward. They would suppress the matter together. Within less than half a month, the trivial conflict between Princess Yumi and Xiao Bai had vanished without a trace. On the contrary, the bond between the two fox spirits had grown considerably closer. In response, the Supreme Fox King could only silently give a thumbs up and left a few extra bottles of spirit wine for Gu Ming to replenish his strength. Regrettably, Gu Ming had no use for them. The so-called supplements could only be consumed as ordinary spirit wine. In the Erie Canyon located 800 miles outside of Jilei Mountain, Gu Ming walked alongside the Supreme Fox King. The Supreme Fox King recounted the origins of the canyon. A millennium ago, this was once the territory of a formidable demon king, known as the Heavenly Dragon Immortal, whose domain extended for hundreds of miles, with the canyon at its heart. The Heavenly Dragon Immortal? The centipede spirit? The centipede that attained immortality is also referred to as the Flying Dragon or the Heavenly Dragon. The area surrounding the canyon is barren, devoid of life for miles, while ominous winds howl through the canyon, saturated with a sense of death that has lingered for over 1,000 years, indicating that the demon king who once resided here was no trifling matter. Indeed, the Supreme Fox King reminisced with a sigh. This Heavenly Dragon Immortal had an extraordinary background. Alas, upon achieving enlightenment, he lost himself. How did he die? Gu Ming inquired, intrigued. The Supreme Fox King paused, giving Gu Ming an incredulous look, struck by divine lightning. Punishment lightning. Thus, it was clear that the matter was more than a simple case of losing oneself. An ordinary demon king, under the scrutiny of celestial beings, would already be deemed reckless. To attract punishment lightning from the heavens meant that no one could save you. For even the great ones would not wish to be caught in such a storm. After the death of the heavenly dragon Immortal, the lesser demons in this area gradually dispersed, resulting in its current desolate state. A millennium later. This place is remarkable, Gu Ming noted, as it was nearly devoid of human presence for hundreds of miles, coupled with the isolation provided by formations, ensuring that any disturbances caused by him would go unnoticed. As for the heavenly dragon Immortal, his demise was of no concern to Gu Ming. The fact that he provoked divine punishment demonstrated that his end was well-deserved. When shall we begin? The Supreme Fox King produced a small flag, specially crafted for the formation. Right now, Jiu Ming, unaccustomed to procrastination, promptly complied. The Supreme Fox King ascended into the sky, scattering the flags, which landed around the canyon within a 50-mile radius, encircling it. Once the preparations were complete, the canyon began to tremble, and the Supreme Fox King soon spotted a colossal dragon, nearly 600 zhang in length, meandering through the canyon. Upon receiving the Supreme Fox King's alert, Gu Ming transformed into his true form. Uncertain if his physical body could connect for reinforcement, Jiu Ming had secluded himself for over 50 years to accumulate enough points for connection reinforcement, eager to test whether his physical form could undergo such a transformation. Opening the reinforcement panel, he noted that he had amassed over 100 points. He aimed the panel at himself and initiated the reinforcement. A level 5 reinforcement required 16 points. The points were deducted. The process began in an instant. Gu Ming's body became immobile, resembling a winding mountain range nestled within the canyon. What is happening? The Supreme Fox King sensed the ground shaking outside the canyon, as if something terrifying were rolling within. Confused, he looked into the canyon, only to find that the previously clear interior had transformed into a white void, devoid of visibility, even his consciousness unable to penetrate the obscurity, as if an invisible hand were shielding everything. The tremors intensified, and with no means to ascertain the situation, he could only wait patiently. Inside the canyon, Gu Ming's towering form, nearing 600 zhang, continued to grow, shedding vast scales and hide, while his aura escalated dramatically. Soon, his stature surpassed 1,000 zhang, showing no signs of halting. Boom! The massive peaks within the canyon collapsed, and the canyon below began to fill, as Gu Ming's form continued to expand until it reached 2,000 zhang before gradually slowing. At that moment, Gu Ming's voice transformed, shifting from a deep dragon's growl to a true dragon's roar. Near his hindquarters, 2 claws sprouted successfully. Aside from the 3 fingers on his claws and the dragon horns atop his head, Gu Ming now resembled a genuine dragon, indistinguishable from the true dragon Kin. Is this how one transforms into a dragon? Gu Ming was astonished that after merely the 5th reinforcement, his true form had morphed from a serpent dragon into a true dragon. Although his lineage was not entirely pure, even a true dragon of impure blood was still a dragon, incomparable to a mere serpent dragon. The transformation into a dragon felt almost too effortless. Amused yet perplexed, Gu Ming momentarily forgot the pain that accompanied the reinforcement as he curiously examined his 2,000 zhang body. Lifting a claw, he squeezed it, unleashing a surge of potent strength, and Gu Ming nodded in satisfaction. The formidable Dalinyo Demon King from Xinyo Hezhou, in his true form, measured only around 800 zhang, a size achieved during the journey to the west. Currently, the Nyo Demon King's stature was far less impressive. 2,000 zhang versus 800 zhang, augmented by the enhancements of the 8-9 mysterious technique and reinforcement. Clearly, the advantage lay with him. Uncertain if his current physical strength could rival Yang Jian's, Gu Ming felt an inexplicable sense of distress. Eager to test his might, he pondered how to proceed. Surely, he would not resort to striking himself to gauge his strength. Following the conclusion of the 5th reinforcement, Gu Ming aimed the reinforcement panel at himself again, only to find it had turned gray. The notion of continuous reinforcement was dashed. It seemed a certain period was necessary to stabilize and adapt. Gu Ming felt no disappointment. It was merely an experiment, and he believed that it would not be long before he could attempt the 6th level of reinforcement. Since his true form could not be reinforced again, he would enhance the Broken Soul Spear instead. Exhaling, he summoned the spear and began its reinforcement. Behave yourself, understand? Do not create any trouble, or you may find yourself forcibly taken. Before the reinforcement commenced, Gu Ming felt it prudent to remind the Broken Soul Spear. The last time he had reinforced it in Dongxing Shenzhou, it had caused quite a commotion, and Gu Ming hoped to avoid a repeat of that incident. The Broken Soul Spear readily communicated its intent to comply. Following Gu Ming's prior caution, the spear did not reveal its newfound brilliance after the fifth reinforcement. Aside from a new golden pattern adorning the shaft, its formidable presence had intensified without any other noticeable changes. Although it appeared unchanged, the disparity was monumental. The Broken Soul Spear could now rival certain spiritual treasures, though it remained uncertain how it would compare to the Golden Hoop. The Broken Soul Spear had been gradually reinforced, its foundation incapable of matching that of a merit-based spiritual treasure like the Golden Hoop, which was crafted by a saint and had absorbed merit during the Great Use Flood Control era, far beyond what an ordinary treasure could compare to. The ability to kill without incurring karmic consequences was already a testament to its prowess. Without such a capability, who knows how much karma would accumulate on Sun Wukong? If the physical form could not be continuously reinforced, what of the treasure? Gu Ming directed the reinforcement panel at the Broken Soul Spear once more. It had not turned gray and remained eligible for reinforcement. Indeed, treasures are distinct from physical forms. They cannot be conflated. After 2 rounds of level 5 reinforcement, Gu Ming had expended 32 reinforcement points, leaving him with just over 70 points. Commencing reinforcement, with further reinforcement available and an ample supply of points. There was no need for hesitation. A powerful body would enhance Gu Ming's strength, and reinforcing the Broken Soul Spear would similarly bolster his capabilities, as treasures are also a facet of one's power. After 2 successive reinforcements, the Broken Soul Spear radiated joy. With 6 golden patterns now embellishing its shaft, the empowered spear circled around Gu Ming in delight. In his innate, primordial form, Gu Ming wielding the Broken Soul Spear felt as though he could pierce the heavens with a single thrust. Whether the spear could indeed breach the sky remained uncertain, yet such a perilous endeavor was not to be taken lightly. Should he accidentally puncture the 33 heavens and inadvertently offend the Jade Emperor, it would certainly lead to chaos. Fox King, you have worked hard, as Gu Ming's voice echoed from within the canyon. The Supreme Fox King began to gather the damaged flags. To his surprise, upon collecting them, he discovered several had snapped, and a significant portion bore visible cracks, rendering them nearly unusable, with only a few remaining intact. This revelation left the Supreme Fox King regarding Gu Ming with a gaze full of grievance. What mischief have you been up to? After toiling for so many years, my precious creation has been utterly ruined. Gazing at the heartbroken king of the foxes, Gu Ming inquired with a hint of confusion. Did I accidentally transform into a dragon? But did I really cause such a commotion? What do you think? The king of the foxes, fuming, began to gather the remnants of his creation, preparing to unleash a tirade upon Gu Ming. When he suddenly froze. You say you accidentally transformed into a dragon? Indeed. Is there anything wrong with that? Gu Ming nodded. It's merely a transformation into a dragon. There's no need for such theatrics. What do those looks of astonishment mean? Allow me some grace. The king of the foxes, momentarily dazed, raised his hand and rubbed his face vigorously. His previously vacant expression began to shift as a smile crept across his lips, only to be quickly suppressed. Then re-emerging with greater intensity, more potent than AK. Transforming into a dragon. Ha ha ha, splendid. You, the Dark Dragon Emperor, now truly live up to your name. Ha ha ha, splendid indeed. My foresight has proven exceptional. The king of the foxes, resembling an exuberant old man, clapped his hands and hopped about, having discarded all semblance of the dignity befitting a demon king. This little old man must have gone a bit mad with joy, perhaps feeling that his exuberance was a tad excessive. He eventually gathered himself, coughed lightly while shielding his face with his hand, and when he lowered it, he had reverted to his usual demeanor. Let us depart. It is time to return to Mount Jilei. As thoughts of the formation lingered in Gu Ming's mind, he resolved to procure some high-quality materials to assist the king of the foxes in reconstructing it. However, just as he voiced his intentions, the king of the foxes casually waved his hand, dismissing the matter as trivial. A mere formation material, if it's damaged, it's damaged. Just a minor issue. Is it truly a minor issue? Gu Ming noticed that the king of the foxes' hand, hidden within his sleeve, had clenched into a fist, revealing the inner turmoil behind his facade of indifference. Such a proud old fox. Very well, I shall find an opportunity to compensate this old trickster. As for formations and banners, Gu Ming was not entirely ignorant, yet his understanding was limited. The value of such things was indeed difficult to ascertain. For now, he could only remember this kindness and seek to repay it in the future. Upon returning to Mount Jilei, Gu Ming decided to seek out Princess Yum and Xiao Bai. After decades of diligent training, his strength had significantly increased following a round of enhancements, and he felt the need for a period of rest. Yet, before he could take a step, the king of the foxes called out to him. Your abode has already been prepared at the peak of Mount Jilei during your seclusion. While you were in seclusion, many demon kings sought to make your acquaintance. I planned to host a banquet, inviting various demon kings to attend. What say you? Before Gu Ming could respond, the king of the foxes proposed the gathering, asserting that its execution would be to Gu Ming's preference. Ji Ming nodded in agreement. If he had no desire to engage with these demon kings, he would simply pretend the suggestion had never been made. Everything would be at the Fox King's discretion. Ji Ming did not oppose the king of the foxes' arrangement for the banquet. What is meant to come will inevitably arrive. Now that he had established roots in Mount Jilei, he could not avoid interacting with these demon kings. Rather than be passive, it was better to seize the initiative. In the main cave at the summit of Mount Jilei, Gu Ming could not help but marvel at the king of the foxes' extravagant wealth. Many treasures that other demon kings cherished dearly were used by the Fox King as mere decorations in his lair. Only the king of the foxes possessed such audacity across the entirety of Xinyo Huazhou. A fortune of millions is not merely a boast. Not only was he wealthy, but he also had the most beautiful female demons from Mount Jilei serving as attendants in his abode. Welcome, my lord. Upon witnessing a line of female demons bowing and greeting him, Gu Ming felt as though he had embarked on an irretrievable path of indulging in the comforts of life. Husband, master. With the arrival of Princess Yum and Xiao Bai, the group of attendants quickly dispersed. Prepare hot water. After uttering this command, Gu Ming scooped up Princess Yum and Xiao Bai, carrying them toward his exclusive throne within the cave. Master, was your journey smooth? Xiao Bai, perched on his left leg, eagerly inquired as Gu Ming settled into his seat. Thanks to the Fox King's assistance, everything went quite smoothly. In high spirits, Gu Ming pinched Xiao Bai's cheek, who leaned contentedly against him. Meanwhile, Princess Yum observed Xiao Bai's antics with a mix of exasperation and amusement. Though both of you are fox spirits, your antics place considerable pressure on me, Xiao Bai. You should address your husband as my lord. Despite the relationship between the two women having softened considerably under Gu Ming's influence, Princess Yum still positioned herself as the rightful first wife. That I refuse. Xiao Bai adamantly rejected Princess Yum's suggestion, pulling Gu Ming closer as if to say, what can you do about it? Cursed little fox spirit. Princess Yum gritted her teeth in frustration, even scolding herself in the process. Xiao Bai remained steadfast in her refusal to change her address, regardless of Princess Yum's pleas. It was not difficult to decipher Xiao Bai's intentions. She knew that in the future, there might be more than one woman calling Gu Ming husband, but she alone could comfortably refer to him as master. This is infuriating. While Princess Yum, her teeth itching with annoyance, grasped Gu Ming's other hand, she mimicked Xiao Bai's behavior, casting a challenging glance at her, as if to say, only you can do this. Xiao Bai, however, did not respond to the challenge. Her hands occupied, leaving Gu Ming to ignore the unspoken tension between them. After all, the benefits would only accrue to him as long as the two did not come to blows, as Princess Yum and Xiao Bai engaged in a silent contest of allure. Their cheeks began to flush, and their gazes grew increasingly dreamy. At that moment, Gu Ming spoke up. Yum, the Fox King intends to host a banquet, inviting various demon kings to partake. Is my husband concerned? Princess Yum, her cheeks flushed with excitement, lifted her head. I fear the Fox King's festivities may be overly ostentatious. Gu Ming expressed his apprehensions. Chapter 20. The banquet commences. Unwelcome guests. Princess Yum's demeanor instantly sharpened. Do not worry, my husband. I shall remind my father that our banquet at Mount Jilei should be more modest. We are not in a rush. There are more pressing matters at hand. Inside the cave, the attendants, having prepared hot water, were flushed with embarrassment as they eavesdropped on the commotion within, curious yet unable to see anything, only able to discern the intensity of the struggle through the sounds emanating from within. After the tumult subsided, both Princess Yum and Xiao Bai succumbed to deep slumber. Ji Ming reclined in the warm pool, allowing the attendants to wash his body, gazing at the array of beautiful figures before him. Gu Ming silently praised the king of the foxes. The Fox King truly understands me. The entire banquet was orchestrated by the king of the foxes, And even with Princess Yum's reminder, the Fox King would not engage in any unruly conduct at Mount Jile. While he could not dictate how other demon kings conducted themselves, he himself would not stoop to such levels. As the king of the foxes prepared to host the banquet for the various demon kings. The entirety of Mount Jile buzzed with activity, with invitations swiftly dispatched to all invited demon kings. The Dark Dragon Emperor? Humph! I am eager to see what you are capable of, upon receiving the invitation. The Bull Demon King casually selected a few gifts and prepared to head to Mount Jile, only to be stopped at the door. Where do you think you are going, husband? The Bull Demon King, confronted by his wife, boldly presented the invitation to Princess Iron Fan. The King of the Foxes has invited me, the Bull Demon King, to his banquet. I see. Princess Iron Fan glanced at the invitation and then tucked it away. The Bull Demon King was taken aback. Wife, what are you doing? Princess Iron Fan regarded him with a bemused expression. Since the Fox King has sent an invitation, I shall accompany you. My husband, to meet the Dark Dragon Emperor? Surely not. The Bull Demon King's eyes widened in alarm as he pressed, Wife, what do you mean? The Fox King invited me. If the Fox King extends an invitation, my husband may go, but I cannot. Princess Iron Fan's smile faded slowly. Of course you can. The Bull Demon King, feeling the pressure, quickly amended his words, forcing a smile as he embraced her. Since my wife wishes to go, let us both pay a visit to Mount Jile. Now that's more like it. Princess Iron Fan paid no heed to the Bull Demon King's true feelings. She absolutely had to attend this banquet. Oh, the trials I face. The Bull Demon King slumped his shoulders, obediently following Princess Iron Fan's lead, already envisioning how they would be perceived by other demon kings upon their arrival at Mount Jile. The Bull Demon King is invited to a banquet, yet he brings his wife along. Are you afraid of her, or something? The thought of being ridiculed by the other demon kings for being henpecked filled him with dread. Especially since he genuinely was. Princess Iron Fan, who typically showed little interest in demon king banquets, suddenly became fervent at the mention of Mount Jile. The situation was dire. As time passed, one by one, the invited demon kings arrived at Mount Jile, each bearing gifts. The venerable Fox King, with a visage adorned by a beaming smile, personally ventured beyond the mountains to greet each invited guest, extending a warm welcome even to those who arrived unbidden. The assembly of invitees was considerable, and the number of unexpected guests was equally substantial. Many of these uninvited arrivals were newly ascendant demon kings, or those of lesser renown, seeking to mingle and establish connections at the banquet within Jile Mountain. Regardless of their intentions, the Fox King welcomed them all, provided they refrained from causing any disturbances. As several lesser-known demon kings made their entrance, notable figures began to appear. The Bull Demon King arrived, and the Fox King, who enjoyed a cordial relationship with him, went forth to extend his greetings. However, upon seeing the Bull Demon King, he was momentarily taken aback, for he was not alone. Accompanying him was his wife, Princess Iron Fan. This was perplexing. Why would Princess Iron Fan come to Jile Mountain? The Fox King found himself utterly confounded. Like the Fox King, the Bull Demon King relished forging friendships across various circles. Yet Princess Iron Fan typically remained in the shadows. The fact that she accompanied her husband to Jile Mountain was indeed unusual. As the host, the Fox King could not inquire into the reasons for Princess Iron Fan's presence, and thus welcomed the couple into the mountain with a smile. During this time, the Fox King perceived that the Bull Demon King's smile seemed somewhat forced. Fortunately, Princess Iron Fan was not unreasonable. Regardless of matters at home, she would give her husband enough face in public. Fox King, why do I not see my nephew-in-law? The Bull Demon King, harboring significant resentment towards Gu Ming, immediately sought to diminish his status. The Princess of Jade Face was unattainable for him, so he resolved to belittle the Black Dragon Emperor, relegating him to the status of a nephew, insisting that he address him as Uncle Bull later. Unbeknownst to the Bull Demon King, the Fox King had a valid reason for Gu Ming's absence. My esteemed son-in-law has just concluded his seclusion, having made some progress in his cultivation, and is currently consolidating his gains in his cave. He will undoubtedly arrive punctually when the banquet commences. If Gu Ming were an ordinary son-in-law, such an occasion would necessitate his presence to greet the guests. Alas, Gu Ming was no ordinary son-in-law, and the Fox King could not permit him to appear before the guests. Ah, I see. Then I must have a few drinks with this nephew-in-law of mine shortly. The Bull Demon King chuckled heartily, patting the Fox King on the shoulder. "Fox King, you continue with your duties. My wife and I shall make our own way, and I am quite familiar with this route." As the Bull Demon King and Princess Iron Fan flew towards Mayun Cave, the Fox King could not help but feel a twinge of discomfort. He could not fathom why the Bull Demon King harbored resentment towards Gu Ming, as they should not have been acquainted. He hoped that no trouble would arise from this peculiar situation. "Fox King, I have brought my daughter to join the festivities." Another esteemed guest had arrived. The Fox King set aside his lingering doubts and went to greet the newcomer, the formidable Dragon King of Bibbo Pond, who shared a close friendship with the Bull Demon King. This time, he had brought along his daughter, Princess Wansheng, to partake in the banquet. "Ha, Dragon King, you have also come." Within Mayun Cave, the Bull Demon King, seated below the main seat, was idly bored, but upon the arrival of the Dragon King, he cheerfully rose to usher him to sit beside him. Princess Iron Fan rolled her eyes but said nothing, opting instead to change her seat and join Princess Wansheng, as two women together would surely have much to discuss. "What's the matter? Did you anger your father?" Noticing Princess Wansheng's glum demeanor, Princess Iron Fan could not help but tease her. "Auntie," Princess Wansheng replied, her mood already dampened, as she clutched Princess Iron Fan's arm and lamented, "Father wishes to marry me off to the third prince of the Dragon King." Much like Gu Ming, the Dragon King of Wansheng was a wild dragon, eager to ascend the ranks of the Four Seas Dragon Palace, and marrying his daughter to a prince of the palace seemed the most expedient route to achieve this ambition. Princess Iron Fan, understanding the Dragon King's intentions, realized that such matters were beyond her purview as an outsider. To speak on them would be to offend. With no recourse, she redirected the conversation. "I hear that the Fox King's son-in-law is also of the dragon lineage. Known as the Black Dragon Emperor, I wonder what merit he possesses to have caught the Fox King's eye." Thinking it over, Princess Wansheng shook her head and replied, "I know not, but surely this black dragon must possess some exceptional qualities. For the Fox King's discernment far surpasses that of my father." Princess Iron Fan was taken aback. She had not anticipated that a mere casual topic could provide Princess Wansheng with an opportunity to slight her own father. The awkwardness was palpable, especially as they were seated closely together. "Humph." Predictably, the once jovial expression of the Dragon King of Wansheng darkened, and he huffed in displeasure, signaling his discontent with his daughter. "What do you mean?" "The Fox King's discernment is superior to mine." "What makes this fox stronger than this king?" The Dragon King held his own judgment in high regard, believing that the Fox King had chosen a black dragon of questionable origin as a son-in-law, a decision he deemed foolish. He would never stoop to such folly. A nameless black dragon could not possibly compare to the third prince of the Dragon Palace. His huff of discontent served as both a warning to his daughter and a reminder that his decisions were not to be challenged. With her head bowed and tears welling in her large eyes, Princess Wansheng felt the weight of the moment. Princess Iron Fan regretted her choice to change seats. It had only invited trouble. Had she known, she would have stayed away. Fortunately, the Bull Demon King timely shifted the focus. Averting further awkwardness in this significant gathering, the Fox King's preparations for the feast seemed lacking in sincerity. The table was adorned with an array of spiritual fruits and demon meats, prompting the Bull Demon King to express his dissatisfaction. Princess Iron Fan, irritated, lightly smacked her husband and retorted, "What, do you desire dragon meat?" Cough, cough, absolutely not. The Bull Demon King nearly choked at his wife's sudden outburst. The Dragon King of Wansheng was seated beside them. Such a thought should not even be entertained. "Ha, dear sister-in-law, you are so candid." The Dragon King, understanding that Princess Iron Fan was merely jesting to provoke the Bull Demon King, bore no grudge, recognizing that dragon meat was a delicacy seldom savored by ordinary folk. As the guests began to arrive in earnest, the venerable Fox King returned to his cave to host the gathering. It was time for Gu Ming and Princess Jade Face to make their entrance. Congratulations to the Fox King on securing a worthy son-in-law, truly a cause for celebration. Congratulations, congratulations. Regardless of their inner thoughts, the guests maintained a facade of cordiality. Amidst their well wishes, the Fox King's smile nearly reached his ears, for he held great satisfaction with Gu Ming as his son-in-law. Thus, under the encouragement of the guests, Gu Ming and Princess Jade Face made a grand entrance, the latter entwining her arm with Gu Ming's, her face alight with joy. All eyes converged upon Gu Ming, while Princess Jade Face was momentarily overlooked. Gu Ming made his appearance. A demon king eager to curry favor with the Fox King stood and proclaimed, "This black dragon brother possesses striking good looks. Princess Jadeface is indeed fortunate." "Indeed, indeed," echoed the chorus of agreement. Listening to the guest's praises, Princess Jadeface felt as though she had tasted honey, her heart swelling with sweetness. However, Princess Wansheng, seated beside Princess Iron Fan, lifted her gaze to scrutinize Gu Ming curiously. "Ha ha ha, I thought the Fox King had chosen a fine son-in-law. Turns out he's merely a pretty face." The mocking laughter reverberated within the cave, abruptly silencing the guests' compliments as they turned in astonishment towards the Bull Demon King. What was he up to? Was his relationship with the Fox King not amicable? Why was he deriding another's son-in-law at such a moment? "I knew that old Bull harbored ill intentions," Princess Iron Fan thought, rolling her eyes in secret. She wished to caution her husband to restrain himself, yet in the public eye, it was not feasible. "What do you mean by that, Bull Demon King?" The Fox King's smile faltered as he struggled to maintain composure. He could not fathom why the Bull Demon King would speak so harshly. Was he attacking him from the outset? Gu Ming, however, was prepared for such scrutiny. From the moment the title of Black Dragon Emperor was bestowed upon him, he anticipated that envious demon kings would emerge to challenge him. Simply put, Gu Ming had yet to demonstrate his prowess and lacked any notable accomplishments, rendering him a target for disparagement, especially among a race known for their unruly behavior. However, the Bull Demon King's early challenge was particularly intriguing, considering his generally good rapport with the Fox King. "Your husband is not just a pretty face," Princess Jadeface retorted, her cheeks flushed with indignation. Ji Yuming gently patted her hand, signaling her to remain calm. After soothing Princess Jadeface and exchanging a glance with the Fox King that conveyed a silent message, he turned his attention to the self-satisfied Bull Demon King. "And I am the mighty Bull Demon King," he proclaimed. Ji Yuming's expression transformed as realization dawned upon him. "Ah, so you are the Bull Demon King who wed the Rakshasa woman. Why apologies?" With a bemused look, Gu Ming scrutinized both the Bull Demon King and Princess Iron Fan, shaking his head in regret that it appeared that a spectacle was about to unfold. The Bull Demon King's audacious provocation signaled to everyone that this banquet would be anything but ordinary. Yet, Gu Ming's response was somewhat unexpected. As the Bull Demon King mocked him for being a pretty face, Gu Ming turned the tables with a devastating retort. "So you are the Bull Demon King who married the Rakshasa woman?" The Rakshasa was mentioned first, with the Bull Demon King trailing behind. Thud. The Bull Demon King, humiliated by Gu Ming, erupted with fury. Indeed, he had wed Princess Iron Fan, but it was through his own prowess, not as a mere kept man. Chapter 22, Fox King. "My son-in-law not only has a bad temper but also holds grudges." The Bull Demon King proactively instigated a confrontation, something Gu Ming had not anticipated. And neither had the venerable Fox King, given the nature of their relationship. Even if the Bull Demon King harbored discontent towards his son-in-law, he should have at least feigned civility. Yet, the Bull Demon King boldly emerged. Before the banquet commenced, Gu Ming was already aware that someone would seek to provoke him today. He had resolved to set an example to deter further trouble, but lo and behold, it was the Bull Demon King who stepped forward. Since he could not make an example of a chicken, he would instead slay a bull. Provoked by Gu Ming's sarcasm, the Bull Demon King could no longer contain himself. He kicked over the table before him, rising to his full height of over 3 meters, radiating an overwhelming presence. What was happening? Wasn't it said that the Bull Demon King had a good rapport with the venerable Fox King? Even if he had grievances against the Fox King's son-in-law, he should have afforded him some respect. Yet, upon their first encounter, he commenced with barbed remarks, insinuating that others were mere kept men. The response was swift. The other party refused to back down and retaliated fiercely. Witnessing the Bull Demon King's fury, those who had been tempted to intervene quickly abandoned the notion, opting instead to become mere spectators. "Black Dragon, you seek your own demise." A headache ensued from this chaos. Princess Iron Fan raised her hand to massage her aching temples, although she believed the Bull Demon King's actions were unwarranted. The situation had escalated beyond her control. Who could have anticipated that the venerable Fox King's son-in-law would confront the Bull Demon King with such tenacity? "You mock me as a kept man, and I shall retaliate in kind," striking at the Bull Demon King's sore spot. "Enough!" The venerable Fox King, with a darkened visage, declared loudly, Bull Demon King, this is Jile Mountain. Ha ha ha, and what of Jile Mountain? The Bull Demon King laughed heartily. Fox King, today I, the old bull, should have shown you some respect, but your son-in-law's words are too caustic. I demand an explanation. Otherwise, humph, you. The venerable Fox King was incensed. Who initiated this confrontation first? It was permissible for the Bull Demon King to instigate, yet not for my son-in-law to retaliate. My son-in-law is a kept man. What then is the Bull Demon King? Oh dear, this matter has escalated. Given the Bull Demon King's temperament, he would undoubtedly not let this go easily, placing the venerable Fox King in a precarious position. Fox King, your son-in-law has crossed the line. Originally content to observe, the saintly Dragon King could not restrain himself and spoke up for the Bull Demon King. This prompted the other Demon Kings, who had intended to advocate for the venerable Fox King, to fall silent. With one Bull Demon King to contend with, they might have been able to offer some fair words in support of the venerable Fox King, but with the saintly Dragon King also siding with the Bull Demon King, they dared not speak further. Offending a Bull Demon King was already a headache. To also offend a saintly Dragon King, given the venerable Fox King's limited connections, was simply not worth the trouble. Do you wish to taste beef? Gu Ming, embracing the jade-faced princess, raised a hand to pinch her collagen-rich cheek, utterly unfazed by the Bull Demon King's threat. As for the saintly Dragon King, he could wait until the Bull Demon King was dealt with before addressing him. Do you wish to taste beef? Gu Ming's words once again plunged the scene into silence. This was yet another instance of a daring provocation. The Bull Demon King despised being accused of marrying Princess Iron Fan for social advancement. Yet Gu Ming had just uttered it. Knowing full well that the Bull Demon King was a bovine demon, he still dared to inquire in front of everyone if the jade-faced princess wished to taste beef. The provocation was perfectly executed. Gu Ming released the jade-faced princess and turned to the Bull Demon King, whose complexion had darkened to a purplish hue, declaring, "You seek an explanation? I shall provide it." With that, Gu Ming transformed into a streak of black light, shooting out from the Moya Cave. The Moya Cave was the dwelling of the venerable Fox King. To engage in combat here would not only jeopardize the cave, but potentially threaten the very sanctity of Jile Mountain. It was far better to fight outside. Moreover, with so many guests present, regardless of their backgrounds or intentions, they were still guests. To inadvertently harm them would tarnish the reputation of Jile Mountain. Do not flee. Without a moment's hesitation, the Bull Demon King pursued him. Husband. Sighing, Princess Iron Fan raised her hand, but the Bull Demon King had already rushed out. Helpless, she could only follow. Seeing this, the Demon Kings within the cave exchanged glances and hurriedly followed suit. The venerable Fox King, along with his daughter, the jade-faced princess, also pursued them. Although he had confidence in Gu Ming's strength, he was acutely aware that Gu Ming's opponent was the Bull Demon King. In the West Nehezu, or rather, throughout the entire journey to the West Universe, the Bull Demon King was among the most formidable Demon Kings, renowned and remarkable in prowess. One was certain of Gu Ming's capabilities. Ha ha ha, Fox King, your son-in-law has quite the temper. The saintly Dragon King emerged from the Moya Cave with his daughter, taking the opportunity to tease the venerable Fox King. He shared a bond with the venerable Fox King. Yet his ties with the Bull Demon King were even stronger. When it came time to choose sides, he would unhesitatingly stand with the Bull Demon King. Therefore, within the cave, the saintly Dragon King was the first to speak on behalf of the Bull Demon King, dissuading some of the Demon Kings from voicing their support for the venerable Fox King. The venerable Fox King's lips twitched in irritation as he struggled to maintain his composure, turning to the saintly Dragon King with a smile that did not reach his eyes. Indeed? My son-in-law has a rather disagreeable temperament and holds grudges. Dragon King, do be cautious. What does this imply? Does the venerable Fox King intend to implicate me, the saintly Dragon King, alongside his son-in-law for the Bull Demon King's ire? Does he think his son-in-law worthy? Humph. The saintly Dragon King, harboring a hint of displeasure, snorted but chose to remain silent. Opting to wait, he planned to wait until the Bull Demon King had taught Gu Ming a lesson before thoroughly mocking the venerable Fox King. That cunning old Fox, Yu Ming soared towards the outskirts of Jile Mountain, with the Bull Demon King hot on his heels. They flew for hundreds of miles until they confirmed that their battle would not disturb Jile Mountain. At which point they halted. Yu Ming stopped, and so did the Bull Demon King, yet neither showed any intent to strike immediately. Both were awaiting the arrival of an audience. Jiu Ming needed spectators to witness that he, the Black Dragon Emperor, was not merely a figure of empty renown sheltered by the venerable Fox King. Conversely, the Bull Demon King yearned to deliver a harrowing lesson to Gu Ming before an audience. Even if it meant risking Gu Ming's life, he intended to make a profound statement. Thus, they both awaited the arrival of onlookers. Before long, the spectators, eager for entertainment, gathered. Black Dragon, the Bull Demon King, wielding his iron staff, bellowed. In light of the long-standing friendship between the Fox King and myself, I, the old bull, can spare you your life today, provided you kneel and bow to me 3 times. Only then will I grant you mercy. How intriguing! The Bull Demon King's proclamation elicited laughter from Gu Ming. Chapter 23. Great Strength. Bull Demon King? Merely this. Raising his hand to dig at his ear, he formed a fist with his right hand. And with a flash of golden light, the soul-destroying spear appeared in his grasp. Brandishing the spear, aimed directly at the Bull Demon King, Gu Ming scoffed. Bull Demon King, today I too can spare your life in consideration of the Rakshasa woman. If you are willing to call me grandfather, I may grant you clemency. Here we go again. This fellow is quite the provocateur. Princess Iron Fan was rendered speechless. You dare bring that up again? Do you not tire of mentioning the Rakshasa woman? The Bull Demon King's eyes, filled with rage, began to redden, crimson demonic energy seeping from his body, enveloping him. His stature, originally 3 meters tall, suddenly surged to 10. The iron staff in his grip expanded correspondingly. The Bull Demon King was enraged, truly furious. Die! Roaring with fury, the Bull Demon King swung his iron staff towards Gu Ming. Originally separated by hundreds of zhang, in the blink of an eye, the Bull Demon King stood before Gu Ming. The iron staff crashing down upon Gu Ming's head. No, the jade-faced princess gasped in horror. Just as she opened her mouth, she was restrained by the venerable Fox King. Clang! The soul-destroying spear in Gu Ming's hand had risen at some point. Its sharp tip braced against the iron staff, halting it a full 10 zhang away. The thunderous clash resonated with an ear-piercing shriek, sending powerful shockwaves radiating in all directions. Such incredible strength! The Bull Demon King could scarcely believe that his full-force strike had been thwarted. Renowned as the great strength Bull Demon King, he prided himself on his might. Yet what was the outcome? His all-out assault had been effortlessly blocked, while Gu Ming appeared unfazed, as if he had exerted no effort whatsoever. Blocked! As the shockwaves dissipated, the onlookers gaped, their eyes fixed on the 2 combatants. Upon witnessing Gu Ming withstand the Bull Demon King's might, every spectator's expression shifted dramatically. With the soul-destroying spear braced against the iron staff, Gu Ming felt the force transmitted through the weapon and clicked his tongue. Great strength, Bull Demon King. Merely this it was only at this moment that Gu Ming realized he had underestimated the dual enhancement provided by cultivating the 8-9 profound art, which reinforced his physical form. The strength of the so-called Great Strength Bull Demon King did not seem particularly formidable. Take this. Finally finding an opponent worthy of testing his mettle, Gu Ming's focus sharpened. With a loud shout, he thrust aside the iron staff that had been held in check, sliding his right hand downward to grasp the end of the soul-destroying spear's shaft, silently apologizing to the spear before hoisting it high above his head and bringing it down with great force towards the Bull Demon King. Testing his strength, the Bull Demon King was an excellent opponent, and he would begin by assessing their physical might. How does one measure strength? It is quite straightforward. Simply find a formidable opponent and strike with all your might. Thus, Gu Ming wielded the soul-breaking spear as if it were a mere iron rod, bringing it down upon the Bull Demon King with great force. What audacity! The Bull Demon King let out a thunderous roar. Raising his mixed iron staff to block the attack, the collision of the mixed iron staff and the soul-breaking spear unleashed an unparalleled force that coursed through the weapons and into the Bull Demon King's hands, rendering his arms momentarily numb. His eyes widened in disbelief as his towering frame, standing over 30 feet tall, was uncontrollably propelled backward. Boom! The Bull Demon King soared over 1,000 feet before crashing into a mountain peak, which trembled and immediately collapsed under the impact. Without accounting for any enhancement from demonic energy, even 70% of Gu Ming's strength was sufficient to crush the Bull Demon King. After this blow, Gu Ming began to estimate his own power, approximating it to be around 2 bulls. No, If he unleashed his full strength with the augmentation of demonic energy, it would surely be greater if he were to manifest his true form. Victory was assured. Roar! An enraged bellow erupted from the collapsed mountain as the Bull Demon King, who had just been sent flying like a cannonball, transformed into a streak of black light, appearing before Gu Ming. Gritting his teeth, he summoned every ounce of strength to swing his mixed iron staff. Having suffered a setback against such overwhelming power was a heavy blow to the Bull Demon King's pride. He refused to accept the reality that Gu Ming's strength far surpassed his own. What had I just witnessed? Was it an illusion? The onlookers stood in stunned silence. Jiu Ming wielded the spear as if it were a mere club and had sent the Bull Demon King flying. Had they not witnessed it with their own eyes, they would have surely thought themselves dreaming, for the Bull Demon King's reputation as a powerful force was well established. There were no mistaken titles, only mistaken names. In terms of brute strength, the Bull Demon King had never feared anyone. Yet now, he found himself at a disadvantage. Well, it could not be said he was at a disadvantage in such a humiliating manner. As he watched the Bull Demon King soar through the air once more, the spectators felt overwhelmed. I refuse to accept this. In the contest of strength, being repeatedly sent flying, the Bull Demon King felt himself teetering on the brink of madness. This was impossible, absolutely impossible. How could he lose to a pretty boy? This must be an illusion. Time and again, the Bull Demon King was sent hurtling away, only to rise stubbornly and charge at Gu Ming once more. He could not bear to believe that his strength was inferior to that of a mere pretty boy. Finally, after being sent flying 5 or 6 times, the Bull Demon King, consumed by rage and losing his sanity beneath the shroud of demonic energy, manifested his true form. What? Is he really going to play like this? The Bull Demon King transformed into a massive white bull, over 700 feet long. Why is he getting so worked up? Without a moment's hesitation, he manifested his true form, indicating that things had escalated drastically. The onlookers immediately retreated, for the manifestation of his true form signified that a serious battle was about to ensue. One careless move could lead to collateral damage. Father, will my husband be all right? As the Bull Demon King was overwhelmed by Gu Ming's strength, Princess Yumei soared with joy, yet her heart filled with worry as soon as the Bull Demon King revealed his true form. You should be asking if the Bull Demon King will be all right. The king of the Fox clan twitched his lips, opting for silence as he swiftly led his daughter away from the scene. Having previously expressed concern for Gu Ming, he now felt assured of Gu Ming's ability to overpower the Bull Demon King after witnessing the clashes of power. Since the Bull Demon King had disregarded the rules of combat by revealing his true form, Gu Ming would undoubtedly not allow the situation to escalate unchecked. Therefore, it was best to keep a safe distance. The Bull Demon King was no simple foe. Gu Ming was not someone easily subdued. Chapter 24. Princess Iron Fan. Castrated? That cannot be done. As the king of the Fox clan left without uttering a word, the crowd instinctively followed suit. With the king of the Fox clan fleeing, what reason did they have to remain? What if the battle affected them? Among the crowd, Princess Iron Fan wore a worried expression, fearing that the two sides might unleash true fury, culminating in a battle to the death. While the other demon kings were astonished, they did not feel concerned for themselves, except for the Holy Dragon King, who began to curse inwardly. Had he known the Black Dragon's strength was so formidable, he would not have bothered to speak on behalf of the Bull Demon King. Damn it, that old fool, the king of the Fox clan, has led me astray. Roar! The Bull Demon King, having completely lost his senses, fixated his gaze on Gu Ming. Jiu Ming, however, had no intention of showing leniency. Manifesting his true form? Very well, let the battle continue. Sheathing the soul-breaking spear, Gu Ming soared into the sky, accompanied by a resounding dragon's roar. A black dragon, over 2,000 feet in length, coiled majestically in the air, looking down upon the enormous bull below. This was indeed a fearsome sight. The demon kings present had their eyes opened wide. They had initially thought the Bull Demon King, a long-established demon lord, was powerful enough, only to find that Gu Ming, the son-in-law of Mount Jilei, was even more terrifying. It was over. While the others were astonished, Princess Iron Fan worried for her husband, and the Holy Dragon King wore a face that resembled one mourning the loss of family. The immense form of the Black Dragon, along with its overwhelming pressure and the palpable aura of dominance, clearly indicated that Gu Ming was more powerful than the Holy Dragon King. The Holy Dragon King was merely an old dragon, while Gu Ming's Black Dragon was in its prime, with limitless potential ahead. He had inadvertently offended this formidable opponent. Reflecting on the words of the king of the Fox clan, the Holy Dragon King felt a deep sense of regret. I am most pleased. Watching the great white bull being mercilessly pounded by the Black Dragon, the king of the Fox clan squinted his eyes in delight, his heart brimming with joy. Strike! Strike down this shameless bull. The Bull Demon King, disregarding past camaraderie, had chosen to provoke Gu Ming, leaving the king of the Fox clan feeling disheartened. Such a so-called friend was better off without. Give him a good beating, moo. The earth-shattering roar of the bull echoed. Enraged, Gu Ming pressed down hard on the great white bull, and with his free dragon claw, he unleashed a flurry of blows upon the bull's head. Moo, moo, damn it. Behave yourself, you mutt. Did you think you could provoke me? Pretty boy, huh? As Gu Ming rained down blows upon the Bull Demon King's head, he hurled loud and vulgar insults that could be heard from miles away. The Bull Demon King, pinned beneath Gu Ming, struggled to resist. Unfortunately, his bulky form was not built for agility, and with a stronger black dragon holding him down, even rising to his feet became an arduous task. What drove the Bull Demon King to despair was that his horns could not penetrate the black dragon's scales. Despair. What kind of creature is this black dragon that its scales are so impenetrable? Not even my horns can breach them. Speak, do you dare? If you continue to shout, I will castrate you and leave your wife a widow. Scream if you wish. Gu Ming was beginning to relish this. The Bull Demon King's strength was no match for him, and he was rendered immobile, his horns ineffective against Gu Ming's defenses. All his demonic energy, if it were truly the case that the Bull Demon King was to be slain, Princess Iron Fan would undoubtedly not remain indifferent. The background of Princess Iron Fan has been the subject of countless analyses in previous lives, with an array of peculiar interpretations. Some assert a connection between her and the Supreme Lord, while others claim ties to the Earth Store Bodhisattva. The claims are myriad. Following the emergence of Black Myth, the speculation has only intensified. If Princess Iron Fan possessed a remarkable lineage, she would not have been coerced into drinking the waters of the Mother and Sun River, subsequently giving birth to the Red Boy. Regardless of the truth, such probing should not be undertaken personally. Such a splendid opportunity should rather be entrusted to others, such as the Great Sage. During the journey to the West, could there be anyone more illustrious than the Great Sage equal to heaven? Although this stature is confined to the era of the journey to the West, at its commencement, Sun Wukong was indeed the Great Sage equal to heaven, causing havoc in the underworld, in the Dragon Palace, and battling in the Heavenly Court, effectively branding himself as the chief rebel against heaven. The Jade Emperor could only grit his teeth, powerless to act. After the journey to the West, one only hears of the victorious fighting Buddha, with no mention of the Great Sage equal to heaven. Chapter 25. Renowned through battle, after enduring a beating that nearly rendered him a castrated bull, the Bull Demon King became subdued. Supported by Princess Iron Fan, he regarded Gu Ming with a glimmer of trepidation in his eyes. Consider how the Bull Demon King, upon becoming the Demon King, was revered and addressed respectfully as the mighty Bull Demon King wherever he went. Yet, before Gu Ming, his might was rendered impotent, having been thoroughly pummeled. Upon raising his head, he discovered that Gu Ming had already departed, showing no intention of ridiculing the Bull Demon King, prompting a heavy sigh of relief from him. What is wrong? Has he lost his wits? Observing her husband's foolish demeanor, Princess Iron Fan was incensed. Raising her hand to seize the soft flesh at the Bull Demon King's waist and twisting it sharply, ouch! The Bull Demon King, lost in thought, cried out in pain. My lady, what are you doing? What am I doing? Princess Iron Fan, both furious and amused, pointed at the Bull Demon King's nose and scolded. I wish to ask you, Bull Demon King, what you intended to achieve by picking a fight for no reason. Are you comfortable now? From now on, you'll have to address others as grandfather. Where shall you put that old face of yours? The Bull Demon King opened his mouth, eager to defend himself, but found the words stuck in his throat. He could hardly admit that he was also coveting the Jade-Faced Princess, and that Gu Ming's title was too imposing, causing him discomfort, thus prompting him to provoke. If he were to voice such sentiments, not only would Gu Ming likely cause trouble, but Princess Iron Fan would also not let him off easily. You are right, my lady. This matter is indeed my fault. In the future, I shall personally visit and offer my apologies to the dragon. Tio, my elder brother, Dragon Lord? Grandfather? Unthinkable. He could not utter it, so he settled for elder brother instead. Despite whatever punishment Gu Ming might mete out, he was determined to address him as elder brother. Hiss, the elder brother's strikes are indeed heavy. My head aches, oh, Bull Demon King. Calling him elder brother comes so easily to you. Princess Iron Fan was once more infuriated to the point of laughter. Look at you. Bull Demon King. When has anyone ever wished to be called your elder brother? Unbeknownst to Gu Ming, who had just pummeled the Bull Demon King, he was now contentedly approaching the king of the 10,000 Years Fox and the Jade-Face Princess. In full view of the gathering, he embraced the waist of the Jade-Face Princess, drawing her into his arms. With a face full of bashfulness, the Jade-Face Princess buried her head in Gu Ming's embrace. Feeling as if she had just drunk honey, delighting in the moment, Fox King, after my battle with the Bull Demon King, I have gained some insights. I must trouble you to handle the ensuing trivial matters. Having tested his strength against the Bull Demon King, Gu Ming, feeling invigorated, only wished to return to his cave for a hot bath and a moment's respite, lacking the inclination to entertain the various Demon Kings. With the Bull Demon King setting a precedent, it seemed unlikely that anyone would dare to stir trouble again. Thus, he entrusted the remaining affairs to the king of the 10,000 Years Fox and led the Jade-Face Princess back to Mount Jilei. Rest assured, my esteemed son-in-law, leave it to this old fox. The king of the 10,000 Years Fox beamed with delight, feeling that Gu Ming had truly elevated his status today. The king of the 10,000 Years Fox felt immensely pleased. More refreshing than sipping an ice-cold soda. With such a remarkable son-in-law, who would dare to underestimate Mount Jilei in the future? Just as Gu Ming departed, the demon kings who had come to the banquet approached, all smiles, to offer their congratulations. Amid the chorus of well wishes, the king of the 10,000 Years Fox felt a bit lightheaded. Fortunately, he remained grounded. After the commotion with the Bull Demon King, he had come to a realization. What nonsense camaraderie! At critical moments, it proves utterly unreliable. Only one's own strength is the true source of confidence. Were it not for Gu Ming's formidable prowess, capable of suppressing the Bull Demon King, would these Demon Kings have been so accommodating and camaraderie? Nonsense. The moment the great Saint Dragon King spoke, they all fell silent, fearful of offending anyone. There was no longer any need to continue the banquet. The king of the 10,000 Years Fox graciously escorted each guest away. Especially when bidding farewell to the great Saint Dragon King, he cast a meaningful glance in the latter's direction. Dragon Lord, my son-in-law has quite the temper. He holds grudges, so do tread carefully. The great Saint Dragon King was nearly apoplectic, but dared not confront the king of the 10,000 Years Fox at that moment. Merely huffing and taking his daughter away in a huff, if he had managed to ally with the Dragon Palace, he might have leveraged its influence to pressure the king of the 10,000 Years Fox. However, until he could secure such an alliance, invoking the name of the Dragon Palace would only bring trouble upon himself. Jiu Ming's fame was now established, making it abundantly clear to the various demon kings that this Black Dragon Emperor was not merely a figure of empty renown, but possessed genuine strength and confidence. How far am I from attaining the Dao fruit of the Great Luo? Immersed in the warm spring water, savoring the massages from the Jade-Face Princess and Xiao Bai, Gu Ming closed his eyes to ponder this question. Most demon folk categorize their power levels based on the years of cultivation they have achieved. Strictly speaking, such classifications can be misleading. Due to the influences of bloodlines, origins, and the legacies of their training, even demons with a millennium of cultivation can display varying strengths. The most typical example is Sun Wukong, who, after only a few years of cultivation, possessed strength comparable to that of a Tai Golden Immortal. The Bull Demon King, too, was not inferior to an ordinary Tai Golden Immortal. Fortunately, in the end, all paths converge towards the attainment of the Great Luo Dao fruit, culminating in the exalted status of the Great Luo Golden Immortal. Whether it be Earth Immortals, Heavenly Immortals, Golden Immortals, or Tai Golden Immortals, all are merely transitional stages. The Great Luo Golden Immortal is the ultimate pursuit. Only upon reaching this realm can one claim true success in cultivation. As for the realms beyond, they are not within the reach of ordinary beings. Elder brother, I, the old bull, have returned. a thunderous roar startled the entire demon populace of Mount Gilead. Jiu Ming, leaning against the rock wall of the pool, opened his eyes, filled with confusion, and scanned the surroundings with his spiritual sense. Why has that dimwit bull demon king returned? Is he here to apologize to the king of the 10,000 years fox? After pondering, Gu Ming paid it no mind. Fostering relationships is understandable, as long as the bull demon king is willing to sacrifice a modicum of face, maintain a cordial demeanor, present some gifts, and offer his apologies to the king of the 10,000 years fox. The previous incident was not beyond forgiveness. That the bull demon king still had the gall to come here was a surprise. The mere mention of him made the jade-faced princess unhappy. The debacle from last time was entirely the bull demon king's fault. She could not fathom why he had to provoke Gu Ming, especially since her father had a good rapport with him. Master, shall we chase this bull away? Xiaobai tugged at Gu Ming's hand. Xiaobai cared not for the status of any demon king. She only knew that the bull demon king was a nuisance to her master. Thus a bad fellow, a wicked bull. This matter will be handled by the Fox King. Jiu Ming smiled and shook his head, embracing both women. Ultimately, the king of the 10,000 years fox is the true master of Mount Gilead. Moreover, Gu Ming preferred not to be burdened with such trifles. It was best to leave all troublesome matters to the old fox, ensuring peace of mind and ease. Bull Demon King, what brings you to Mount Gilead? Upon seeing the Bull Demon King, the king of the 10,000 years fox did not greet him with a pleasant demeanor. Foxes also bear grudges, but previously he had lacked the confidence to confront the Bull Demon King. Now, however, things were different. With a son-in-law as formidable as Gu Ming, why should he fear the Bull Demon King? Chapter 26. Bull Demon King. My elder brother did not refuse to be my elder brother. Even with gifts in hand, the Bull Demon King was met with a frosty reception from the king of the 10,000 years fox. I am unworthy of being addressed as elder brother by you. Mighty Bull Demon King. The Bull Demon King had been in the wrong, and the king of the 10,000 years fox seized the opportunity to mock him, delivering a sharp jab to the Bull Demon King's pride. Oh, you old fox! I, the old bull, have shown you respect by addressing you as Fox King. Do you still wish to be called my elder brother? What the king of the 10,000 years fox did not anticipate was the Bull Demon King's fierce glare, which promptly turned the tables on him. What is the meaning of this? When did Mount Gilead ever have you, Bull Demon King, as an elder brother? Wait a moment. The elder brother the Bull Demon King refers to. Surely it cannot be my son-in-law? Follow me. Since the Bull Demon King was here to find Gu Ming and continuously referred to him as elder brother, the king of the 10,000 years fox could no longer target the Bull Demon King and begrudgingly led him towards the cave at the mountain's peak. The Bull Demon King followed the king of the 10,000 years fox up to the summit of Mount Gilead. Along the way, the Bull Demon King looked around curiously. Is he here to find me? Gu Ming had initially thought the Bull Demon King was coming to apologize to the king of the 10,000 years fox, only to find him turning toward the summit of Mount Gilead. Rising from the pool, he donned his clothes and clapped the jade-faced princess lightly on her pert backside. See to it that some wine and food are prepared. Guests must be treated well, especially since the Bull Demon King has come bearing gifts. Mount Gilead cannot forsake hospitality due to past grievances. Xiaobai assisted Gu Ming in adjusting his attire, while the jade-faced princess and her maidservants descended to prepare food and drinks. Soon after, the Bull Demon King and the king of the 10,000 years fox arrived outside the cave. Jiu Ming, accompanied by Xiaobai, went out to greet the two. Elder brother, the events of the last time were indeed my fault, and today I, the old bull, have come specifically bearing gifts to seek forgiveness from my elder brother. Upon our first meeting, the Bull Demon King exuberantly called out elder brother, intending to establish this title. Well, look at you, Bull Demon King, adept at climbing the ladder of convenience. Upon hearing this address, Gu Ming immediately recognized the Bull Demon King's intentions. Nevertheless, he thought, let it be. Come inside. A mere title is nothing for Gu Ming to truly hold against the Bull Demon King. Nor would he insist on having the Bull Demon King bow his head and call him grandfather. This bull, when the situation demands finesse, can be quite shrewd, and when it comes to stubbornness, he can be remarkably obstinate. By calling him elder brother, they all found a way to navigate the situation amicably, achieving a sense of mutual satisfaction. Unable to bear the sight, the king of the foxes, Wan Sui, dramatically turned and left, not wishing to remain in the company of the Bull Demon King, who shamelessly mingled. Ironically, despite his lack of decorum, others actually regarded him as worthy of mingling, which was quite infuriating. Yes, elder brother, the Bull Demon King continued, unfazed by Wan Sui's attitude towards him. After all, as the father-in-law of Gu Ming, it was only appropriate to extend a measure of courtesy. Upon seeing Gu Ming accept this title, the Bull Demon King's heart, which had been hanging by a thread, finally found solace. After being thoroughly thrashed previously, the Bull Demon King and his wife returned to their abode, the Banana Cave, where he had been brooding. Fearing Gu Ming would force him to call him grandfather. Fortunately, Princess Ironfan had timely encouraged the Bull Demon King to select a few gifts and pay a visit, emphasizing the importance of establishing a proper form of address first. Princess Ironfan believed that by taking the initiative to visit and apologize, Gu Ming would likely not refuse to grant the Bull Demon King his due respect, as predicted by Princess Ironfan. Gu Ming did not dwell on past grievances and tacitly accepted the Bull Demon King's title of elder brother, sister-in-law, a modest gift. I hope you can graciously accept it. Previously, I, the old bull, erred, and today I have come specifically to apologize. I sincerely hope you can forgive me. Upon their meeting, the Bull Demon King dutifully presented his gifts, repeatedly addressing her as sister-in-law, which delighted the Princess of Jade Face, who begrudgingly accepted the gifts, thus considering it a forgiveness for the Bull Demon King's earlier rudeness. Well, look at you, Bull Demon King. Who would have thought you possessed such sycophantic potential? Gu Ming found himself both amused and exasperated watching this unfold. With the gifts accepted and the title established, most importantly, he had also gained the forgiveness of the Princess of Jade Face. In high spirits, the Bull Demon King heartily indulged in the food laid before him. Savoring each bite of meat and sip of wine with sheer delight, in stark contrast to the gluttonous Bull Demon King, Gu Ming appeared calm and measured, taking his time to savor each morsel. This cave is quite pleasant, and that old fox Wan Sui does not treat my elder brother poorly, he remarked as he chewed on his meat. While enjoying his meal, the Bull Demon King could not help but comment. It is a pity, though. This wine and meat are rather bland. At these words, Gu Ming paused, raising an eyebrow as he lifted his other hand and delivered a sharp slap to the Bull Demon King's head. Bewildered by the sudden blow, the Bull Demon King stared wide-eyed. Why did elder brother hit me? With a stern expression, Gu Ming set down his cup and admonished the Bull Demon King. Bland, indeed. The mountain of accumulated thunder does not indulge in the habit of consuming humans. I, your elder brother, do not partake in such things. Whether the Bull Demon King enjoyed human flesh was of no concern to Gu Ming. However, such behavior was utterly unacceptable in his presence and on his territory. It turned out that the elder brother had no taste for human flesh. Realizing this, the Bull Demon King quickly raised his cup, sincerely saying, "Elder brother, please do not be angry. This time it was indeed my fault. Rest assured, in the future, with you around, I, the old bull, will never mention the matter of consuming humans again." Ultimately, the Bull Demon King was no different from other demon kings. Consuming human flesh was merely a habit. The distinction lay in the fact that he was not as deranged as the two from Lion Camel Ridge. Jiu Ming was quite satisfied with the Bull Demon King's attitude. What he chose to do privately was his own affair. As long as he did not do it in front of Gu Ming. Elder brother, you hail from the Eastern Victory Divine Continent. As they continued their meal, they delved into various topics, eventually discussing their origins. Upon learning that Gu Ming was from the Eastern Victory Divine Continent, the Bull Demon King was taken aback. How can a place like the Eastern Victory Divine Continent produce a true dragon like you? Gu Ming took a sip of wine and reflected. Actually, the Eastern Victory Divine Continent is not so bad. Not long ago, a spiritual monkey was born there. This monkey has quite the extraordinary lineage. If we were to compare the lands and their spirits, the Western Bull Continent may not stand up to the Eastern Victory Divine Continent. The Eastern Victory Divine Continent is indeed not inferior to the Western Bull Continent. On the contrary, in the eyes of the heavenly deities, the Western Bull Continent is considered a desolate place. It is merely that the Eastern Victory Divine Continent's situation is unique, preventing the rise of many formidable demon kings. As for the so-called 72 Cave Demon Kings, they are merely local products. When the Chaos Demon King encountered Sun Wukong, he was cut in half after just a few exchanges, and if such a character can be regarded as a leader, It speaks volumes about the caliber of the 72 cave demon kings from the Eastern Victory Divine Continent. Oh, upon hearing Gu Ming speak of the extraordinary lineage of the spiritual monkey, the Bull Demon King was suddenly inclined to forge a connection with him. Elder brother, the Bull Demon King suddenly set down his cup, gazing earnestly at Gu Ming. Gu Ming cleared his throat, signaling for him to speak without hesitation. The Bull Demon King chuckled, scratching his head with his furry hand, revealing the reason for his hesitance. That day, I, the old bull, had a disagreement with elder brother. And the saintly Dragon King, who usually has a good relationship with my little brother, spoke on his behalf. I hope elder brother will not hold it against him. This old Dragon King is a good fellow, though his judgment leaves much to be desired. Chapter 27. The Nine-Headed Insect. Old Ding, you will regret this. Among the various demon kings, the Bull Demon King shares the closest relationship with the saintly Dragon King. So it is not surprising that he would intercede on his behalf. On the journey to obtain the scriptures, Sun Wukong spared no trouble in consideration of the Bull Demon King, bypassing the troublesome nine-headed insect. Just a foolish dragon. I wouldn't go out of my way to trouble him. Ji Ming shook his head, but you are right. This foolish dragon indeed lacks discernment, still hoping to marry his daughter into the Dragon Palace for a higher status. Unaware that the Four Seas Dragon Palace looks down upon wild dragons like us. Even if his daughter were to marry into the Dragon Palace, the foolish saintly Dragon King would not be able to climb the ranks of the Dragon Palace. Oh, is that so? The Bull Demon King leaned forward, propping himself up on the table, intrigued. Given the Bull Demon King's close ties with the saintly Dragon King, he naturally knew that the latter sought to elevate his status. However, he did not realize that the saintly Dragon King's ambitions were perceived as foolish by Gu Ming. Ji Ming scoffed. The relationship between the saintly princess and the nine-headed insect is rather ambiguous. Even if they merely share a mutual affection without any further entanglements, should the saintly princess marry into the Dragon Palace, and this matter comes to light, how do you think the Dragon Palace would react? They may not only fail to climb the ranks, but also bring calamity upon their entire family. The foolish dragon, intent on marrying his daughter into the Dragon Palace, could not even manage his own daughter. What else could this be but folly? Gu Ming clarified the implications of the situation. As for how the Bull Demon King chose to act, that was his prerogative. Whether to assist the saintly Dragon King or to distance himself was entirely up to him. As the saying goes, let go of the urge to help others and respect their destinies. If calamity truly ensued, it would be a choice made by the Bull Demon King himself. After hearing these words, the Bull Demon King fell silent. His intention was to assist the saintly Dragon King, but he had not anticipated the dangerous implications of the latter's desire to elevate his status. What a foolish old dragon, unable to even manage his daughter while aspiring for greater heights. Realizing the precarious situation the saintly Dragon King was in, the Bull Demon King could no longer remain seated. After a brief conversation with Gu Ming, he quickly excused himself. After sending off the Bull Demon King, Gu Ming instructed the Princess of Jade Face to attend to a matter for him. Soon, rumors began to spread throughout the Western Bull continent about the ambiguous relationship between the saintly Dragon King's daughter and the nine-headed insect. When the news reached the Baibo Pond, the saintly Dragon King was infuriated. He summoned his daughter at once and demanded, "Speak. What is the relationship between you two?" The saintly Dragon King had long harbored ambitions of marrying his beautiful daughter into the Dragon Palace, seeking to forge connections. Yet, before he could even set his plan into motion, rumors circulated about his daughter's ambiguous relationship with the nine-headed insect. How could the saintly Dragon King remain calm? "Father, I do not wish to marry that third prince of the Dragon King." Though the third prince was noble and handsome, lack of affection was insurmountable. The saintly princess refused to sacrifice her desires for the sake of gain. "Guards, take her away!" The saintly Dragon King, trembling with rage, pointed at his kneeling daughter and bellowed, "Keep a close watch on her. No one is to approach her without my command. And as for that nine-headed insect, throw him out. He is forbidden from coming within a step of Baibo Pond." Whether the rumors held any truth or not, the saintly Dragon King would not allow the nine-headed insect to come near his daughter again. The nine-headed insect, bewildered and expelled from Baibo Pond, was left in a daze. He harbored great ambitions and sought to leverage the saintly princess to fulfill them. After all, the saintly princess was quite easy to manipulate. Who could have anticipated that before the plan even began, he would be cast out by the saintly Dragon King? Old Ding, you will regret this. The nine-headed insect cast a resentful glance at the dragon palace of Baibo Pond, filled with bitterness as he gritted his teeth and departed. The saintly Dragon King was seething with rage, causing the entire dragon palace to hold its breath in fear. Just then, the bold Demon King arrived, riding the golden crystal beast to the dragon palace. Sensing the unusual atmosphere, he realized he had arrived too late. After departing from Jile Mountain, he made a brief return home, recounting the events that transpired at Jile Mountain to his wife, Princess Taishan. Upon learning that Gu Ming had accepted the title of Big Brother for the Bull Demon King, Princess Taishan was elated, as it signified the resolution of the discord between Gu Ming and the Bull Demon King. After a short stay at home, the Bull Demon King recalled the matter concerning the Halloween Dragon King, and thus hastened to pay a visit. However, he soon discovered that he was a step too late. Upon hearing the rampant rumors about Princess Halloween and the nine-headed bug, a sense of unease gripped the Bull Demon King's heart. Could this incident be linked to his elder brother? Despite his simmering anger, the Halloween Dragon King graciously hosted a banquet for the Bull Demon King upon his arrival. My dear brother, it is entirely my fault for allowing you to witness such absurdity. This child, Halloween, has truly lost her senses. Have I not acted thus for the sake of whom? During the feast, the Halloween Dragon King lamented profusely to the Bull Demon King, leaving him feeling quite overwhelmed. Ahem, Dragon King, the Bull Demon King interjected, attempting to steer the conversation elsewhere. The affairs regarding Halloween have spread far and wide. The Dragon Palace will undoubtedly have strong opinions on this matter. You must prepare accordingly. Halloween has wronged me. The very thought of being unable to ascend to the heights of the Dragon Palace caused the Halloween Dragon King immense inner turmoil. The Dragon Palace would never entertain the idea of marrying a princess with a tarnished reputation. It would be wiser to remain silent on the matter. Should he dare to bring it up, it would only invite trouble upon himself. He cursed the nine-headed bug inwardly, regretting that he had shown leniency instead of eliminating him. The more the Halloween Dragon King pondered, the more incensed he became. Alas, with Halloween's reputation now compromised, what shall we do? Regardless of the truth, the occurrence of such events would shatter the Halloween Dragon King's aspirations of allying with the Dragon Palace. Bull Demon King thought to himself, should I have refrained from coming to this Baibo Pond? Dragon King, the Dragon Palace is not necessarily a lofty branch. With a flicker of inspiration, the Bull Demon King began to enumerate various unfavorable aspects concerning the Dragon Palace. Had the incidents involving Princess Halloween not occurred, the Halloween Dragon King would have remained untroubled. Yet, in light of the current predicament, the enraged Halloween Dragon King began to doubt the credibility of the Dragon Palace. Sigh. After contemplating for a while, the Halloween Dragon King cast aside his concerns and curiously inquired of the Bull Demon King, my dear brother, you offended the Black Dragon Emperor that day, as far as I know. He has a volatile temperament and a penchant for vengeance. Has he troubled you? The Halloween Dragon King had little knowledge of Gu Ming's true identity. He simply trusted the claims of the Forever Fox King. Indeed, the Halloween Dragon King was apprehensive, fearing that Gu Ming might seek revenge upon him. Dragon King, that is merely nonsense from that old fox, the Bull Demon King exclaimed, visibly displeased. How could my elder brother, the Bull Demon King, be so feeble? Elder brother? The Halloween Dragon King thought he had misheard and quickly urged, please, Bull Demon brother, elaborate. The Bull Demon King patted his chest, brimming with pride as he declared, to be honest with you, Dragon King, my elder brother is truly remarkable. He raised his thumb in admiration. I had initially worried that my offense would leave a rift between us. Thus, under my wife's suggestion, I prepared gifts to visit him, only to find that he is a most amiable person, far removed from the ill repute spoken of by the Forever Fox King. That old rascal must have been trying to intimidate you. The Bull Demon King continued, aside from his aversion to human flesh and his penchant for bashing my head, my elder brother has no other faults. Curse that old fox. The Halloween Dragon King could not help but silently curse. Realizing that the Forever Fox King had deliberately sought to frighten him, he pondered how the old fox had managed to forge an alliance with the Black Dragon Emperor, feeling an acute pang of jealousy. The once aspirational plans of marrying his daughter into the Dragon Palace now lay in ruins, leaving the Halloween Dragon King infuriated. The Bull Demon King, meanwhile, consumed copious amounts of wine and meat, attempting to console the Halloween Dragon King. Though he too felt quite troubled, fortunately, the affairs concerning Princess Halloween were family matters and did not require the Bold Demon King's intervention. He had yet to untangle his own family's issues. Was Princess Halloween innocent? Most likely. The Halloween Dragon King, intent on marrying his daughter into the Dragon Palace, would not permit her to act recklessly. What the future held remained uncertain, but at least for now. Princess Halloween was still pure. However, the outside world paid no heed to her innocence. Everyone was reveling in the gossip surrounding the Halloween Dragon King. In the Flower Valley at the foot of Jile Mountain, the Forever Fox King cast a glance at Gu Ming, who lay languidly in a chair, basking in the sun, and felt a sense of unease. How should he describe his son-in-law when it was time to diligently cultivate? He was more industrious than anyone else, yet when it was time to relax, he seemed indifferent, indulging in feasting and merriment while neglecting all other matters. This left the Forever Fox King both touched and exasperated. He was moved by Gu Ming's unwillingness to meddle in Jile Mountain affairs, at least until the Forever Fox King himself departed this world. Yet, he was also frustrated by Gu Ming's complete disregard for responsibilities befitting the future master of Jile Mountain. Dear son-in-law, I trust this matter concerning Princess Halloween will not escalate. The Forever Fox King harbored genuine concern, as the news had originated from Jile Mountain. Should the Halloween Dragon King learn of it, he would undoubtedly seek retribution against Jile Mountain. With his eyes closed, Gu Ming did not open them but merely curled his lips in a slight smirk. Escalate? That foolish dragon should know that the more he stirs things up, the worse it will reflect on him and the Baibo Pond. Besides, he is just an old dragon. He cannot create much of a storm. I have trampled him beneath my feet. What is the Halloween Dragon King in comparison? Granting him a modicum of respect and addressing him as Dragon King does not mean he should mistake himself for one. The true prowess of the Halloween Dragon King was ambiguous, while not entirely weak. He could not compete with the likes of the Bold Demon King. Severing ties with the Dragon Palace, what waves could a foolish dragon truly create? Am I being a tad overconfident? The Forever Fox King felt conflicted. Yet the thought of his son-in-law being able to subdue the formidable Bold Demon King dissipated his unease entirely. Fear. What is there to fear? My son-in-law can best even the mighty Bold Demon King. What is a mere Halloween Dragon King in comparison? Setting aside his worries, the Forever Fox King began to revel in the misfortune of the Halloween Dragon King, thinking, what a stroke of bad luck for the Halloween Dragon King to have such a daughter. Speaking of which, I observe that Princess Halloween's countenance does not suggest purity a him. Though the Forever Fox King was mocking the Halloween Dragon King, he felt it inappropriate to involve himself too deeply in the affairs of another's daughter. As they were all fathers in their own right, it would be prudent to maintain a modicum of decorum. What are you thinking, you old fox? Gu Ming opened his eyes, fixing his vertical gaze upon the Forever Fox King, and remarked dryly, when we met that day, she was still pure. What the future held remained unknown. For now, at least, Princess Halloween was still a chaste little dragon. However, she was rather dim-witted, easily swayed, and foolishly romantic. Having been misled by the nine-headed bug into stealing from the heavenly court, utterly oblivious to the consequences of her actions. Speaking of the Halloween Dragon King, he was not without his faults. His bewildering decisions were indeed impressive in their absurdity. The result was a complete familial disaster, leaving the nine-headed bug to escape unscathed, preserving his own life. Raising a cup of spiritual wine, Gu Ming asserted, with that foolish dragon's way of doing things, the Baibo Pond Dragon Palace will eventually be destroyed. Is it really that grave? The Forever Fox King felt a shiver run down his spine. The Halloween Dragon King's usual conduct was anything but subtle. While he could be regarded as an old dragon with some principles compared to the lawless Demon Kings, his reckless antics were bound to attract calamity. Yet, would it be an exaggeration to suggest total annihilation? It was not something an average person could accomplish easily, unless, subconsciously glancing at the sky, the Forever Fox King swiftly quelled his doubts, banishing the thought from his mind. Is it truly that dire? Only when the heavenly army arrives at our doorstep will we realize the gravity of the situation. Yet, exceptions do exist. The Fox King has heard a tale. What? The Forever Fox King was momentarily taken aback. How had the conversation shifted to tales? Pray, elaborate. While he feigned indifference, the Forever Fox King held a modicum of interest in the story Gu Ming was about to share, with a mysterious smile. Gu Ming lowered his voice. It is said that if you provoke the heavenly court, congratulations. You shall soon find yourself pursued by a legion of heavenly soldiers, if you are strong enough to send them fleeing in terror. It indicates that you have caught the attention of the heavenly court, and your next adversaries will be the likes of Neza and the formidable Li Tianwang leading the heavenly army. Is that the story you wish to share? If you can eliminate this group of people without leaving a trace, then all the better. The heavenly court will regard you with even greater importance. And the war god Erlang Shun will most likely come personally to meet you if... The venerable Fox King trembled with anxiety. Do not tell me that even Erlang Shun cannot handle this. As for Ling Xiao. Cough, I cannot speak of that. Damn it. Why am I even engaging in this conversation? Although my lifespan is waning, I still do not wish to meet my end just yet. The venerable Fox King belongs to that category of demon lords who possess a keen understanding of fate and self-awareness. He does not wish to attract the attention of the heavenly court, let alone become a focal point of their concern. This must not be allowed. It is utterly out of the question. Gu Ming waved his hand dismissively and retorted, if even this individual cannot deal with you, then congratulations. You stand a good chance of becoming a deity of the heavenly court, for they will strive to win you over rather than continue their hunt. Though it is merely a tale, the principles within hold a kernel of truth. When recounting the steps the heavenly court takes to apprehend criminals or rebels, it essentially boils down to these three approaches. If ordinary celestial soldiers, including Neza and the Tota Li Tianwang duo, prove ineffective, then only the war god Erlang Shun can be summoned. Should even he falter, it signifies that you are a formidable being worthy of the heavenly court's favor. This is not akin to the mockery of Sun Wukong's role as a stable master, but a genuine attempt at alliance. I have truly been misled by your nonsense. From now on, I shall refrain from listening to your absurd tales. They have left me in a cold sweat. Such stories are too daunting for me to bear. The venerable Fox King feigned ignorance and promptly left, hands clasped behind his back. As for the stories, I am afraid the old fox knows nothing. After today's ordeal, the venerable Fox King resolved to keep his distance from Gu Ming in the future, lest Gu Ming remain nonchalant while the old fox himself becomes thoroughly frightened. At his age, he cannot endure such turmoil and fright. The rumors, which spread like wildfire, turned the Wanqing Dragon King into a figure of ridicule. For this reason, the Wanqing Dragon King has pulled out a considerable amount of his hair in distress. As the saying goes, it takes but a few words to spread rumors, yet one must run tirelessly to refute them. What is even more dreadful is that one may run until exhausted, yet still not be believed. The Wanqing Dragon King has come to realize the insidious nature of such soft, lethal attacks. Despite all attempts at refutation proving futile, the Wanqing Dragon King remains in a state of despair, drowning his sorrows in drink within the Dragon Palace. Meanwhile, in Suyan Mountain, the Bull Demon King has also been quite subdued of late. He mutters to himself throughout the day. Princess Iron Fan sits beside the Bull Demon King, pouring him fine wine. Recently, the Baipo Pond has repeatedly sent invitations for you to attend their feasts. Why have you not gone? Given the Bull Demon King's nature, he would typically be the first to respond to any invitation from acquaintances. Yet, during this period, he has been avoiding them, whether in seclusion or simply unresponsive. This behavior is most unusual. Alas, I, the old bull, have wronged the old Dragon King. The Bull Demon King drained the wine in one gulp. What do you mean by that? On that day, I, the old bull, had a falling out with my elder brother, and the Wanqing Dragon King spoke on my behalf, inadvertently drawing my elder brother's ire. Does this imply that the matter concerning Princess Wanqing was instigated by Gu Ming? Princess Iron Fan has heard of the affair regarding Princess Wanqing but has not delved deeply into it, as it is a family matter not suited for outsiders to meddle in. Who would have thought that it would entangle Gu Ming as well? Princess Iron Fan, originally reluctant to involve herself, found it impossible to remain an onlooker when the affair concerned her own partner. You must elaborate on this matter. Princess Iron Fan gazed sternly at the Bull Demon King. Must you be so serious? The Bull Demon King wondered, yet he obediently recounted the events in detail. Upon hearing this, Princess Iron Fan shot the Bull Demon King a sharp glare, leaving him utterly perplexed. You, my dear wife, sought to hear about this. Yet you are the one displeased after the recounting. Whom have I wronged? You foolish bull, Princess Iron Fan retorted, unable to contain her frustration. She stood up and firmly twisted the Bull Demon King's ear, causing him to yelp in pain. his protests loud yet lacking the courage to struggle. No wonder your elder brother calls you a foolish bull. You truly are, my lady. What do you mean by that? The bull demon king rubbed his ear, bewildered. Princess Iron Fan returned to her seat, arms crossed, and said irritably, You claim to have interceded for the Wanqing Dragon King. If that is the case, why do you still feel guilty? Without your intercession, do you believe your elder brother would have treated the Baipo Pond with such restraint? As the saying goes, those not involved see clearly, while the bull demon king, caught in the midst of it all, failed to grasp the situation. Why elder brother refrained from intervening personally because I, the old bull, interceded, merely letting some words slip, thereby ruining the Wanqing Dragon King's prospects? It appears you are not entirely dim-witted. Princess Iron Fan remarked with a cold smile, If it were you, how would you deal with a demon lord who offended you? That goes without saying. I would storm right in. The bull demon king halted mid-sentence. Yes, if he would choose to confront the issue directly, surely his elder brother would think likewise. Yet, because he had interceded, his elder brother had abandoned the idea of direct confrontation, merely letting rumors circulate to shatter the Wanqing Dragon King's dreams. Consequently, I, the bull demon king, owe him nothing. Since I owe him nothing, why should I be troubled? The more he contemplated, the more he felt the heat rise to his cheeks, realizing how much he had fretted over this matter. He, my lady. After coming to this realization, the bull demon king chuckled, leaning closer to Princess Iron Fan, wrapping her in his embrace. You truly are wise, my dear wife. You grasp matters with such clarity. Indeed, Princess Iron Fan replied, raising an eyebrow in triumph, Do you not know who I am? My lady is indeed formidable. The bull demon king complimented with a smile, and Princess Iron Fan relished the praise, her lips curving into a subtle smile. Alas for the old Dragon King, his dreams shattered, he has become a figure of mockery. This is a matter in which I, the old bull, can do little to assist. Having come to terms with this, the bull demon king found himself unable to show his face at the Baipo Pond again. Though he acknowledged the Wanqing Dragon King's favor and interceded on his behalf, this debacle was initiated by him. He recognized Gu Ming as his elder brother, yet it was the old Dragon King who bore the brunt of this misfortune. Look at you, fretting over such trivial matters. Princess Iron Fan shot a glare at the bull demon king. Pushing him away, the bull demon king, with a grin, leaned in closer once more. I implore you, my lady, to express my gratitude to the Wanqing Dragon King. Get lost, you, bull demon king, are quite adept at leveraging connections. After enduring the bull demon king's playful antics for a while, Princess Iron Fan finally relented. Since your dreams of ascending to the Dragon Palace have been dashed, why not address the issue at its source? This matter arose because of your elder brother, who is currently in a position of power. Why not have the old Dragon King send his daughter to Jilei Mountain, and your elder brother can refute the rumors himself? Send the Dragon Princess over? The bull demon king was taken aback. What sort of arrangement is this? You offend me, I thwart your ambitions, and in the end, you expect to send your daughter to me and express your thanks? Do you believe your elder brother is inferior to the third prince of the West Sea Dragon Palace? Princess Iron Fan smacked the bull demon king. The bull demon king slammed his hand on the table, exclaiming, That is impossible. How could the third prince of the Dragon Palace compare to my elder brother? Though both belong to the dragon lineage, the third prince is of noble blood, while Gu Ming is a wild dragon. To the bull demon king, the notion that the third prince could be compared to his elder brother was absurd. So it is settled. The Dragon Palace is a lofty branch, and your elder brother is not? Indeed. The West Sea Dragon Palace is a lofty branch, yet my elder brother is not. This would be seeking a distant solution to a nearby problem. Since the root of the issue lies with his elder brother, sending the Dragon Princess to him would resolve the trouble, and the bull demon king found this reasoning increasingly sound. Why, lady, you may rest. I shall return shortly, bull demon king, in the blink of an eye. The bull demon king had vanished. Princess Iron Fan clutched her chest in frustration. This man, upon discovering a solution, disregards his wife and makes a hasty exit. In the Baipo Pond's Dragon Palace, the Wanqing Dragon King remained in turmoil. At that moment, a shrimp soldier rushed into the hall, calling out loudly, Dragon King, the mighty bull demon king has come to pay his respects. He is already outside the Dragon Palace. Do not let him in. The Wanqing Dragon King waved his hand impatiently. Really not letting him in? The shrimp soldier was taken aback. Wait, who is here? My brother, the Bull Demon King. After a considerable pause, the Wanqing Dragon King snapped back to reality and quickly rose. Quickly, invite him in. During this time, he had extended numerous invitations to the Bull Demon King to visit the Baipo Pond. Yet the Bull Demon King had remained unresponsive, offering various excuses, either in seclusion or preoccupied. Now that the main guest had arrived, the Wanqing Dragon King's gloomy mood lifted considerably. Quickly, prepare a feast. Yes, Dragon King. The staff of the Baipo Pond Dragon Palace bustled into action. Ha ha ha, old Dragon King, how have you been of late? The Bull Demon King entered the hall with a hearty laugh. The Wanqing Dragon King felt a mix of emotions. With matters having escalated to this point, how could the old Dragon King be well? After exchanging pleasantries, the Bull Demon King sighed. Old Dragon King, I have wronged you. Had it not been for your intervention, the matter concerning Princess Wanqing would not have spiraled so out of control. It is but a trivial matter, old dragon. Wait. The Wanqing Dragon King, who was about to decline, suddenly realized, Bull Demon Brother, are you saying that the matter concerning my daughter is related to your elder brother? Damn! Are you aware of the Black Dragon Emperor? The old Dragon King merely uttered a word on behalf of the Bull Demon King, yet you choose to target me so relentlessly? The Bull Demon King awkwardly nodded. Acknowledging, this matter indeed pertains to my elder brother. On that day, I, the old bull, was blinded by my own arrogance and provoked my elder brother. Subsequently, I personally visited him to plead on your behalf. Which is why my elder brother abandoned the notion of personally visiting the Dragon Palace at the Baipo Pool. Old Dragon King, one must learn to cherish relationships, although you have spoken in my favor. I have also interceded for you. Otherwise, it would not merely be a matter of your dreams being shattered. It is likely that he would directly arrive at the Dragon Palace at Baipo Pool. And who can predict the outcome for you? The 10,000 Holy Dragon King. By your reasoning, should the old Dragon King express gratitude to the Black Dragon Emperor? The 10,000 Holy Dragon King's face flushed a deep shade of purple. Alas, it seems I, the old dragon, am destined to remain unconnected to the Dragon Palace. I lack such fortune. After holding his breath for a while, the 10,000 Holy Dragon King exhaled heavily. What does it matter if it was Gu Ming's doing? Should I confront him? Who knows who would be the victor in such a confrontation? As long as Gu Ming does not come knocking, I, the 10,000 Holy Dragon King, shall chant Amitabha. Forming an alliance with the Dragon Palace is hardly a stroke of good fortune. Your vision is simply lacking, for how can the third prince of the Western Sea Dragon Palace compare to my elder brother? I say the aim to cling to powerful allies. Is my elder brother's stature not substantial enough? Indeed. The 10,000 Holy Dragon King was momentarily taken aback. Why was he so stubbornly intent on marrying his daughter into the Dragon Palace? Was it not merely to ascend the social ladder and secure powerful connections? The Dragon Palace is a significant ally, and so is Gu Ming. To speak frankly, the Dragon Palace may not even be a reliable ally. If the Dragon Palace is not dependable, then neither is clinging to Gu Ming. They are both significant connections, so why perish clinging to a single leg? In the depths of the accumulated Thunder Mountain, within the Black Dragon Cave, Gu Ming stood beside the jade-faced princess by the medicinal pool, where Xiaobai was meditating in the waters. Husband, does Xiaobai truly possess the bloodline of the nine-tailed celestial fox? The jade-faced princess fixated on the medicinal pool, her tone tinged with envy. She could hardly believe that this vixen, Xiaobai, could possess such a noble bloodline. We are all fox spirits. What grants you such excellence? Currently, it cannot be confirmed. The bloodline must be continuously activated. Gu Ming hesitated, unwilling to make a hasty declaration. Whether Xiaobai possesses the bloodline of the nine-tailed celestial fox requires further stimulation of the bloodline. To this end, Gu Ming specifically sought out the king of the eternal fox to procure some elixirs for activating the bloodline for Xiaobai, which she would consume, alongside external soaking potions. With the elixir's activation and Xiaobai's diligent cultivation, as her cultivation level increases, the dormant bloodline will surely gradually awaken. Husband is indeed fortunate. The jade-faced princess felt a surge of unshed tears. The little fox that Gu Ming had casually rescued possessed such extraordinary blood, while her own bloodline was merely that of an ordinary jade-faced fox. The disparity was beyond description. Meanwhile, submerged in the medicinal pool, Xiao Bai continuously absorbed the essence of the elixirs. As her cultivation level steadily grew, a third fluffy tail began to sprout. A fox with 9 tails does not necessarily equate to possessing the bloodline of the 9-tailed celestial fox. It could also be an ordinary 9-tailed fox. Should Xiao Bai indeed possess the bloodline of the 9-tailed celestial fox, it would be a cause for universal celebration. Even if not, the 9-tailed fox bloodline would still be acceptable. Among the Fox clan, the 9-tailed fox bloodline is already regarded as a superior lineage. If it truly is the bloodline of the 9-tailed celestial fox, once fully awakened, Xiao Bai would soar to great heights. Although the 9-tailed celestial fox may not be on par with the exceedingly powerful aberrations of heaven and earth, setting aside those monstrous beings, the 9-tailed fox bloodline is undeniably formidable. Xiao Bai requires ample time to activate her bloodline, necessitating prolonged seclusion for cultivation, during which she cannot compete for the jade-faced princess's affections. Previously, the jade-faced princess would have been elated, but since learning of the possibility of Xiao Bai possessing the bloodline of the 9-tailed celestial fox, her joy had dissipated. Even if Xiao Bai is occupied with her seclusion, rendering her unable to vie for affection, the threat looms too large. No, I too shall enter seclusion, even if my bloodline does not rival Xiao Bai's. I must not lag too far behind in strength, otherwise I will inevitably fall behind. Recalling the king of the eternal fox's warning, the jade-faced princess grew increasingly anxious. Husband, I shall begin my seclusion tomorrow. May I have your company today? Resolute, the jade-faced princess clung to Gu Ming. What is this? Xiao Bai is entering seclusion, and you, the jade-faced princess, are too. Did you both conspire? It seems that Xiao Bai has considerably unsettled the jade-faced princess, amplifying her sense of crisis. All notions of romance and leisure must be cast aside. I, the jade-faced princess, am certainly not one to be labeled as lazy and disinterested in cultivation. Notions of inconsistency have no place with me. I must commence my seclusion immediately. No one shall impede me. Chapter 31. Elder brother, do you desire the dragon maiden? Very well. The jade-faced princess, fueled by an intense competitive spirit and unwilling to be outshone by Xiao Bai, compelled Gu Ming to acquiesce. Surely, one cannot deny the jade-faced princess her seclusion for the sake of petty romantic matters. Thus, Gu Ming accompanied the jade-faced princess for a day, escorting her to her secluded chamber. Concluding that matter, perhaps I should also enter seclusion for a spell? Glancing at the enhancement panel, Gu Ming contemplated whether he too should engage in seclusion to bolster his strength and rapidly accumulate enhancement points. His intermittent training had resulted in a sluggish accumulation of points. My lord, the mighty bull demon king has come to pay a visit. He is currently waiting at the foot of the mountain. Before Gu Ming could decide on his seclusion, a maid arrived to inform him of the bull demon king's presence. It seems my plans for seclusion will have to be postponed. With the bull demon king visiting, Gu Ming must surely extend his hospitality. Others call him elder brother so frequently. This courtesy must be afforded. Bring him up and prepare a feast. Yes, my lord. The maid complied and swiftly descended to make preparations. Before long, the bull demon king and the 10,000 holy dragon king arrived at the cave's entrance, the former carrying several bottles of fine wine. Upon entering, he called out boisterously, Elder brother, bull demon brother has come again, and I bring you several bottles of fine wine. The banquet within had already been prepared. The bull demon king let out a hearty laugh and took a seat without reservation. Once Gu Ming was seated, the bull demon king hurriedly uncorked the fine wine he had brought, eagerly pouring it for Gu Ming, exclaiming, Elder brother, do try this exquisite wine. It is specially brewed by my wife, and ordinary folks rarely get to taste it. Your sister-in-law has such a hobby? Gu Ming lifted his cup, inhaling the aroma before commenting, not bad. Your sister-in-law possesses remarkable skill. Brewing spirit wine is not simply a matter of combining a heap of spirit fruits and herbs. It requires expertise. Those adept at the craft produce fine spirit wine, while those lacking skill may not only fail to create quality brews, but may even concoct something toxic. Ha ha ha. The bull demon king was immensely pleased by such praise, raising several more toasts to Gu Ming before settling down. After several cups, seeing the bull demon king intent on pouring more, Gu Ming quickly interjected, Enough. Stop pouring incessantly. If there is something to discuss, speak plainly. Well, the bull demon king chuckled sheepishly, giving a thumbs up. Elder brother is astute. You can tell that I have something on my mind. Was it necessary to even observe? Gu Ming replied, amused. The Bull Demon King often visited, indulging in meat and wine, eagerly anticipating his next feast. This time, however, he was not rushing to eat but was instead intent on pouring and toasting. Speak, then. Shaking his head, Gu Ming took a bite of a spirit fruit. Since traversing into the journey to the West Realm, Gu Ming's dietary habits had transformed significantly. He consumed much less meat and had developed a fondness for spirit fruits. He was curious about the flavors of the peaches of immortality and the ginseng fruits and hoped for a chance to sample them firsthand. Ahem! The Bull Demon King coughed to clear his throat, attempting to organize his thoughts, yet he hesitated, finding it difficult to articulate. Speak up. Why the stammering? Gu Ming raised an eyebrow at him. Under pressure, the somewhat anxious Bull Demon King blurted out, Elder brother, do you desire the Dragon Maiden? Gu Ming nearly exclaimed in surprise, almost uttering some playful phrase to gauge the Bull Demon King's intentions. Fortunately, he quickly realized that the Bull Demon King's inquiry held a different meaning from the cinematic context. This fellow was merely relaying a message from the 10,000 Holy Dragon King. Due to the rumors circulating, the 10,000 Holy Dragon King had been so distressed that he had nearly pulled out his own hair. Desperately trying to maintain control of the situation as the reputation of the Bai Bo pool continued to decline, Ji Yuming had anticipated witnessing the fallout from the 10,000 Holy Dragon King's plans for his daughter. Yet who would have thought that the chaos would come knocking at his own door? Did the 10,000 Holy Dragon King send you? Gu Ming casually toyed with his wine glass, casting a nonchalant glance at the Bull Demon King. Feeling a chill at Gu Ming's gaze, the Bull Demon King stammered, Elder brother, this is not my intention. I only recently mentioned this matter to my wife, and she suggested that if we wish to quell the situation, we must turn to you, elder brother. So it was the Princess Iron Fan's idea. It made sense. Had it been the Bull Demon King's notion? Given his connection to the 10,000 Holy Dragon King, he would have approached much earlier, and it would not have taken so long. Yu Ming gave the Bull Demon King a profound look before patting him on the shoulder. Bull Demon King, you have a wonderful wife. What does elder brother mean by that? Gu Ming savored the fine wine in his cup, contemplating leisurely. Observing this, the Bull Demon King dared not rush him and could only wait patiently. After a considerable pause, Gu Ming gently set down his wine glass, raised his gaze to the Bull Demon King, and stated, the Dragon Maiden can be sent over. The Black Dragon Cave does not mind adding another maid. As for the 10,000 Holy Dragon King, you may inform him to refrain from engaging in dubious schemes, or disaster will surely befall him, and no one will be able to rescue him. If he still values his own life and cares for his descendants, he should sincerely close his doors and turn away visitors. My elder brother suggests that the old Dragon King is destined to face this calamity? Niuemo Wang was astonished by Gu Ming's words. Calamities can strike unexpectedly, and the fear lies in being completely oblivious while others watch with clarity, eagerly awaiting your misfortune. Ji Yuming chuckled softly, saying nothing but shaking his head in amusement. It is not to be spoken of. Hiss. Niuemo Wang drew in a sharp breath. This matter has taken a serious turn. It is no longer merely a question of ambition. A single misstep could lead to the annihilation of the entire Dragon Palace. Brother, how many years must we close the doors to the Bai Bo Tan? At least 2,000 years, as he spoke. Gu Ming reminded Niuemo Wang. If you, Niuemo Wang, are not afraid of calamity befalling you, feel free to engage with him. Engage with what? Once this matter concludes, I, the old bull, shall sever all ties with Bai Bo Tan. A calamity capable of leading to the demise of the Dragon Kin in Bai Bo Tan is one that Niuemo Wang cannot withstand. Thus, he must steer clear of it. The issue of Bai Bo Tan extends beyond a mere ambitious nine-headed snake. Even if the nine-headed snake is driven away, given the nature of the Wanqing Dragon King, this calamity will inevitably come to pass, unless one closes the doors and avoids the perilous period of the journey to the west. Living a low-key life thereafter and refraining from unscrupulous deeds, there may still be a glimmer of hope, should one choose not to change, no matter how many years one tries to evade it. The outcome will ultimately be the same: annihilation. This discourse left Niuemo Wang devoid of any desire to drink. After hastily bidding farewell to Gu Ming, he rushed to Bai Bo Tan, declining the Wanqing Dragon King's invitation. Sensing Niuemo Wang's aloofness, the Wanqing Dragon King was perplexed. Old Dragon King, do not accuse me of being ungrateful. Rather, you should hasten to send the Dragon Maiden to Ji-Lei Mountain and then seal the Dragon Palace to evade disaster. Live more discreetly from now on. Perhaps there lies a chance for redemption. What? When Yoamo Wang conveyed Gu Ming's warning, the Wanqing Dragon King was left speechless. How could Bai Bo Tan unwittingly provoke such a great calamity? Chapter 32. Being the handmaiden of the Black Dragon Emperor is your fortune. The Black Dragon Emperor instructed Yoamo Wang to warn the old dragon against engaging in unscrupulous activities. Upon hearing this term, the Wanqing Dragon King felt awkward. He had said all that needed to be said, and out of respect for their past friendship, he cautioned the Wanqing Dragon King to be more discreet. Thereafter, Yoamo Wang decisively departed from Bai Bo Tan. This place must not be visited again. Rushing back to the banana cave on Cuiyan Mountain, Yoamo Wang still felt dazed. Observing his distracted demeanor, Princess Iron Fan grew angry. How dare you, Yoamo Wang, secretly take my liquor? Have you lost your senses? My lady, do not fuss. Yoamo Wang quickly halted Princess Iron Fan's intent to scold him, recounting Gu Ming's words in detail, hoping she would provide some insight. After listening, Princess Iron Fan fell silent for a moment, bestowing a rare appreciative gaze upon Yoamo Wang. Not bad. You even know to avoid calamity. It seems you have not chosen the wrong elder brother, showing some progress. What do you mean? Am I the foolish bull that you think? My lady, is this truly as mystical as it sounds? Princess Iron Fan shot him a disdainful glance. If you do not believe it, then by all means, go and test it for yourself to see if your physique can withstand it. Let us pretend I did not ask why wife is a celestial being. Her knowledge and insight are beyond what an ordinary demon king can compare to. Moreover, Yoamo Wang trusted that Princess Iron Fan would not deceive him. If even Princess Iron Fan believed he should keep his distance from Bai Bo Tan, why would he foolishly move closer? He must not unwittingly involve himself in trouble. Seeing Yoamo Wang subdued, Princess Iron Fan ceased her scolding and earnestly advised him. Your elder brother is not an ordinary individual. Maintaining a relationship with him would not harm you in comparison to cavorting with various demon kings over drinks and feasts. Princess Iron Fan preferred that Yoamo Wang foster a closer bond with Gu Ming, for in the future, should they encounter difficulties, they might feel justified in seeking assistance. Indeed, that is my darling Yoamo Wang's elder brother. Mentioning Gu Ming, Princess Iron Fan's intention was to steer her husband away from the unruly demon kings and encourage him to cultivate relationships with individuals like Gu Ming. However, upon hearing Gu Ming's name, Yoamo Wang became invigorated. Observing his smug expression, Princess Iron Fan felt the urge to strike him. Today, I desire beef. Oh dear, my lady, please refrain from violence. Not knowing how he had provoked his wife's anger, Yoamo Wang scurried around the cave, while an exasperated Princess Iron Fan chased after him. Within the banana cave, the couple playfully bickered, their emotions heightened. Meanwhile, in Bai Bo Tan, calamity loomed. The Wanqing Dragon King felt as if the sky were collapsing. And the Wanqing Princess was not faring much better. She was still confined, only to receive the news that she was to be sent to Ji-Lei Mountain to serve Gu Ming as a handmaiden. Upon hearing this, the Wanqing Princess collapsed onto the ground. Not long ago, her father had suggested marrying her off to the third prince of the West Sea Dragon Palace, a proposal she adamantly resisted. Now, the plot had taken a dramatic turn. Not only was she unable to marry the third prince, but she was also to be sent to Ji-Lei Mountain as a mere handmaiden. Father! The Wanqing Princess wept bitterly. She did not wish to be sent to Ji-Lei Mountain to serve as a handmaiden. Sigh. The Wanqing Dragon King lamented. Not long ago, I hoped you would marry the third prince of the West Sea. But you refused. Now that calamity is imminent for Bai Bo Tan, I shall send you to Ji-Lei Mountain. The Black Dragon Emperor is also of our dragon kin. I trust he will not mistreat you. Take care of yourself. The Wanqing Dragon King did not elaborate further, decisively opting to close the doors and evade disaster. He swiftly dispatched someone to escort his daughter to Ji-Lei Mountain. Whether she consented or not was of no consequence. From the moment the Wanqing Dragon King informed Ji-Lei Mountain of his intent to send the Dragon Maiden, the Wanqing Princess had no choice but to comply. Otherwise, before Bai Bo Tan's calamity could unfold, Gu Ming would become its harbinger. The first conflict was resolved through Yoamo Wang's mediation, but the second would not be so easily forgiven. Ji Ming had no desire to be a bloodthirsty figure. But should the Wanqing Dragon King attempt to play tricks, he would not hesitate to confront them directly, eradicating Bai Bo-Tan himself. There was no need to await any calamity. He would first bring ruin upon them. Whether the Wanqing princess wished it or not, she would be sent to Ji-Lei Mountain to become Gu Ming's handmaiden. As for marriage, forget about it. The Wanqing Dragon King could not compare to the Wanshui Fox King. And the Wanqing princess was no match for the jade-faced princess. At least the jade-faced princess was an obedient and sensible fox spirit, aware of what was appropriate and what was not. The Wanqing princess was dispatched to Ji-Lei Mountain, while Bai Bo-Tan entered a mode of seclusion, shutting its doors to visitors. 2,000 years may not be too long for the Wanqing Dragon King. If he could seclude himself for that duration to evade disaster, he would gladly do so. As for whether Gu Ming's words were mere bluster, the Wanqing Dragon King dared not wager. If he won the gamble, all would be well, but should he lose, Bai Bo-Tan would become nothing but a memory in the annals of history. Why, Lord, the Wanqing princess has been delivered. Take her away and ensure she receives proper training. Do not indulge her. Unlike the obedient and sensible jade-faced princess, the Wanqing princess, with her romantic notions, must not be spoiled, lest she attempt all manner of outrageous deeds. Of course, if she can be properly persuaded, she could serve as a minor asset. Unfortunately, such assistance is of no use to Gu Ming. He does not require the Wanqing princess to carry out reckless acts on his behalf, nor will he make a special effort to placate her romantic inclinations. Simply entrust her to the handmaids within the cave for proper guidance. If she is to be a handmaiden, she should fulfill that role diligently, understanding reality without indulging in fanciful thoughts. Ji-Lei Mountain is not Bai Bo-Tan. Here, no one treats you as a Dragon Palace princess, so you must simply act as a handmaiden. The decision to close the doors of Bai Bo-Tan did not create much of a stir. As the Wanqing Dragon King had not announced it far and wide, he simply sealed the Dragon Palace, leaving a few shrimp soldiers and crab generals stationed outside. Their task was to inform any visitors that the Dragon Palace was closed and unavailable for meetings. No one would be received. The Wanqing Dragon King was resolute in his intention to remain cloistered within the Dragon Palace for 2,000 years. Was the calamity facing Bai Bo-Tan real? The Wanshui Fox King slyly approached Gu Ming, curious to inquire about the matter. In response to the Wanshui Fox King's inquiry, Gu Ming, much like he had with Niuemo Wang, smiled without offering a word. You may speculate whether it is true or not. Well, let us pretend I did not ask. The Chaos Demon King of Dongxing Shenzhou is marrying a 13th concubine and has invited me to his banquet. Seeing that he could extract no valuable information from Gu Ming, the Wanshui Fox King reluctantly shared the invitation to the banquet. Wishing the Fox King safe travels, Gu Ming did not impede the Wanshui Fox King's journey to Dongxing Shenzhou, as there was no need to do so. After all, the Chaos Demon King was merely a minor boss in the journey to the west. With his limited capabilities, he could hardly stir up significant trouble. At most merely pilfering Sun Wukong's possessions. Such trivial matters would not entangle others. The Wanshui Fox King's visit to Dongxing Shenzhou was merely a reciprocal gesture. Moreover, this old fox was quite cunning. He would never entangle himself in troublesome affairs, so there was no need for concern about any calamities arising from his journey. Ji Yuming had no desire to make the long trip to Dongxing Shenzhou, and thus the Wanshui Fox King set off alone. At the moment of departure, a fellow traveler serendipitously joined the journey. The Bull Demon King also aspired to visit the Eastern Victory Divine Continent. Aside from attending the wedding banquet of the Chaos World Demon King, he was keen to glimpse the famed spiritual stone monkey mentioned by Gu Ming. His curiosity was piqued by the monkey's enigmatic origins, which warranted Gu Ming's mention. Chapter 33. What is the origin of the spiritual stone monkey? Why not ascend to the heavens? Gu Ming, unwilling to vacate his abode, permitted the Bull Demon King to accompany the Venerable Fox King on their expedition to the Eastern Victory Divine Continent for the banquet. Fox King, have you heard of the spiritual stone monkey from the Flower and Fruit Mountain in the Eastern Victory Divine Continent? On the road, the Bull Demon King inquired about this matter from the Venerable Fox King. The Venerable Fox King pondered. I have not heard of it. There's something extraordinary about this spiritual stone monkey from Flower and Fruit Mountain. How odd it, if even the Venerable Fox King had not heard of it. Why had Gu Ming brought up this monkey, brother? I heard from Gu Ming that the spiritual stone monkey possesses an extraordinary lineage. Flower and Fruit Mountain is situated in the proud nation of Aolai, not far from Canyuan Mountain. Shall we investigate further? It was Gu Ming's reference that piqued the Bull Demon King's interest. An exceptional monkey? It was indeed worth witnessing. Thus, the venerable Fox King agreed, "Very well. Let us go together." Consequently, the Bull Demon King and the Fox set forth directly to Owleyes Flower and Fruit Mountain, seemingly indifferent to the wedding banquet of the Chaos World Demon King. Eager to discover the extraordinary nature of the spiritual stone monkey, upon their relentless arrival at Flower and Fruit Mountain, after a thorough investigation, they were left utterly bewildered. Where were the monkeys? While Flower and Fruit Mountain boasted a plethora of monkeys, a significant number were descendants spawned after the emergence of Sun Wukong. After all, Sun Wukong, the handsome Monkey King, was a paragon of beauty among the monkey populace, attracting the attention of many female monkeys, leading to the birth of numerous offspring. Yet, among the many monkeys, few possessed any profound abilities. The Bull Demon King grew increasingly perplexed, and the venerable Fox King also felt a sense of bewilderment. Where was the spiritual stone monkey? Surely, it could not be the handsome Monkey King they spoke of. Though clever, the handsome Monkey King appeared unrefined in cultivation, making it difficult to associate him with the extraordinary lineage of the spiritual stone monkey. "What do you think, Fox King?" The Bull Demon King turned to the venerable Fox King. The venerable Fox King retrieved several magical artifacts, preparing to divine the origins of the handsome Monkey King. The Bull Demon King watched curiously, but as the venerable Fox King began to calculate the monkey's lineage, his eyes widened in shock, his body convulsed, and he spat out blood before collapsing. This scene startled the Bull Demon King greatly. If Gu Ming were present, he would undoubtedly berate the venerable Fox King for courting disaster. "What possessed you to calculate the lineage of Sun Wukong? Do you truly think you can divine the origins of the celestial stone? Are you aware of your own limitations, venerable Fox King? If you are so brave, why not calculate the fate of Nuwa, who wields the celestial stone?" Fox King. The Bull Demon King was taken aback. Hastily lifting the venerable Fox King and departing Flower and Fruit Mountain without a backward glance, disregarding the Chaos World Demon King's wedding banquet as he hurriedly retreated from the Eastern Victory Divine Continent. Upon their return to Jilei Mountain, Gu Ming had just entered his cave abode to commence his seclusion for cultivation. "Why, Lord, the Bull Demon King has returned and brought the Fox King with him. It seems the Fox King is injured." Upon receiving the news, Gu Ming felt compelled to exit his seclusion to investigate. What transpired? Observing the venerable Fox King lying motionless on the table, Gu Ming struggled to comprehend how these two had gone to a wedding banquet but returned with only one of them incapacitated. "We sought the spiritual stone monkey on Flower and Fruit Mountain, only to discover a multitude of ordinary monkeys. Consequently, the Fox King attempted to divine their origins, and this is the result. By the heavens! Why did you not ascend to the skies instead?" Upon learning the circumstances that led to the venerable Fox King's current state, Gu Ming slapped his forehead. "You two are truly something else." Gu Ming raised a thumb in admiration for the venerable Fox King, who lay on the table, and the nervously anxious Bull Demon King. Such reckless behavior was only something they would dare to undertake. "Brother, surely the Fox King isn't." The Bull Demon King swallowed hard. Although the attempt to divine the monkey's lineage was the Fox King's own folly, he had led the Fox King to Flower and Fruit Mountain. If this old fox were to perish, the Bull Demon King would undoubtedly feel guilt. "Feel what?" Gu Ming replied with exasperation, raising a hand to deliver a reprimanding slap to the Bull Demon King. "Do you truly believe this old fox is on the verge of death? Is he not?" Seeing Gu Ming raise his hand, the Bull Demon King decisively fell silent. After several chastising slaps, Gu Ming's ire began to subside. "He won't die. He merely needs to endure some suffering. The backlash he experienced is quite unpleasant." The venerable Fox King's condition was precarious but not critical. He simply required a restorative elixir for his primordial spirit and some time to recuperate. However, this incident would likely leave a profound psychological scar on the old Fox. Ji Ming mused that in the days to come, the old fox would likely refrain from recklessly attempting to divine matters. That is reassuring. Upon learning that the venerable Fox King's condition was not dire, the Bull Demon King felt relieved and vigorously patted his chest. "Brother, this incident is my fault. I have plenty of spiritual herbs at Suelong Mountain. If you require anything, I shall return immediately to procure some. Suelong Mountain is the domain of your wife, Princess Iron Fan. You, Bull Demon King, truly dare to say such a thing." While the Bull Demon King possessed a bovine visage, He indeed had some talent for benefiting from others, or else Zhu Beiji would not be so envious of him. One bore a bovine face, while the other bore a porcine one. The former flourished wherever he went, while the latter was scorned. How could that not provoke envy? Unfortunately, Zhu Beiji never reflected on his own shortcomings. While the Bull Demon King possessed a bovine face, he was also strong and charismatic. In contrast, Zhu Beiji was easily distracted by any woman, either staring blankly or drooling. With such behavior, he would struggle to attract even the interest of a female demon. And no need. Jilei Mountain has sufficient spiritual herbs. Just refrain from such reckless antics next time. In terms of wealth, Jilei Mountain was far more prosperous and did not require him to resort to soliciting from Princess Iron Fan. Ji Yuming instructed a maid to fetch the herbs and then forcefully administered them to the venerable Fox King. He was not adept at concocting pills, so he resorted to this primitive method. Fortunately, it proved effective. After administering the herbs and checking the venerable Fox King's condition, Gu Ming ordered that the old fox be sent back to Mayun Cave to rest and recuperate. Once the venerable Fox King was sent away, the Bull Demon King took up a jug of wine from the table and drank deeply to calm his nerves. Brother, what on earth is the origin of the spiritual stone monkey from Flower and Fruit Mountain that could cause the Fox King to end up like this? I truly cannot fathom it. It's merely a matter of divining its lineage. Yet it was so terrifying I almost thought the venerable Fox King had perished. Fortunately, it was just a backlash. Had his primordial spirit been harmed, the venerable Fox King would not have been able to boast about his longevity. Ji Yuming sipped his wine and casually explained, the spiritual stone monkey is an entity born from a divine stone. And the origins of this divine stone are remarkable, as were its previous bearers. One cannot speak of it lightly. The name of the sage. It is best not to mention it casually. Otherwise, one might not even realize when they become the target of attention. The Bull Demon King's mind was in turmoil. The divine stone had extraordinary origins, and its previous bearers were equally extraordinary. Who could it be that even their name could not be uttered lightly? The human race's holy mother. Gu Ming shot the Bull Demon King a glare and summarily expelled him from the Black Dragon Cave. For a while, I shall enter seclusion for cultivation, unless necessary. Do not disturb me at Jilei Mountain for some time. Take care of yourself. The Bull Demon King, having been unceremoniously tossed out of the Black Dragon Cave, fell from the peak of Jilei Mountain like a projectile. He even forgot to fly, plummeting in an arc and landing heavily on the ground. His mind was consumed with thoughts of the words human race's holy mother, causing him to break out in a cold sweat. A mere monkey was connected to the human race's holy mother? No wonder the old fox had collapsed in shock. Brother is right. I, the old bull, should remain peaceful for a while and avoid causing any trouble. Chapter 34. The 33 Outer Heavens, reinforcement once more. Thus, the Bull Demon King, having risen from the pit, swiftly returned to the Banana Leaf Cave, refraining from mentioning the events at Flower and Fruit Mountain. Meanwhile, the venerable Fox King lay dormant for nearly 3 years before finally awakening. Almost met my demise. Upon awakening, the venerable Fox King realized he had stumbled due to a monkey. Did I nearly catch a glimpse of the great-grandmother? Gu Ming chuckled at the sight of the venerable Fox King sitting upright, utterly bewildered. Begone. Do not jest about me seeing the great-grandmother. It was not that dire. In truth, the situation had been such that if he had glimpsed the great-grandmother, it could have been catastrophic. That is indeed the case. Gu Ming bestowed the venerable Fox King with a knowing nod before rising to depart from Mayun Cave. With the venerable Fox King now awake, he decided to enter seclusion for cultivation. The subsequent care of the old fox would be addressed by himself. In truth, Sun Wukong was not as formidable as he seemed. Aside from the risk of being duped by him as a sworn brother, the rest was manageable. If the venerable Fox King refrained from courting disaster by probing into the monkey's origins, he would likely remain unscathed. Even if he and the Bull Demon King held hands and enjoyed a delightful time with Sun Wukong on Flower and Fruit Mountain, there would be no issues, provided they did not harbor intentions of eliminating Sun Wukong. The cunning old fox, who was astute to a fault in his daily dealings, made a grave miscalculation at a critical juncture. Having learned this lesson, it is likely that he will refrain from attempting to decipher the paths of others in the future. Surviving this time, he merely caught a glimpse of his great-grandmother and grandmother. Next time, he may well find himself truly reunited with them. The King of Foxes and the Bull Demon King took a leisurely tour of the Eastern Victory Divine Continent, yet they did not attend the wedding feast of the world-destroying Demon King, which left the latter feeling profoundly disappointed, instinctively believing that the two esteemed figures held him in contempt. Fortunately, the world-destroying Demon King refrained from voicing such lunatic thoughts. Had the Bull Demon King overheard, he would have undoubtedly retorted, "Indeed, the old bull does look down upon you. Your camaraderie is but a triviality, something to be taken or left. Should you wish to join the revelry, so be it. If not, who do you think you are?" Time flows on unmarked, and 200 years have quietly passed. This was the longest period of seclusion for Gu Ming since his arrival in the world of Journey to the West. As he opened his eyes within his cave dwelling, he stretched his body and summoned the enhancement panel, taken aback by the surplus of over 400 enhancement points, in the early days of his transmigration. He could enhance continuously but lacked sufficient points. Now, the situation had reversed. The strengthening of the physical body requires intervals of time, a fact that Gu Ming had not anticipated. Upon reflection, it makes sense. Compared to the enhancement of magical artifacts, the augmentation of one's physical form is undoubtedly more complex. Continuous enhancements could lead to a collapse if the physical strength fails to keep pace. It is understandable that a period of adaptation is necessary after each enhancement. It is time to commence a new round of strengthening. Upon exiting his meditation chamber, Gu Ming instructed the attending maid who had promptly arrived. Prepare hot water and refreshments. Although he remained free from hunger due to absorbing the essence of heaven and earth, Gu Ming still habitually craved something to eat and drink, particularly the celestial wine. "Yes, my lord," the maid responded, hurrying to fulfill his command. In the familiar bathing pool, Gu Ming immersed himself in the warm spring water, noticing ripples indicating someone had entered the pool. Instinctively, he opened his eyes to find Princess Wansheng, clad in a sheer veil, approaching with a silk cloth, intending to assist in washing his body. Startled by his sudden awakening, she paused momentarily. "How have you been?" Gu Ming inquired, gesturing for her to proceed as he closed his eyes once more. The motion of her hands hesitated, and she lowered her gaze slightly, speaking softly, "Thanks to your care, my lord, Princess Wansheng is doing splendidly, and my sisters are also very attentive to me." Recently arriving at Jilei Mountain, Princess Wansheng felt a mixture of reluctance and helplessness, unable to resist, yet her spirits remained high. After all, the transition from being the cherished dragon maiden of Bibo Pond to a mere maid in the Black Dragon Cave was a significant adjustment, one she found difficult to accept. Unfortunately for her, her identity as a dragon maiden held little value in Gu Ming's eyes. After over 200 years of training, Princess Wansheng had no choice but to submit to reality. In simpler terms, her sharp edges had been smoothed out, she had matured, and had become more obedient. At Bibo Pond, she was adored and cherished, but upon arriving at Jilei Mountain, those privileges vanished, leaving her to comply as an ordinary maid. Though designated as a maid, her status was evidently higher than that of her peers, for she was neither bullied nor mistreated. After all, she was still a dragon maiden, and the little fox demons in the Black Dragon Cave dared not show her disrespect or deliberately provoke her. Knowing their master was a dragon, should they mistreat Princess Wansheng, it could spell trouble for them if she were to one day gain Gu Ming's favor. The King of Foxes possessed his usual keen eye, selecting maids whose beauty, physique, and character were beyond reproach. Ji Ming chose to remain silent, comfortably soaking in the pool, needing to calm both his mind and body in preparation for the impending enhancement. As Princess Wansheng delicately wiped down Gu Ming's strong physique, she felt her hands trembling, her cheeks flushed with a deep crimson hue. This was her first time serving him during a bath. After thoroughly cleansing his body, Gu Ming leaned against the rocky edge of the pool and reached for a wine cup placed on the tray. The thin garment that clung to Princess Wansheng's form nearly slipped into the water, but she disregarded it, hastily rising to pour wine for Gu Ming. Savoring the exquisite scene before him, Gu Ming took a sip of celestial wine and inquired, "Have you Mian and Xiao Bai emerged from their seclusion?" The two ladies awakened during their journey, but, upon seeing that you were still in seclusion, returned to the meditation chamber to continue their training. Princess Wansheng quickly refilled Gu Ming's cup. Just then, as she grasped the wine jug, she felt herself lifted effortlessly into Gu Ming's embrace. With beauty cradled in his arms, who could think of drinking wine? Several hours later, leaving a languid princess wanting to rest in the pool. Gu Ming donned his attire and strode out of the cave. He did not inform the King of Foxes about this enhancement. With each increase in enhancement level, the disturbances caused grew more pronounced. The last time the King of Foxes assisted him, a significant portion of the array flags he had painstakingly crafted over the years was destroyed. Should he require assistance again, it would surely cause the old fox considerable heartache. To simplify matters, Gu Ming decided that henceforth, he would conduct his enhancements directly in the 33 heavens, convenient and efficient. Exiting the cave, Gu Ming flew unhesitatingly towards the 33 heavens. The 33 heavens, also known as the 33 layers of heaven, welcomed Gu Ming as he soared through its realms, wielding his formidable physique to disregard the tumultuous elements of fire, water, and wind, until he arrived at the 6th layer, where he finally paused. The 6th layer was already far removed from the 4 great divine continents, and even further from the heavenly court. Unless someone pursued him with intent, the safety of breaking through or enhancing within the 33 heavens was considerably higher than in the 4 great divine continents. As was customary, he would first strengthen his physical form. With Gu Ming manifesting his true form, the over 2,000-foot-long black dragon coiled amidst the clouds infused with elements of earth, fire, and water, its dark, robust body partially concealed within the layers. Commence enhancement. After deducting the 32 enhancement points required for level 6, he entered the enhancement state. The familiar sensations and formulas enveloped him in this state of enhancement. Gu Ming could not quite control his body. He only heard the sound of cracking from within as his physique began to grow rapidly. Unlike previous experiences, this time, the dragon scales did not shed. Nor did the dragon skin show signs of tearing. It was simply a rapid growth. Amidst the thick clouds, the vast black dragon's body continued to expand. Chapter 35. The Achievement of the Great Dao Fruit. Coexisting with heaven and earth. In addition to the growth of his body, the 4 powerful dragon claws underwent a transformation. The originally 3-fingered claws sprouted 2 new digits, transforming them into 5-fingered claws. Furthermore, the peculiar dragon horns atop Gu Ming's head began to transition towards that of a pure-blood dragon lineage. With the evolution of the dragon horns and the advancement to 5 claws, it signified that Gu Ming's bloodline had progressed from that of a 3-clawed mixed-blood black dragon to a 5-clawed black dragon. From this moment forth, Gu Ming could boldly declare, "I am a true divine dragon." Regardless of whether one hailed from the 4 Seas Dragon Palace or was of wild lineage, any dragon with a 5-clawed bloodline could be considered a pure-blood divine dragon. However, in comparison to the noble 5-clawed golden dragons, black dragons were undoubtedly regarded as less esteemed in the eyes of the true dragon lineage. Despite being pure-blood and 5-clawed, the bloodline of the 5-clawed golden dragon was deemed the most prestigious. As for black dragons, what does it matter if they are pure-blood? They are still considered inferior to even the white dragons. Of course, this is merely the disdainful hierarchy within the 4 Seas Dragon Palace. Gu Ming was indifferent to the status of golden or white dragons. What did their colors matter? He recognized only strength. Roar. Accompanied by a resounding dragon roar, Gu Ming realized he could now manipulate his body during the enhancement process. His form was not only growing to unprecedented lengths, but a golden orb of light was also forming within his primordial spirit. The Great Dao Fruit. Gu Ming was overwhelmed with excitement, while the prospect of a towering physique was certainly a cause for celebration. What truly thrilled him was that he was in the process of forming the Great Dao Fruit. Only by successfully condensing the Great Dao Fruit could he claim to have genuinely accomplished his cultivation. Finally extricating himself from an awkward limbo and becoming a figure of significance in the world of Journey to the West. On the surface of this world, attaining the status of a great Luo Golden Immortal was regarded as a formidable achievement, the pinnacle pursued by countless beings. Unfortunately, the path to condensing the Great Dao Fruit has proven to be a bottleneck for innumerable souls. Without great fortune or the assistance of powerful allies, even disciples of the 3 teachings would find it immensely challenging to condense the Great Dao Fruit and achieve the form of a great Luo Golden Immortal, in contrast to those who transformed into great Luo Golden Immortals from the outset. Gu Ming was but a minor player in the grand scheme, yet this unassuming figure was able to ascend step by step through extraordinary means. Is not such an advantage a form of fortune as well? Boom! As the Great Dao Fruit began to coalesce, Gu Ming's true form underwent further transformation, and the Thunder Tribulation was, without a doubt, imminent. This Thunder Tribulation arrived precisely on cue. Gazing upward at the gathering dark clouds, Gu Ming could only shake his head in disbelief. The process of condensing the great Dao fruit had yet to conclude, and the Thunder Tribulation was already upon him, leaving no room for even a moment's respite. Do you wish to successfully condense the great Dao fruit? Brace yourself for a lightning strike. If you withstand it, you shall become a great Luo Golden Immortal, living in harmony with heaven and earth. Should you falter, death awaits, with no possibility of escape. For an ordinary newcomer, encountering a Thunder Tribulation while condensing the great Dao fruit would likely induce panic, yet Gu Ming felt no fear whatsoever. After cultivating the 8-9 mystical skill for hundreds of years and undergoing 6 rounds of physical enhancement, if he could not withstand this Thunder Tribulation, it would be better for him to find a place to perish, sparing the predecessors of transmigrators the embarrassment. Others might traverse realms, battling formidable beings, while if he, Gu Ming, could not even endure a single Thunder Tribulation, what right would he have to call himself a transmigrator? He would be utterly humiliated. Boom! The divine thunder, imbued with an endless sense of oppressive might, descended heavily upon Gu Ming. The colossal dragon, exceeding 10,000 zhang in length, rolled through the clouds several times. Very well, the impact is minimal. Thunder Tribulations are indeed fearsome. Yet Gu Ming is no mere novice. At this juncture, his physical form has attained a formidable strength in the face of the descending Thunder Tribulations. He encounters no issues whatsoever. Thunder Tribulations are both calamities and opportunities. Each divine lightning he endures equates to a cleansing of both body and soul, serving as a reward for transcending the tribulations. The more intense the strike, the greater the benefits accrued. While the advantages may seem plentiful, they are fraught with peril, at least for the vast majority of beings undergoing tribulations. Gu Ming, a player of exceptional prowess, is not among them. As long as he refrains from provoking the heavenly laws, he shall navigate this Thunder Tribulation with ease and minimal pressure. Boom! With each strike of divine thunder, Gu Ming's body and soul undergo purification and enhancement, even accelerating the condensation of the Deluo Dao fruit significantly. For Gu Ming, undergoing tribulations is not a calamity. Rather, it is an opportunity, albeit one that leaves his entire being tingling with a mix of pain and pleasure. Could it be that I harbor some peculiar inclination? Realizing the oddity of his thoughts, Gu Ming hastily shook his head, akin to a mountain, casting away those unhealthy notions. How terrifying! Boom! As the final bolt of divine thunder fell, the mission of the Thunder Tribulation came to an end, and the ominous clouds in the sky swiftly dissipated, revealing Gu Ming's massive form coiled together. At this moment, he was on the brink of fully condensing the Deluo Dao fruit. With his mind solely focused on this endeavor, Gu Ming closed his eyes, drifting in the dense clouds of the 6th heaven as if in a deep slumber. Meanwhile, in the Jilei Mountain, the jade-faced princess, alerted by her maid, joyfully emerged from her seclusion. However, upon her emergence, she discovered that Gu Ming had long since departed from Jilei Mountain, his whereabouts unknown. Left in a state of discontent due to Gu Ming's absence, the jade-faced princess could only wait forlornly in the Black Dragon Cave, though she was not alone. Shortly after her, Xiaobai also awakened from his seclusion, accompanying her in the wait for Gu Ming's return. The two fox spirits never anticipated that this wait would stretch on for several decades. Unbeknownst to Gu Ming, who resided in the 6th heaven, significant events were unfolding in the journey to the West World as time passed. Firstly, the carefree Sun Wukong, upon witnessing the death of his kin in Huagua Mountain, was deeply affected and subsequently embarked on a journey to seek immortality across the seas. Unfortunately, he drifted aimlessly for over a decade before finally arriving at the Xinyo Hezhou. Upon his arrival, Sun Wukong apprenticed under the Bodhi Patriarch of the Fangtsuan Mountain, beginning his cultivation. After several years of diligent training, Sun Wukong achieved enlightenment, only to be unceremoniously expelled from the mountain by his master under some pretext, leaving him with no choice but to return to Huagua Mountain. Upon his return, he discovered that someone was attempting to encroach upon his territory, with many of the monkeys from Huagua Mountain having been captured. In a fit of rage, Sun Wukong stormed in, swiftly dispatching the chaos-causing Demon King, sending this minor boss of the journey to the west to his demise. With the Demon King vanquished, Sun Wukong basked in newfound glory. easily subduing the 72 demon kings of the Dongxing Shenzhou, and returned to a joyful life as the Monkey King of Huagua Mountain. However, his elation was short-lived, as he soon realized he lacked a suitable weapon. On the suggestion of a fellow monkey, he ventured to the Dragon Palace of the East Sea to seize a weapon amidst the chaos and the midst of the 33 heavens. The black dragon residing in the 6th heaven opened its eyes. Its enormous golden slit pupils piercing through the thick clouds, a voice as deep as thunder reverberating from within. Condensed the De Luo Dao fruit. From this day forth, may I share longevity with the heavens and the earth. In a surge of excitement, Gu Ming opened his dragon maw, unleashing a jet of pitch-black hurricane. Wherever the hurricane swept through, the clouds dispersed, and the violent elemental forces of earth, fire, water, and wind vanished without a trace in an instant. While other dragons typically possessed innate abilities related to water control, it seemed that for him, it had transformed into wind. Observing the aftermath of the hurricane he had unleashed, Gu Ming found it perplexing. It appeared that he was vastly different from ordinary dragons. In the blink of an eye, decades had passed, and it was time to return. Resolute in his decision to depart the 33 heavens, Gu Ming opened his dragon maw, and the breaking soul spear flew forth from his mouth. Oh, hurry! I shall attend to you shortly. The enhancement of his physical form had concluded, and the next enhancement would require some time. In keeping with his usual practice, Gu Ming decided to enhance the breaking soul spear before leaving the 33 heavens. Chapter 36. Anomaly in the 6th heaven, the Jade Emperor unconcerned. Aware that he was about to undergo a new enhancement, the breaking soul spear conveyed its excitement to Gu Ming. He remained unhurried, calling up the enhancement panel to prepare for the enhancement of the spear. The 7th level enhancement of the breaking soul spear would directly consume 72 enhancement points. Buzz! In contrast to his time in Jile Mountain, within the 6th heaven, the breaking soul spear no longer needed to suppress its aura. As the enhancement commenced, an unparalleled sharpness radiated from the spear. A golden pattern appeared on the shaft of the spear, signifying the success of the enhancement. Compared to the tumult caused by enhancing his physical form, enhancing a magical artifact was undoubtedly far simpler. As long as Gu Ming refrained from causing trouble, carrying the breaking soul spear around would likely attract little attention, allowing him to remain unnoticed in the 6th heaven. If only enhancing his physical form were as effortless as enhancing a magical artifact. After a few self-deprecating remarks, Gu Ming put away the breaking soul spear, preparing to return to Xinyo Hezhou. After 200 years of seclusion and several decades spent condensing the De Luo Dao fruit, the novice protection period for that particular monkey had long since elapsed. During this time, Sun Wukong should have returned from his training. Ji Yuming wondered if the Bull Demon King had entangled himself with that monkey. With the enhancement successfully completed, Gu Ming allowed the breaking soul spear to wander a few circles within the 6th heaven before finally putting it away and departing. Shortly after Gu Ming left the 6th heaven, a streak of black light, akin to black lightning, surged into the 6th heaven, moving with the speed of lightning as if searching for something, continuously circling within until it settled in the area where Gu Ming had once resided. With the arrival of the black light, the turbulent elemental forces of earth, fire, water, and wind within the 6th heaven seemed to perceive a terrifying presence and hurriedly retreated, wishing they had multiple legs to escape faster from this dreadful place. The air was thick with a bloody malevolence that nearly enveloped the entire 6th heaven. The black light, returning empty-handed, forcibly retracted its surrounding malevolence and vanished into the depths of the 6th heaven, leaving behind a chaotic mess of elemental forces. Boom! In the Lingxiao Treasure Hall, the joyous atmosphere was abruptly shattered. Leaning against a chair with a goblet of fine wine in hand, the Jade Emperor furrowed his brow slightly. "What is it?" "Your Majesty," the gatekeeper reported, kneeling on one knee, "there has been a massive upheaval of the elemental forces of earth, fire, water, and wind in the 6th heaven of the 33 heavens, along with a pervasive malevolent aura. Such trivial matters can be swiftly investigated by sending someone," the Jade Emperor replied with impatience, waving his hand to dismiss the gatekeeper before he could finish. "Yes." Seeing the Jade Emperor's evident displeasure, the gatekeeper could only leave in silence, knowing that if he continued to prattle on, he would be the first to suffer. However, the disturbance of elemental forces in the 6th heaven was not something a mere gatekeeper could handle. With no other option, he sought assistance. Under normal circumstances, the Jade Emperor would have taken the upheaval of elemental forces seriously and dispatched capable subordinates to investigate. However, at this moment, he had no inclination to concern himself with other matters. As Sun Wukong had returned from his training, this signified the onset of the journey to the West Calamities, and the mere thought of having to play along with the three teachings and entertain a monkey left the Jade Emperor feeling quite uneasy. How infuriating! If we must act, let us all share the shame together. Why should I, the sovereign of the three realms, be the one to embarrass myself? The prospect of potentially being humiliated by the monkey weighed heavily on the Jade Emperor's mind. While it wasn't a real fight, the embarrassment was still unbearable. Regardless of whether the monkey managed to strike him, the public would only see the chaos caused by the monkey in the heavenly court. With no one able to stop it, the embarrassment would reflect solely on the Jade Emperor. With no relation to the three teachings point, one could only imagine how the Jade Emperor could focus on the upheaval of elemental forces at such a time. The gatekeeper, following orders, sought out the heavenly court's top general, known colloquially as the second rebel of the heavenly court, Erlang Shen Yangjian. What is it? I report to you, Erlang Shen, that there has been a disturbance of the elemental forces in the sixth heaven, accompanied by a pervasive malevolent aura. His Majesty wishes for you to investigate. After speaking, the gatekeeper respectfully lowered his head, awaiting Yang Jian's response. After a lengthy pause, he received a single word, scram. Go to hell with your disturbances of elemental forces. And to hell with your malevolent aura. What does it have to do with me, Erlang Shen? As someone who was always at odds with the heavenly court, Erlang Shen was not an easy person to deal with, especially when it involved the heavenly court and his uncle, the Jade Emperor. He would immediately become irritable. How unfortunate! The Jade Emperor was impatient, Erlang Shen was furious, and the gatekeeper felt as though he were on the verge of death. You all are the lords, I cannot provoke you, but could you please spare me a way out? With a face full of grievances, the gatekeeper could only silently wait at the entrance, maintaining his composure. Uncertain how much time had passed, the palace gates opened, and the heavenly war god Erlang Shen emerged with a grim expression. He had no desire to do his uncle the Jade Emperor's bidding, but could not bear to see the gatekeeper caught in the middle. Shall I lead the way for you? The gatekeeper was overjoyed, nearly bursting with excitement. He had known that the true Lord would not make things difficult for them insignificant figures, nor would he allow them to walk into danger. Do not be deceived into thinking that becoming an immortal and serving in the heavenly court exempts one from death. When faced with peril, these struggling lowly deities are often the first to perish. Begone! With a gaze aflame with fury, Erlang Shen shot a fierce glare at the gatekeeper, dramatically tossed aside his cloak, and strode away. What do you mean, you cur? Why must I, Erlang Shen, personally traverse to the sixth heaven? You lead me to naught. Woefully, the celestial dog Xiaotian let out a few low growls towards the gatekeeper before hastily following in Erlang Shen's wake. Unfortunately, by the time Erlang Shen reached the sixth heaven, the malevolent aura had nearly dissipated, and even the tumultuous elements of fire, water, and wind had begun to settle. After a thorough inspection, he ultimately returned empty-handed. Meanwhile, Gu Ming, back in the Western bull market, remained unaware of the events that transpired in the sixth heaven during his absence. Upon leaving the sixth heaven, he made his way directly back to the Western bull market and returned to the Jilei Mountain. Husband, master, before even crossing the threshold of the cave, the eagerly awaiting Yumiang princess and Xiaobai pounced on him. These two little foxes. Ji Yuming raised his hand to embrace them, inhaling the fragrant scent that lingered on their bodies. How long has it been since I emerged? Yumiang princess interjected, her voice tinged with grievance. Husband, Xiaobai and I have been waiting for decades. Where have you been? You did not even inform those within the cave. The torment of being left in ignorance regarding the whereabouts of her beloved was indeed unbearable for both Yumiang princess and Xiaobai. A waiting period spanning decades had been excruciating. Ha ha ha, it is my fault, for I did not foresee that my absence would extend over several decades. Ji Yuming had thought that this round of enhancement would consume a similar amount of time as before. Hence he had ventured alone from Jilei Mountain to the 33 heavens, only to discover that consolidating the Deluo Dao fruit took several decades. Without any knowledge of his whereabouts or news, enduring such a lengthy wait would make anyone anxious. Ji Yuming, with one in each arm, strode into the cave and, once seated, embraced the two. Has anything significant transpired in Jilei Mountain over the years? Upon hearing this, Xiaobai furrowed her brows, expressing her dissatisfaction. Master, there has been no major event at Jile Mountain, save for the frequent visits of the mighty Bull Demon King, who claims to have befriended several brothers and wishes to introduce them to you. The Bull Demon King. While many have forged brotherly bonds with the Bull Demon King, few possess the worthiness to earn his esteem, and even fewer have been invited to visit Jile Mountain. If all goes as expected, the Bull Demon King must have formed a brotherhood with Sun Wukong and others. It seems the old bull has not strayed from his old path. Chapter 37. The Bull Demon King. I cannot be the eldest brother, for I have an elder brother. I had expected that after the last fright, the Bull Demon King would distance himself from Sun Wukong, yet it turns out this fellow still associates with him. It seems the old bull is destined for such tribulations. Pay him no mind. You, Bull Demon King, have sworn brotherhood with Sun Wukong. What need have I for your introduction? I, Gu Ming, am not your sworn brother. Having endured the long wait of his beloved Yumiang Princess and Xiaobai, Gu Ming must devote time to accompany them. As for the Bull Demon King and Sun Wukong, they may frolic elsewhere. Unbeknownst to Gu Ming, after subduing the chaotic Demon King, Sun Wukong began forging friendships far and wide, building connections, and eventually found himself allied with the Bull Demon King. Thus, a gathering of Demon Kings indulged in feasting and revelry, leading to a natural bond of brotherhood. As the newest and least renowned among them, Sun Wukong assumed the role of the youngest brother, while the formidable and illustrious Bull Demon King was hailed as the eldest. Initially, all seemed well, but when the brotherhood began calling for the eldest, the Bull Demon King was jolted awake from his inebriation. After all, he had an elder brother himself. Should he assume the title of eldest brother? How would he address Gu Ming, the true elder brother? Surely, they could not both be called eldest. Thus, after much reluctance and explaining the situation, the Bull Demon King graciously ceded the title of eldest brother to Gu Ming. Even though Gu Ming had never made an appearance to accept such a title, thereby unintentionally becoming the head of the group with several newly appointed younger brothers. At Huagua Mountain, much like the celestial palace of Lingxiao in the heavenly court, merriment and revelry abounded. The monkeys on the mountain sang, danced, and even a troop of monkeys with musical instruments added to the joyous atmosphere. With a few more sworn brothers, they reveled together, indulging in food and drink, spinning tales and enjoying the blissful days. The only satisfaction lay in the fact that their elder brother remained elusive, never making an appearance. Having never laid eyes on the elder brother, Sun Wukong felt an itch in his heart, a sense of discontent. Since he could not see the individual, he resolved to inquire further about his elder brother. Thus, in a drunken stupor, Sun Wukong slung his arm around the Bull Demon King's shoulders. Second brother, as a newcomer still learning the ropes, I am curious how you came to know our elder brother. The Bull Demon King and the other Demon Kings merely spoke of Gu Ming's immense strength and profound Taoist knowledge. But little else was mentioned. Aside from the Bull Demon King, the other Demon Kings were not well acquainted with Gu Ming. Though they knew how the Bull Demon King had met Gu Ming, they hesitated to speak, for it was a dark chapter in the Bull Demon King's history. Well done to him. The Bull Demon King was startled, pretending to cough to mask his unease. This is quite the coincidence. For I, the Bull Demon King, met the elder brother under rather tumultuous circumstances. Oh, second brother, do tell. I, Sun Wukong, am all ears. Sun Wukong's interest piqued. The others also perked up their ears to listen, as some of them had not visited Jile Mountain and had only heard tales of the battle. They were eager to hear the Bull Demon King's first-hand account. Speaking of this, the Bull Demon King slapped his thigh, raising his cup and taking several hearty swigs. Our elder brother was once a Demon King in the East Victory Divine Continent. But he disdainfully avoided the chaos brought by the chaotic Demon King, and instead journeyed to the Western Bull Market, only to fall into the trap of the Wansui Fox King. What audacity! How dare the Fox King harm our elder brother? Sun Wukong's ire flared. After all, this was his sworn elder brother. Do not be angry, dear brother, let me explain. Realizing Sun Wukong's misunderstanding, the Bull Demon King chuckled. Grasping Sun Wukong's hand, the Wansui Fox King has a daughter named Yumiang Princess, a bewitchingly beautiful jade-faced fox. Upon hearing of the Wansui Fox King's renowned beauty, our elder brother paid a visit. Can you guess what happened next? Hee hee, no need to guess. The Zhao Demon King interjected with a knowing grin. The Wansui Fox King feigned discontent but was secretly smitten with our elder brother, pleading for him to marry her daughter. Moved by the Fox King's sincerity, our elder brother consented. Ah, is that so? I had not heard of this. The Bull Demon King, slightly dazed from drink, blinked in surprise. He was unaware of where the Jiao Demon King had obtained such insider information. However, since the Jiao Demon King had stated it so, the Bull Demon King felt compelled to continue the narrative. Indeed, you speak true. That old fox may not be much to behold, but her discerning eye picked our elder brother at first glance, and our elder brother, being a man of virtue, became the son-in-law of Jilei Mountain. It was at the banquet on Jilei Mountain that I first encountered our elder brother under rather chaotic circumstances. We fought fiercely, and I must say, the strength of our elder brother is unparalleled. I could not hope to compare. Thus, I willingly address him as elder brother. Listening to the Bull Demon King's extravagant tales, Sun Wukong could not help but feel a surge of longing. He felt an irresistible urge to spar with the elder brother. The enthusiasm radiating from Sun Wukong caught the attention of the other Demon Kings, who exchanged glances. They knew that the Bull Demon King and Gu Ming had not engaged in a battle of epic proportions, but rather that Gu Ming had bested the Bull Demon King with ease. Ahem, let us not dwell on that. Just know that our elder brother is immensely powerful. The sight of him, a 2,000-foot black dragon, would cause even the Four Seas Dragon Palace to stand aside. Boasting is all well and good. The result does not matter, as long as the story is told. Indeed, that is exactly it. The Jiao Demon King, harboring a grudge against the Four Seas Dragon Palace, eagerly agreed, regardless of whether Gu Ming could indeed make them stand aside. What if I wish to meet our elder brother? As the Demon Kings continued to boast, Sun Wukong's heart grew increasingly restless. He believed himself to be the only one who had never met the elder brother. If this were to get out, what would become of his reputation as the great sage equal to heaven? How could he dare to mention anyone else's name when he had never even seen his elder brother? Perhaps I, Sun Wukong, should bring fine wine and take a few brothers to Jilei Mountain for a visit? Sun Wukong's mind raced with the suggestion. The assembled Demon Kings instinctively turned to the Bull Demon King. The Bull Demon King hesitated for a few seconds. Well, to him, our elder brother has been in seclusion for many years and has only recently emerged. He seems to be quite busy with his wife. If we were to disturb him, given his temperament, it is likely we would receive a beating. The Bull Demon King had previously visited Jilei Mountain several times, but had never encountered Gu Ming. As the people of Jilei Mountain were also unaware of his whereabouts. Given Gu Ming's nature, an unexpected visit might very well disrupt his mood, and he could indeed retaliate. The Bull Demon King was not uncertain of this. Having been on the receiving end of such treatment himself, Sun Wukong's heart raced, and the other Demon Kings felt the same. Faced with the eager gazes of his sworn brothers, the formidable Bull Demon King found it difficult to refuse. And after taking a few hearty swigs of wine, he gritted his teeth and declared, "Let us go and take a look. I believe the elder brother will not be angry." As for whether Gu Ming would genuinely be upset, the Bull Demon King was uncertain. Since he could not back down without losing face, he decided to go. Even if they ended up getting beaten, they would all suffer together, which would prove that the Bull Demon King was not boasting. Indeed, the elder brother was powerful, ill-tempered, and had no time to spare, being busy accompanying his sister-in-law. Together they went. The several Demon Kings joyfully packed their fine wines and gifts and dashed towards the West Nyohazhou. They galloped swiftly, making their way to Jilei Mountain. Meanwhile, Gu Ming was leisurely accompanying Princess Yumian and Xiaobai, the three of them lying on the large bed within the cave dwelling. Nurturing their bonds, elder brother, I, Old Bull, have arrived. Elder brother, the third brother, Jiao Demon King, is here too. Elder brother, I, Old Sun, have come as well. As the Demon Kings approached Jilei Mountain, they began to shout boisterously in the past. The Bull Demon King would have rushed directly to the foot of the mountain and sent someone to announce their arrival. However, today was different. He was accompanied by several sworn brothers, and such a brazen entrance seemed rather impolite. It would be better to inform him in advance. The result was that, as soon as they shouted, Gu Ming, who was busy in the cave dwelling, felt a wave of annoyance wash over him. Damn it, when did I become your elder brother? Get lost. If you delay my good fortune again, I will crush you. Just then, a colossal dragon claw descended from Jilei Mountain, reaching out towards the exuberant Bull Demon King and his companions. The overwhelming pressure caused the Demon Kings to freeze in place. The dragon claw, which seemed to cover half the sky, struck down heavily upon them, sending them hurtling hundreds of miles away from the mountain before it finally vanished into the horizon. Damn it! Not only did you bring me into this mess, but you also chose the worst possible time to do so. Were you doing this on purpose? Coughing, the bold Demon King, who had just managed to extricate himself from the mountain's grasp, looked at the others with a disheveled appearance and asked in a hesitant tone, "Have we disturbed the elder brother's affairs? Are we still going to Jile Mountain?" No, we are not going. The Jiao Demon King, whose true form was that of a flood dragon, was the most severely oppressed and felt the most discomfort after being struck. He was directly awakened by the blow. Third brother is right. Let us visit another day. Sun Wukong rubbed his slightly dazed head. Since returning from his studies, he had never felt so powerless. The dragon claw had struck with such force that he could hardly move and was sent flying hundreds of miles. Although he had received a slap, one thing was certain. The elder brother had a rather temperamental disposition and possessed formidable strength. Both the Jiao Demon King and Sun Wukong backed down, and the other Demon Kings quickly shook their heads, signaling that they would not go. If they were to pay a visit, it would be better to choose another day and time. It was best to keep a distance from the elder brother, who was currently in a foul mood. Seeing that everyone had backed down, the bold Demon King spread his hands and said, "See? It's not that I, old bull, am boasting. It's that the elder brother truly has a bad temper. You all didn't believe me, and now you've tasted the bitterness." Thus, Sun Wukong became a staunch believer in the bold Demon King's claims and accepted the rumors about the other sworn Demon Kings. After driving Sun Wukong and the others away, Gu Ming finally found some peace. The panting Xiaobai leaned against Gu Ming, breathing heavily, and asked, "Does the master dislike those Demon Kings? There is no need to bother with them." Gu Ming replied, equally speechless. It was only a matter of time before Sun Wukong would stir trouble in the underworld, only to be coaxed into heaven to serve as a stable keeper. In truth, many misunderstood the bold Demon King and his fellow Demon Kings. Sun Wukong had become the #1 rebel in the heavenly court, and it was not that the bold Demon King and the others had not helped. Rather, Sun Wukong's thought process was rather peculiar. With a bit of persuasion from the heavenly court, he had ascended to heaven and received the position of stable keeper. Feeling aggrieved, Sun Wukong returned to Flower Fruit Mountain, declaring himself the Monkey King, and the other Demon Kings followed suit, each proclaiming themselves as great saints. That time, the Demon Kings were still on Sun Wukong's side, but after a brief skirmish, Sun Wukong was once again persuaded to ascend and become the Monkey King in heaven. One moment he rebelled against the heavenly court, and the next he accepted it. Had he ever considered how awkward it would be for the other Demon Kings? Awkwardness aside, with Sun Wukong having capitulated, what could the other Demon Kings do? They had no choice but to part ways. After their separation, Sun Wukong stirred up a commotion in the heavenly court and then returned to Flower Fruit Mountain. One moment he rebelled against the heavenly court, and the next he accepted it. Whenever he felt uncomfortable, he would continue to rebel, only to be coaxed back again to stir trouble, and then rebel once more. This back-and-forth turmoil was unbearable. Did he think that this rebellion was merely based on his whims? When he was happy, he would accept. When he was not, he would rebel. After hundreds of years of this back-and-forth, Sun Wukong's notoriety grew louder, while the few sworn brothers found themselves caught in an awkward position. It was one thing to be caught in the middle, but with Sun Wukong having capitulated, what options did the other Demon Kings have? They could only part ways. It was needless to say that the story of Monkey Brother was inspiring, yet his stance was rather flexible. Gu Ming admired Sun Wukong's indomitable spirit, but he would never involve himself in such matters. Sun Wukong was the one seeking scriptures. No matter how much trouble he stirred, he would always have protection. If others were to meddle in such chaos, they would have to consider how many lives they had to lose. The bold Demon King, as long as he could bask in glory, was eager to follow along for a good time. Once he had tasted a few setbacks, he would understand the intricacies of the situation. The bold Demon King enjoyed indulging in feasts and merriment alongside Sun Wukong, but Gu Ming had no say in that. It was the bold Demon King's affair, as long as he did not involve Gu Ming. At this point, the bold Demon King was still a reckless character, and his transformation seemed to begin with the arrival of the Red Boy. After being driven away by Gu Ming, Sun Wukong and his companions dared not cause a ruckus at Jile Mountain anymore. After some discussion, they returned to Flower Fruit Mountain, resuming their joyful lives filled with music and dance. However, in their revelry, they inadvertently revealed the incident of Gu Ming sending them away. The demon kings, covered in dirt, left Jilei Mountain, feeling no shame. Instead, they boasted proudly, "My elder brother is incredibly powerful." We were still outside Jilei Mountain and hadn't even seen a shadow when a colossal dragon claw came crashing down, sending us flying hundreds of miles away. The news spread, and demon kings from various regions were taken aback. Was the Black Dragon Emperor truly that formidable? They continued to celebrate with music and dance. Yet, no one anticipated that just as everyone was drinking to excess, the underworld would come knocking, and a drunken Sun Wukong would be whisked away, his essence drawn into the underworld, arriving in a daze. What followed was reminiscent of a television drama, as an enraged Sun Wukong wreaked havoc in the underworld. This signaled the beginning of the trials of the journey to the west in the heavenly court. Yang Jian, who had made a fruitless trip, was not in the best of moods. Upon returning to the heavenly court and arriving at the Lingxiao Hall, he found the Jade Emperor still singing and dancing, which he had grown accustomed to. "You may leave," the Jade Emperor said, gesturing for the celestial maidens who were singing and dancing to withdraw. "Yes, Your Majesty." The celestial maidens obediently exited, leaving only the Jade Emperor and Yang Jian in the hall. Once the idol personnel had departed, Yang Jian stepped forward to pay his respects and report, "Your Majesty, I have ventured to the 6 heavenly realms and found that the elemental forces of earth, fire, water, and wind have returned to normal. As for the malevolent aura that pervaded the 6 heavenly realms, it has completely dissipated, but I could not find its source." The Jade Emperor nodded slightly, looking at his upright nephew, who seemed to be all business. The Jade Emperor sighed inwardly. After so many years, this child remained stubborn and unwilling to forgive him. That Sun Wukong had caused such a ruckus in the underworld. After a moment of silence, the Jade Emperor broached the subject. Hearing this, Yang Jian frowned slightly, a flicker of anger flashing in his eyes. "As for that Sun Wukong matter, Yang Jian will cooperate." The incident of Sun Wukong causing chaos in the heavenly palace had long been decided, with Yang Jian playing a significant role in it. If possible, he would prefer not to take the lead, but he could not go against his master's orders. Though he was reluctant, Yang Jian had no choice but to comply. Fortunately, it was the Taoist master Yuding who discussed this matter with Yang Jian. Had the Jade Emperor been the one to request his cooperation with Sun Wukong, Yang Jian would have surely declined outright. While the trials of the journey to the West were predominantly orchestrated by Buddhism, both the human teachings and the teaching of the manifestation played their parts in the unfolding events. With the disparate flow of time between the heavenly realm and the mortal world, Yang Jian found himself perplexed by the sudden emergence of Gu Ming, the Dark Dragon Emperor. "I have no time." Before the Jade Emperor could utter a word, Yang Jian already discerned his uncle's intentions, to send him to gauge the true capabilities and demeanor of this Dark Dragon Emperor, and, if feasible, to invite him to serve in the heavenly court. As the foremost general of the heavenly realm, who harbored animosity towards the Jade Emperor, Yang Jian was decidedly unwilling to undertake such a task. It was not merely a matter of being occupied. Even if he had the time, he would refuse. Acknowledging this, he remained consistently unyielding. The Jade Emperor, undeterred by the rejection, recognized that his nephew had always been dismissive of his requests. While he could issue formal decrees, privately that was another matter entirely. Thus, he resolved to send his sister, Yang Chan, in Yang Jian's stead. "Since my brother is reluctant to go, surely my sister can be of service. Your Majesty may issue a decree for her." With that, Yang Jian departed without a backward glance. "Me? Not a chance. Discussing with my sister? Absolutely out of the question. You send someone else." After Yang Jian's exit, the plump Queen Mother emerged from within the hall. "Your Majesty, this child, Lang, do not blame him. It was my impulsiveness as an uncle that led to this." The Jade Emperor waved dismissively. "Since he is unwilling to act, let us send someone to deliver the decree to Choner. The heavenly court is devoid of capable individuals. I hope this dark dragon can prove useful. Thank you for your efforts." The Queen Mother consoled the Jade Emperor, who clasped her hand tightly in silence. Meanwhile, when the King of Hell reported to the heavenly court, Yang Chan, who was stationed at Mount Hua and honored as the Western, also received the decree from the heavenly court. The Dark Dragon Emperor? Unlike Yang Jian, who was indifferent to worldly affairs, Yang Chan had heard of Gu Ming's esteemed name in recent years. As the reputations of Sun Wukong and other allied demon kings soared, the title of the Dark Dragon Emperor had spread far and wide. I hope this demon king proves to be different. Upon receiving the decree from the heavenly court, Yang Chan reluctantly departed from Mount Hua, journeying towards the West Nyohajo, as the Western appointed by the heavenly court. Yang Chan harbored a deep-seated reluctance to engage with the demon kings of the mortal realm. In her perception, these demon lords were nothing but lawless beings, ignorant of the heavenly order, who would abduct innocent souls for their nefarious feasts or, in more egregious cases, seize beautiful women for their own depraved pleasures. Throughout history, the demon race had never enjoyed a favorable reputation. The disdain for demons was not unfounded. Unfortunately, most of them failed to reflect on their shortcomings. Stubbornly believing that the celestial beings held them in contempt, as the Western, Yang Chan's duty was to protect the human populace around Mount Hua. Yet the demon's predilection for human flesh made it exceedingly difficult for her to harbor any positive sentiments towards them. It was even more distressing for her that her mother, Yao Ji, also known as the Fairy of Cloud and Hua, had once suffered injury at the hands of the demon race, further amplifying her negative impressions. While others might seek to exterminate the demon kings, Yang Jian preferred to act decisively, eradicating them outright, a sentiment that might well have been motivated by a desire to avenge their mother. After a prolonged stay at Mount Hua, Yang Chan arrived at the West Nyohajo, only to find the situation far graver than she had anticipated, in stark contrast to the rare sightings of lesser demons in the South Jambu. The West Nyohajo was shrouded in a thick haze. Were it not for the decree from the heavenly court, Yang Chan would have been loath to visit such a place, the base of Mount Jile. She paused outside, just as Gu Ming had during his initial visit, opting to announce her presence before entering. The Western has come to pay her respects at Mount Jile. After proclaiming her title, Yang Chan began to observe the surroundings. To her astonishment, despite the heavy demonic aura enveloping Mount Jile, there was a conspicuous absence of the typical bloodthirsty energy associated with demon dwellings. While other demons reveled in chaos and bloodshed, Mount Jile stood in stark contrast, seemingly maintained in a state of serene beauty. The ancient Fox King, wary of the wrath of the heavens, had no desire to invite calamity upon himself, and after Gu Ming's arrival, the mountain had transformed into a picturesque haven. Were it not for the dense demonic presence, one might easily mistake it for the abode of a divine being rather than that of a demon king. Suddenly, the now recovered Fox King, reclining with his favored consort and savoring fine wine, was startled by Yang Chan's unexpected arrival, causing his cup to crash to the floor, spilling its contents. Within the Black Dragon cave atop Mount Jile, Gu Ming also gazed in surprise at the unfolding scene. The Western? Why has she come to Mount Jile? Although Gu Ming was not well acquainted with the Western, he was certainly familiar with the three. Having been captivated by the character during his youth when the television adaptation of The Lotus Lantern aired, he recalled her vividly. The startled Fox King scrambled to his feet, his face betraying a flurry of anxiety. Why has she come to my Mount Jile? This is unexpected. The Fox King pondered his lack of connection to Mount Hua and had never offended Yang Chan, having never even laid eyes on her. While Yang Chan herself may not have been intimidating, her connections were formidable. Not to mention her uncle, the Jade Emperor, and her brother, Yang Jian, whose reputation as the foremost warrior of the heavenly court was not to be trifled with. Quickly, prepare a banquet. Make it the highest standard. He barked at his favored consort, disregarding the sweat beading on his forehead as he dashed out of the Moya cave to welcome the esteemed guest. Indeed, Yang Chan was a guest of considerable stature, one who could not be offended. Rushing outside, the Fox King greeted her with a beaming smile. Your Excellency, the Western, it is a pleasure to welcome you. Upon meeting the master of Mount Jile, Yang Chan scrutinized the Fox King, revealing a satisfied smile. The retraction of demonic energy and the clarity of spirit, devoid of excessive bloodshed, indicated that the Fox King was a ruler who adhered to decorum, refraining from unnecessary violence against humanity. You are too kind, Fox King, Yang Chan replied with a smile, clarifying her purpose. The heavenly court has issued a decree for me to seek the Dark Dragon Emperor. Having heard that he is your son-in-law, hence my visit to Mount Jile, to meet Gu Ming? Or was it a visit backed by the heavenly decree? The Fox King's heart sank. Chapter 40. What benefits can the heavenly court offer me? It was not uncommon for individuals bearing the Jade Emperor's decree to descend to the mortal realm, indicating that the heavenly court sought to recruit this individual. Ji Yuming possessed the qualifications for such attention. However, The Fox King was taken aback that the typically low-profile Gu Ming had caught the heavenly court's as a cunning fox with 1,000 years of experience. The Fox King swiftly understood that Gu Ming, though discreet, had someone advocating for him. Damn that Bull Demon King and that damned monkey. They have caused significant trouble. Cursing the Bull Demon King and Sun Wukong in his heart, the Fox King could only wear a smile and extend an invitation to Yang Chan. Please? Holy Mother, enter. Under the Fox King's invitation, Yang Chan followed him into Mount Jile. Along the way, the demons of Mount Jile curiously observed the Western hailing from Mount Hua. For to most demons, an encounter with a celestial maiden was a rare opportunity in their lifetime. Mount Jile indeed stood apart. Yang Chan's impression of the Fox King improved significantly. Such a rule-abiding demon king was a rarity. Not only the Fox King, but the lesser demons of Mount Jile also exhibited an unusual demeanor, their eyes reflecting a naive innocence that starkly contrasted with the violent and bloodthirsty nature of their counterparts. Though it was a compliment, the Fox King felt as though he had swallowed a fly. If he could, he would have preferred that the Western had not come. Moreover, she arrived bearing a decree from the heavenly court. This was troublesome. After dismissing the onlooking lesser demons, the Fox King escorted Yang Chan to the Black Dragon Cave at the peak of the mountain. Upon entering, they were greeted by a row of fox demons standing in welcome. Yang Chan remained silent. Although they were fox demons, at least they were appropriately attired. Within the great hall of the cave, the Fox King's appointed attendants had already prepared the refreshments, awaiting the arrival of their esteemed guest. My heavens! Upon entering the hall, the Fox King spotted Gu Ming seated upon his throne, cradling the beautiful Princess Yumei and Xiao Bai. Showing no inclination to rise, he must be up to something. The Fox King's forehead, which had just dried from sweat, began to beat anew. Take it easy, Gu Ming. This one's status is not like that of the usual demon kings. I cannot assist you. Casting a warning glance toward Gu Ming, the Fox King bid farewell to Yang Chan and hastily departed the Black Dragon Cave, fearing that remaining too long might prove detrimental to his health. Such audacity was simply beyond comprehension. Yang Chan had come with a decree from the heavenly court, yet Gu Ming displayed an unmistakable lack of hospitality, embracing two fox demons without any intention of rising to greet her. In the eyes of the Fox King, this was sheer audacity. Yang Chan was there specifically to meet Gu Ming, and the Fox King could not intervene in Gu Ming's decisions. It was better for him to vacate the premises entirely. As for the repercussions of Gu Ming's actions, the Fox King had no time to contemplate. There were two potential outcomes: either comply with the heavenly decree and serve the court, or refuse. The consequences of rejection were all too clear. What an overwhelming presence! Observing Gu Ming seated on the throne, unbothered and cradling two fox demons, Yang Chan immediately sensed the formidable demonic energy emanating from him. I am Yang Chan, the Western, and I greet you, Dark Dragon Taoist. Gu Ming showed no intention of rising to greet, leaving Yang Chan with no choice but to initiate conversation. From their very first encounter, Yang Chan discerned that this Black Dragon Emperor would be difficult to persuade. While ordinary demons transformed into respectful figures upon learning of her identity, Gu Ming remained unmoved, lacking even the courtesy to acknowledge her. He stood in stark contrast to the venerable Fox King. Greetings, fellow cultivator. Please, take a seat. You may retire for now, he offered. Once Yang Chan was seated, Gu Ming sensed that the main event was about to unfold, prompting him to send the jade-faced princess and Xiao Bai back to their quarters to rest. He entrusted the matter to Yang Chan, preferring not to leave them present, not out of concern for Yang Chan's discomfort, but rather to shield the two young foxes from the potentially alarming conversation ahead. Better safe than sorry. The jade-faced princess and Xiao Bai cast concerned glances at Gu Ming before reluctantly departing the hall. Your bond with the lady is indeed strong, Yang Chan remarked, steering the conversation in that direction. To her surprise, Gu Ming lifted his gaze towards her and said, So, are you planning to depart? What? Gu Ming chuckled with amusement. I assumed you would reconsider persuading me to join the heavenly court, given my amiable relationship with your lady. Just as Yang Chan reached for a spiritual fruit, she nearly let it slip from her grasp, nearly striking Gu Ming in the face. She had come bearing an edict, and surrendering was not an option. You jest, fellow cultivator, Yang Chan replied, her lips twitching slightly. It appeared an inevitable clash was on the horizon. How tiresome! Could they not simply coexist peacefully? You adhere to your role as the Western Mother of Mount Hua, while I maintain my position as the Demon King of Mount Jile, each minding our own business. Pray tell, what benefits would the Heavenly Court offer to entice me? Since confrontation was unavoidable, she preferred to be straightforward, to speak candidly rather than meander around the topic. Both of them would grow weary of such games. Under normal circumstances, Gu Ming would not have minded admiring the beauty of the three holy mothers, but presently he had no inclination for such distractions. The Heavenly Court's decree had caught him off guard. His intention was to bide his time, to cultivate strength until he could indulge as he pleased. Yet, before he could enjoy such freedom, the Heavenly Court had set its sights on him. The Monkey King had truly caused significant trouble. As had the Bull Demon King, he regretted allowing that foolish bull's elder brother into Mount Jilei so direct. Are we? Yang Chan paused, instinctively responding. If you were to accept the Heavenly Court's bestowal, you could become a leader there. A celestial being. Should your abilities prove sufficient, you might even rise to the rank of a great general, revered by generations of mortals. Enough, Gu Ming interjected, cutting through Yang Chan's rambling. What I seek is not your empty promises, but rather the tangible benefits of your Heavenly Court's allegiance. Celestial being? Merely a change of title. As for the so-called reverence of mortals, I'm afraid it holds little value for me. Yang Chan's lengthy discourse ultimately resulted in naught but vague platitudes. Lacking any substantive offerings, what does the fellow cultivator desire? Yang Chan's frustration began to simmer. This Black Dragon Emperor was indeed unpredictable, a stark contrast to other demons. He was unabashedly lascivious. Ji Ming's lips curled into a grin as he unabashedly declared his preferences. I, Gu Ming, have no other demands. I simply relish the company of beautiful women, exquisite female demons, and enchanting fairies. If the Heavenly Court wishes to entice me, what can they offer? Yang Chan's eyes widened in shock, clearly taken aback by Gu Ming's boldness. Numerous demon kings had accepted the Heavenly Court's overtures, many having stipulated their terms for better treatment, higher positions, or coveted divine weapons. Ji Ming, however, opened with his lasciviousness. Expressing no other desires, this was indeed challenging. Yang Chan had prepared an array of arguments to persuade Gu Ming, but now, all of it proved futile, a waste of her mental energy and time. Various strategies, including threats, crumbled before Gu Ming's singular admission of his preferences. He desired fairies? Wait. Yang Chan suddenly realized something, her expression darkening, for she herself was considered one of the Heavenly Court's fairies, as the niece of the Jade Emperor. Yang Chan had confidence in her appearance, yet Gu Ming's words stung. How infuriating! Why must this task fall upon me? In that moment, Yang Chan felt an urge to berate her uncle, the Jade Emperor. Noticing Yang Chan's sudden shift in demeanor and the wariness in her gaze, Gu Ming dismissed her thoughts as he continued. If the Heavenly Court wishes for my allegiance, they may bestow upon me Chang'e and the 7 fairies. Or else there is nothing to discuss. Serving the Heavenly Court was out of the question. Thus, he proposed a rather demanding condition. It was best to extinguish the Jade Emperor's inclination towards recruiting him. As for offending the Emperor, it mattered little now, for Gu Ming had no intention of serving the Heavenly Court. Rejecting their overture would be an affront regardless. Since he was destined to offend, he might as well firmly establish his stance. It was not that he was unwilling to accept their overture. It was merely their lack of sincerity that hindered any agreement. What of my lasciviousness? I merely covet Chang'e and the 7 fairies. If they cannot part with a few celestial maidens, how can they expect me to serve the Heavenly Court? What did you say? Yang Chan sprang to her feet, utterly flabbergasted. You desire the fairy Chang'e and the 7 fairies? Yang Chan initially thought Gu Ming intended to target her, only to find he had his sights set on her dear friend Chang'e and her 7 cousins. Good heavens, how bold you are! Merely pursuing Chang'e is already daunting, yet you wish to include the 7 fairies as well. Is that so unacceptable? Gu Ming feigned confusion. Even a toad knows to covet swan meat. Why should I not yearn for celestial maidens? This audacious Black Dragon Emperor was truly reckless. You dare? Yang Chan seethed, her fury palpable. With her dear friend and 7 cousins targeted, her anger was all too understandable. Strangely, she felt somewhat excluded from this situation. Why was she the one growing angrier? Believing she had been played for a fool, Yang Chan's delicate features were etched with frost. She summoned the spiritual treasure. The Lotus Lantern, intending to teach Gu Ming a lesson. Although Yang Chan's power paled in comparison to her brother Yang Jin's, she was not someone to be trifled with. Otherwise, the Jade Emperor would not have entrusted her with the task of persuading Gu Ming. Here it comes. Upon seeing the Lotus Lantern, Gu Ming realized Yang Chan's intentions. She was preparing to strike. Among the 4 great spiritual lanterns of the world, each was a congenital spiritual treasure, with the Lotus Lantern being the most esteemed. Originally belonging to Nuwa, it was later bestowed upon Yang Chan and ultimately found its way to her son, Chen Xiang. First courtesy, then conflict. If persuasion failed, she would resort to force, beating him into submission until he agreed. This approach to persuasion was not uncommon for the heavenly court, yet among the deities, Yang Chan was among the more courteous. Had Yang Jin been summoned to Mount Jilei, he would likely have initiated with a display of force. Asserting the heavenly courts might before demanding allegiance, agree and follow, refuse and be met with violence. In an instant, the radiant light of the 7-colored divine light enveloped the entire Black Dragon Cave, causing the fox demons within to revert to their true forms, pinned to the ground beneath the divine radiance, unable to move. This is bad. A calamity has befallen us, having just returned to the Mo Yun cave. The venerable Fox King trembled, his heart sinking as he gazed towards the Black Dragon Cave at the summit. At that moment, his heart plummeted to the depths. Yang Chan had not made her move. Clearly, the negotiations had failed. The summoning of the Lotus Lantern, such a spiritual treasure, would undoubtedly spell disaster for all demons residing in Mount Jilei. The demon race feared treasures like the Lotus Lantern more than anything, and the Lotus Lantern was among the higher echelons of congenital spiritual treasures. Black Dragon, I have earnestly conversed with you, yet you slander the fairies of the heavenly court. What punishment do you deserve? Yang Chan, wielding the Lotus Lantern, felt assured of her victory, believing that subduing Gu Ming was only a matter of time. She sought to make him realize his errors. Alas, Gu Ming offered no response, for what met her was an unparalleled aura of sharpness. The divine light that enveloped Mount Jilei lost its luster in an instant, scattered by the explosive surge of sharp energy. This is bad. Sensing a wave of sharpness hurtling towards her, Yang Chan's heart raced, and she quickly raised the Lotus Lantern before her, for it was more adept at defense than offense, being a defensive congenital spiritual treasure. Clang! The deafening roar reverberated throughout the Black Dragon Cave, the immense force sending Yang Chan hurtling back, crashing against the rock wall. It was then that she noticed a spear floating in the air within the hall. While Gu Ming remained seated upon his throne, unmoving. Fox King, there are reasons for this. Lead the demons of Mount Jilei to retreat and await my return once matters have been resolved. Ignoring Yang Chan, Gu Ming's consciousness swept towards the Mo Yun cave below, ensuring the maidens, as well as the jade-faced princess and Xiao Bai, were safely sent away. The heavenly court summons was not something one could simply refuse. Whether or not one had legitimate reasons, to reject the heavenly court's overture was to incur guilt. Yang Chan was merely the beginning. More troubles were likely on the horizon. Thus, it was imperative to evacuate the demons of Mount Jilei first. The venerable Fox King had treated him sincerely, and Gu Ming wished to spare the demons from suffering due to this predicament. Be careful. The venerable Fox King, with no other recourse, resorted to summoning the myriad lesser demons upon the mountain, simultaneously retrieving the jade-faced princess and the little white fox sent forth by Gu Ming. Without a backward glance, he departed from Jilei Mountain, the treasures left behind no longer a concern. What a formidable spear! Gazing at the broken soul spear that lay between her and Gu Ming, Yang Chan suppressed her initial disdain. She had presumed Gu Ming to be akin to other demon kings, possessing a modicum of skill and a few inconsequential magical artifacts. However, the reality surpassed her expectations. As the broken soul spear emerged, even the Lotus Lantern was sent flying. The ability to shatter the divine radiance of the Lotus Lantern and send it hurtling away was a testament to the spear's might. Is this truly the heavenly court's method of pacification? Gu Ming looked at Yang Chan with a derisive laugh. What an eye-opener. Nonsense. This is my Yang Chan. Yang Chan attempted to assert that the heavenly court's operational style was not so. Yet Gu Ming had provoked her ire, prompting her to take action. As her words escaped her lips, she found herself at a loss, for the heavenly court's methods of pacification indeed aligned with such brutality. Disagree? Then we shall subdue you. If you hold no value for pacification, then perish. Speak. Why have you fallen silent? Gu Ming raised an eyebrow, beckoning Yang Chan to continue. Chapter 42. Wishing to be a dragon knight? Allow me to fulfill that desire? How infuriating. Feeling as though her words had been deftly maneuvered against her, Yang Chan glared at Gu Ming and demanded, Black Dragon, do you comprehend the consequences of rejecting the heavenly court's overtures? I do. Gu Ming nonchalantly lifted a cup from the table, sipping his wine leisurely, and countered. Then are you aware of the repercussions of striking against me? Surely you, Black Dragon, do not believe that possessing a single potent artifact can stand against the heavenly court? And what is that look you're giving me? Go on. Having reached this level of enhancement, the Broken Soul Spear was eager for battle, encountering for the first time an artifact capable of countering it. Gu Ming, too, was inclined to indulge the spear's desire for combat. If it craved a fight, then let it. Let us first gauge how well Yang Chan can wield the power of the Lotus Lantern. With the master's permission, the Broken Soul Spear quivered with excitement, radiating golden light, launching forth like a cannonball toward the Lotus Lantern. Audacious, Gu Ming not only did not retreat, but dared to strike it himself. Incensing Yang Chan, her face flushed with anger. Yet she had no time to dwell on Gu Ming, for the Broken Soul Spear was upon her. Finally, there was a sense of true power clash. The false strongman, wielding artifacts in battle, the true strongman, summoning artifacts to engage in combat. The Broken Soul Spear wished to showcase its prowess, and Gu Ming had no intention of hindering it. After being concealed for so long, it was time to stretch its limbs, especially as he awaited an opportunity. The Lotus Lantern, enveloped in 7-colored divine light, collided with the Broken Soul Spear cloaked in golden radiance. Boom! Accompanied by a tremor that shook the earth, a portion of Jilei Mountain shattered, debris raining down incessantly. The venerable Fox King, having whisked away the multitude of demons from Jilei Mountain, glanced back in terror at the quaking mountain, his heart bleeding at the sight. This was his sanctuary, where he had resided for many years. It could very well be obliterated in this fierce battle. Regrettably, he had no time to salvage the treasures of Jilei Mountain. His heart ached painfully. The venerable Fox King felt as though he could hardly breathe from the anguish, yet it was not the time to lament over possessions. Fleeing was the wisest course. The dwelling he had inhabited for years, the Black Dragon Cave, was reduced to naught in an instant. Coughing incessantly, protected by the Lotus Lantern, Yang Chan searched for Gu Ming's figure. At that moment, she realized that the heavenly court seemed to have underestimated the power of Gu Ming. The Black Dragon Emperor, unaware that he possessed such a formidable artifact. What a grave miscalculation. Ironically, it was her own uncle who had orchestrated this trap, along with her own brother. The task that should have been executed by Erlang Shun had fallen to her shoulders due to his refusal. Not locating Gu Ming, yet the Broken Soul Spear surged forth again. With no alternative, Yang Chan had no choice but to command the Lotus Lantern to confront it. While the spear was indeed powerful, the Lotus Lantern was no mere trinket. Its defensive capabilities were unparalleled. The two artifacts clashed repeatedly, golden light and 7-colored divine light warping through the air, enveloping all of Jilei Mountain, which was now thoroughly beset by calamity. The peaks began to collapse, the earth trembled, and deep chasms were rent open. Chaos reigned, complete disarray. I wonder how my little sister fares. She should be safe, right? Meanwhile, in the heavenly court, King Yin was lamenting about Sun Wukong wreaking havoc in the underworld, even destroying the Book of Life and Death, a catastrophic blow for the realm of the dead. Surrounded by the echoes of King Yan's grievances, Yang Jian found himself lost in thought, yearning for this farce to conclude swiftly. The underworld is in turmoil? Surely, King Yin must be delighting in this chaos, for Sun Wukong has cleared the debts of the underworld without requiring him to bear the blame. He must be the one most pleased. Yang Chan paid no mind to whether the heavenly court was in session or if complaints were being lodged. Her focus was solely on confronting the foe at hand. The Broken Soul Spear relentlessly pressed the attack, while the Lotus Lantern, true to its defensive nature, staunchly held its ground, repelling the spear's onslaught time and again, keeping it at bays. The two artifacts clashed with increasing fervor. A resounding dragon's roar echoed from the heavens. There, amidst the clouds, a black dragon weaved through the sky. So, you had hidden here, no wonder I couldn't find you. Without a second thought, Yang Chan soared upward, intent on dragging down the loathsome black dragon. On the surface, Yang Chan was the sister of Yang Jian, the niece of the Jade Emperor, and the Holy Mother of Xia as conferred by the Heavenly Court, yet she was more famously known as the Three Holy Mothers' name. Despite her seemingly delicate demeanor, Yang Chan was no weakling. She was far from a mere ornamental fairy. This was the very confidence that propelled her to ascend the skies and attempt to seize Gu Ming. Clang! As Yang Chan ascended, the Broken Soul Spear's assault intensified, forcing the Lotus Lantern, which sought to follow her, to halt and defend itself. Got you? Seeing Gu Ming not evade but charge toward her, Yang Chan beamed with delight. As long as I capture you, bang. Just as the meticulously crafted plan in her mind was about to unfold, Yang Chan was abruptly engulfed in darkness, an overwhelming force surging through the dragon's claws that struck her. You came looking for me instead of me seeking you out? Gu Ming genuinely wondered if Yang Chan was confident in her own abilities or merely underestimating him. Did this woman truly believe that being the Three Holy Mother, the sister of Yang Jian, and the niece of the Jade Emperor, coupled with a modicum of strength, would grant her the power to sweep aside all obstacles? Even her brother Yang Jian did not harbor such audacious thoughts. With the Lotus Lantern providing protection, Gu Ming found himself at an impasse against Yang Chan. The artifact's defense was simply insurmountable, impervious even to the current capabilities of the Broken Soul Spear. However, should it undergo further enhancement, perhaps the situation would change. Jiu Ming allowed the Broken Soul Spear to demonstrate its prowess, all in pursuit of an opportunity to subdue Yang Chan, no matter how formidable the Lotus Lantern's defense. If its master were captured, what good would it serve? Yang Chan, upon realizing Gu Ming was airborne, hastily pursued him, intent on emulating Neza, becoming a dragon knight, and subsequently a dragon slayer. Since you are so bold, allow me to fulfill your wish. Thus, Gu Ming delivered a powerful strike. The master is in danger. Realizing the peril, the Lotus Lantern sought to break free from the Broken Soul Spear and ascend to protect its master. But the spear granted it no opportunity. Protect the master? Not a chance. Stay back. Struck by Gu Ming's powerful blow, Yang Chan plummeted like a meteor from the sky, crashing heavily into the ruins of Jilei Mountain. Sending plumes of dust and debris soaring, it feels less resilient than the Bull Demon King. Glancing at his dragon claw, Gu Ming pondered whether it was merely an illusion. Chapter 43. Using Yang Chan to command the Lotus Lantern. Whatever tricks you may employ, I shall overcome them with sheer strength. As long as my physical form is sufficiently robust, I shall crush you. Jiu Ming had originally prepared an array of techniques for Yang Chan, including the Great Bizarre Palm, Dragon Claw, Dragon Fist, and innate divine abilities. Yet a single blow had rendered all subsequent maneuvers unnecessary. Soft and yielding, devoid of the solid heft he felt when striking the Bull Demon King. Perhaps it was a mere misperception. Gu Ming did not dwell on it, seizing the opportunity to control Yang Chan before the Lotus Lantern could intervene. The future could wait. For now, subduing Yang Chan would buy him considerable time. The gaze of all celestial beings was fixed upon Sun Wukong. As he stirred chaos, and casually, centuries would pass, be why the time the heavenly court recalled Gu Ming, his strength would have ascended to new heights. When that time came, he would face the heavenly court's challenges with even greater confidence. As long as the Jade Emperor did not personally intervene, he could afford to bide his time if all else fails. He would resolutely invest all his enhancement points into the Broken Soul Spear, taking down anyone who dared cross him. Ignoring the Lotus Lantern's desperate attempts to rescue its master, as long as the Broken Soul Spear was present, it would be impossible for the Lantern to return to Yang Chan's side. Want to return? Not a chance. Yang Chan might be able to summon the Lotus Lantern back, yet at this moment, she seemed to lie amidst the ruins, pondering her existence. She could not comprehend how she had fallen. All she felt was the sky darkening, her vision fading, followed by an irresistible force crashing into her, sending her spiraling down into the debris of Jilei Mountain. Could the members of the Dragon Clan possess such formidable physicality? Yang Chan was somewhat bewildered, for Gu Ming seemed unlike any dragon she had encountered before. The sky darkened once more, and as Yang Chan gazed upon the descending black dragon, she realized that trouble was upon her. The Baolian Lantern, boom. The dragon's claw descended, and once again, Yang Chan found herself in an intimate embrace with the earth. Fortunately, a golden light enveloped her, preventing a direct confrontation with Gu Ming's claw. Who are you? No being of the dragon clan possesses such formidable physical strength. The overwhelming power transmitted through the dragon's claw began to shatter the golden light surrounding her. And Yang Chan could scarcely believe that such force could emanate from a black dragon. The enormous dragon head loomed closer, its mountainous eyes fixed upon Yang Chan beneath its claw. You are weaker than I anticipated. Without the protection of the Balian Lantern, the esteemed mother of the three saints of heaven possesses such limited power. You? Yang Chan was infuriated to the point of nausea. Without the Balian Lantern? Am I truly so helpless? Whatever divine abilities or tricks you have, unleash them now, for time is running out. You ought to give me the opportunity. Yang Chan was certain that the moment she relaxed even slightly, the dragon claw would come crashing down, resulting in yet another intimate encounter with the ground. Even if she survived, it would be far from pleasant. The black dragon's strength was terrifying. Crack, crack, this is bad. The golden light around her began to fracture, and Yang Chan's face turned ashen. I've got you now. The same sentiment was echoed by Gu Ming. Are immortals truly that powerful? Not necessarily, of course. Yang Chan was at a disadvantage due to the Balian Lantern being ensnared. Without its protection, she would only be at the mercy of Gu Ming's whims. Had she tightly grasped the Balian Lantern, relying on its shelter, Gu Ming would have found himself at a loss to deal with her. At least, not at this stage. The soul-breaking spear was not yet powerful enough to breach the defenses of the Balian Lantern, and similarly, while Gu Ming's physical form was strong, it faced the same limitations against such a supreme spiritual treasure. Unless he possessed a method to counter the Balian Lantern or wielded a more advanced artifact, or if his body were strong enough to disregard all obstacles and forcefully shatter everything. It was over. The instant Gu Ming seized her, the words "it's finished" flashed through Yang Chan's mind. If you resist further, I shall crush you. As Gu Ming lifted Yang Chan, he glanced toward the Balian Lantern. Balian Lantern. You wouldn't want your master to be crushed due to your defiance, would you? Balian Lantern. Still engaged in a high-altitude struggle with the soul-breaking spear, it promptly settled down. Shameless. Yang Chan's eyes nearly blazed with fury. She swore this was the first time she encountered such audacity, captured and then used as leverage against her own treasure, forcing her artifact to obey through coercion. This audacious act of holding Yang Chan hostage to command the Balian Lantern was a spectacle Gu Ming had skillfully orchestrated. The Balian Lantern fell silent, providing the soul-breaking spear with the opportunity to strike, piercing the lantern's wick. No. As Yang Chan cried out in alarm, the seven-colored radiance of the wounded Balian Lantern gradually dimmed. An artifact, once injured, required a considerable amount of time to recuperate. To prevent the Balian Lantern from causing trouble, Gu Ming had to resort to such crude measures to resolve the issue, in the chaotic realms of the 33 heavens. A stunning woman reclining on a cloud bed opened her eyes at the moment the Balian Lantern was injured. The enchanting lady glanced down at the mortal realm, then closed her eyes and fell back into slumber. As if she had never awakened. Now it was truly over. The Balian Lantern had been wounded and seized by Gu Ming, while she herself was subdued, her powers sealed. Yang Chan recalled Gu Ming explicitly stating his lascivious nature. Completely sealing Yang Chan's powers, Gu Ming held her aloft, facing the now desolate Jilei Mountain. Such a beautiful place has been so utterly destroyed. Pray tell, how shall I deal with you? Perhaps a sinister grin spread across Gu Ming's face. In heaven? A day equals a year on earth. The denizens of the heavenly court are preoccupied with the monkey of Huagua Mountain. When they finally come to their senses and discover you have birthed a few offspring, what do you think will happen? I knew it. Yang Chan felt as if she could weep without tears. Unable to negotiate, she was captured by a lustful black dragon who threatened her with the prospect of bearing children. Her reputation would be irrevocably tarnished, and even the heavenly court would be embarrassed alongside her. You dare. Though her heart trembled with trepidation, her lips could not concede. Gu Ming, with an expressionless gaze fixed upon Yang Chan, raised his hand to grasp the belt around her waist. Do you see if I dare? No, no, no. I will compensate, fellow Taoist. I am willing to make amends. Now she was genuinely frightened. What if Gu Ming was serious? Yang Chan could scarcely imagine the reaction when the heavenly court resolved the matter with Sun Wukong and discovered that she, the mother of the three saints, had borne several children with a black dragon. Her elder brother and uncle would likely be infuriated. Even if they reduced Gu Ming to mincemeat, what would that matter? Yang Chan would already be ruined. The heavenly court's dignity would be lost. Unable to risk the chance that Gu Ming might truly father children with her, Yang Chan resigned herself and retrieved a small vial from her bosom, timidly offering it. This vial contains the golden elixir gifted to me by my elder brother. It should suffice to compensate for the damages to Jilei Mountain. Golden elixir? 9-turn golden elixir? Gu Ming opened the vial, and a fragrance that penetrated the very essence of the soul wafted forth. Inside were 2 golden pills, each roughly the size of a pigeon egg. The pills appeared plump and smooth, clearly of the highest quality. It is. Yang Chan felt a wave of sorrow. This was the 9-turn golden elixir. A gift from her elder brother, and she had always been reluctant to consume it. Now, it had become Gu Ming's possession. Only 2? Gu Ming shook his head in regret, stowing the pills away. Chapter 44. The Fairy's Reluctance. Thus, I must take matters into my own hands. The 9-turn golden elixir was indeed remarkable, but regrettably, it no longer held much value for him. However, if consumed by Princess Yumei or Xiao Bai, the effects would be extraordinary. Even the king of the 10,000-year fox could benefit. A single golden pill could resolve issues of longevity. Alas, there were only 2, making division impractical. Too few? Yang Chan forgot her fear, her disbelief evident as her voice rose several octaves. A treasure sought after by deities across the realms, and you deem it insufficient? I find it lacking myself. Ignoring the furious Yang Chan, Gu Ming continued to speak to himself. Compensation for Jilei Mountain is secured. I shall have Yang Jian bring a vial of golden elixirs to redeem her, or else I shall present him with several fine nephews. Yang Chan's blood surged, nearly causing her to spit it out. Haven't I already compensated you? Why are you still fixated on the nephews? I should never have come to Jilei Mountain. Has this matter with the monkey affected my state of mind? In the heavenly court, Erlang Shan had recently lost interest in the affairs of his younger sister Yang Chan and Gu Ming, as the drama surrounding Sun Wukong had commenced, necessitating the attention of all heavenly beings, including himself. I hope this farce concludes swiftly. At Yunming Mountain, Gu Ming skewered the prepared beef and placed it over the fire. Decades of cultivation had rendered the cow demon's meat tender, sprinkled with special seasonings. A tantalizing aroma soon permeated the cave. Slicing off a piece of beef and pairing it with a few spiritual fruits and fine wine, Gu Ming savored his meal, as he relished the fragrant beef. Sipping on the specially crafted wine from the king of 10,000-year fox, complemented by several spiritual fruits, Gu Ming found the feast quite delightful. However, the more he enjoyed, the more aggrieved Yang Chan felt sitting beside him. As a deity, particularly a female deity, she certainly did not need to eat to fill her stomach, yet even deities experience desires and cravings. Watching Gu Ming alternate between bites of beef and sips of wine, while also nibbling on spiritual fruits, Yang Chan found herself unexpectedly overcome with hunger. Having forgotten how many years it had been since she last ate, she suddenly realized her appetite had returned. Noticing the displeasure radiating from her, Gu Ming set down the spiritual fruit and, amused, asked, "What is it? Do celestial maidens also consume earthly grains? Are celestial maidens not human?" Yang Chan longed to retort at Gu Ming, but recalling her predicament, she could only grit her teeth and turn her head away, choosing to ignore him. Yu Ming found Yang Chan's attitude entirely reasonable. If any celestial maiden were captured, they would hardly be in good spirits. "Now, let us see what you've got on you." Yu Ming was unconcerned with Yang Chan's feelings. His own mood was less than pleasant. He had been contentedly lounging at home, embraced by 2 delicate fox spirits, when suddenly a celestial maiden appeared, demanding that he serve the heavenly court as a laborer. Who would feel comfortable in such a situation? Especially since this maiden had a bit of a temper, resorting to violence and destroying his home. "You disrupted my life and destroyed my abode. Do you expect me to treat you kindly?" What if he truly forced her elder brother to come to redeem her and brought along a couple of fine nephews? He could only imagine the expression on Erlang Shun's face. "You took my Balian lantern and seized the golden elixirs my elder brother gifted me. What else do you desire?" Yang Chan regarded Gu Ming warily. "Very well." Yu Ming set down the uneaten fruit, clapped his hands, and approached Yang Chan. "Wait. What do you intend to do?" As Gu Ming advanced toward her, Yang Chan felt a surge of panic. His approach hardly seemed like a conversation. It appeared he intended to take action directly. If the fairy is unwilling, then this humble Taoist must take matters into his own hands. Should I unintentionally touch places I ought not to? I trust the fairy will be understanding at such a moment. Referring to himself as a humble Taoist should not invoke the wrath of the Tao ancestor, right? Probably not, as he merely intended to search the fairy and had no intention of engaging in anything inappropriate. Hold on, I'll do it myself. Yang Chan was genuinely fearful that Gu Ming would indeed take action. At that moment, her magical artifacts had been confiscated, and her internal powers were sealed. Only her physical strength remained. However, the strength of her body was akin to that of an ant to Gu Ming. If Gu Ming truly decided to act, even if Yang Chan fought to the death, she would be unable to stop him. Should he inadvertently touch upon something he ought not to, it would lead to a most entertaining situation. Thus, Yang Chan resolved to take matters into her own hands. Although reluctantly surrendering all her possessions, she pondered, can external items compare to her own virtue? If Gu Ming were to touch some forbidden areas, she could scarcely imagine how she would navigate her future. To prevent such a dreadful occurrence, it was best to cooperate willingly. It's all gone. Not a single drop left. The treasured items she had collected over the years had been completely stripped away, and Yang Chan could only weep silently, clutching a jade vial, her large eyes brimming with tears, desperately hoping that tilting the vial would reveal some remnants. Alas, it was truly empty, not a drop to be found. What was wrong with this woman? It was merely a jug of spirit wine. She had never displayed such sorrow even when her precious Balian Deng was taken. Could this wine indeed possess extraordinary origins? Yang Chan rummaged through her belongings, producing a pile of items, elixirs, spiritual fruits, and a few mediocre magical artifacts. Ji Yuming paid little heed to these, yet a delicately crafted jade pot caught his attention. Upon opening it, he discovered it contained spirit wine. Out of curiosity, he took a sip and Yang Chan appeared as though her essence had been siphoned away, her spirit deflated, weeping as she cradled the jade vial, repeatedly checking it, hoping against hope for a trace of contents. This wine was remarkable. Yu Ming's words cut through Yang Chan's heart like a razor-sharp dagger, striking at her very core. Such a brutal attack on her spirit was unparalleled. I shall fight you to the bitter end. Stung by his remarks, Yang Chan momentarily forgot her sealed powers, her eyes ablaze with fury as she lunged at Gu Ming, unable to wield any divine arts, resorting instead to clawing and biting him. Employing every means at her disposal, had the three holy mothers gone mad? Grabbing his clothes, she attempted to pull him down, but Gu Ming merely glanced at his saliva-stained garments with disdain. It seemed even celestial beings could lose their composure and resort to foul language. Woo, that was a gift from my mother, and you drank it all, she lamented. With no means to strike back and flailing her limbs in vain, she found herself in tears, her face streaked with sorrow. It turned out that even a celestial maiden appeared quite ungraceful when crying, a comical sight with snot and tears. She wiped her face, attempting to regain her composure, and glanced at the jade pot, hoping to salvage her dignity. After carelessly tossing Yang Chan aside, Gu Ming returned to his stone seat to continue feasting. Yang Chan, left on the ground, rubbed her backside and instinctively clutched the jade pot, shaking it a couple of times. Hearing a sound from within, her face lit up with excitement. Chapter 45. I longed to smash the Bull Demon King's head after a few silly chuckles. Yang Chan realized something was amiss. Hadn't Gu Ming just emptied the spirit wine? She sniffled and took a sip, finding it quite delightful, initially intending to hide it against her better judgment. Yu Ming, with a teasing gaze, remarked, "So, you thought to deceive me with a fake vial, only to discover this celestial maiden wailing and rolling on the ground, even cursing in frustration. Truly, it has opened my eyes. Good things should be savored slowly." Gu Ming had originally intended to seize it outright, never expecting Yang Chan's reaction to be so intense. She had completely disregarded her celestial dignity, crying pitifully, wishing for mutual destruction. "Enough, I beg you." Coming back to her senses, Yang Chan recalled her earlier disgraceful antics, causing her to feel a wave of embarrassment. If this were to spread, she would have no face left to show. Ashamed to the point of wanting to burrow into the ground, she clutched the jade pot tightly, bowing her head in hopes of disappearing underground, no face to show. After crying, she would head into the cave to wash her clothes. "You want me to wash your clothes?" Yang Chan instinctively looked up. only to see Gu Ming toss a garment her way, drenched in saliva and teeth marks. Yang Chan, are you going or not? Seeing Yang Chan frozen in place, her face as red as a monkey's backside, Gu Ming stood up to snatch the jade pot from her grasp. However, Yang Chan, startled like a frightened little beast, grabbed the garment and dashed into the cave. Jiu Ming, leisurely chewing on the demon bull meat, contemplated how to deal with the impending troubles from the Heavenly Court. The Heavenly Court's summons could not simply be refused. Unless one possessed formidable strength, rejecting their overtures would lead to retaliation. Currently, the Heavenly Court's focus was on Sun Wukong, and with him having captured Yang Chan, they likely would not divert their attention to Gu Ming for the time being. Even with Yang Chan detained, the Heavenly Court would eventually send others. The next visitor would probably be Yang Jian. Yang Chan had gone to negotiate with Gu Ming, yet there had been no word since her departure. As her brother, Yang Jian would undoubtedly come to investigate. At that moment, everything would be exposed. That damned bull demon king. How he wished to pummel that fool. Jiu Ming's frustration grew with each thought. It was truly infuriating, feeling trapped at home while disaster loomed from above. Had Gu Ming been on friendly terms with Sun Wukong, feasting and reveling together, drawing the attention of the Heavenly Court would have been inconsequential. The crux of the matter was that he hadn't. The Bull Demon King and Sun Wukong had formed a brotherhood, and in a muddled turn of events, Gu Ming had unwittingly become the elder brother. These fools even brought gifts to visit him at Jilei Mountain. Such a grand display made it nearly impossible for the Heavenly Court not to notice their leader. Thus, the summons arrived, albeit with an unusual envoy. I damn well want to eat beef from now on. It shall be beef with that. Gu Ming took a hearty bite of the demon bull meat skewered over the fire, as if it had been sliced from the Bull Demon King's own body. Are you done yet? Noticing the approaching footsteps, Gu Ming asked without looking up. After lingering in the cave for some time, Yang Chan, having forced herself to calm down, realized she could no longer remain in this state. She ought to engage Gu Ming in a serious conversation. At this moment, Yang Chan was filled with conflicting emotions. On one hand, she hoped the Heavenly Court would soon become aware of her circumstances below, sending someone to rescue her, while on the other, she dreaded the consequences of their discovery. Yang Chan wished to extricate herself, yet she feared social embarrassment. Should the Heavenly Court realize something was amiss in the lower realms, they would undoubtedly send someone to seek her out, and that individual would most likely be her elder brother, Yang Jian. If Yang Jian truly came down to investigate, she could hardly fathom the expression that would grace his face. Representing the Heavenly Court to negotiate peace, only to be unwittingly subdued by the very person she was meant to negotiate with, her treasures confiscated, and her magical artifacts destroyed, all while being reduced to tears and cursing in frustration. The thought of her earlier state, weeping and rolling on the ground, made Yang Chan wish for a place to end it all, and no face to show. As for social embarrassment, Yang Chan was genuinely terrified that prolonged detention by Gu Ming would lead to events spiraling beyond her control. For instance, what if Gu Ming's claws reached toward her? If it came to the point where she had to send her elder brother a few unexpected nephews, everything would be irretrievably lost. Thus, having calmed down, she decided to confront Gu Ming directly in hopes of finding a resolution. Taoist friend, I believe we should discuss this calmly. After all, the Heavenly Court will eventually learn of your detaining me. Rather than face this passively, it would be prudent to resolve it proactively. What do you think, Taoist friend? Oh, discuss it calmly. Now you wish to be calm. Where was this before? Sit. Since she desired to converse peacefully, Gu Ming was willing to grant Yang Chan this opportunity. Excellent. Having not been refused, it indicated that Gu Ming was also reluctant to confront the impending troubles from the Heavenly Court. With a sense of assurance, Yang Chan continued, Taoist friend, your proposal for the Heavenly Court to marry Chang'e and the 7 fairies to you in exchange for your service is a bold one. This reason you provided likely stems not solely from your lustful desires. Why would Gu Ming propose such an audacious condition? After regaining her composure, Yang Chan surmised it was to establish his position and reasonably reject the Heavenly Court's overtures. Whether or not the Heavenly Court would be angered by this was another matter entirely. At least, Gu Ming had established a semblance of authority. You wish to recruit me, and I present conditions, seeking benefits. What's wrong with that? Is it that the Heavenly Court wishes to have the horse run without providing any fodder? Continuing, Gu Ming acknowledged the validity of Yang Chan's words, as it essentially captured his sentiments, He admitted his attraction to beautiful female demons and celestial maidens, yet he would not presume that he could effortlessly bring Chang'e and the seven fairies home. Even if the heavenly court valued his strength and sought to recruit him, it was simply not feasible. Chang'e needed no elaboration. Even the Jade Emperor coveted her. As for the seven fairies, they were the daughters of the Jade Emperor, nearly identical in appearance, akin to seven siblings. To entertain any thoughts regarding them would surely invoke the ire of the Jade Emperor. The tale of Dong Yong was an exception, fraught with complexities, and most likely intertwined with the machinations of the three teachings. And there was also the tale of the cowherd, who had a story with a celestial maiden. Yet one could tell from his actions that he was not a commendable character. Without a wife, he heeded the words of an old bull, hiding the celestial maiden's garments. What a bizarre maneuver. Chapter 46. Play is play, mischief is mischief. Do not trifle with the heavenly Tao in comparison to the notion of lechery. I believe that the primary reason my friend is reluctant to accept the heavenly court's overture lies elsewhere. Whether it be female demons or celestial maidens, one could argue that each possesses their own merits. However, Gu Ming would never allow such trifles to cloud his judgment or compel him to act irrationally. The fundamental reason for his refusal to surrender is simply his aversion to becoming a servant to others. Why not relish the comforts of being a mountain king, occasionally teasing a female demon? Is that not delightful? If this is indeed the case, then I can assist my friend in countering the heavenly court's invitation. Before Gu Ming could react, Yang Chan revealed her trump card. Are you serious? Gu Ming exclaimed, suddenly lifting his head. Yang Chan, brimming with confidence, held her head high. In this moment, she had reclaimed the pride of the three holy mothers and the celestial maidens of the heavenly court. The Jade Emperor's desire to court Gu Ming could not be swayed by anyone else, but she, as the Jade Emperor's niece, possessed that unique ability. How intriguing! Gu Ming chuckled unexpectedly. Yang Chan, suddenly filled with a sense of pride, indeed had every reason to feel so, given her lineage. Since the incident involving Yao Ji, Yang Jin harbored no deep-seated hatred for the Jade Emperor, yet he was unwilling to draw near to the uncle who had caused the deaths of his elder brother and father. His negative sentiments were plainly evident on his face, expressing his disdain for the Jade Emperor. Yang Chan was not as extreme as her second brother. However, due to the fates of her father, elder brother, and mother, she too was disinclined to maintain a close relationship with the Jade Emperor. While they may appear as relatives in public, the reality of their relationship was quite strained. If Yang Chan were to lower her pride and actively seek the Jade Emperor's favor, it was highly probable that he would abandon his intentions towards Gu Ming. As long as you release me and guarantee that you will not divulge the events that transpired at Jilei Mountain, I shall personally visit the heavenly court and persuade His Majesty to abandon his overtures. And how can you assure me that you will indeed go to the heavenly court to persuade the Jade Emperor, rather than turning around and bringing heavenly soldiers to hunt me down? I can swear to the heavens. Play is play. Mischief is mischief. One should not carelessly jest with the heavenly Tao, lest the consequences be dire. Is this sincerity sufficient? It seemed Yang Chan was earnest. Her eagerness to depart indicated her willingness to personally appeal to her uncle and dissuade him from pursuing his overtures. Otherwise, she would not dare to jest about swearing to the heavens. After a moment of contemplation, Gu Ming acquiesced to Yang Chan's proposal. I agree, but I have additional conditions. Do not push your luck. Yang Chan's face, which had only just regained its smile, instantly turned cold. She had resolved not to dwell on Gu Ming's past transgressions against her. Yet, he still sought to impose further conditions. Unfazed by Yang Chan's displeasure, Gu Ming raised his hand, displaying 2 fingers before her and shaking them. Do not be angry, do not be angry. When one is under a roof, one must bow one's head. Speak. Yang Chan almost ground her teeth as she forced those 2 words out. Very well. Gu Ming revealed his terms with a satisfied smile. First, the Baolian lantern cannot be returned to you directly. If you wish to reclaim this treasure, you may come to me in 2,000 years. Rest assured, I have no intention of coveting the Baolian lantern. If you are concerned, I can also swear to the heavens. As Gu Ming articulated his first condition, Yang Chan's face darkened. Fortunately, after hearing the entirety, her expression lightened somewhat. Retaining the Baolian lantern for 2,000 years was likely a precaution. Gu Ming's willingness to swear to the heavens indicated that he would indeed return the lantern after 2 millennia. Should he renege on his vow, the heavens would themselves mete out punishment upon him. For Yang Chan, 2,000 years was not an excessively long period. Though she felt reluctant, it was not entirely unacceptable. And the second, a vial of 9-turn golden elixir. A vial? Yang Chan gasped, rising abruptly. This condition stirred her even more than the retention of the Balian lantern. Was the 9-turn golden elixir as common as cabbage? Where could she possibly procure a vial of it? Impossible. I cannot accomplish that. You might as well strangle me. The Heavenly Court's overture has brought me considerable distress. Gu Ming solemnly reminded Yang Chan, I am but a victim. Yang Chan's face flushed with anger, but the decree was not issued by me. Before she could finish, she swallowed the remainder of her words. The decree indeed had not originated from her, yet she was the one sent by the Heavenly Court to convey it. Moreover, the individual who issued the decree was her own uncle, a trap. A vial is out of the question. At most, I can compensate you with a single pill. 5 pills, 2 pills. Black Dragon, do not be too greedy. Do you know how precious the golden elixir is? After a protracted negotiation, Yang Chan resolutely clung to her demand for 2 vials of the 9-turn golden elixir, unwilling to concede. For other medicinal pills, she might have devised a solution, but for the 9-turn golden elixir, she had neither the means nor the ability. Nevertheless, 2 vials of the 9-turn golden elixir was not an insignificant amount. Yu Ming was quite pleased with this outcome. As he pondered, he couldn't help but recall the tale of Sun Wukong pilfering elixirs from the Heavenly Court. Did that monkey consume counterfeit pills? After devouring numerous jars of elixirs, he barely saw an increase in power. What a farce! Though Lao Jun offered an explanation that he had ingested unripe elixirs, Gu Ming suspected that Sun Wukong had indeed consumed fakes. With the conditions settled, the next step was to swear an oath. However, an awkward situation arose. Yang Chan swore to the heavens, and all went smoothly until it came to Gu Ming, where he encountered a blockade. For when one swears an oath to the heavens, the heavenly Tao takes notice, unleashing thunder to remind the oath-taker that the vow has been established and must not be violated. What is happening? I am sincere as well. Why does the heavens not heed me? Under Yang Chan's scrutinizing gaze, questioning whether he was mocking her, Gu Ming could only attempt once more. Did I, the Black Dragon Gu Ming, hereby swear that I shall not disclose the events that transpired at Jilei Mountain to others, and that in 2,000 years, I shall present the Balian lantern with both hands to the Western Peak Holy Mother Yang Chan. Should I violate this oath, let me be punished. The content of the oath was unchanged, save for the inclusion of Gu Ming's name. Boom. As soon as the words left his lips, a rumble of thunder echoed across the sky, signifying that the oath had been established. While the world knew him as the Black Dragon Emperor, few were aware of his true name. Yang Chan was the first to learn Gu Ming's authentic name. Damn, must I include my true name in the oath? Is it truly necessary? Black Dragon Gu Minged I in that moment. Yang Chan regarded him with a peculiar glint in her eye, as if to convey, I have caught you in your little black lie. I am a snake demon transformed into a dragon, not a member of the true dragon lineage. Gu Ming shot Yang Chan a sidelong glance. Furthermore, he had never claimed to be a member of the dragon race. Yu Ming would prefer to be regarded as a demon dragon than to be associated with the so-called true dragons. Life as a true dragon was far too stifling. Even a slight drizzle could lead to a beheading. A truly absurd existence. With a flick of his wrist, he dispelled the binding spell that sealed Yang Chan's powers. Gu Ming, without hesitation, cast her out. Black Dragon, do not go too far. Like a shooting star racing across the sky, Yang Chan found her hair and garments tousled by the wind, unable to fathom that having merely learned Gu Ming's true name would result in her being cast out. Was it merely a true name that warranted such secrecy? Even if he did not bear the surname Ao, was it necessary for him to react with such indignation? To have one's true name revealed is hardly a matter of consequence. Nor does it necessitate concealment. However, for Gu Ming, having traversed the journey to the west for so long, it was the first time someone learned his true name, evoking a sensation akin to a secret being uncovered. Additionally, Yang Chan's gaze irked him. Must all dragons bear the surname Ao? Given her previous look, it was quite generous of him not to strike her. Yet, she still considered him excessive. With the Heavenly Court's troubles likely resolved, Yang Chan set off for the Heavenly Realm. Yu Ming had no intention of lingering, and after gathering his belongings, he followed the trail left by the Wansui Fox King. Chapter 47. 8-0 frame start. Dazzling the entire audience. This chapter is sponsored by All the Treasures. By the banks of the clear water river, the little demons of Jile Mountain were bustling about, transporting materials, diving into the water, and so forth. They were not intending to plunge to their deaths, but rather to carry materials. Unfortunately, most of the demons on Jile Mountain were fox demons, and asking these unaccustomed swimmers to engage in such labor was rather challenging. However, they were compelled by their king's desire to construct an underwater dragon palace. The little demons of Jile Mountain bore their burdens in silence, persevering through the toil. Fortunately, the Wansui Fox King was a benevolent ruler, only requiring the little demons to transport materials and not demanding that the fox demons dive deep into the river to build the palace. The task of construction fell upon the Princess of All Saints. The Princess of All Saints was responsible not only for transporting the materials to the riverbed, but also for ensuring the progress of the palace's construction. Throughout Jile Mountain, including the Wansui Fox King and Princess Yume, as well as Little White, all the demons were diligently working towards the palace's construction. Straining to lift a massive stone to the shore, Princess Yume, her forehead glistening with sweat, gazed anxiously toward the direction of Jile Mountain. "I wonder how my husband is faring." The little demon sent by father to inquire reported that Jile Mountain has been reduced to ruins. In contrast to Princess Yume, Little White appeared significantly more at ease. Using her 3 long fox tails to effortlessly wrap around a colossal stone and draw it to the riverbank, my master is certainly safe, in stark contrast to the concerns of others. Little White held an unwavering trust in Gu Ming. "Yume, you are far too weak. You do not embody the essence of a fox demon at all." Observing Little White adeptly maneuvering the massive stone with her 3 lengthy tails, Princess Yume's mouth fell agape. "Who among us truly resembles a fox demon? Which fox spirit has tails like yours?" Princess Yume subconsciously glanced at her own tails, fluffy, adorable, and incredibly pleasant to the touch. If she attempted to use her tails to lift such a massive stone, it would be nothing short of a dream. It could be said that among all the fox demons on Jile Mountain, Little White was the most unique. Even the Wansui Fox King, witnessing Little White's prowess, could only shake his head in bewilderment, expressing his inability to comprehend her capabilities. After a long and arduous journey, Gu Ming found himself concealed within the clouds, gazing down at the fox demons laboriously transporting materials below. Several question marks appeared on his forehead. Why were the fox demons of Jile Mountain moving materials to the river? Could it be that the venerable Fox King intended to construct a dragon palace? Surely not. What purpose would an old fox like him have in building a dragon palace? Such a favor might prove rather difficult to repay. Gu Ming quickly grasped the intention behind the venerable Fox King's actions. He had always aspired to assist Gu Ming in erecting a magnificent dragon palace. However, the terrain of Jile Mountain was unsuitable for such an endeavor. If they were to build a dragon palace, it would need to be situated in a location with water. The recent visit of Yang Chan to Jile Mountain, which resulted in a fierce confrontation between the two, forced the demons of Jile Mountain to evacuate their longtime home. The venerable Fox King, already contemplating the construction of a dragon palace, led the fox demons to the banks of the clear water river, a site he had previously assessed as suitable for the construction. As for concerns regarding how Gu Ming would return after the dragon palace was completed, the venerable Fox King did not dwell on such matters. He was willing to take a gamble. "Huh?" Hearing someone call out to him, the venerable Fox King instinctively looked up. As he spotted the figure hidden among the clouds, his anxious heart finally settled. "Master!" At that moment, Xiaobai sensed Gu Ming's aura and, filled with joy, dropped the massive stone she had been carrying, soaring gleefully towards the sky. Princess Yumian instinctively wished to follow, but alas, Gu Ming had already descended first. "Lord Black Dragon has returned! Lord Black Dragon has returned!" The little demons of Jile Mountain cheered jubilantly, while Princess Wanxing, busy at the riverbed, surfaced upon hearing the excited shouts from above. "Husband!" Before Gu Ming could steady himself, Princess Yumian rushed into his embrace, tears streaming down her face, unwilling to let go. For some time now, she had been deeply concerned for Gu Ming's safety, torn between hoping for his return and fearing that his refusal to submit to the celestial court would lead to his persecution. Night after night, troubling visions of Gu Ming being captured by the celestial court and subjected to various torments haunted her. It could be said that she had been living in a state of anxiety and trepidation. Thankfully, Xiao Bai's company, along with the construction of the Dragon Palace, had occupied her mind and prevented her from spiraling into despair. I have returned. Ji Yuming smiled, holding both women close, his gaze sweeping across the gathering of demons, including the venerable Fox King and the still-lying Princess Wanxing. Ha, it's good to be back. The venerable Fox King beamed, unable to contain his delight. He firmly believed that Gu Ming was not someone who could be easily subdued. As for whether future troubles from the celestial court would arise, who could say? The most pressing matter was to focus on the present. Ji Yuming refrained from uttering any overly sentimental words. After reassuring Princess Yumian and Xiao Bai for a moment, he dove into the clear water river. Constructing a dragon palace was no small task, and relying solely on the little demons of Jilei Mountain would not suffice. The effort of transporting materials would exhaust them. Furthermore, he could not count on Princess Wanxing, the delicate dragon maiden, who, despite her training, was better suited to serving than to construction. The dragon palace in Bai Botan was hardly commendable. Relying on Princess Wanxing to build a new one was unthinkable. Ji Yuming could not even imagine what the completed dragon palace would look like. Upon seeing Gu Ming plunge into the water, Princess Wanxing hurriedly followed, but after a moment of swimming, she realized she still retained her true form and quickly transformed into her innate Dao body. Thank you for your hard work. Ji Yuming embraced the dragon maiden briefly before releasing her. No, it's not hard at all. Princess Wanxing's cheeks flushed as she gazed at Gu Ming, her feelings towards him having always been complex. Initially indifferent, she was taken aback by his extraordinary strength and felt resentful when sent to Jilei Mountain. To be a dragon maiden of Bai Botan, yet reduced to a mere servant, was undeniably humiliating. Upon arriving at Jilei Mountain, Princess Wanxing had no choice but to adapt to her new life as a maid. She endeavored to learn and adjust until her relationship with Gu Ming evolved into something profound. Since that breakthrough, her perception of Gu Ming had entirely transformed, and she no longer harbored the confusion and resentment she once felt upon her arrival. As construction began, the foundation for the Dragon Palace was yet to be established. However, the venerable Fox King had a keen eye. The banks of the clear water river were indeed suitable for constructing a dragon palace. Despite the waterway not being as grand as the great rivers, it was calm and steady. Yet, the little demons of Jilei Mountain would need to endure some hardship. Unaccustomed to aquatic life, they would have to alter their habits to adapt to living in the Dragon Palace, with mastering swimming being the first step. Rumbling, as Gu Ming raised his hands at the riverbed, a severe earthquake shook the area surrounding the clear water river, obliterating even the scant foundation that had just been laid. What is happening? The little demons on the shore were startled and hastily fled to safety, while those still in the water were equally terrified. Fortunately, the venerable Fox King managed to rescue them just in time. The once calm waters of the clear water river churned violently due to the earthquake, producing massive whirlpools that spun incessantly, as if something was about to emerge from the depths. Father, was it husband who did this? Princess Yumian gazed in confusion at the tumultuous surface of the river, uncertain of what was transpiring below. The other demons were equally perplexed, their eyes turning towards the venerable Fox King, who was well versed in such matters. I'm getting old, truly old. Facing the eager gazes of the gathered demons, the venerable Fox King sighed. He had intended to assist Gu Ming in the construction of the Dragon Palace gradually, transporting materials bit by bit, but Gu Ming had simply dived to the riverbed, using his powers to conjure the Dragon Palace out of thin air. Old? What do you mean by old? The gathered demons did not grasp the significance of the venerable Fox King's lament. The tremors continued unabated, but alongside the ongoing vibrations, a palace radiating golden light began to manifest beneath the waters of the clear water river. Look, there's a palace in the river. It's real. There truly is a palace. The little demons on the riverbank gaped in awe at the golden glow emanating from the river, which illuminated the riverbed, revealing what had once been a barren expanse, now replaced by a resplendent golden palace. Long live Lord Black Dragon, long live. Although the venerable Fox King had not explicitly stated it, some astute little demons deduced that this grand creation was the work of Gu Ming. After all, it was shortly after his return that he dove into the river, and the tremors began, followed by the emergence of the palace. Thus, one little demon could not contain their excitement and shouted out, prompting others to join in, and soon all the little demons of Jilei Mountain gathered at the riverbank, cheering for Lord Black Dragon with uncontainable enthusiasm. Who was that rascal shouting "Long live"? Is it a curse? Gu Ming, who had expended a considerable amount of spiritual energy to construct the palace, raised an eyebrow at the cheers from the riverbank. Calling your Fox King long live is one thing, but why call me that? Cough, cough, be quiet. Don't embarrass yourselves. Fortunately, the venerable Fox King stepped forward just in time to quell the uproar. Today marks the final day of the year 2024. I am grateful for your companionship throughout this journey. I wish everyone a happy new year and hope that the year 2025 brings us prosperity and fortune. Love you all. Chapter 48. The 9 Revolutions Golden Elixir is rejected. He preferred to be addressed as the Venerable Fox King. As most demon kings were called, however, Gu Ming was different. To him, being called Long Live sounded like a curse. Boom. As the surface of the river began to settle, Gu Ming soared out of the water, with Princess Wanqing by his side. The little demons, chastened by the Venerable Fox King's reprimand, dared not utter another long live. Some even raised their hands to cover their mouths, fearful of inadvertently letting slip another cheer. All right, this is the last time. Long live is better left for your Fox King. Gu Ming waved his hand dismissively, unconcerned about the matter, recognizing that the little demons were merely expressing their excitement and admiration for him. What nonsense is this kid spouting? The Venerable Fox King, upon hearing Gu Ming's words, was incensed, his whiskers bristling. What do you mean long live is for me? How many more years can this old fox expect to live? Fox King, how should we handle these little demons? Gu Ming and the Venerable Fox King could easily usher the little demons into the Dragon Palace, where their lives would be unaffected. However, once they left the palace, complications would arise. Unfamiliar with aquatic life, they would need to continuously envelop themselves in demon energy to move, and most little demons could hardly endure for long. You should take Yumian and the others down first, along with your maids. As for the rest, I will handle them properly. Since the intention was for Gu Ming to settle in the Dragon Palace, it was imperative that the little fox demons learn to swim. So what if they were fox demons? If they couldn't swim, they could learn. The Venerable Fox King believed that as long as they were willing to put in the effort, the fox demons who once belonged to Jilei Mountain would adapt in due time. All right, Ji Ming accepted the Venerable Fox King's goodwill, deciding to leave the trifles to him. In other dragon palaces, there were turtle ministers. Having a fox minister in his dragon palace was hardly excessive. Here, eat this. Gu Ming led the others into the dragon palace. A small vial flew towards the Venerable Fox King, accompanied by Gu Ming's voice. The Venerable Fox King, in a reflexive motion, caught the flying jade vial that had been hurled towards him. Upon opening it and catching a fleeting glimpse inside, his countenance shifted dramatically as the enticing aroma of the elixir wafted forth. In a flurry, he hastily resealed the vial, disregarding the arrangement of the lesser demons at Jilei Mountain, and plunged into the water in pursuit. Heilong, halt this instant. The anxious Fox King, upon entering the Dragon Palace, promptly returned the jade vial, holding it as though it were a scalding hot potato. Father? The jade-faced princess was taken aback. Puzzled by his demeanor, Xiaobai and a retinue of maidens exchanged bewildered glances, wondering what could provoke such trepidation from the Fox King. His expression bore no trace of joy. Instead, he was consumed by fury. His whiskers bristling in indignation. Heilong, I have treated you with kindness, hoping you might extend the same to the jade-faced. I never intended to covet your possessions. Such treasures are beyond my humble grasp. Keep it for yourself, or if it must be, leave it for the jade-faced, for she has a greater need for this boon than I'd. Catching the jade vial, Gu Ming could not restrain himself from exclaiming, Ah, you old fox, the famed 9-turn golden elixir, and yet you wish to cast it aside. The 9-turn golden elixir? The jade-faced princess and her cohort were rendered speechless. While these demons had never laid eyes on such a legendary item, they had certainly heard tales. To consume a single golden elixir was to attain immortality, a treasure spoken of only in fables. I am unworthy of such fortune. The Fox King's fingers trembled with desire. Yet he strove to suppress it, clasping his hands behind his back, resolved to depart at once. Did he not crave the elixir? Indeed, he did, however. He preferred to reserve it for Gu Ming or for his daughter. The jade-faced princess asked for his own aging form. He simply wished to endure as long as fate allowed, without squandering the golden elixir. You cunning old fox! If word of this spreads, how shall I, Gu Ming, maintain my dignity? Ha! My temper flares. Gu Ming reached out, seizing the astonished Fox King just as he prepared to leave. Hei Long, what is the meaning of this? I am of considerable ag. In his struggle, the Fox King failed to notice something slipping into his mouth. Just as he was about to reprimand Gu Ming, he instinctively swallowed. It was only after the object descended into his belly that realization dawned upon him. Alas! I have consumed such a precious treasure. The venerable Fox King stood frozen, as if struck by lightning. The indignity. Rather than joy at having ingested the 9-turn golden elixir, he was consumed by rage. Pounding his chest in frustration, his aged visage flushed. If it were possible, he would have liked to claw at his throat in hopes of regurgitating the celestial pill. Let us depart. This old fox will be in turmoil for some time. Gu Ming chuckled. The thought that the Fox King could no longer lament his dwindling lifespan brought Gu Ming amusement, while others would revel in the elation of consuming the golden elixir. The Fox King was the stark contrast, infuriated by what he deemed a misallocation of such a treasure. Yet Gu Ming was unfazed. You refuse? I shall ensure it finds its way into your belly. And we shall see if you can expel it. The jade-faced princess exclaimed with delight. You mean to say, father will not perish? The Fox King, aged and frail, lingered on the precipice of death, a constant sorrow for the jade-faced princess. Who could have imagined that a single golden elixir would free the venerable Fox King from the clutches of mortality? Marvelous. Consuming the 9-turn golden elixir grants the user the path to immortality. Death becomes a distant concern, unless met with violence. Splendid. The Fox King felt a pang of anguish, while the jade-faced princess soared in jubilation. For her, the 9-turn golden elixir was significant, yet the life of her closest kin outweighed its value. Thoughts of her own consumption had never crossed her mind. With Jilei Mountain in ruins and many treasures lost in the chaos of battle, she was grateful that her father had retained the precious items. Content to gather the remnants in due time, upon entering the palace, the jade-faced princess eagerly rushed towards Gu Ming, intent on bestowing upon him a grand reward. Ahem! Before she could act, the now rejuvenated yet scowling Fox King appeared. Witnessing his daughter atop Gu Ming, ready to engage in unsavory behavior, he cleared his throat, rousing her from her reverie. Chapter 49. The 9-turn golden elixir is not a mere cabbage. It cannot simply appear at will. Within the Dragon Palace, nothing had been prepared. Was such eagerness truly necessary? How many times must I reiterate that while love and passion are essential, one must also exercise restraint? Do you understand? Upon hearing her father's cough, the jade-faced princess leapt up, covering her face in embarrassment as she fled. Gu Ming, sitting up, gazed at the Fox King with incredulity. Fox King, you certainly know how to dampen the mood. Humph! You forced the golden elixir upon me. There will be plenty more occasions for you to feel disheartened. The Fox King pondered, but where did this elixir originate? How did I consume it? He was still regretting his earlier actions. Gu Ming rose. Stretching languidly and nonchalantly replied, Jilei Mountain was destroyed. The elixir serves as compensation, albeit reluctantly provided by the Western Mother. Recalling Yang Chan's distraught expression at that moment brought a smile to Gu Ming's face. What of a celestial maiden? When pricked at her vulnerabilities, she transformed into a tempestuous figure. Rolling in despair, 2 elixirs were distributed, leaving one remaining, which he intended for Xiaobai. Her bloodline was no ordinary fox demon lineage. Consuming the golden elixir should awaken her latent potential. Gu Ming did not conceal this from the Fox King, candidly revealing that there were 2 9-turn golden elixirs, aside from the one he had ingested. The remaining elixir was earmarked for Xiaobai, with no consideration for the jade-faced princess. With Gu Ming's strength and constitution, the elixir held little benefit for him. The Fox King, having consumed it, could repair his damaged demon core and attain immortality. While Xiaobai would likely enhance her prowess. For the jade-faced princess, her potential increase would be minimal. In the interest of maximizing benefits, Gu Ming's allocation of the 2 9-turn golden elixirs was judiciously directed towards the Fox King and Xiaobai. Placing the jade-faced princess further down the line, the Fox King contemplated for a moment before expressing his agreement with Gu Ming. Though the jade-faced princess was his daughter, he would not display favoritism in such a critical matter. He understood her talents and bloodline all too well. Allocating resources in a limited context towards his daughter would be an unwise investment. The remaining 9-turn golden elixir for Xiaobai was indeed the most sensible distribution. Should Xiaobai's bloodline be further awakened, transforming into a 9-tailed celestial fox, the Fox King would awaken from dreams with a smile. Even if her bloodline did not awaken to that extent, a 9-tailed fox was still an admirable outcome. In comparison to Xiaobai's potential, the jade-faced princess was merely responsible for her beauty. This old fox, astute when necessary and selfless at times, would not show even a modicum of bias towards his daughter. Gu Ming, recognizing the delicacy of the situation, merely patted the Fox King's shoulder. If there are any surplus golden elixirs in the future, the jade-faced will receive her share, ha ha ha. The Fox King regarded him with a look of incredulity. Do you presume the 9-turn golden elixir is as commonplace as cabbage? I have no desire to engage with you. I am off to indulge in a bath and pursue companionship. Hopeless. All you think of is that. Casting a disdainful glance at Gu Ming's retreating form, the Fox King began to fret over how to properly manage the fox demons outside. He wished to acclimatize them to the water. But that would not be an easy task. Such trifles required his careful orchestration. Wait a moment. Why do I feel as though I am playing the role of a turtle advisor to this lad? I am a fox, not a turtle. Though irked, the Fox King dutifully assumed the role of advisor, assisting Gu Ming in the meticulous organization of the Dragon Palace's affairs. As for the matter of celestial court reconciliation, he refrained from inquiring, trusting that Gu Ming would handle it adeptly. In the warm waters of the pool, Gu Ming immersed himself, feeling utterly relaxed. Xiaobai and the jade-faced princess were exhausted. Thus, the jade-faced princess had to take her leave. Open wide, Xiaobai, feeling languid and still in a daze, obediently opened her mouth. Before she could comprehend the situation, something rolled down her throat and was swallowed. The warmth began to envelop her body, and she sensed something sprouting from behind her. Suddenly, Xiaobai was jolted into awareness. I've grown a tail. The jade-faced princess gasped in astonishment. Ji Yuming observed, bemused. What do you mean by Xiaobai has grown a tail? Others already possess 3 tails. This is merely the onset of a new one. What did I just consume? Xiaobai's expression was one of confusion. Behind her, the 4th tail was rapidly sprouting. Focusing on her cultivation, she diligently digested the golden elixir and awakened her bloodline. Ji Yuming gently guided Xiaobai into a secluded chamber for her seclusion, instructing her as he sealed the chamber. Having consumed the 9-turn golden elixir, Xiaobai required ample time to assimilate its power. Darling. The jade-faced princess nestled joyfully against Gu Ming. Ji Yuming, resting his hand on her immaculate back, inquired. I allocated the 2 golden elixirs to the Fox King and Xiaobai. You do not resent me, do you? The holy princess, who was helping Gu Ming cleanse himself, involuntarily trembled at this revelation. Though she had suspected something, hearing Gu Ming declare that Xiaobai had also consumed a 9-turn golden elixir left her utterly speechless. It was worth noting that Gu Ming himself had not consumed one. He could justify giving one to the Fox King as a form of repayment, but what of Xiaobai? Though Xiaobai held a significant status, she remained Gu Ming's beloved pet, a mere companion, and yet he had chosen to bestow upon her the esteemed golden elixir. The Halloween princess felt her mind was somewhat clouded. No, the jade-faced princess chuckled softly. Yet under Gu Ming's gaze, she sighed helplessly. All right, I admit I am a tad envious, but I trust my husband's judgment. Xiaobai is more suited for the elixir than I am. It would be impossible to claim she harbored no thoughts on the matter. Yet the jade-faced princess refused to let it dampen her spirits. Ji Yuming administering the elixir to Xiaobai was simply a recognition of Xiaobai's capabilities and potential. Besides, wasn't the venerable Fox King himself consuming one as well? What more could she wish for? Leaning against the rocky edge of the pool, Gu Ming embraced the jade-faced princess, gesturing for the Halloween princess to stop drying herself off and to come sit in his lap. The Halloween princess, feeling bashful, lowered the towel obediently and nestled into Gu Ming's arms. As she shifted closer, a flicker of anxiety crossed her mind. She feared the jade-faced princess might feel upset and blame her for vying for attention. In the end, her worries proved unfounded. The jade-faced princess hadn't even considered such things. Instinctively, she made a bit of room for the others. With a delicate fox spirit cradled in one arm and the soft, adorable dragon maiden in the other, Gu Ming reveled in the bliss of life. Who needed the heavenly courts when such joys were at hand? Chapter 50. The Jade Emperor. Revoking the Edict of Submission? Xiaobai's lineage was extraordinary, and as her bloodline awakened, consuming the elixir might just further enhance her heritage. Xiaobai truly was fortunate. The jade-faced princess felt a pang of jealousy, not because Xiaobai had consumed the 9-turn elixir, but rather because a little fox spirit that had seemingly appeared from nowhere boasted a bloodline superior to her own. Ironically, Xiaobai had once been captured by a tiger demon in exchange for a mere snakeskin fruit, something the jade-faced princess wouldn't even spare a glance. Who could have anticipated that the once whimpering little white fox could possess such an exceptional lineage? Even Gu Ming had not foreseen it. Your fate isn't too shabby either, Gu Ming laughed heartily. As long as the jade-faced princess steered clear of the bull demon king, her fate would likely not end beneath a rake. Compared to the troublemaking fox spirits, the jade-faced princess was rather reclusive and had committed no heinous acts. Thanks in part to the guidance of the venerable Fox King, within the demon clan, she genuinely embodied the essence of a good spirit. Husband, the jade-faced princess playfully pouted. Any lingering dissatisfaction in her heart had vanished without a trace. Indeed, when it came to playful affection, no one could compare to a fox spirit. Had it been the Halloween princess, the dragon maiden would likely be too shy to utter such embarrassing words. What did the 9-headed worm say to you? Gu Ming suddenly shifted the topic, bringing up the creature that had been banished by the Halloween Dragon King. The Halloween princess's face flushed crimson, instantly paling with alarm as she stammered, "My lord, I assure you, there has been no impropriety between me and that 9-headed worm. Please believe me, at the Baipa pool, she could never return." If Gu Ming suspected any inappropriate conduct between her and the 9-headed worm, it would spell her doom. The Halloween princess burst into tears in her desperation. The jade-faced princess, leaning against Gu Ming, turned her head to observe the Halloween princess silently, watching intently. Surely, this dragon maiden wouldn't truly be involved with the 9-headed worm. Would she? No, if that were the case, her husband would never have laid a hand on her, let alone keep her by his side. I do not doubt you. I merely wish to know if the 9-headed worm has ever spoken ill of the West Sea Dragon Palace or the third prince of the Dragon King. The Halloween princess, her heart racing, nodded vigorously. She harbored no fondness for the third prince of the Dragon King, primarily because the 9-headed worm had spoken extensively about the prince's shortcomings, coupled with talk of exchanging happiness for profit, which had turned her rebellious. She adamantly refused to marry into the Four Seas Dragon Palace. The 9-headed worm was truly despicable. Upon hearing the Halloween princess's account, the jade-faced princess was incensed, exclaiming, "How utterly shameless." Gu Ming gently patted the Halloween princess's back, urging her to calm down. He bore no intention of reproaching her, simply wanting to understand what the 9-headed worm had been up to in the Baipa Pool Dragon Palace. Realizing Gu Ming bore her no ill will, the Halloween princess's heart slowly settled. She feared that Gu Ming might blame her due to the 9-headed worm's actions, or even ignore her altogether. With thoughts solely occupied by Gu Ming, she couldn't fathom how she would survive without him. I'll find a chance to turn that worm into a lantern to hang outside the Dragon Palace. Just a little 9-headed worm, Gu Ming thought little of it. He simply wondered where the creature had scuttled off to. If it dared to show its face, he wouldn't mind capturing it for some experimentation. It was well known that the demon clan was rife with treasures, their essence being excellent materials for crafting magical artifacts. In the world of Journey to the West, many renowned and powerful artifacts were forged from the bodies of demon beings. The 9-headed worm? It would make for a splendid material for a magical item. The Halloween princess had no inclination to defend the 9-headed worm. After all, who was it? Not familiar, though transforming it into a lantern to hang outside the Dragon Palace sounded delightful. It would surely amuse Gu Ming. Meanwhile, Gu Ming had settled comfortably in the Dragon Palace. On the other side, Yang Chan, having steeled herself, made her way towards the heavenly courts. At that moment, Sun Wukong had already been won over, taking up an official position in the heavenly courts as the stablekeeper, responsible for the care of the heavenly steeds. Upon entering the heavenly realms, Yang Chan overheard numerous discussions regarding Sun Wukong, the stablekeeper. With little interest in such matters, she made her way directly to the Lingxiao Treasure Hall. However, the Jade Emperor was not present in the Lingxiao Treasure Hall. After inquiring with the gatekeeper, Yang Chan redirected her path towards the Taiwei Yuqing Palace. In the Taiwei Yuqing Palace, the Jade Emperor, dressed in his everyday attire rather than his dragon robe, leisurely savored fine wine, attended by several stunning celestial maidens fanning him. "Your Majesty, the Holy Mother of the West Peak, requests an audience. Let her in, and you all may withdraw. And in private meetings with family, the Jade Emperor preferred not to have a throng of attendants around. "Yes, Your Majesty." The surrounding celestial maidens and heavenly soldiers obediently retreated. Before long, Yang Chan entered the palace, gazing at the Jade Emperor seated above. For a moment, she felt conflicted. Chaner has arrived. Due to the matter involving Yao Ji, Yang Jian and Yang Chan's relationship with their uncle had grown strained, and the Jade Emperor had been attempting to mend this rift. Compared to Yang Jian, who refused to yield an inch of face, Yang Chan was much more amiable, at least capable of exchanging pleasantries on the surface. "Your Majesty." As soon as she uttered the title, Yang Chan felt it was inappropriate. She had come to request a favor. How could she address him by his title? Quickly, she corrected herself, "Uncle Mm." The Jade Emperor instinctively nodded, yet after doing so, he appeared as though time had frozen around him. Moments later, he suddenly stood up, exclaiming in delight, "Chaner, what did you just call me?" Uncle. In her quest to settle the matter of the submission, Yang Chan had resolved to put her pride aside. Her mother had always taught her not to harbor resentment towards her uncle, as he too faced difficulties and deserved understanding. "If my mother taught me thus, then it should be probably all right to call him uncle a few times." Silently observing his niece, who appeared rather uneasy, the Jade Emperor burst into laughter. "Ha ha, splendid! Chaner, come here, come here. You have endured much hardship. It is entirely my fault for placing such matters upon you. You truly should not have entrusted the matter of that black dragon." "No, that Gu Ming to me that I bungled it entirely." With just two utterances of uncle, the Jade Emperor's demeanor transformed, becoming exceedingly warm towards Yang Chan. Yang Chan found it overwhelming and hastily stated her intentions. "I hope uncle can grant me one request." "Speak." The Jade Emperor, in high spirits, readily agreed, even before asking what it was. "Wonderful, Your Majesty has consented." Yang Chan beamed with joy. It was only then that the Jade Emperor curiously inquired, "What does Chaner wish for me to agree to?" The Jade Emperor believed that as long as the request was not excessive, he could grant it, and in doing so, he could use Yang Chan to mend the rift with Yang Jian, ultimately bringing them together as a true family. After all, it was rather unpleasant to maintain a cold demeanor when family met. "I beseech you, uncle, to revoke the Edict of Submission for the Black Dragon." "Gu Ming." Yang Chan quickly articulated her request. "Revoking the Edict of Submission?" The Jade Emperor paused momentarily. It was not that the task was particularly difficult, but rather that it was exceedingly simple, merely a matter of his decree. However, he was curious why Yang Chan was so eager to plead with him. Did his niece Yang Chan have some connection with that black dragon? As thoughts of family matters often lead elders to overthink. The Jade Emperor's curiosity was understandable, especially given his sister's unfortunate circumstances. Remembering this incident made him grit his teeth in anger. "It turns out it was merely a trivial matter." The Jade Emperor chuckled, saying, "Since you have asked, how could your uncle refuse? I shall grant it. From now on, the heavenly courts shall no longer extend an invitation to that black dragon." "Thank you, uncle." However, Chapter 51. An existence even the celestial mirror dares not gaze upon. The Jade Emperor cautioned his niece, "If that black dragon commits any misdeeds in the lower realms, I fear I cannot show him any favoritism, and no need for favoritism." Yang Chan gritted her teeth. "He better commit an offense and fall into my hands, and then—" The Jade Emperor fell silent, suddenly sensing an ominous premonition. Could it be that his niece truly had some connection with that black dragon? Though surprised, the Jade Emperor did not grow angry. Even if Yang Chan had some involvement with Gu Ming, it wouldn't escalate to the severity of Yang Tianyu and Yao Ji's circumstances. The heavenly courts had strict laws against unions between celestial beings and mortals. Gu Ming is no ordinary being. He is a black dragon who has attained enlightenment through arduous cultivation. His identity can be effortlessly transformed at will, be it that of a demon dragon or a divine dragon. All it takes is a word from the Jade Emperor. "Chaner, has that black dragon been bullying you?" "Well, cough, 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 that is certainly out of the question." Upon realizing the implications, Yang Chan began to cough, her eyes darting about in evident embarrassment. It seems there is indeed some truth to it. However, it remains unclear just how far the bullying has gone. The Jade Emperor has come to a conclusion. Since it is Chaner who has spoken, her uncle will undoubtedly acquiesce. Nevertheless, it would be prudent to consider your relationship with that black dragon sooner rather than later. Relationship? What relationship? Yang Chan was still unable to grasp the situation, as her mind lingered on other matters. Resolving to not let one issue distract her from another, Yang Chan decided to request something from the Jade Emperor. After all, she had already made one request. What was one more? Surely, it would not be necessary to seek assistance from others for the sake of 2 9-turn golden pills. Yang Chan hesitantly gazed at the Jade Emperor. Observing his niece's bashful demeanor, the Jade Emperor could not help but smile. It had been many years since he had seen her in such a delicate state. Speak. What do you desire? The 9-turn golden pills? Yang Chan cautiously inquired, still keeping a watchful eye on the Jade Emperor's expression. Ha ha ha, amusing, amusing. My dear Chaner has grown up. Very well. I shall grant your wish. Haven't I always been grown up? Yang Chan replied, puzzled. Fortunately, her attention quickly shifted, as the Jade Emperor sent a jade vial flying towards her, and it was of considerable size. Upon opening the vial, Yang Chan's eyes widened in astonishment. 10 pills. If she gives 2 to Gu Ming, she would still have 8 left for herself. With a beaming smile, Yang Chan exclaimed, Thank you, uncle. I shall take my leave now and return to pay my respects another day. Go, go, do not let this delay you. The Jade Emperor waved his hand with a knowing smile. Regrettably, Yang Chan thought little of it and hurried away with the vial in hand. At this moment, her sole focus was to deliver the golden pills to Gu Ming and sever the oath she had sworn. For it felt like a daunting sword hanging over her neck. After Yang Chan's departure, the smile on the Jade Emperor's face gradually faded. Once he confirmed that his niece had left, he retrieved the Haotian mirror to observe the lower realms. The fact that his niece was so concerned about a black dragon indicated that she held considerable affection for it, and as her uncle, he felt it necessary to lend a helping hand. Regardless of whether the being was a member of the dragon clan or a celestial being, it mattered not, as long as it was not a mere mortal. Just as the Jade Emperor prepared to scrutinize the lower realms with the Haotian mirror, a gatekeeper rushed back, reporting, Your Majesty, the guardians of the sixth heaven have reported that the elemental forces of earth, fire, water, and wind within the sixth heaven have once again descended into chaos. Again, did we not just send Yang Jian to investigate? The Jade Emperor frowned in displeasure. It had only been a short while since the last disturbance, and yet they were already causing trouble again. What was going on with the sixth heaven? Annoyed, he put away the Haotian mirror, losing interest in observing the lower realms. The last time the elemental forces of the sixth heaven erupted, Yang Jian had gone to investigate, only to return empty-handed. While Yang Jian himself was unharmed, the Jade Emperor could not afford to be neglectful and thus had dispatched someone to maintain order. Yet, it had only been a matter of days before the chaos re-emerged. Have the causes of the elemental upheaval in the sixth heaven been identified? None have been discovered. The elements appear to be acting unconsciously, as if evading some terrifying presence. Understood, you may leave. How peculiar. The Jade Emperor waved dismissively at the gatekeeper and, after a moment's contemplation, retrieved the Haotian mirror once more to gaze upon the sixth heaven. To his astonishment, he found it shrouded in darkness, obscuring all visibility. Just as he intended to delve deeper into his observations, the Haotian mirror trembled in his hand, emitting a crackling sound before falling to the ground. Staring at the fallen mirror, the Jade Emperor was momentarily taken aback. Such a reaction from the Haotian mirror could only imply 2 possibilities. Either it had glimpsed someone it should not have seen, or it had encountered a treasure so formidable that even the mirror itself felt fear. The former seemed unlikely, yet the latter was unexpected. The Haotian mirror was a supreme innate spiritual treasure, among the highest tier of its kind, and while many treasures in the 3 realms could rival it, few could instill such fear in the Haotian mirror. The number of such treasures was scarcely a handful, yet it was impossible for an artifact of that caliber to manifest within the 3 realms. Could it be that something was amiss with the Haotian mirror? The Jade Emperor raised his hand, causing the mirror to levitate from the ground and return to his grasp. As he noticed a small crack appearing on its surface, his expression turned grave. The Haotian mirror could peer into the 33 heavens above and the 18 hells below, with very few places in the three realms capable of blocking its view. Yet, the sixth heaven was certainly not among those exceptions. Connecting this with the previous elemental upheaval, the Jade Emperor concluded that a powerful treasure must have emerged within the sixth heaven. Consequently, he resolved to personally investigate. As for the affairs concerning Sun Wukong, they could unfold as they may. The heavenly court was not solely governed by him. Ideally, the Jade Emperor would cooperate, but at that moment, he had more pressing matters to attend to. As for Sun Wukong, the Buddhist sect could handle their own turmoil. If need be, they could involve the Great Emperor of the South Pole or the Great Emperor Zhenwu to manage the situation. Thus, the Jade Emperor left a decree and set off towards the sixth heaven. With the Jade Emperor's departure, he left the ensuing chaos to the Great Emperor Zhenwu and the Great Emperor of the South Pole, both of whom were equally perplexed. While they held considerable military power within the heavenly court and had seized many of the Jade Emperor's privileges, it was still unacceptable for him to abandon them in such a manner. Did their agreement with the Buddhist sect no longer hold? The Jade Emperor had made a commitment to the Buddhist sect, provided that the heavenly court remained undisturbed. He was willing to cooperate with their plans to cause chaos in the heavenly palace. However, if matters arose within the heavenly court, then he would prioritize its affairs. As the ruler of the three realms, he could not afford to ignore the heavenly court for the sake of the Buddhist sect. Thus, the Jade Emperor decisively fled. Chapter 52. Yang Chan. Sister Chang'e, someone is bullying me. He intended to thoroughly inspect the sixth heaven to prevent any major incidents from occurring, especially with the impending calamity of the journey to the west. At such a critical juncture, nothing could go awry as for the Buddhist sect's cooperation. What? The Jade Emperor can be struck by a monkey, but can the Great Emperor Zhenwu not? Or can the Great Emperor of the South Pole not withstand it? Are their statuses higher than the Jade Emperor's? Consequently, rumors of the Jade Emperor's flight spread throughout the heavenly court. Various deities began to speculate whether the Jade Emperor had fled to investigate the elemental chaos in the sixth heaven, or if he wished to avoid cooperating with the Buddhist sect altogether. Both the Great Emperor Zhenwu and the Great Emperor of the South Pole were not foolish. While they did not desire to be struck by the monkey, they were also aware that the Jade Emperor was the sovereign of the three realms, and his decree superseded theirs. Thus, they quickly contacted the Tathagata. Brother, could it be that the Jade Emperor wishes to renege on his agreement? The Tathagata was utterly perplexed. What schemes are unfolding in your heavenly court? Just as the climax approaches, you encounter issues? Is the elemental chaos in the sixth heaven truly worthy of the Jade Emperor's personal attention? Surely this is merely an excuse. That seems unlikely, the Buddha of Burning Lamp remarked. Uncertain of the exact troubles plaguing the heavenly court, the Jade Emperor is not one to easily renege on agreements. It is likely that something significant has occurred in the sixth heaven, compelling him to intervene personally. Then what of our Buddhist affairs? The Tathagata felt overwhelmed. With the Jade Emperor's departure, the ensuing chaos fell to the Great Emperor Zhenwu and the Great Emperor of the South Pole. Despite the Jade Emperor's agreement with the Buddhist sect, even if he were to become a laughingstock due to being struck by a monkey, he would have to accept the consequences. However, the Great Emperor Zhenwu and the Great Emperor of the South Pole were not bound by any such agreements. If the monkey were to attack them, it could potentially provoke them to retaliate. The Buddha of Burning Lamp twitched his mouth slightly, pretending not to hear. Although he was the overseer of the journey to the west, the Tathagata was the true leader of the Buddhist sect, and he was reluctant to engage in matters that required him to plead for assistance. Should things go well, it would benefit the Buddhist sect. Should they go awry, he would bear the responsibility, so in the end, this hot potato falls squarely in my lap, he lamented, realizing that this burden was one he could not simply cast aside. Having obtained what she desired, Yang Chan felt considerably lighter in spirit. Instead of hastily leaving the heavenly court, she took a leisurely detour to the Palace of Eternal Purity. Sister Chang'e, someone is bullying me. Upon their meeting, Yang Chan dove into Chang'e's embrace like a fledgling returning to its nest, seeking solace. While the jade rabbit was pushed aside, Chang'e, accustomed to such displays, smiled and gently patted Yang Chan's back. What trouble have you found yourself in this time? Was it the Emperor or Erlang Shun who bullied you? Given Chang'e's expression and tone, it was evident that she was skeptical of Yang Chan's claims. With Yang Chan's status, there were very few who would dare to overtly bully her in the three realms. If someone were to do so, it would most likely be the Jade Emperor or Yang Jian. one being her uncle and the other her brother. They were the only ones who could discipline their niece and sister, leaving no room for others to intervene. It wasn't them. Yang Chan lifted her head from Chang'e's embrace, her expression turning fierce as she gritted her teeth. It was a demon dragon. That scoundrel was utterly detestable. He actually threatened me, demanding that I. Such thoughts as give Yang Jian a few big nephews were not to be uttered, lest the situation escalate. Realizing the gravity of her words, Yang Chan quickly hit the brakes. A demon dragon. Chang'e's tone took on a hint of intrigue. That is to say, Yang Chan hesitated, feeling somewhat guilty. The emperor instructed me to pacify this demon dragon, but instead, I was bullied. How were you bullied? Chang'e inquired, now fully engrossed in the unfolding drama. She had just been struck, and while she was still speaking, Yang Chan sensed something was amiss. Raising her head, she noticed a certain celestial maiden from the Moon Palace sporting an inquisitive expression, which instantly inflamed her anger to the point where her chest seemed to swell. Sister Chang'e, it was merely a skirmish. I did not engage that demon dragon in battle. Is that all? Chang'e found herself in a bemused state, questioning whether being involved in a minor altercation qualified as being bullied. What else could it be? Yang Chan retorted indignantly. Could it be some other form of bullying? The image of Gu Ming's infuriating face flashed through her mind, and Yang Chan felt an urge to bite the rascal. Even though her previous attempts had proven futile, nonetheless, she was determined to vent her frustrations by imagining sinking her teeth into him once more. It seemed that the demon dragon indeed possessed some formidable abilities. Noticing Yang Chan's rising ire, Chang'e wisely shifted the topic to Gu Ming. It stands to reason. If this demon dragon were not of considerable skill, it would not have caught the attention of His Majesty. Who specifically sent you to the mortal realm to negotiate? Don't mention it. I had initially intended for my elder brother to handle it, but alas, dear brother, oh, dear brother, how could you let your sister down so? The more she pondered, the more vexed she became. I must tell mother about this. She shall give my brother a stern reprimand. In her mind, Yang Chan began to fantasize about how to ensnare Yang Jian in a trap. Under Chang'e's probing gaze, Yang Chan, still in her state of discontent, cast a sorrowful look at her dear friend. Speaking of which, it is all due to your charm. Even the demon dragon from the mortal realm is infatuated with you. He declared that unless the heavenly court betrothed you to him, he would not comply with their summons. Why am I involved in this? Chang'e was utterly perplexed. She was scarcely acquainted with any demon dragon. Having rarely ventured to the mortal realm, upon hearing Yang Chan's account, Chang'e was rendered speechless. It was clearly a fabricated excuse for rejecting the summons. Anyone with a modicum of sense would understand that such demands were utterly unacceptable to the heavenly court. Gu Ming had cleverly intertwined her and the seven fairies in his refusal, ensuring that even if matters escalated, he would hold the moral high ground. I am not rejecting the summons. Rather, it is the heavenly court that lacks sincerity. If they cannot even part with Chang'e and the seven fairies, who would willingly serve them? And then we clashed. I am not adept at magical dueling, and thus fell prey to that demon dragon's schemes, resulting in damage to the Lotus Lantern. As she recounted this, Yang Chan's spirits plummeted. Chang'e's mouth fell agape, struggling to grasp the enormity of what she had just heard. She believed that Yang Chan was indeed not skilled in magical combat. But for the Lotus Lantern to sustain damage was simply unfathomable. After all, defense was the Lantern's forte. How could a mere demon dragon possess the capability to inflict such harm? Even the mighty Erlang Shun could not have caused such destruction to the Lantern. You truly are unfortunate, Chang'e lamented, unsure how to console Yang Chan tasked with guarding Mount Hua. She suddenly found herself embroiled in a diplomatic mission that had ensnared Yang Chan. I asked, the damage to the Lotus Lantern severe? How many years will it take to repair? The innate spiritual treasures of such caliber will automatically mend themselves over time unless completely shattered. I am uncertain. Chapter 53. The Bull Demon King. Where has my elder brother gone? Yang Chan grew increasingly despondent. I was captured by that demon dragon, and the Lotus Lantern, too frightened to move, was struck by the demon dragon's treasure. As of now, the lantern has not been retrieved and will not be available for another 2,000 years. Even though it was quite humiliating, Yang Chan did not shy away from divulging the remaining details to Chang'e. Upon hearing this, Chang'e's mind was left in a daze. The Lotus Lantern was damaged. She had been captured, and was under threat. Even though Yang Chan had omitted certain parts, Chang'e could sense the peril involved. The demon dragon from the mortal realm must be vicious. Yang Chan likely faced significant distress. To extricate myself, I had no choice but to acquiesce to the demon dragon's terms, seeking His Majesty in the heavenly court to rescind the summons. As for the Lotus Lantern, I can only wait for 2 millennia. You are indeed in a precarious position. This was not characteristic of Yang Chan's usual demeanor. Wait a moment. Could it be that this demon dragon is truly lecherous? Chang'e's gaze involuntarily drifted towards Yang Chan. Yang Chan, taken aback, felt her cheeks flush with embarrassment. Sister Chang'e, what are you implying? It was my oversight, Chang'e replied, equally flustered. It appeared that Yang Chan had not suffered any significant indignities. Otherwise, she would not be in such a state. Likely having only endured verbal humiliation, Chang'e, thinking quickly, suggested, should we inform His Majesty and Erlang Shen? No. We cannot tell them, Yang Chan exclaimed, leaping to her feet, causing the jade rabbit she had just cradled to tumble to the ground. Casting a reproachful glance her way, if word of this spread, how could she ever face anyone again? The mere thought of rolling on the ground in a fit of tears filled her with mortification, and she yearned for a place where no one would recognize her. How utterly disgraceful! She never anticipated Gu Ming could be so treacherous. Having merely taken a sip, he had deceived her with an empty bottle. How infuriating! Yet, it seemed there were unspeakable secrets involved. What kind of secret could compel Yang Chan to keep silent? Could it be that something truly transpired between her and that demon dragon? Chang'e's gaze towards Yang Chan took on an expression reminiscent of the Jade Emperor's earlier scrutiny. What is this? Why do you all regard me in such a manner? Uncle looked at me this way. And now you too, Sister Chang'e. Yang Chan was utterly bewildered, burdened with her troubles. She could only clutch the jade rabbit tightly, squeezing it with fervor, while the poor creature rolled its eyes in protest. With no sign of rescue from its owner, the heavenly court had been abuzz with events. Though Gu Ming was oblivious in recent years, the mortal realm had indeed been lively. First and foremost, the Monkey King, Sun Wukong from Flower Fruit Mountain, ascended to the heavenly court as an official, much to the delight of the monkeys in Flower Fruit Mountain. This news propelled several of his Demon King comrades into the limelight, especially the Peng Demon King and the Jiao Demon King. However, the Bull Demon King remained unchanged, having already been a renowned Demon King across the 4 great continents long before his alliance with Sun Wukong. He had no need to rely on the latter's fame. Moreover, observant individuals noted a significant tremor emanating from the direction of Mount Jile. Upon investigation, they were astonished to find that the once majestic Mount Jile had been reduced to ruins. Its towering peaks leveled to the ground. The realm of the demon capital associated with Mount Jile had vanished without a trace. What calamity had befallen Mount Jile, prompting speculation from various demon kings? Among them, the Bull Demon King and Princess Iron Fan made frequent visits, fortunate that they did not encounter Gu Ming. Otherwise, he would have surely made them regret their actions. After relocating from Mount Jile to the banks of the Clearwater River, Gu Ming seldom left the Dragon Palace. Meanwhile, the King of the Foxes was preoccupied with acclimating the young demons brought from Mount Jile to aquatic life, ensuring they could adjust to life in the underwater palace. It was indeed a challenge to transition land-dwelling demons to an aquatic existence. Fortunately, with effort, familiarizing them with water was not insurmountable. While they would not transform into water demons, they could certainly thrive within the Dragon Palace. As for matters outside the palace, it fell to the nearby summoned shrimp and crab soldiers. With the construction of a resplendent dragon palace and Gu Ming's presence as a formidable black dragon, many aquatic creatures sought to align themselves with him. Even without his recruitment efforts, a plethora of water demons approached for allegiance. The King of the Foxes needed only to select a suitable batch, avoiding those who were overly unattractive, ill-tempered, or fond of consuming humans. Such criteria swiftly eliminated vast numbers of water demons from consideration. Little did anyone expect the Monkey King would indeed ascend to the heavenly court as an official. Given his notoriously restless nature, could he truly manage such a role? The King of the Foxes, though not well acquainted with Sun Wukong, knew well the temperament of monkey demons, inherently incapable of remaining still. With such a monkey ascending to the heavens as an official, it would not be long before chaos ensued. As it turned out, the King of the Foxes was quite prescient. The days leading up to Sun Wukong's tumultuous departure from the heavenly court were drawing near. Reflecting on his initial visit to Flower Fruit Mountain, where he naively attempted to discern Sun Wukong's origins, the King of the Foxes felt a strong urge to slap himself. Where had his usual astuteness vanished? How could he lose his composure at the sight of a mere monkey? Such folly! Thankfully, the backlash had not been severe, and after consuming some spiritual medicine, he had recovered. As for the repercussions of his folly, they merely resulted in a shortened lifespan. Fortunately, after consuming the 9 turns golden pill, the King of the Fox's demon core had been restored, alleviating any fears of premature aging. He could no longer lament his dwindling lifespan or his impending demise. This was likely merely the beginning. For now, it was best to maintain distance from that monkey, at least for the time being. Ji Yuming sipped his drink placidly, feeling that observing the unfolding drama surrounding Sun Wukong was sufficient. He had no desire to become embroiled in it. Sun Wukong's allegiances had shifted too frequently prior to the journey to the west, and his demeanor was somewhat carefree. It was only after being trapped beneath the 5 Elements mountain for 500 years that he began to mature. Gradually understanding the nuances of human relationships, the Sun Wukong before the journey to the west, if aided, could easily forget the favor. However, the Sun Wukong that emerged from that journey would remember the kindness shown to him. This marked a significant transformation into maturity. While others regarded the pre-journey Sun Wukong as the great sage equal to heaven, Gu Ming believed that the true great sage equal to heaven emerged during the journey itself. The King of the Foxes raised the wine jug and filled his cup with spirit wine. You wish to keep the construction of your dragon palace a secret from the water demons. To avoid any implications, correct? Indeed, Gu Ming affirmed with a nod. He had been present at Mount Jile, doing nothing, yet he could easily become the scapegoat. If this situation continued, he might well become labeled as the #1 rebel of the heavenly court. In a state of utter confusion, the venerable Fox King suddenly brought up the topic of the Halloween princess. How do you intend to arrange things for her? Surely, you would not want others to perpetually assume the role of a maidservant. Previously, it might have been tolerable, but now, with the Halloween princess embodying the very essence of Gu Ming, would it not be somewhat inappropriate to have others serve as mere attendants? After all, she is a dragon maiden. Chapter 54. When faced with uncertainty, it is prudent to pause. There is no need. Everything will remain as it is. Given the current circumstances of the Halloween princess, it seems she would not mind her status as a maidservant. Gu Ming, too, is disinclined to make any deliberate changes. Furthermore, the Halloween princess is merely Gu Ming's maidservant, not one from the Dragon Palace, which signifies a crucial distinction. Take for instance Xiaobai. She is Gu Ming's cherished pet. Yet whether in the Jile Mountain or the Dragon Palace of the Clear Water River, who would dare regard her as a mere pet? Neither the venerable Fox King nor the jade-faced princess would. Thus, it is unnecessary to overly concern oneself with certain formalities. Very well, you may decide for yourself. I, the old fox, shall content myself with being your chancellor in the Dragon Palace. The mention of the venerable Fox King also reminded him of some unfortunate recent events. Numerous turtles and tortoises who had attained enlightenment sought refuge in the Dragon Palace, aspiring to become its chancellor. Upon discovering that the venerable Fox King held that position, they were incensed. Why would you, a Fox King, abandon your noble role to compete with us turtles for a position? The Dragon Palace, with its dragons, dragon maidens, and an army of shrimp and crab soldiers, lacks a turtle chancellor. Does that make sense? Was I mistaken for not being a turtle? Despite their ire, the venerable Fox King still managed to organize the affairs of the Dragon Palace with meticulous care. He had grown accustomed to the role of a steward. Entrusting the palace's matters to a cadre of turtles or tortoises would not inspire confidence. What strengths do turtles and tortoises possess? Aside from their longevity, do they have any other merits? They are typically lethargic and disinclined to engage in intellectual pursuits. Unlike fox spirits, who rely on beauty and wit in terms of cleverness, these turtles and tortoises are outmatched. Why should I, a venerable fox demon with a millennium of experience, not be able to serve as the chancellor? While other dragon kings may prefer a turtle chancellor, Gu Ming is no ordinary dragon. He has little patience for the sluggishness of turtle demons. In comparison, the venerable Fox King, being astute, capable, and discerning, aligns more closely with Gu Ming's inclinations. Not to mention, the venerable Fox King is also his father-in-law. With Yang Chan having departed without a backward glance and no sign of her returning with the golden elixir, Gu Ming remains unperturbed. He trusts that Yang Chan will return, unless she intends to violate her oath. Moreover, a day in the heavens equates to a year on earth. Upon returning to the heavenly court, Yang Chan had stayed for a while. And during her time in the Guanghan Palace, a certain corpulent general had been rather unruly, frequently encroaching upon her space. Thus, Yang Chan chose to remain. With her presence in Guanghan Palace, those restless deities dared not intrude. Sister Chang'e, shall we venture down to the mortal realm for some amusement? Observing her close friend idly cradling the jade rabbit, Yang Chan could no longer bear it in response to her friend's well-meaning suggestion. Chang'e merely smiled, keeping her silence. She is not an ordinary deity. She cannot leave the heavenly court at will unless summoned by divine decree. Otherwise, her fate is to dwell in solitude within Guanghan Palace. Alas, Yang Chan found herself at a loss. How cruel it is that Sister Chang'e must remain forever confined to Guanghan Palace. Such a fate is excessively harsh for any woman, even for a deity. Gu Ming, the demon dragon, knows everything, and how dare he harbor designs upon Sister Chang'e? If he were to uncover the underlying truths, it would surely terrify him. Recalling Gu Ming's earlier proposition, Yang Chan felt her teeth grind in frustration. How presumptuous! She feared that her uncle would indeed betroth Sister Chang'e to him, a prospect he would hardly dare accept. The issue of Chang'e is beyond Yang Chan's resolution. Aside from keeping her company, she has no other recourse, hoping that her presence will ease Chang'e's loneliness. Who dares to speak ill of me? In the Dragon Palace of the Clearwater River, Gu Ming sneezed several times in quick succession. Should I proceed with further enhancements? Leaning against a bench, Gu Ming contemplated the swirling soul-breaking spear. Wavering in his decision, it has been some time since his last enhancement, and while his physical enhancement is still on cooldown, the soul-breaking spear has no such limitations and can be further strengthened. Now that he has attained the Dao fruit of the Great Luo, he no longer needs to hide while enhancing his body or magical artifacts. He is capable of cloaking himself. Logically, Gu Ming could enhance the spear as he pleases. Yet, just as he was about to proceed with the enhancement, an unsettling premonition surged within him. This foreboding feeling warned him that enhancing the soul-breaking spear might precipitate some unfortunate events. An unsettling premonition. Such intuitive warnings, if they occurred in another realm, could be attributed to stress or other factors. However, in the cause and effect-driven world of Journey to the West, harboring such feelings necessitates caution. A moment's carelessness could indeed invite calamity. Gu Ming is not one to dismiss omens. Upon feeling this premonition, he promptly abandoned the thought of enhancing the soul-breaking spear. The venerable Fox King observed Gu Ming's furrowed brow in silence and sighed. Intuition and premonition are profoundly enigmatic. I cannot elucidate them, for I am but a fox, albeit one of considerable longevity. Ahem, merely a rather aged fox, and thus cannot offer you any effective counsel. This matter must be contemplated by yourself. Upon realizing the gravity of the situation, Gu Ming sought out the venerable Fox King for advice. Yet, the venerable Fox King merely shrugged. You sought me, yet I am equally at a loss, with my limited abilities. You have come to the wrong person. Gu Ming was left speechless. This old fox nearly let slip his well-worn phrase about his dwindling lifespan. Precisely for this reason, I dare not act rashly. Gu Ming furrowed his brow, perplexed as to why enhancing the soul-breaking spear would entail uncertain risks. Could it be that the heavenly Dao disapproves of his exploits? That seems unlikely. If the heavenly Dao truly objected to his ascension, it would have long since struck him down with lightning. He had enhanced both his physical form and magical artifacts over a dozen times without facing any repercussions, and even during tribulations. The lightning strikes were merely standard. So, if the heavenly Dao does not target him, then from whence does this premonition arise? Surely, I, Gu Ming, am not indulging in idle speculation. Perhaps it is best to set this aside for now and enjoy a drink. Unable to resolve his thoughts, Gu Ming decided to shelve the matter for the time being. Since he had sensed something amiss, it would be wise to halt his actions. After all, there is no cooldown period for enhancing artifacts. As long as he accumulates sufficient enhancement points, he may enhance as he pleases. If now is not the right time, he can always wait a century or two to try again. He has plenty of time. My lord. At that moment, a graceful maid entered the hall. What is it? Gu Ming set down his cup. After the enchanting maid paid her respects, she reported, "My lord, the Dragon Palace has sent word that the little demon dispatched to the Eastern Victory Divine Continent has returned," stating that the Monkey King of Flowerfruit Mountain has already returned. The monkey has returned? So soon? Chapter 55. Causing a ruckus in the heavenly court is acceptable, but being struck by a monkey? Unacceptable. The Monkey King has returned? Gu Ming exclaimed in astonishment, rising to pace the hall. This timeline seems off. Wasn't Sun Wukong supposed to serve as the stable master in the heavenly court for over half a month before encountering difficulties and returning to the mortal realm? The time has not yet elapsed. To gain a more precise understanding of the timeline, Gu Ming had specifically instructed the Venerable Fox King to dispatch several little demons to the Eastern Victory Divine Continent to monitor the movements of Flowerfruit Mountain. Who would have thought that these little demons would merely bring back a pair of butterfly wings? Since Sun Wukong ascended to the heavenly court, not even a decade has passed. How could he have descended so quickly? Is it possible that some deities, finding him displeasing, deliberately caused him trouble, prompting Sun Wukong to leave the heavenly court in a fit of anger? That possibility is quite significant, as there are indeed many deities in the heavenly court who look unfavorably upon Sun Wukong. But does the Jade Emperor not intervene? Gu Ming remained oblivious to the happenings within the heavenly court. Otherwise, he would surely be astounded. Understood. Instruct them to continue monitoring. Any developments at Flowerfruit Mountain must be reported immediately. With a wave of his hand, he dismissed the enchanting maid. Gu Ming raised his hand, rubbing his thumb and forefinger together, pondering what transpired in the heavenly court that led to Sun Wukong's premature departure. The Venerable Fox King was unaware of Gu Ming's interest in Sun Wukong's affairs, yet reason told him to keep his distance from the monkey. The previous encounter had left the Venerable Fox King traumatized. And now, merely seeing a monkey gives him a headache, let alone observing Sun Wukong's actions. Had it not been for Gu Ming's explicit request, the Venerable Fox King would not have concerned himself with the Monkey King of Flowerfruit Mountain. Having been deceived once, he learned his lesson well. He has no desire to experience the feeling of encountering his grandmother and ancestors again. Very well, you may ponder this at your leisure. Noticing Gu Ming's preoccupation with the matter, the Venerable Fox King wisely took his leave. Since Gu Ming is invested in this issue, he should be allowed to contemplate it alone. This old fox has no inclination to endure further headaches. After all, he cannot withstand any more mischief. Meanwhile, at this very moment, Sun Wukong was cursing on Flowerfruit Mountain, while the Bull Demon King and others attempted to placate him upon learning that he had been tricked and unwittingly appointed as the stable master in the heavenly court. The fury harbored by his sworn brothers is no less than his own. Each of them curses with a vocabulary more vulgar than that of Sun Wukong himself. Whether their anger is genuine or feigned, perhaps only they are aware. As for Sun Wukong, whether he voluntarily ascended to the heavenly court to take up an official post or was deceived, it seems he has yet to ponder that matter. In the heavenly realm, the great Emperor Jinwu and the great Emperor Chongqing confronted the wayward Marshal Tianpeng, chastising him. "Tianpeng, are you aware of the gravity of your transgression?" The Jade Emperor had fled, leaving the mess for the two of them to resolve. The great Emperor Jinwu and the great Emperor Chongqing were in a state of exasperation. For this incident, even the Buddha Tathagata personally visited the heavenly court, only to discover that the Jade Emperor had indeed departed for the sixth heaven on pressing matters, neglecting the affairs of the heavenly court. Consequently, he could only adopt a stern demeanor while conferring with the great Emperor Jinwu and the great Emperor Chongqing regarding the turmoil in the heavenly realm. Faced with the Buddha's entreaties, the two were unhesitant in their refusal. They were open to causing a ruckus in the heavenly court, but to be beaten by a monkey? Absolutely not. Especially upon hearing that one of them would be so frightened as to cower beneath a table. Exclaiming for the Buddha to be summoned, both the great Emperor Jinwu and the great Emperor Chongqing's expressions darkened. Had they been capable of confronting the Buddha, they would have surely scolded him vehemently. What a disgrace! Why does the Buddha not take refuge under the table first, allowing them to thrash him instead? This matter was non-negotiable. It was one thing to be frightened into hiding beneath a table. Merely cooperating with the Buddhist sect to stir up a commotion was already a significant concession. The heavenly court could indeed be tumultuous, even to the extent of reaching the Lingxiao Palace. However, they would not take the initiative, allowing Sun Wukong to wreak havoc until it reached a certain level before casually dragging out some hapless soul to summon the Buddha. The great Emperor Jinwu and the great Emperor Chongqing expressed their desire for dignity and absolutely refused to be the ones beaten by the monkey. Despite the Buddha's earnest persuasion, the two remained resolute, ultimately having to acquiesce to this arrangement, for the Jade Emperor had absconded. If someone genuinely had matters to attend to in the sixth heaven, one could hardly accuse him of being untrustworthy. After the negotiations regarding the heavenly court's commotion were concluded, just as the Buddha departed, another incident arose within the heavenly court. This mischief involved Marshal Tianpeng and Yang Chan. Before he descended to the mortal realm to become Zhu Beiji, this fellow was notoriously bold. Otherwise, he would not have dared to wander around the Guanghan Palace. In days past, Chang'e would merely ignore him. Remaining within the palace, Marshal Tianpeng would not dare to intrude. Aimless wandering could at least serve as an excuse for being lost, but should he trespass into the palace, the Jade Emperor would undoubtedly flay him alive. Thus, Marshal Tianpeng meandered through the Guanghan Palace, hoping to catch a glimpse of Chang'e. His previous aimless excursions had gone unpunished, but this time he arrived at an inopportune moment, for Yang Chan was accompanying Chang'e at that very moment. Having endured an abundance of grievances in the mortal realm, Yang Chan could no longer contain herself upon witnessing Marshal Tianpeng's audacity. She pointed at his face and began to berate him. Chang'e found it quite peculiar that Yang Chan was being bullied, and there was reason for this, as the sister of Erlang Shan and the niece of the Jade Emperor. No one in the three realms dared to bully Yang Chan openly, lest they provoke Erlang Shan's wrath. It was one thing to anger Erlang Shan, but the real heavyweight was the Jade Emperor himself. Should one bully his niece, they would soon find themselves in a world of trouble. Although Marshal Tianpeng was reputed to command 100,000 heavenly soldiers, in reality, he was merely a heavenly general, possessing some standing, but nowhere near comparable to Yang Chan after being publicly scolded by Yang Chan. Marshal Tianpeng felt a mix of anger and humiliation, but he dared not retaliate and could only leave. Gritting his teeth, he could not afford to offend Yang Chan. Otherwise, Erlang Shan and the Jade Emperor would surely make his life difficult. After enduring a scolding, the disgraced Marshal Tianpeng fortuitously encountered Sun Wukong, who was out for a ride on his celestial steed. He took out his frustrations on Sun Wukong, leading to an altercation. Consequently, Sun Wukong was unjustly labeled a rebel. Unable to tolerate the indignation, he tore off his official robe and flung it to the ground, storming out of the heavenly court and returning to Flower Fruit Mountain. Thus, Sun Wukong's return to Flower Fruit Mountain was hastened, and Marshal Tianpeng's transgression was also expedited. Fortunately, it was merely a minor offense, not warranting severe punishment. With the Jade Emperor absent, the great Emperor Jinwu and the great Emperor Chongqing merely went through the motions, consulting the Queen Mother of the West and offering Marshal Tianpeng a mild admonition. Upon returning to Flower Fruit Mountain, Sun Wukong's fury only intensified, fueled further by the raucous encouragement of his sworn brothers. Ultimately, at the suggestion of one of the monkeys on the mountain, Sun Wukong stood atop a chair, one hand on his hip and the other pointing at himself, proclaiming with great bravado, "I, old Sun, shall become the great sage equal to heaven." Chapter 56. The Bull Demon King. How could I forget my elder brother when taking a title? Henceforth, I, the Bull Demon King, shall be known as the great sage of peace. As sworn brothers with you, Sun Wukong, being the youngest, how could we elder brothers fall behind? If we do not adopt a more impressive title, it would be quite the embarrassment for our kind. Thus, the Bull Demon King, with a glint in his eye, decided to bestow upon himself the title of Great Sage of Peace. The Flood Dragon King, unwilling to be outdone, proclaimed, "I shall be the Great Sage of the Overturned Sea." Subsequently, the Peng Demon King adopted the title of the Great Sage of Chaos. The Lion Trojan King proclaimed himself the Great Sage of Mountain Shifting. The Monkey King claimed the title of the Great Sage of Wind Communication. And the Euron King settled on the title of the Great Sage of Spirit Driving, all hastily established. With their impressive titles established, the Bull Demon King, Sun Wukong, and the others reveled in their joy, feasting on sumptuous meat and quenching their thirst with fine wine, savoring the moment. While at Mount Jile, the Bull Demon King dared not indulge in such feasting, for he would face the wrath of Gu Ming. However, once they departed from Mount Jile, no one cared whether the Bull Demon King would indulge in human flesh. Most demon kings were fond of such delicacies, and even Sun Wukong was not immune to the allure. The heavenly court actually appointed me, old Sun, as the horse stable manager. I refuse to accept it. I shall become the great sage equal to heaven. As Sun Wukong drank more and more, a series of gleeful chuckles erupted from his lips. The other demon kings and little demons joined in the revelry. Just as the atmosphere reached a peak of merriment, the bold demon king, who had been laughing heartily, suddenly fell silent. Second brother, what is the matter? Seeing the bold demon king's sudden quietude, the flood dragon king stepped forward to inquire, Second brother, are you drunk? Not at all. How could I be drunk after just this little bit of wine? I, old bull, have a great capacity. The bold demon king hastily shook his head in explanation. Brothers, please listen. Upon hearing this, the demon kings fell silent, and the little demons in the cave remained quiet. Second brother, please proceed. Sun Wukong, impatient and disliking delays, being of an impulsive nature, quickly urged, Speak, bold demon king. The bold demon king rubbed his large head, his tone uncertain as he said, We have all declared ourselves great sages here at Flower Fruit Mountain. But what of our elder brother? When the younger brothers have all taken the title of great sage, ought our elder brother not to change as well? If our titles are not unified, it will sound rather awkward when it spreads to, oh, that's trivial. Let's allow our elder brother to also be a great sage. Sun Wukong hardly cared for such details. It was merely a title after all. Not as if they were vying for his title of great sage equal to heaven. Then what do you think, given elder brother's prowess and status, how should he be addressed? The bold demon king, feeling somewhat troubled, had hastily given himself the title of great sage of peace. But what about Gu Ming? As the leading elder brother, how should Gu Ming be addressed? The others exchanged glances, each lost in contemplation. They had chosen their titles based on their backgrounds, strength, and abilities, but what of Gu Ming? Surely he could not be called the great sage of the Black Dragon. That would be too commonplace. Quickly, the most astute among them, the Flood Dragon King, offered his opinion. Though elder brother is low-key, his strength is unparalleled. The name of the Black Dragon Emperor is known far and wide. Why not call elder brother the great sage of Heaven's Reach? Excellent! The bold demon king slammed the table, laughing heartily. Third brother, that title suits him well. I believe elder brother will appreciate it. The great sage of Heaven's Reach, the great sage of Heaven's Reach. Ha ha ha, it truly fits elder brother's demeanor. Indeed, indeed, we shall call him the great sage of Heaven's Reach. As the other demon kings unanimously agreed on this title, the little demons in the cave erupted in joyous cheers. Far away in the Dragon Palace of the Clearwater River in Xinyohua Prefecture, Gu Ming, while enjoying a hot bath under the attentive care of Princess Wansheng, suddenly felt a chill at his neck. What was this? Had his neck just felt cool? It seemed not to be a mere illusion. What is happening to me lately? Gu Ming questioned himself, wondering if he was developing anxiety. He had been attempting to strengthen a magical artifact, yet an unsettling premonition had taken root in his heart. Even while idling at home, teasing dragon maidens and fox spirits, he still felt an inexplicable chill at his neck. Who could tell him what exactly was occurring? Something was definitely amiss, profoundly amiss. While he could understand feeling apprehensive about enhancing a magical artifact, how could he feel a chill while merely relaxing at home? Was someone plotting against him? After meticulously reviewing his recent actions, Gu Ming felt he had not committed any heinous deeds, so why this reaction? Could it be that Yang Chan had informed Yang Jian of her capture and humiliation, prompting him to seek retribution? Surely not, for Yang Jian possessed such formidable strength that it would not instill such a chill in him. A great Luo golden immortal, Ji Yu Ming racked his brain, unable to fathom that someone had attached an immensely taboo title to his name. The other demon kings were fine, calling themselves great sages. Though a bit audacious, with Sun Wukong bearing the brunt, they could share the heat and avoid significant repercussions. However, Gu Ming's title posed a grave issue. Unable to pinpoint the source of this predicament, Gu Ming resolved to maintain his usual demeanor and reminded himself to be low-key until the journey to the west commenced. Thus, after some time, the little demons dispatched to Flower Fruit Mountain promptly returned with news for the Dragon Palace. This time, it was not a maid who came to deliver a message, but the flustered Wan Sui Fox King. In his haste, he almost stumbled on the steps as he rushed into the hall, making it hard to fathom that even a fox demon with a millennium of cultivation could exhibit such a lapse in composure. Fox King, what has caused such alarm? You nearly collided with the stairs. Gu Ming could not help but tease at the sight of the Fox King's distress. How can you still find humor in this? The Wan Sui Fox King retorted, his whiskers bristling with indignation. Completely shedding the composure cultivated over many years, I have long warned to keep a distance from that so-called Monkey King, and that Bull Demon King is equally troublesome. Why on earth did I not see it before? How could that Bull Demon provoke such chaos? Oh, it is no small feat to see the Wan Sui Fox King in such a state. What has the Bull Demon been up to recently? Chapter 57, 3 Days of the Bull's Absence, Flattening the Tuyen Mountain. Could it be that those few cowards have proclaimed themselves as great saints? Wait, self-proclaimed great saints? Gu Ming suddenly realized something was amiss. The last time, he had been dragged into a pit, unwittingly becoming the leader, and he feared a similar fate this time. With that thought, Gu Ming's smile vanished. Fox King, what have the Bull Demon and the Monkey King done at Waguashan? These ignorant fools, proclaiming themselves as great saints. Since the Monkey King returned from the heavenly court, he declared himself the great sage equal to heaven, and the Bull Demon followed suit, calling himself the great sage of flattening heaven. The mention of this made the Wan Sui Fox King furious. You may self-designate as great saints, but why bring my son-in-law into it? What's more, a sense of dread washed over Gu Ming. They wouldn't have included me as well, would they? And more. The Wan Sui Fox King pounded his chest in frustration. You are even more formidable, the great sage of reaching heaven. Gu Ming stood up, fixing a penetrating gaze on the Wan Sui Fox King. What did you just say? Under Gu Ming's scrutiny, the Wan Sui Fox King weakly explained, the little demon we sent to Waguashan reported that Sun Wukong merely self-proclaimed himself as the great sage equal to heaven, and other demon kings followed suit. Then the Bull Demon King remarked that there was still you, his elder brother, so several demon kings conferred, and the Jiao Demon King suggested that given your immense power, you ought to be titled the great sage of reaching heaven. Now that the news had spread, it was likely that all the demon kings were already aware of this matter. The alliance of several demon kings led to Gu Ming being targeted by the heavenly court, which resulted in the destruction of Jilei Mountain. Just when he had managed to resolve the situation with the heavenly court, now came the title of great sage of reaching heaven? What the hell? The title of great sage of reaching heaven? Gu Ming understood why he had suddenly felt a chill at his neck while bathing not long ago. Which clever fool concocted this? Why not call me the great sage of Hongjun instead? That title would be even more impressive. Taking in the entire situation, Gu Ming clenched his fists and took a deep breath. The Wan Sui Fox King watched him struggle to control his emotions, shaking his head in resignation. This truly is a case of trouble arriving unbidden. The last time the heavenly court sent a summons, it was like this, and now it seems to be the same. Ahem, Fox King, I must step out for a while. You will oversee the Dragon Palace. With anger simmering like a volcano, Gu Ming fought to restrain his almost explosive emotions, entrusting the matters of the Dragon Palace to the Wan Sui Fox King. He had an urgent matter to attend to. Go on. I will take good care of the Dragon Palace. Before the words had fully left his mouth, Gu Ming had already vanished from the Dragon Palace. At Tuyen Mountain, Princess Ironfan was taking a nap at home. It had been quite some time since the Bull Demon King last returned, and with her husband absent, she had nothing to occupy her time and decided to catch up on some beauty sleep. Suddenly, a tremor shook Tuyen Mountain, as if something had collided with it. The startled Princess Ironfan nearly fell from her bed. What has happened? Who dares to cause trouble at Tuyen Mountain, Your Highness? Something terrible has happened. Before the princess could inquire further, a little demon rushed in, panicked and pointing outside. Your Highness, the Black Dragon Emperor from Jilei Mountain has come calling. Who? Just as she was about to summon her magical treasures to teach the intruder a lesson, the little demon's report rendered Princess Ironfan speechless. The Black Dragon Emperor from Jilei Mountain? Coming to her senses, she slapped the little demon across the face in anger, exclaiming, Nonsense. The Black Dragon Emperor from Jilei Mountain is my brother-in-law. Even if he were to find my husband, he would not come directly to our door. But the little demon, having been slapped, covered its face in grievance, wondering why speaking the truth would lead to punishment. Step aside. Princess Ironfan could not believe that Gu Ming would arrive at their doorstep unannounced. Determined to see for herself, she put away her fan and stormed out of the cave. However, upon seeing Gu Ming's dark expression, her mind came to a halt. It seemed He truly was the Bull Demon King's elder brother. But why was he here to confront them? The princess could not recall any offense her husband had committed against Gu Ming, nor could she think of any reason for her own involvement. Unless absolutely necessary, she, Princess Iron Fan, would hardly leave Cuiyan Mountain. Gazing at Gu Ming's sullen face, which seemed to harbor a tempest of emotions, Princess Iron Fan felt a knot of anxiety. She could not be certain if her long-absent husband had angered Gu Ming, prompting this unexpected visit. It was best to inquire first. With a smile, she approached Gu Ming and asked, "Brother, have you come to seek out that old bull? I need to discuss a matter with him." Gu Ming inhaled deeply, speaking calmly to Princess Iron Fan. "Raksha, do not claim that I am unjustly involving others. The actions of the Bull Demon King will not bring my wrath upon you. I give you 3 days to bring him back. If he does not return within 3 days, I shall flatten Cuiyan Mountain." Upon hearing Gu Ming's ultimatum, Princess Iron Fan's heart flared with anger, but she quickly regained her composure. Despite having little interaction with Gu Ming, she understood he was not one to bully others. The fact that he was this incensed indicated that the Bull Demon must have indeed committed some unconscionable act. Otherwise, Gu Ming would not have made such a grand entrance. "Brother, I may know the reason behind this. Once your Bull Demon King returns, you can ask him yourself. 3 days. I will only grant you 3 days. Gu Ming raised his hand, holding up 3 fingers. "I am giving you face, Princess Iron Fan. And I will not make things difficult for you, as these matters are not of your doing. I seek the Bull Demon King to vent my anger. If he does not return within 3 days, then Cuiyan Mountain will become the target of my ire." With that, Gu Ming fell silent. He had given face to Princess Iron Fan and offered her an opportunity. If she could not bring back the Bull Demon King within 3 days, Cuiyan Mountain would serve no purpose. After all, if Jilei Mountain had been reduced to ruins, what use was there in leaving Cuiyan Mountain standing? Gu Ming was still incensed about the previous events. He could hardly fathom that the Bull Demon King and Sun Wukong had conspired to label him as the great sage of reaching heaven. "Yes, little sister will send someone to fetch my husband back and ask you to remain calm." Gu Ming was resolute in his intent to confront the Bull Demon King, and Princess Iron Fan had no choice but to send someone to summon him. "Bull Demon King, when you return, I will have words with you." Gu Ming did not even wish to enter the Banana Fan Cave, leaving Princess Iron Fan with no option but to wait outside with him for the Bull Demon King's return. Wait, Gu Ming suddenly recalled the Jiao Demon King. It was likely that this title of Great Sage of Reaching Heaven had originated from him. He almost overlooked that rascal. Chapter 58. Gu Ming, are you pleased to see me? Your joy is premature. Inform your people to tell him that when the Bull Demon King returns, he should bring along the Jiao Demon King as well. Otherwise, they may not dare to come back. Princess Iron Fan was left speechless and hurried after the dispatched messenger, altering the message. Strangely enough, even if the messenger did convey that Gu Ming was at their door, urging the Bull Demon King and Jiao Demon King to return promptly within 3 days, the Bull Demon King would have no choice but to comply, given that his home and wife were there. However, the Jiao Demon King might very well attempt to flee. At Waguishan, the revelry continued unabated. A scene of jubilant merriment. Alas, the festivities were abruptly interrupted by the arrival of the little demon from Jilei Mountain. Report. A sentry monkey dashed into the cave, addressing the inebriated Sun Wukong. "Great King, a birdman has come from Cuiyan Mountain, claiming to seek an audience with the great sage of flattening heaven. To see my second brother?" Sun Wukong thought little of it and waved his hand. "Quick, let him in. Ha ha ha. It must be your second sister-in-law missing her second brother." Upon hearing that a little demon had come from Cuiyan Mountain, the Bull Demon King laughed heartily. "Ha ha ha, second brother is indeed fortunate. Perhaps your sister-in-law is worried you might drink too much. Go away, what business is it of yours?" The Bull Demon King waved dismissively. "I'm only saying this to give myself an out." "Why are you joining in, Great King?" As the little demon from Cuiyan Mountain was about to enter the cave, it slipped and fell to its knees, anxiously declaring, "Great King, the princess has commanded that you return to Cuiyan Mountain at once. And do not forget to bring Lord Jiao Demon King with you, as there are urgent matters to discuss." "What urgent matters require me, the formidable Bull Demon King, to bring my third brother back?" The Bull Demon King was utterly perplexed. The bird demon, hesitant to speak further, mustered the courage to say, "Your Highness also mentioned that, Great King, you must return to Cuiyan Mountain within a day." Otherwise, regrettably, the bird demon had rushed over, wasting considerable time, and only a day remained before Gu Ming's 3-day deadline. It seemed unavoidable to inconvenience the Bull Demon King and the Jiao Demon King. The two great kings, with their profound cultivation, would surely travel swiftly, far beyond what I, the bird demon, could compare to. They would undoubtedly arrive, otherwise. Upon hearing this, the Bull Demon King's expression soured. He detected the underlying threat. Returning to Cuiyun Mountain within a day was imperative, or it would be quite unpleasant for him. Such threats were all too familiar to the Bull Demon King. Clearing his throat, he stood up as everyone turned their attention to him. It seems my sister-in-law is in urgent need of my presence. In that case, I shall return briefly, and we can feast together another day. In that case, I shall accompany you, second brother. The Jiao Demon King, without inquiring why the Iron Fan Princess sought him, eagerly rose to join the Bull Demon King on the journey to Cuiyun Mountain. Second brother, third brother, safe travels. The Bull Demon King had pressing matters at home, and the likes of Sun Wukong and the other Demon Kings were not unreasonable, rising to see the Bull Demon King and the Jiao Demon King off. As for whether they could make it back in a day, that was hardly a question. A few more clouds would suffice, and they would undoubtedly arrive, albeit a bit weary. My esteemed brothers, let us gather again soon. As they prepared to depart, the Bull Demon King waved farewell with lingering reluctance. Leaving Huagua Mountain, on the way to Cuiyun Mountain, the Jiao Demon King curiously inquired, second brother, what have you done to anger sister-in-law? Perhaps I should persuade her. How could that be? The Bull Demon King glared, his bovine eyes wide. What position do I, the mighty Bull Demon King, hold at home that requires your assistance in persuading my sister-in-law? Fear not. Despite feeling somewhat anxious, he could not lose face. The Bull Demon King thumped his chest, making a resounding sound at home. I may fear my wife, but outside, that is simply unacceptable. Thus, the Bull Demon King boldly led the Jiao Demon King back to Xinyu Hezu. The two brothers hastening towards Cuiyun Mountain. Big brother, upon their return to Cuiyun Mountain, the Bull Demon King spotted two figures outside the banana leaf cave. Be cautious. Your elder brother is in a foul mood and has come to settle accounts with you. Noticing her husband had returned, the Iron Fan Princess quickly blinked to warn the Bull Demon King to be careful. Little did she expect that the Bull Demon King had no regard for her. Striding towards Gu Ming alongside the Jiao Demon King. I'm furious, Bull Demon King. Why don't you just die? The Iron Fan Princess, infuriated, lamented her worries over the past few days were in vain. She wished him dead instead. The Bull Demon King was not oblivious to the Iron Fan Princess's presence. He simply had not seen Gu Ming for a long time. Coupled with the transformation of Mount Jilei into ruins, the outside world was unaware of what had transpired. This instinctively drew the Bull Demon King towards Gu Ming, eager to inquire about the situation at Mount Jilei for his domestic issues. He could wait until they returned to the banana leaf cave, where the couple could close the door and discuss things slowly. Upon seeing Gu Ming, the Bull Demon King felt a surge of joy, mirrored by the Jiao Demon King. Where is the weapon? Gu Ming, with a facade of a smile that did not reach his eyes, looked at the Bull Demon King and raised his hand, signaling him to produce it. Weapon? Mine. The Bull Demon King pointed to himself, and upon receiving a nod from Gu Ming, he reluctantly retrieved his mixed iron rod and handed it over. Yet, he remained puzzled as to why his elder brother needed his iron rod. Though his body complied without hesitation, despite his doubts, the Bull Demon King readily submitted the weapon. Had it been anyone else, he would have certainly suspected ulterior motives, such as coveting his treasures. However, Gu Ming did not. For he held no interest in the Bull Demon King's mixed iron rod. Not bad. Not be it Gu Ming weighed the mixed iron rod handed over by the Bull Demon King. Though it could not compare to Sun Wukong's golden staff, it was still a rare and suitable weapon for a Demon King. It felt substantial in hand, providing a satisfying sensation when striking. Testing the weight and feel of the mixed iron rod, Gu Ming's smile suddenly morphed into a fierce grimace as he raised the rod and brought it down forcefully upon the Bull Demon King's head. Alas, big brother, you? Ouch! The sudden blow left the Bull Demon King momentarily blinded. The mixed iron rod descending uncontrollably towards his own head. As its master, the Bull Demon King sensed the rod's struggle for control, yet it was no match for Gu Ming's immense strength. And it struck him squarely. With a resounding crash, the Bull Demon King's towering form shrank significantly, half of his body sinking into the ground. So, you consider yourself the leading elder brother, the great sage equal to heaven. Do you? Gu Ming's anger grew with each passing thought, and his strikes became increasingly vigorous. Chapter 59. Jiao Demon King. I fear for my life today. The more Gu Ming pondered, the angrier he became, and his strikes grew heavier, the mixed iron rod swinging with such speed that it left afterimages, raining down blow after blow upon the Bull Demon King's head. The Jiao Demon King trembled in fear. Sensing the terrifying expression on Gu Ming's face, as though he were a predator eager to devour. Big brother, spare me. What have I done wrong? What have you done wrong? Do you not realize that Mount Jilei has been reduced to ruins? Gu Ming pointed the mixed iron rod at the Bull Demon King. How did I know? The Bull Demon King gulped, dread creeping in as he thought, could this truly be my fault? If so, it would be an injustice of the highest order. This is bad. I should leave while I can. The Jiao Demon King, now dumbfounded, contemplated fleeing, but Gu Ming brandished the rod, sneering. Jiao Demon King, should you dare to run, be it to the heavens or the earth, I shall hunt you down and flay you alive. You may test me if you wish. Big brother, I was wrong. The Jiao Demon King, his face a mask of despair, pleaded for mercy, but the mixed iron rod had already poked his face, forcing him into silence, standing obediently in place. Having intimidated the Jiao Demon King, Gu Ming jabbed the Bull Demon King's face with the rod, scolding. Do you realize that your brotherhood with Sun Wukong and the others has led me to be targeted by the Heavenly Court, which sent someone to recruit me, resulting in Mount Jilei being turned to ruins? Such a thing exists? The Bull Demon King, disregarding the pain, scrambled out from the ground. Big brother, I truly knew nothing of this. The Iron Fan Princess was utterly speechless. She had heard of the transformation of Mount Jilei into ruins. Despite sending someone to investigate, nothing substantial was uncovered. Who could have guessed that the devastation of Mount Jilei was connected to the Bull Demon King forming bonds with other demon kings? While they indulged in brotherhood, feasting and drinking, Gu Ming, their so-called elder brother, remained at home while calamity descended from the heavens, leaving Mount Jilei in ruins. Stay down. Just as the Bull Demon King prepared to rise, Gu Ming brought the rod down again. After being struck, the Bull Demon King let out a pained cry, collapsing back to the ground, now too fearful to rise again. Jiu Ming truly exerted force, delivering punishing blows. You insolent wretch! Observing the Bull Demon King, who was curled up with his hands over his head, Gu Ming couldn't help but deliver 2 more strikes. How many years had passed since the calamity of the Fengshen? Had they forgotten the might of each sect? Though many disciples of the Jiejiao had perished or fled, the remaining strong ones had either ascended to the heavenly court or joined Buddhism in the West. And you dare to bestow upon me the title of great sage equal to heaven, as if I lack enough trouble, as if I cannot die easily? Curse it! 2 of the 4 direct disciples of the Jiejiao now reside in the Western Buddhism, while the 3 little fairies and Zhao Gongming are in the heavenly court. You lot have given me the title of great sage equal to heaven. Why not simply call me the supreme primordial great sage Hunyuan instead? Catchy, and it would surely bring death to anyone who calls it. A title could entangle so many matters. The Bull Demon King cautiously released his hands and glanced at Gu Ming, filled with regret for having given his elder brother such a title. It was utterly catastrophic, that's right. It's all the fault of that scoundrel Jiao Demon King. He was the one who suggested the title. Gulp. I fear for my life. Jiao. The Jiao Demon King, who had conceived the title of great sage equal to heaven, continuously swallowed hard, his legs trembling. Great sage equal to heaven? Gu Ming turned and unleashed a barrage of strikes upon the Jiao Demon King. You truly have a sharp mind. While the remaining disciples of the Jiejiao slay the Dragon Kings like killing chickens, you dare to suggest such a title for me? You deserve to die. You wretched fool. With each strike, the Jiao Demon King sank deeper into the ground, leaving only his head exposed. Well done, well done. The Bull Demon King, despite the pain, applauded. Big brother, it was that scoundrel Jiao Demon King who proposed this title. It's all his fault. As the saying goes, a friend of my friend is my friend, and what more for brothers who share wine and meat? Furthermore, it was indeed the fault of the Jiao Demon King for conjuring the title of great sage equal to heaven. The Bull Demon King felt no remorse for throwing the Jiao Demon King under the bus. Had the mixed iron rod not been in Gu Ming's hands, He might have even attempted to snatch it and deliver a few blows himself. Meanwhile, the Iron Fan Princess stood in a daze, watching Gu Ming wield the rod against them. At that moment, she finally understood the gravity of her husband's and the Jiao Demon King's misdeeds. Realizing why Gu Ming was so enraged, almost wishing to slay them both. Had she been in his position, she likely would have acted the same. Go call someone big brother in brotherhood had led to Mount Jilei's devastation. Self-proclaimed great sage, what troubles will Gu Ming bring upon himself this time? Were it not for the fear of inciting Gu Ming's wrath, the Iron Fan Princess would have gladly sought a stick to strike a few blows. It's infuriating, to say the least. Why can't he simply remain in the banana cave? Must he incessantly wander about, indulging in feasts and revelry, calling everyone brothers? Now, look at the mess he's created. You aren't faring much better either. Gu Ming continued to strike the Bull Demon King with his staff, switching to the Flood Dragon King after a while. The cries of the two Demon Kings echoed throughout Suiyin Mountain, leaving the lesser demons trembling in fear, too terrified to speak or venture out to inquire about the situation. Truly, they are Demon Kings, resilient to punishment. Unlike Yang Chan, who would crumble with a single slap. The Bull Demon King and the Flood Dragon King could withstand blows even from a heavy iron staff. After treating the two Demon Kings like spinning tops for a considerable time, Gu Ming decided to take a breather. After all, beating someone requires strength. I want beef. Gu Ming cast a glance at the Iron Fan Princess, who promptly went to make arrangements. It was merely a matter of procuring beef. Easy enough. Considering Suiyin Mountain is abundant in cow demons, all of whom are subordinates of the Bull Demon King. Under normal circumstances, who would dare eat beef in front of the Bull Demon King? This bull would surely fly into a rage, but today, the Bull Demon King showed no sign of anger. He could only curl up defensively, protecting his vital areas, fearing that Gu Ming might strike there. Meanwhile, the Flood Dragon King fared little better. Though a dragon, his strength paled in comparison to the Bull Demon King, and his natural defenses were equally lacking. Most of his dragon scales were shattered by Gu Ming's blows, leaving him looking quite gruesome and bloodied. The Iron Fan Princess went off to prepare the beef. Gu Ming poked the two with his iron staff and, with a cold smile, inquired, "What do you suggest I do with you?" "Let the elder brother decide," they replied. "Mistakes must be acknowledged. Besides, we simply cannot match you in strength. It is wiser to admit our faults." The Bull Demon King, cradling his head, appeared quite sincere and submissive. The Flood Dragon King, on the other hand, was too pained to speak. The agony was unbearable. Chapter 60. Are you the reincarnation of Hong Yun? Having suffered such a brutal beating for the first time in his life, the Flood Dragon King could only endure in silence, fearing that resistance might lead to his demise. Gritting his teeth and spitting out a few broken teeth, he hoarsely said, "I leave my fate in your hands. Please, do not call me elder brother. I cannot bear that title, for it invites disaster," replied the Bull Demon King. "We truly did not mean any harm. In truth, the Bull Demon King and the Flood Dragon King are unjustly accused. It is Gu Ming who bears the greater burden. Who could have foreseen that unrelated individuals would come together to create such chaos? To speak of the title of elder brother, the Bull Demon King felt unworthy to claim it, having sworn brotherhood with Sun Wukong. Thus, Gu Ming became the leading brother by default. The Bull Demon King's intentions were noble, and he held Gu Ming in high regard. Yet this respect only led to Gu Ming being listed among the heavenly authorities. The title of Tongtian Great Sage was even more absurd. Had they chosen any other title, Gu Ming would have been indifferent, but who could have predicted that the Flood Dragon King, with his reckless words, would invoke such a title? Thankfully, it was during the calamity of the journey to the west. Had it been before the investiture of the gods, such a title would have earned him a swift demise. Whether it was luck or misfortune, Gu Ming thought, you two must be possessed by Hong Yun or perhaps are his reincarnations. You invariably attract calamity. Were it not for his lack of skill in divination, he would have sought to ascertain whether the Bull Demon King and the Flood Dragon King were indeed reincarnations of Hong Yun. Thud! A blow struck the Flood Dragon King on the head, prompting a muffled groan as he hastily covered his head. Jiu Ming pressed his iron staff against the Flood Dragon King's chest and declared, regardless of whether your actions were intentional or not, the fact remains that trouble began with you. Henceforth, you, Flood Dragon King, shall serve as the gatekeeper of the Clear Water River Dragon Palace. If I am unharmed, you shall remain safe. Should trouble befall me, you will perish first. Killing them outright would be too merciful. The Dragon Palace was in need of a powerful gatekeeper, and the Flood Dragon King fit the role perfectly. It would not be unreasonable for a dragon of some skill to guard the palace. Alas, the glory of the Flood Dragon King would henceforth be a thing of the past. Upon hearing Gu Ming's words, the Flood Dragon King felt his future grow dim. Serving as a gatekeeper? This was utterly humiliating. The illustrious Flood Dragon King, the great sage of the seas, I doubt you refuse. Gu Ming's cold gaze fell upon him, causing the Flood Dragon King to shudder, quickly nodding, "Elder brother, I am willing." "Thud, do not call me elder brother," Gu Ming struck again, realizing that the title was ill-suited for him. He would not assume the role of another's elder brother. It was best to establish clear boundaries early on. "My lord," the Flood Dragon King was on the verge of tears, casting a hopeful glance at the Bull Demon King, seeking his intercession. Unfortunately, the Bull Demon King was too preoccupied with his own woes to concern himself with the Flood Dragon King. Thus, the Flood Dragon King reluctantly acquiesced, fearing that refusal would lead to dire consequences. Watching the door was preferable to death. Should he decline, he might find himself facing annihilation, with no chance for reincarnation. As for the possibility of revenge, the Flood Dragon King could hardly muster the energy to contemplate it. Exhausted, he lay down. Were he to face retaliation due to the title of Tongtian Great Sage, Gu Ming would be the first to bear the brunt of it. After all, the Flood Dragon King was but a minor being, hardly worthy of attention. "Stay over there," Gu Ming gestured for the Flood Dragon King to retreat. The Flood Dragon King dared not protest and obediently squatted to the side, quickly assuming his true form and curling up like a long serpent, a hybrid dragon. The likelihood of transformation should be greater than that of the Princess of the Holy Spirits. Observing the Flood Dragon King's true form, Gu Ming had no desire to engage further with him. "Bull Demon King, tell me how I should address you." Prodding the Bull Demon King with his iron staff, Gu Ming scolded, "You regard me as your elder brother, and I, Gu Ming, can honestly say I have wronged you in no way. I am also wronged," cried the Bull Demon King, his face a mask of sorrow, only serving to make him appear even more grotesque. With a bruised visage and a mournful expression, the scene was truly an eyesore. "You enjoy making friends and reveling with various demon kings over feasts. There is nothing wrong with that. However, why did you not stop to consider that dragging others into your affairs and borrowing their names could lead to such dire consequences? Did the Bull Demon King intentionally set Gu Ming up for failure? Not at all. This fool had genuine respect for Gu Ming, and it was precisely this respect that led to the troubles they now faced. Having learned from the Fox King's misadventures, he still sought out the Flower and Fruit Mountain, believing that failing to do so would tarnish his reputation. Following the Fox King's near demise, this cunning old fox now trembled at the sight of monkeys, clearly having learned his lesson. One would think the Bull Demon King would take heed. Yet after a few drinks, he became easily swayed by flattery. "My lord," the Bull Demon King stammered, realizing the gravity of his misjudgment, "I, Sun Wukong, truly a person one should avoid associating with?" Chapter 61. The beef of Tuayan Mountain is truly delicious. The Bull Demon King suddenly recognized the pattern. Any involvement with Sun Wukong invariably led to trouble. First, a visit to the Flower and Fruit Mountain. Then the downfall of the Fox King, followed by a haphazard brotherhood with Sun Wukong that attracted the attention of the celestial authorities, culminating in the devastation of Jile Mountain. The Flood Dragon King, having assumed the title of Tongtian Great Sage, faced even graver misfortune. "My lord, the beef has arrived." At that moment, the Iron Fan Princess entered, presenting the grilled beef alongside a table of freshly picked spiritual fruits and homemade wine, all arranged for Gu Ming's enjoyment. The Bull Demon King could only watch in dismay as Gu Ming feasted on beef right before him. In times past, this would have provoked a fierce outburst from the Bull Demon King. However, at present, he could only pretend not to see and comfort himself internally, thinking it was merely a piece of meat, nothing of great significance, and certainly not something cut from the body of the Bull Demon King. If he ate it, he ate it. Pouring himself a cup of spirit wine, he downed it in one gulp, then took a hearty bite of beef while responding to the earlier question posed by the Bull Demon King. That monkey, by nature not malevolent, merely exhibited a rather flexible stance on principles, which posed no significant issues otherwise, though befriending him might lead to entanglements. You foolish bull. After all that you've been through, you still don't know to keep your distance. Where is your wits? The Iron Fan Princess, unable to contain her anger, pointed an accusing finger at the Bull Demon King, who felt so embarrassed he wished to dig a hole and hide. Brother, does that mean that Sun Wukong will betray his principles again? Habitually addressing him as brother, he stumbled over his words but quickly corrected himself. Thankfully, this was not the crux of the matter. The key point was that the Bull Demon King had grasped a crucial detail. Was Sun Wukong's stance and principles truly so flexible? In other words, could that monkey turn traitor? The mere thought of this possibility filled the Bull Demon King's heart with dread, for back at Flower Fruit Mountain, the Demon Kings had conspired to summon their little demons to aid Sun Wukong against the Heavenly Court. If Gu Ming was not mistaken, it meant that while they were still busy on their side, Sun Wukong might be surrendering to the Heavenly Court again. Why again? Because Sun Wukong had already accepted a previous amnesty from the Heavenly Court. If he were to do so a second time, what else could it be but a repetition? Just waiting, without a visible outcome. One could imagine the displeasure brewing within the Bull Demon King. Ji Ming refrained from divulging the outcome directly, instead opting to wait. It was likely that the Jade Star had already gone to Flower Fruit Mountain, and Sun Wukong would cheerfully accept the persuasion to ascend to the Heavenly Court once more, this time. Not as the stable master, but as the great sage equal to heaven. However, should Sun Wukong proceed in this manner, it would render the Demon Kings, who wish to assist him, quite awkward. We have not yet reached the battlefield. Why are you surrendering already, little brother? Would Sun Wukong truly surrender a second time? The Bull Demon King, racked with pain, found himself too preoccupied to dwell on it. He simply yearned to know the outcome immediately. Even the seemingly hidden Dragon King was quietly eavesdropping, in stark contrast to the somewhat righteous Bull Demon King. The Dragon King had already cursed Sun Wukong under his breath countless times, regretting his decision to meddle at Flower Fruit Mountain. Now, his carefree demon life was at stake, with a sharp blade hanging over his neck. Even if that blade were not to fall, the days ahead would not be pleasant. Guarding the Dragon Palace was no honorable task. Indeed, the Jade Star had arrived at Flower Fruit Mountain, with the Jade Emperor absent from the Heavenly Court and the true martial emperor holding the fort. The Jade Star became the heavenly emissary, tasked with persuading Sun Wukong to accept amnesty from the Heavenly Court. Not much time would be wasted, so Gu Ming decided to wait at Suelong Mountain for news from Flower Fruit Mountain. In the meantime, feeling frustrated, he took the opportunity to strike the Bull Demon King and the Dragon King with his staff, while also enjoying some beef. Remarkably, the beef at Suelong Mountain was exquisite, undoubtedly selected with care by the Bull Demon King's minions. During this time, the Bull Demon King, incensed by the beatings, contemplated retaliating, but was swiftly subdued once more by Gu Ming. The consequence of rebellion was an even harsher punishment, to the point that even the Iron Fan Princess could hardly bear to watch. Unfortunately, Gu Ming paid no heed to her pleas for mercy. This torturous and unfortunate existence continued until news from Flower Fruit Mountain finally arrived. Your Highness, the King. A little demon who had raced back from Flower Fruit Mountain knelt breathlessly before them, without needing to be prompted by the Bull Demon King or the Iron Fan Princess. He reported urgently, Your Majesty, that handsome monkey from Flower Fruit Mountain has gone to the Heavenly Court again, as the great sage equal to heaven. Look at the kind of brother you've found. The Iron Fan Princess seethed, nearly wishing to kick the Bull Demon King to death. The Bull Demon King stood frozen, his resolve shattering like glass, scattered across the ground. Cursed monkey, you. The Dragon King cursed Sun Wukong from head to toe in his mind. What about your principles? You say they are flexible, and now you betray the Heavenly Court, and just like that, you surrender? You have surrendered, but what about us? Many who have read Journey to the West might find it perplexing that Sun Wukong and the Bull Demon King, sworn brothers, would have such an awkward encounter upon meeting. Apart from the incident with the Red Boy, it was likely that Sun Wukong's second surrender had created a rift in the Bull Demon King's heart. Could it be that the Bull Demon King's resolve had shattered? No, he was a Demon King. What was there to shatter? Observing the Bull Demon King, whose eyes glazed over and hands trembled slightly, it seemed Sun Wukong's second surrender had dealt him a significant blow. Clang! Gu Ming casually tossed the iron staff before the Bull Demon King, declaring, Our past friendship ends here. From now on, you, Bull Demon King. And I shall have no further ties, though not dare to call me your elder brother again. Take care of yourself." With that, Gu Ming did not spare the Bull Demon King another glance. Leaping onto the head of the Dragon King, signaling for him to fly towards the clear water river. The Dragon King could only obediently ascend into the clouds, heading towards the clear water river. Temporarily serving as a mount. The old bull's life is saved? The Iron Fan Princess felt relieved. As for Sun Wukong's surrender, she was indifferent. As long as Gu Ming had vented his frustrations, "My lord, you are simply letting the Bull Demon King go?" The Dragon King asked somewhat resentfully on the way. "I see that the Bull Demon King is not weak. Why not bring him to the Dragon Palace as a guardian? I, the Dragon King, cannot escape the fate of guarding the door. Neither should you, Bull Demon King." Indeed, the Dragon King harbored thoughts of dragging the Bull Demon King down with him, since Gu Ming had spared the Bull Demon King's life. Though he could escape a death sentence, he would still face punishment. Bringing him to serve as a guardian would be ideal, allowing him to keep company with the Dragon King. "Silence," Gu Ming snapped. Stamping his foot, "I would rather slay you than deal with the Bull Demon King." Chapter 62. Testing the attitude of the disciples of the... After being stomped by Gu Ming, the Dragon King let out a cry of pain and fell silent, no longer daring to speak. Upon returning to the Dragon Palace, the inhabitants were astonished to learn that Gu Ming had brought the Dragon King over to serve as a guardian. Even the Fox King was wide-eyed with disbelief. "Are you really pulling in this half-blood dragon to serve as a guardian? Isn't that a bit excessive? Perhaps he should serve as a general instead." Unfortunately, such a proposal was swiftly rejected by Gu Ming. "Not killing him is already a blessing. You think he can serve as a general in the Dragon Palace? Dream on. All right, you are powerful and just, as it is your Dragon Palace, you are the Dragon King. And your word is law." The Fox King had no choice but to shift the conversation. "What about the Bull Demon King? How will you handle him?" Gu Ming grinned. "I killed him and enjoyed quite a bit of beef. It was quite delicious." "You really did eat him?" The Fox King stood still in shock. He had anticipated that Gu Ming would severely beat the Bull Demon King, leaving him half dead and subjecting him to various humiliations. But he never imagined Gu Ming would outright slay the Bull Demon King and feast on his flesh. Although it was commonplace among demons to consume one another, given his understanding of Gu Ming, he thought Gu Ming would struggle to bring himself to eat the Bull Demon King's flesh, no matter how delectable it might be. "You little rascal, are you trying to fool this old man again?" The Fox King, regaining his senses, looked at him in disbelief. "You ate a substantial amount of beef, no less in front of the Bull Demon King, and the Iron Fan Princess personally cooked it. It's all thanks to you. I admire your boldness. At least most people would hesitate to eat beef in front of the Bull Demon King, yet you did so, even from the hands of his subordinates. With his wife cooking it herself, one might say it was a full-service affair. It seemed the boundaries between the two had been distinctly drawn. What a pity for the Bull Demon King. Had he not entangled himself with Sun Wukong, he might not have severed ties with Gu Ming. Why could he not control himself? Fox King, stop pondering over this. Spread the news far and wide. It's best that everyone knows about my visit to Tsuelong Mountain. The title of the great sage equal to heaven was truly a taboo. Even if Gu Ming was wronged, this designation would attract trouble. What Gu Ming needed to do now was to ensure that everyone understood that he had completely fallen out with the Bull Demon King and the Dragon King due to the chaos surrounding the title of the great sage equal to heaven. Having beaten the Bull Demon King and imprisoned the Dragon King, making him the guardian of the door, it was crucial to clarify his position. Firstly, he, Gu Ming, had no entanglement with Sun Wukong and his ilk. And secondly, he did not choose that title. All right, I will send someone to take care of it immediately. The Fox King stood up, preparing to leave, but after taking a few steps, his keen instincts kicked in, and he turned back. You're not dealing with the Bull Demon King. Could it be that you intend to test the attitudes of those disciples? Regardless of the taboo surrounding the title of the great sage equal to heaven, it was not something Gu Ming himself had created. The Bull Demon King, the Dragon King, and Sun Wukong, among others, were the true culprits, and if the disciples of the were not blind, they would undoubtedly focus their attention on these demon kings. Should the other party disregard these demon kings and come after him directly, Gu Ming would have no choice but to accept it. Perhaps, Gu Ming nodded slightly, acknowledging the Fox King's deduction. But if they come after you first? The Fox King wore a conflicted and helpless expression. The Bull Demon King and the others were indeed the culprits, yet Gu Ming was the one holding the title of the great sage equal to heaven. Some individuals would not bother reasoning with him, particularly those facing demons from the lower realms. Then we shall see how it plays out. Jiu Ming waved his hand dismissively, jesting. At that point, the little demons of the Dragon Palace and the Jade Faces will have to trouble you to keep an eye on them. And what about Yumi? Gu Ming feigned nonchalance, saying, if I can fight, I will. If I cannot, I will flee. If all else fails, I can become a gatekeeper in the heavenly court. I do not believe the disciples of the wood dare storm the heavenly court to kill me. As long as one's thoughts do not wane, solutions will always outnumber difficulties. He transitioned from initial fury to gradual calmness, ultimately beginning to contemplate contingency plans. Should the disciples of the truly seek him out, he would confront them if able. If not, he would flee. If escape proved impossible, he would draw out the calamity, ensuring that all would share in the misfortune. The had yet to be strengthened, and was troubled about how to manage this situation. If the disciples of the presented themselves, he would drag them down with him. If all else failed, seeking refuge in the heavenly court under the auspices of the would suffice. And no matter how audacious the disciples might be, it was inconceivable for them to venture into the heavenly court to commit murder. Alas, the old man must busy himself. They felt a pang of discomfort, yet he could offer little assistance to. Handling trivial matters was manageable, but when faced with formidable foes, it was solely up to at most. He could keep an eye on the eye in terms of publicity. They spared no effort. Before long, news spread across the 4 great divine continents regarding S Journey 2, where he had soundly defeated and clearly severed ties with him. The tale of being captured and relegated to the position of gatekeeper in the also circulated widely. Initially, various demon kings dismissed this as mere rumor. But as time passed and the story spread, they were compelled to acknowledge the rift between and the demon kings, in their arrogance, had unilaterally conferred upon the title of, inciting his wrath and leading to the dissolution of his relationship with. Simultaneously, they had seized and dispatched him to as a form of punishment. Having just returned to the mortal realm from the heavenly court, made her way back to this location, for was her domain to guard. Prolonged neglect would be deemed her dereliction of duty. Wished to avoid being summoned to the heavenly court over such trivial matters, despite her previous indifference to the affairs of the demon clans in the mortal realm. Had made a concerted effort to gather intelligence due to's influence. When they reported the news, her petite cherry lips formed an O shape in disbelief. Surely, you jest? Found it utterly implausible. Holy Mother, this humble deity does not possess the audacity to deceive you. This matter has already spread across the 4 great divine continents. It is said that the has since had a falling out with, thus establishing a clear boundary. They assured her repeatedly before dared to accept the veracity of the claims. As various expressions flitted across her delicate features, it seemed she was struggling to contain her amusement. Ultimately, could no longer hold back and burst into laughter. Who would have thought that the Black Dragon would find himself in such a predicament? Is indeed quite amusing, as is that. The mere thought of S' frantic and enraged visage brought her mirth. Chapter 63. Does this little bug now feel superior while guarding the gate? Were you not formidable? How is it that you now appear flustered, realizing you cannot uphold the title of? Had not anticipated that during her brief stay in the would face betrayal from and leading to dire consequences. How intriguing, how utterly captivating. Yearned to confront directly, to see if he was trembling in fear, and perhaps, if possible, to taunt him. Fortunately, she swiftly extinguished that notion. While might not fare well against the most powerful disciples of the, he would undoubtedly have the upper hand over her. Presently, lacking the, it would be even easier for him. Considering that her would not be returned for another 2,000 years, promptly dismissed the idea of ridiculing. Alas, setting aside mockery, resolving the trouble at hand took precedence. After addressing a few matters, departed, heading towards the. Following the dissemination of the news regarding S. Riftwith, various demon kings learned that the renowned had settled by and constructed a. The demons from had all relocated there. Upon arriving at her destination and surveying the surrounding environment, muttered to herself, quite discerning in choosing a location, "Halt! What business do you have at my?" Just as she prepared to descend and enter the, a water vortex erupted from, a formidable aura of demonic energy surging skyward, locking onto her with an immense pressure. Is this the who has been seized to serve as gatekeeper? I am here to pay my respects to your Dragon King, though not delay in announcing my arrival. Though could not contend with and had suffered greatly, she would not yield to a mere. What audacity! Just a hybrid, to crown oneself with the title of his sheer folly. Does one not fear the wrath of the 4 Sea Dragon Kings? A moment's pause. The presence diminished instantly. As he hurried back to convey her message, bound by overwhelming authority, the was compelled to submit. Even so, he was no compliant servant. Within the, save for, no one could command him, not even the, whom he disregarded entirely in utter frustration, that had no choice but to report this matter. Eventually, himself arrived, delivering a relentless series of physical corrections to the, who, on the verge of having his dragon bones crushed, ultimately relinquished his defiance and submitted in tears. From then on, the gained a dutiful and perceptive gatekeeper, adept at reading the room and skilled in flattery, enter, before they could proceed to inform the. Having sensed arrival, spoke first. Humph, not even a hint of courtesy in coming to greet me. A dissatisfied hum escaped lips. Of course, such complaints were merely for show. She harbored no expectations of a warm welcome from. Given his notorious temperament, it would be a blessing if he refrained from scheming against her. While she could muster some resolve against others, her standing meant little before. Should she attempt to assert dominance, she would find herself in an embarrassing position. After muttering a few words under her breath, slipped into, arriving outside the, who had yet to announce her presence, stood at the entrance with weapon in hand, glaring at her with large eyes, flanked by a cadre of shrimp soldiers and crab generals. Humph, just a hybrid. What is there to be so conceited about? Even the gods guarding the heavenly court do not harbor such pretensions. Noticing this hostility, could not be bothered to engage with such a creature. She resolutely entered the, completely disregarding him. Aside from, there was no one else in the worthy of her attention, not even the. This was also why preferred to remain low-key. Had she been more ostentatious, she would have brought up her brother and uncle upon meeting him, and would have thought twice before entertaining any foolish notions. Under the watchful eye of, one might meet a swift demise, granting an opportunity for reincarnation. Should the take notice, the might find himself served as a dish at a heavenly banquet, a fate far worse than mere slaughter. I had thought you would choose to remain in the heavenly court, never to return to the mortal realm. Stepped into the hall, did not rise but merely gestured for her to make herself comfortable. Humph, just a brief stay. It's all that's fault. Were it not for his entanglement with sister, I would have returned to the mortal realm long ago. Mentioning this matter incensed, prompting her to unleash a stream of complaints against. Naturally, her criticisms were articulated with grace. Should she resort to crude and venomous language, it would be beyond her capability, and she would struggle to voice such sentiments. Previously, simply addressing as old lady had been a significant breach. Forcing her to use vulgarities would be a considerable challenge. The result of her mild reproaches was only an eye roll from. Regardless, there was no substance to her insults, which lacked any depth. Had he taken the reins, the would have undoubtedly found himself transformed into a pig long before his time. Wait a moment. This fellow has already begun to entangle himself with, seized upon this point. Truly, it seems he is destined to become the future, his lecherous nature firmly established. Here, this is the I promised you. I hope you will honor your word and return the to me as scheduled. After venting her frustrations towards, felt somewhat relieved as she produced a jade vial and presented the promise to. Having given him 2, she still retained 8, making this exchange quite advantageous. However, should her clandestine dealings with be discovered by, she would undoubtedly face reprimand. Surely her uncle wouldn't specifically bring this matter up with her second brother? She hoped not, for that would spell her doom. Was very protective of, yet one exception existed. His relationship with the, regardless of how attempted to persuade him, could never forget the harrowing memories of their father and elder brother's demise. Ironically, had descended to the mortal realm and united with a mortal, inciting this wrath. Ultimately, she was crushed beneath, and their family met with tragic fates. Recognizing her grave error, harbored no resentment towards the in contrast, yearned to pierce the with his weapon. He could never overcome that psychological barrier. Irrespective of his mother's attempts at counsel, it was only when his sister emulated, choosing a mortal and bearing a nephew, that began to reconcile his feelings towards the He finally understood the conflicting emotions of disappointment and anger. Rest assured, when the time comes, I will certainly present it to you without fail. By then, it should have been restored. Tucked away the jade vial and reassured. Chapter 64. Gu Ming. By sheer accident? I bit into a big melon. Gu Ming's intentions were unequivocal. Even though I had confiscated the Baolian lantern, I imposed no restrictions on its natural restoration. Over the course of 2 millennia, it was highly probable that the lantern's damages could be mended. This fellow still possessed a modicum of credibility. Gu Ming's previously unfavorable impression in Yang Chan's eyes had improved ever so slightly. Feel free to help yourself. Ji Ming had no desire to treat Yang Chan as a guest. Everything necessary was already laid out on the table. If she wished to drink, she could pour her own. If she desired meat, she could serve herself or cut it herself. If she wanted spirit fruits, she could gnaw on them at her leisure. Fortunately, Yang Chan was self-aware and had no expectations of Gu Ming providing her with proper hospitality. The fact that he didn't cast her a disdainful glance was already a stroke of luck. Now that she was here, what harm was there in eating something? Glancing at the array of delicacies on the table, Yang Chan picked up a crystalline spirit fruit and took a small bite, squinting her eyes in praise. This spirit fruit has been cultivated quite well. Its flavor far surpasses that of what I tasted at Mount Hua. A specialty of Jilei Mountain, the result of the Fox King's thousands of years of effort. Among the various demon kings, the Wansui Fox King was not the mightiest, however, when it came to culinary pairings, elixirs, and the cultivation of spirit fruits. The Wansui Fox King undoubtedly stood as a paragon within the 4 great continents of the demon realm. Cough, cough. The mention of Jilei Mountain caused Yang Chan to choke momentarily. For the former Jilei Mountain had since transformed into a desolate ruin, and she was the architect of its demise. Really, you have no sense of decorum. Why bring up that which is better left unspoken? Yang Chan, now disinterested in the spirit fruit, glared at Gu Ming in indignation. Ji Ming remained unfazed, remarking casually, "You were the one who brought it up. I did not mention it with malice in life, no. In the realm of immortals, one must learn to introspect. Detestable man, as insufferable as ever." Yang Chan bit into the spirit fruit ferociously, as though she were gnawing at Gu Ming himself. Speaking of which, the audacity of the demon kings from the lower realms is quite remarkable. They dared to bestow upon you the grand title of Tongtian Dashing Point. One must recognize that the temperament of the 3 heavens fairy is hardly amiable. And it is said that the Jin Jiao scissors are particularly effective against the Dragon Clan. Whether that's true remains uncertain. How terrifying! The 3 heavens fairy may not be the strongest among the disciples of the Jia sect, but they certainly possess the greatest audacity. During the calamity of the gods, these 3 dared to lay hands on a sage, showcasing their extraordinary courage. In this regard, even the 4 chief disciples of the Jia sect pale in comparison. And then, Gu Ming replied nonchalantly, "The 3 heavens fairy does indeed have a foul temper, yet they are at least reasonable individuals, unlike certain individuals." What do you mean by that? Are you implying that Yang Chan is unreasonable? With a thud, Yang Chan dropped the spirit fruit she held, exclaiming in fury, "Gu Ming, what do you mean by that? Ah, look at you, already banging the table and throwing tantrums. Getting anxious, are we? You." Yang Chan gritted her teeth. Her small fists clenched tightly. "So, you can mock me, and I am not allowed to be angry?" Observing Gu Ming's nonchalant demeanor, utterly unperturbed by her fury, Yang Chan could only console herself internally, reminding herself not to get upset. After all, he was merely a wretched demon dragon, unworthy of her ire over such trivialities. How could she not be infuriated? Yet, she was powerless to retaliate, with the weight of her grievances pressing down upon her. Yang Chan's fair complexion flushed with indignation, and she found herself at a complete loss against Gu Ming. Once she regained her composure, the rational Yang Chan resumed nibbling on another spirit fruit. Resolving not to let Gu Ming's provocations get the better of her, "By the way, do you harbor any improper thoughts towards Sister Chang'e?" Though unsure why Yang Chan brought this up, Gu Ming responded candidly, "It is only natural for one to appreciate beauty. I, Gu Ming, am indeed fond of beautiful fairies, especially those like Chang'e and the 7 fairies. And what else? Nothing more. Am I not a fairy? Is it because I am not beautiful enough?" Yang Chan longed to point at herself and ask, that shouldn't be the case. She would never dare to claim she was as beautiful as Chang'e. but she certainly believed she was no less than those 7 cousins. So why was it that Gu Ming expressed interest solely in Chang'e and the 7 fairies, neglecting to mention her at all? Dream on. Even if His Majesty were not opposed, you would have no hope. What do you mean by that? The Jade Emperor is not merely a lecherous old man, always fixated on Chang'e. However, hearing Yang Chan's words, it seemed there was a story behind it. In that moment, Gu Ming became rather curious. I have heard that the Jade Emperor has. How could that be? Yang Chan's voice rose several octaves. Uncle, His Majesty is merely putting on a facade. He enjoys music and dance, and Sister Chang'e possesses the most exquisite dance skills. That is all. The Jade Emperor's infatuation with Chang'e is not something I have claimed. Why are you glaring at me? Gu Ming spread his hands in resignation. You ought to inquire. Seeing Gu Ming fall silent, lowering his head to drink, Yang Chan grew anxious. She was prepared to share some gossip, but he suddenly ceased his questions. Jiu Ming savored the fine wine with great pleasure. Showing no inclination to speak, leading Yang Chan to a point of exasperation. In truth, such rumors exist because His Majesty has intentionally orchestrated them. Otherwise, would those lustful individuals within the heavenly court dare to saunter around the Guanghan Palace? This statement held merit. If the Jade Emperor truly sought to claim Chang'e, would deities like Marshal Tianpeng dare to wander near Guanghan Palace? Would they have the audacity to flaunt their presence before Chang'e? They would likely be met with repercussions. Are you trying to deceive me? What benefit would this bring to the Jade Emperor? Seeing Gu Ming's skepticism, Yang Chan lowered her voice. It is for the sake of the Queen Mother. To intentionally feign desire for Chang'e in order to please his wife? What a divine maneuver! Having inadvertently bitten into a significant revelation, Gu Ming was left astounded. Wait a moment, it seems there is not just one Queen Mother in the 3 realms. There exists a Queen Mother in the Heavenly Court, the legitimate wife of the Jade Emperor, and another in Zikenglan, known as the Queen Mother of the West. Chang'e had apparently consumed the elixir of this Queen Mother of the West before ascending to Guanghan Palace. If you also bear the title of Queen Mother, what does that make my wife? The Jade Emperor's pretense of desiring Chang'e appears somewhat justifiable, merely to vex the Queen Mother of the West. If the Queen Mother of the West disdains Chang'e, then so be it. I shall feign desire for Chang'e, which will surely irritate her. Indeed, this circle is exceedingly intricate. After piecing together the underlying reasons, Gu Ming could only offer such an assessment. It was undoubtedly chaotic. He was not merely spouting nonsense. However, it seemed the Queen Mother of the West had not stepped foot outside Kunlun Mountain for quite some time, indicating that the psychological scars left by Dong Huangtai were somewhat profound. Chapter 65. Yang Chan's clever scheming. Alas, Sister Chang'e cannot easily leave the heavenly court. She cannot even casually exit Guanghan Palace. Should she leave Guanghan Palace without the heavenly court's decree, it would be deemed disrespectful to the Queen Mother of the West. Were it someone else, Yang Chan might dare to support her friend. But the Queen Mother of the West is an entity of equal standing to the Jade Emperor. Yang Chan could not even offer her backing. Your uncle? No. His Majesty's methods are truly Jiu Ming's expression became peculiar, quite impressive. He had initially intended to describe them as beneath contempt, but ultimately refrained from uttering those words. If the intention was to annoy the Queen Mother of the West, why pretend to desire Chang'e? Were it him, he would casually mention Dong Huangtai, recounting the tale of how Dong Wanggong was burned to death by Dong Huangtai, which would surely leave the Queen Mother of the West in despair. Do you think Sister Chang'e will forever be unable to escape from Guanghan Palace? Gu Ming did not engage with this remark. Whether Chang'e could escape from Guanghan Palace is a matter both simple and complex. It would suffice to find a powerful ally unafraid of the Queen Mother of the West. With such a backing, even if she were unwilling, the Queen Mother of the West would have no choice but to acquiesce. The issue lies in the fact that there are few who can compel the Queen Mother of the West to yield. Furthermore, these prominent figures are all highly concerned with their own reputations. Even if the Jade Emperor were displeased with the Queen Mother's title, he would only target Chang'e to vex her, but he would not genuinely step forward to support her. Go put it plainly. Creating discord between Chang'e and the Queen Mother of the West is not worth it. Chang'e does not hold such value. Has anything unusual transpired in the heavenly court recently? Gu Ming did not respond to Yang Chan's inquiry, instead redirecting the conversation. Whether Chang'e could leave Guanghan Palace or the heavenly court was not for him to decide. Moreover, he had no stake in the matter with Chang'e, making it unnecessary for him to fret over such issues. It seems not. Yang Chan was taken aback by Gu Ming's question. She instinctively replied, aside from His Majesty visiting the six heavens, the heavenly court remains much the same. Oh, except there's a raucous monkey now, your sworn brother. Sworn brother? Nonsense. Gu Ming admired Monkey Brother's courage, but that did not mean he would be sworn brothers with Sun Wukong. Such an accusation was entirely unfounded. The Jade Emperor has gone to the six heavens? While this may seem trivial to Yang Chan, it was significant to Gu Ming, as he had previously been enhancing his physical body and magical artifacts in the six heavens. Was this mere coincidence? Why would he venture to the six heavens? I do not know. It is said to be due to elemental disturbances of earth, fire, water, and wind within the six heavens. Yang Chan appeared reluctant to discuss this further. Her curiosity now piqued as she regarded Gu Ming. Fellow Taoist, would you care to engage in a discussion regarding the attainment of the Tao fruit of Daluo? Monster, cease your supernatural antics. The delicate, melodious voice sent shivers down Gu Ming's spine. Were this voice to emanate from another celestial being, he might have been intrigued. However, coming from Yang Chan, this woman harbored ill intentions, clearly wishing to consume him alive while deliberately employing a coy tone. It was evident that she sought to extract knowledge from him to attain the great Luo Dao fruit. Such feats were not uncommon in ancient times. The vast majority of individuals with decent foundations and cultivation legacies could reach such heights. Yet, during the tribulations of the journey to the west, countless souls found themselves stuck. Yang Chan was no exception. With sufficient cultivation, enlightenment would naturally follow. While others relied on their foundational roots, legacies, and fortuitous encounters to cultivate the great Luo Dao fruit, Gu Ming relied on external aids to enhance his abilities, leading to his own enlightenment. Although he had cultivated the great Luo Dao fruit, if pressed to articulate the rationale behind it, he would find himself at a loss. Moreover, Gu Ming practiced the 8-9 profound art, making it impossible for him to explain the origins of this legacy die in another's case. Perhaps he could weave a tale, but not with Yang Chan, as Yang Jian was the quintessential figure of success in the 8-9 profound art within the three realms. Ultimately, Yang Chan left disappointed, having failed in her pursuit. No sooner had Yang Chan departed than the Wansui Fox King arrived. Has your encounter with her concluded? More or less. The remaining 2 9-transformation golden pills have been graciously offered by Yang Chan. According to our pact, I merely need to return the Baolian lantern to her in 2,000 years, after which our ties shall be severed. The matter of heaven's appeasement had reached a resolution, and Gu Ming received a favorable piece of news. The 3 Shaos had no intention of confronting him regarding the title of the Tongtian Great Saint. Yang Chan's audacity to invoke the 3 Shaos to intimidate him implied that they were indifferent to the situation. Perhaps they were displeased with the title, but it had not escalated to the point of seeking retribution for their master, the Tongtian. The absence of the 3 Shaos meant that other disciples of the Jiejiao would similarly refrain from making impulsive moves. This was undoubtedly good news. She did not trouble you? The Wansui Fox King expressed concern. Rest assured, Gu Ming replied, amused, I wouldn't even dream of troubling her. With her compromising evidence, how could Yang Chan dare seek out my grievances? By the way, has Xiaobai awakened? Not yet, but soon. The Wansui Fox King adjusted his facial hair and shook his head repeatedly. In my thousands of years of life, I have never encountered a kin with such extraordinary bloodlines. After consuming the 9-transformation golden pill, Xiaobai's cultivation soared like an aircraft, and her tail count had burgeoned to 6. This was not the end. Given enough time, Xiaobai would undoubtedly achieve the status of a 9-tailed fox. At this moment, Xiaobai remained in slumber, yet she exuded an enchanting allure. The fox spirit's charm was high, which was entirely normal. However, Xiaobai's allure had shifted from mere physical beauty to a more ethereal mental allure. This unintentional mental charm captivated even the fox demon maidens within the Dragon Palace. The fact that this occurred while Xiaobai was still asleep was astonishing. Ji Yuming could hardly fathom the situation once Xiaobai awakened and actively emitted her mental allure. Even the most skilled sirens would struggle to resist. What had started as a mere whim had unexpectedly yielded treasure. Gu Ming could scarcely believe his good fortune, for he had never enjoyed such luck in his previous life. Had he transitioned from a luckless individual to a fortunate one post-transmigration? Upon reflection, aside from being deceived by the Bull Demon King, Gu Ming's luck seemed rather favorable. Curse that old bull. I should have castrated him earlier. Leaving Princess Iron Fan to live in solitude, The mere thought of the Bull Demon King ignited Gu Ming's anger. As anticipated, the three Xiaos had indeed refrained from taking action regarding the title of the Tongtian Great Saint. More precisely, the eldest sister, Yun Xiao, did not harbor such intentions. Bai Xiao and Xiong Xiao, however, were eager to descend and confront the Bull Demon King and the Jiao Demon King. Chapter 66. The Daughter Digs into the Quilt. This chapter is exclusively sponsored by Meng Shiyang. Back in the day, the Jiejiao was filled with formidable disciples, each possessing a fiery temperament, with the three Xiaos standing out the most. Had such matters arisen during the time of the Feng Shun calamity, their hot-headedness would likely have compelled them to unsheathe their swords without hesitation, demanding an explanation. At this moment, Bai Xiao and Xiong Xiao were visibly furious, their faces flushed with rage, wishing to capture the Bull Demon King and the Jiao Demon King alive. Not only did they desire to flay and torture them, but they also yearned to crack open their skulls to uncover the bizarre thoughts that dared to contravene taboos. As for Gu Ming, the unfortunate victim, he was not on the radar of Bai Xiao and Xiong Xiao. Whether he would be implicated remained uncertain. Though furious, Bai Xiao and Xiong Xiao found themselves under the oppressive authority of their elder sister. Yun Xiao, behave and cultivate. You are forbidden to go anywhere. The current Yun Xiao was no longer the hot-tempered individual she once was. Having endured the trials of the Feng Shun calamity, she had matured, considering her actions thoroughly rather than resorting to impulsive violence. Elder sister, are we truly not to receive our brother? Bai Xiao and Xiong Xiao stood beside Yun Xiao, anxiously observing their elder sister, who remained focused on her cultivation. They had been rebuffed in their desire to confront the Bull Demon King and the Jiao Demon King, and Yun Xiao had also turned away their brother Zhao Goming's visit. What is he here for? Frustrated by her younger sisters, Yun Xiao halted her cultivation and shot them a fierce glare. Haven't we suffered enough during the Feng Shun calamity? Do you wish to follow suit in reckless behavior? In other families, the younger siblings often cause trouble for the older ones. In the case of the three Xiaos, their brother consistently dragged his three sisters into turmoil. Yun Xiao had fretted over her irresponsible elder brother more than once. But the situation below, Bai Xiao hesitated. And what of it? Yun Xiao raised her hand and lightly tapped Bai Xiao's head. Those ungrateful demon kings are easy to kill, but how do you propose we deal with the Monkey King from Flower Fruit Mountain? Have you considered that? The taboo title of the Tongtian Great Saint was concocted by the Assembly of Demon Kings. If it were merely the Bull Demon King and his ilk, slaying them would be trivial. However, Sun Wukong was also a principal instigator. If they killed the Demon Kings yet spared Sun Wukong, what would be the point? Whenever someone mentioned Sun Wukong, the title of the Tongtian Great Saint would inevitably arise. If they were to eliminate the Bull Demon King and his ilk, leaving only Sun Wukong, it would only invite ridicule. Well, the sisters were left speechless. Yun Xiao gently ruffled her younger sister's hair. Sighing, if we were to make a grand display yet could not touch Sun Wukong, we would only invite mockery for Jiejiao's decline. Focus on your cultivation. Have the young one inform our elder brother that since he has become the god of wealth, he should enjoy the offerings of the three realms and cease to stir up trouble. The Jiejiao had suffered immensely during the Feng Shun calamity, with disciples either dead, fleeing, or betraying their cause. The four primary disciples were either suppressed by the Buddhist sect or had perished. As the leader, the Tongtian Saint was confined indefinitely. While the Jiejiao had not been completely obliterated, they had certainly been trampled into the mud. Struggling to rise, Bai Xiao and Xiong Xiao longed for justice for their master, the Tongtian, and so did Yun Xiao. Yet, she dared not voice her desires. She understood all too well that any attempt to rise would only lead to further suppression. Being suppressed was one thing. Yun Xiao didn't mind as long as she could express her grievances, even if it meant being trampled. The fundamental reason was clear. The Demon Kings, such as the Bull Demon King, were easy to kill, but what about Sun Wukong? Could he be dispatched? No, since they could not touch Sun Wukong. Why expose themselves? Killing other Demon Kings while leaving Sun Wukong would only lead to the perception that Jiejiao disciples were regressing, unable to confront formidable foes and only daring to slay lesser Demon Kings to vent their frustrations. Should word of this spread, Jiejiao's already tarnished reputation would suffer even further. During the Feng Shun calamity, Jiejiao had been utterly defeated, and Yun Xiao, having been suppressed beneath the Qilin Cliff for years, had matured and recognized reality. Without the Tongtian's support, they, the Jiejiao disciples, could do little. Conversely, laying low might preserve some remnants of their legacy and incense offerings. The more they stirred up trouble, the more likely they were to lose even that small flicker of legacy. Unless one day the Tongtian could break free and regain control over Jiejiao, the disciples would be best off choosing to remain hidden and discreet. Could their master ever escape? Yuan Shao was uncertain. The Tongtian's excessive arrogance and stubbornness had led to this predicament. Had he only been slightly more humble and sought alliances with Enhua, perhaps the outcome of the Fengshen calamity could have been altered. Even if Jiejiao had faced defeat, it would not have ended in such a dismal fashion. Very well. After being warned by her elder sister, Bai Xiao and Qiong Xiao could only comply. Heed my words. If either of you dares to leave privately to slay demons in the lower realms, do not blame me for severing our past ties. I shall personally punish you. Yuan Shao was well aware of her younger sister's natures. They were, to put it bluntly, unruly. Her brother Zhao Gongming was similarly troublesome, yet Bai Xiao and Qiong Xiao typically refrained from causing chaos. Unlike Zhao Gongming, who frequently ensnared those around him. Understood. Following the warning, Bai Xiao and Qiong Xiao realized their elder sister was serious. This was no jest. They were prohibited from intervening. Not only were they forbidden from descending to the lower realms, but Yuan Shao would not even tolerate them offering Zhao Gongming any assistance. Anqing diligently cultivates her practice. Expressing her concerns, Yuan Shao personally sought an audience with Zhao Gongming, feeling it imperative to meet this elder brother of hers. She believed that sending a mere boy to convey messages would not suffice, as Zhao Gongming would undoubtedly dismiss it. Little sister, regarding the matter of the great sage of heaven below, as the siblings met, Zhao Gongming immediately clamored for justice on behalf of his master, the Tongtian cult leader. Be quiet. Instinctively, Zhao Gongming, who had been incessantly shouting, fell silent with a shudder. Even lowering his head slightly, Yuan Shao fixed him with a stern gaze. Warning, brother, you have ascended to the divine list, and so have the second and third sisters. Since you are now the god of wealth in the heavenly court, you must focus on your cultivation and safeguard this legacy. The matter of the great sage of heaven will be handled by me. There is no need for you to concern yourself. Yes. Zhao Gongming shrank his neck and promptly acquiesced. Chapter 67. Beaten while still alive. There was no other choice. In front of Yuan Shao, he, as the elder brother, could never hold his head high, primarily out of fear of retribution. Any profound wisdom imparted by Yuan Shao would likely not resonate with Zhao Gongming. Thus, she opted to forego that effort and resort to more direct measures to ensure his compliance. Go now. Observing Zhao Gongming's agreeable demeanor, Yuan Shao refrained from pursuing the matter further. Ahem, since this matter is in the hands of my little sister, I shall rest easy. I shall take my leave. Zhao Gongming arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly, vanishing from sight. Thanks to Yuan Shao's warning, Bi Xiao, Qiong Xiao, and Zhao Gongming all settled down, no longer daring to entertain thoughts of seeking justice for their master. Setting aside the trio and Zhao Gongming, the other disciples of the Jie sect could only watch helplessly. As for the disciples who had been forcibly taken to the west, they were of no assistance. They couldn't even hope to leave Mountling safely, let alone aid in seeking justice for the Tongtian cult leader. Consequently, the controversy surrounding the title of the Great Sage of Heaven began to gradually subside. The person in question, Gu Ming, did not acknowledge this title, and since Gu Ming did not recognize it, the various demon kings refrained from imposing it upon him. After all, with the unfortunate examples of the Bull Demon King and the Jiao Demon King, who would dare to tread upon such a taboo? Figures like the Peng Demon King swiftly retreated home, seemingly vanishing without a trace. These individuals, apart from having been outmaneuvered by Sun Wukong, were also concerned that Gu Ming might come after them. Standing at their doorsteps, armed and ready to deliver a beating, they would have to answer whether they submitted or not. The Bull Demon King and the Jiao Demon King, having endured a thrashing, each chose to either hide away from visitors or become gatekeepers. With such blatant cases before them, who would dare provoke Gu Ming by invoking the title of the Great Sage of Heaven? To prevent further complications, Gu Ming opted to shut his doors to guests, declaring that the Dragon Palace of the Clear Water River would not welcome visitors. He directly barred any demon kings attempting to curry favor with him from entering. Jiao, Demon King, do not be overly arrogant. Outside the Dragon Palace of the Clear Water River, a colossal dragon, several hundred feet long, chased after a tiger demon, beating him while hurling insults at his entire family. With curses that were quite unsavory, my lord is not seeing visitors. You, Black Tiger, have quite the audacity to linger at the doorstep. The Black Tiger was a newly emerged demon king, having cultivated and gained significant strength. Seizing territory and declaring himself a demon king, with the flattery of the lesser demons, he had become somewhat arrogant. After being refused entry to the Clearwater River Dragon Palace, the Black Tiger became defiant, refusing to leave and loudly questioning whether Gu Ming looked down upon him. Thus ensued the spectacle of the Jiao Demon King pursuing the Black Tiger King. "How bold of you, Jiao Demon King! If you have the capability, come outside and face me, the Black Tiger King." The Tiger Demon was not adept at water battles, and within the river, the Black Tiger found himself utterly constrained, easily being overwhelmed by the Jiao Demon King. Humph! Why not? Feeling pent-up frustration, the Black Tiger had unwittingly delivered himself into the hands of the Jiao Demon King. Today, if he did not teach him a lesson, would the Jiao Demon King be regarded as a mere pushover? Thus, the battleground shifted from the river to the land. Naturally, with the spectacle unfolding, an audience gathered. Under Gu Ming's lead, many within the Dragon Palace emerged to witness this grand duel. The roars of dragons and tigers filled the air, creating a lively scene that would be regrettable to miss. Master, the already awakened Bai, who had been in slumber, clung adorably to Gu Ming, refusing to come down. Seeing Bai begin to act coy again, those around her changed their expressions and hurriedly distanced themselves. The King of the Foxes was the fastest to flee, followed closely by the Princess of the Jade Face and the Princess of All Saints. Should Bai's charm be directed at them, they too would fall victim. Shameless, gazing at Bai clinging to Gu Ming, the Princess of the Jade Face gritted her teeth in frustration. "This is too much. We are both fox demons. Why can't I resist your beguiling charm?" In contrast to the irate Princess of the Jade Face, the Princess of All Saints, a dragon maiden, remained calm. She had no desire to compete for affection with the other two. Nor could she. The Princess of the Jade Face's status was unassailable, and Bai was irreplaceable in Gu Ming's life. Enough of this, behave yourself. With a few playful strokes along Bai's long, elegant foxtails, Gu Ming playfully patted her pert backside. This little vixen knew full well that her allure could sway even the Princess of the Jade Face and the Princess of All Saints. Yet she still chose to flaunt her charms. Bai smiled proudly, obediently nestling against Gu Ming's embrace and retracting her powers, as her enchanting aura dissipated. The Princess of the Jade Face, still sulking, approached. "Husband, Bai is being utterly unreasonable. In her quest for affection, she spares no one, not even me." The more she spoke, the more aggrieved she appeared. "Look at the mess you've created." Jiu Ming shot a disapproving look at the troublesome Bai. Releasing one arm to embrace the Princess of the Jade Face, "My chest is wide enough to accommodate both of you, so there's no need for competition. Joking aside, let us not escalate this into a real quarrel." With the storm subsiding, the King of the Foxes finally approached. This Black Tiger King possesses commendable strength. He nearly rivals me. As an elder, the King of the Foxes began to assess the Black Tiger King. The younger demon, Hemph, a mere tiger demon, dares to cause a ruckus in the Dragon Palace, without even considering his own weight. The Princess of the Jade Face evidently took the King of the Fox's words to heart. Gu Ming, bemused, pinched her cheek and remarked, "The Fox King was merely boasting. Did you truly believe it? Ah? Is it not true?" The Princess of the Jade Face looked utterly bewildered. "Father, you must speak." Ahem, the King of the Foxes, blushing from embarrassment, stammered an explanation. "Well, I am a fox demon, and though I excel in combat among my kind, this Black Tiger is no simple foe. He is indeed a formidable opponent." "What are you on about? I was merely bragging, and you are now undermining my words." Jiu Ming ignored the old fox's resentful gaze. He gazed into the distance at the ongoing battle, commenting, "The Fox King's strength is not to be underestimated. Yet this tiger demon is indeed formidable. To possess such power with merely a millennium of cultivation is rare among demon kings. Moreover, tigers are inherently powerful. Their innate combat talent far exceeds that of fox demons." Gu Ming had previously articulated this point. Despite sharing a millennium of cultivation, fox demons invariably lag behind other demon types. Only the King of the Foxes could salvage a modicum of dignity. If it were the Princess of the Jade Face, even a tiger demon with 400 or 500 years of cultivation might easily overpower her. Bai was an exception. Presently, but had become somewhat unreasonable. Once her charm was activated, not even the princess of the Jade Face, a fellow fox demon, could withstand it. As long as the gap in strength was not significant, resisting Bai's allure was exceedingly difficult. The enchantment emanating from her essence could subconsciously influence the very soul, rendering it almost indefensible. Roar! The colossal black tiger lunged at the dragon-horned Jiao dragon, who boldly met him head-on, engaging in a fierce struggle. The tiger demon, having lost his senses, was regrettably misguided. With only a millennium of cultivation, yet managing to contend with the Jiao Demon King to this extent was no small feat. Even battered, the Black Tiger King showed no sign of retreat, still fighting fiercely even when not dead. The King of the Foxes expressed his agreement with Gu Ming's assessment. Should this tiger demon be subdued, he will undoubtedly become a great demon rivaling the Jiao Demon King in the future. Strangely, Gu Ming had not heard of any notorious Black Tiger King from the fierce Tiger Mountain. This Demon King had risen to prominence too swiftly. This alone indicated that his bloodline and innate gifts were truly exceptional. Given enough time, it was not out of the question for him to rival the Jiao Demon King in the future. Chapter 68. An invitation from the Lion and Camel Ridge. Unfortunately, he had become utterly lost in thought and was rather high-handed. There was nothing left to observe. Failing to overcome the Jiao Demon King while wielding a weapon, and even struggling in his true form, essentially concluded this battle. Two Demon King's squabbling was hardly a significant matter. Gu Ming was the first to return to the Dragon Palace, and others quickly lost interest in spectating. Following suit back to the palace, the two from Lion and Camel Ridge sent you an invitation, wishing to invite you for a banquet. Upon returning to the Dragon Palace, the King of the Foxes recalled this and placed the invitation on the table. Decline it. Upon hearing it was from those two, Gu Ming lost all interest. Visiting Lion and Camel Ridge, surely that would be akin to witnessing a scene from hell. While other demon kings might restrain themselves slightly, these two were known for their extravagant methods. Indeed, demon kings with masters were utterly unrestrained. Why not go? Although the Dragon Palace did not entertain outsiders, accepting an invitation from established demon kings was prudent. Otherwise, over time, the Clearwater River Dragon Palace might find itself excluded. Go to watch them feast upon humans? Shall we venture to the desolate expanse of their Shirtu Ridge to admire the scenery? Gu Ming was directly amused. Fox King, the depths of this matter run too profound. I advise you to tread cautiously in your dealings with those two. They belong to someone else, and should any commotion arise, you might find yourself hastily retreating to your master, leaving you with naught but regrets. The consequence will fall upon the demons who entangle with them. Belong to someone else? What does that imply? The notion struck the venerable Fox King with a sense of foreboding, and his expression darkened. The origins of those two demon kings from Shirtu Ridge seemed suspect. The princess with the jade visage, who had previously shown little interest in such matters, now perked up, while the little white creature nestled in Gu Ming's arms also lifted its head. And the princess of the All Hallows quietly listened as she poured wine. What else could it be? Gu Ming cast a knowing glance towards the venerable Fox King. At the foot of the Spirit Mountain, the surroundings of Shirtu Ridge have become a veritable hellscape. No, even the gates of the 6 realms of reincarnation do not bear such bloodshed and horror. Pray tell, what audacity do they possess? The venerable Fox King stammered, rendered speechless not by the grim state of Shirtu Ridge, but by the implication that the Lion King and the Elephant King were indeed beholden to someone. It is well known that demon kings who are subservient are met with disdain and contempt in the demon realm. If this news were to leak, the two demon kings of Shirtu Ridge would likely find themselves confined to their lairs, forever playing solitary games, as other demon kings would certainly keep their distance. During the pilgrimage of Tang Sang and his disciples, Shirtu Ridge was home to 3 demon kings. At that time, the golden-winged Great Peng had yet to join their ranks. As that creature was fixated on Tang Sang and would not align with Shirtu Ridge for several centuries. Conversely, the Lion King and the Elephant King had firmly established themselves there for many years. Notorious for their formidable powers and bloodthirsty natures, described bluntly as lawless tyrants. Who could have imagined that these two long-standing demon kings of Shirtu Ridge were, in fact, subservient? Keep your distance from them. Furthermore, this matter must remain undisclosed, unless you wish to invite trouble from the Spirit Mountain. Ji Yuming preferred conversing with Sun Wukong over any excessive interactions with the two from Shirtu Ridge. even if engaging with Sun Wukong might lead to mischief. Being led astray by him was far better than entangling with these two lawless entities who were nonetheless under the dominion of a master. Inevitably linked to the Spirit Mountain, the venerable Fox King suddenly came to a realization. So their master resides in the Spirit Mountain while their minions frolic freely outside its confines. What a peculiar arrangement. Ahem, perhaps it is indeed quite prudent for the Dragon Palace to remain closed to visitors. Recognizing the folly of his earlier contemplations, the venerable Fox King sought to extricate himself from the embarrassment. My lord, the gatekeeper Jiaomo Wang has returned. Shall I permit his entry? At that moment, a maid entered the hall to report. Has it concluded? Gu Ming gestured dismissively. Let him in. As a punishment for Jiaomo Wang's earlier transgression, Gu Ming firmly decreed that he must remain at the entrance of the Dragon Palace until granted permission to roam freely, asserting that he should remain dutifully stationed at the gates. When the time is right, he might receive some leniency. For now, he was to guard the entrance diligently. Before long, the sound of a dragon gliding through the air grew nearer, accompanied by the dragging noise of something heavy. Jiaomo Wang, still in his original form, dragged the corpse of the Black Tiger King into the hall. Upon entering, he released the Black Tiger King's hide and reported, My lord, I have slain the intruding Black Tiger. Well done. I shall commend you for this. Now, take him away and skin him. In Gu Ming's eyes, Jiaomo Wang was still a convict, yet he would be credited for his deeds, with accomplishments noted. Rewards could be bestowed when the opportune moment arose. Yes, hearing that his merits would be acknowledged, Jiaomo Wang soared with joy. The prospect of earning recognition meant that he could eventually escape his gatekeeper role. With his ambitions, even under Gu Ming's suppression, he could not remain complacent in this position indefinitely. Once Gu Ming spoke, Jiaomo Wang would slowly accumulate accomplishments, and in time, he would surely shed the mantle of a mere gatekeeper. Watching Jiaomo Wang merrily drag the Black Tiger King away, Gu Ming chuckled knowingly. It seems there will be tiger meat to feast upon. I thought Jiaomo Wang would show mercy to the Black Tiger King. The princess with the jade visage displayed a look of disdain, clearly unimpressed by the prospect of consuming tiger meat. Jiaomo Wang's outright execution of the Black Tiger King, rather than sparing him, was indeed unexpected. The venerable Fox King stroked his beard, revealing Jiaomo Wang's ulterior motives. This Jiaomo Wang is unwilling to resign himself to the role of gatekeeper. Thus, he seeks to earn merit to alter his fate. Quite the ambitious fellow. The princess with the jade visage was not fond of such individuals. The princess of the All Hallows dutifully maintained her role as a maid, while the little white creature remained indifferent. In her eyes, Jiaomo Wang was merely a transparent figure. Ambition can be a virtue. Ji Ming harbored no fear of Jiaomo Wang's aspirations, for he was merely a hybrid dragon, easily manageable. By the way, you two should take the golden elixirs. Recalling the golden elixirs delivered by Yang Chan, Gu Ming produced the celestial pills and distributed them to the princess with the jade visage and the princess of the All Hallows. The little white creature and the venerable Fox King had already consumed theirs. The princess with the jade visage had not received any. Yu Ming was not one to be miserly. Despite the princess's lackluster talent and lineage, her years of effort warranted the enjoyment of a golden elixir. As for the princess of the All Hallows, her receiving a golden elixir was somewhat surprising. Evidently, she had not anticipated such a fortune. Considering she was merely a maid, I suppose I shall forego it. The princess with the jade visage gazed longingly at the jade vial on the table, feeling both exhilarated and troubled, just as Gu Ming had surmised. She possessed a keen awareness of her own limitations. Consuming the 9-turn golden elixir would merely expedite her cultivation without offering the transformative potential experienced by the little white creature. Thus, she felt that taking the elixir would be somewhat wasteful. Chapter 69. Seeking the Demon Master Kunping? That would be preferable to seeking Yang Chan. The princess of the All Hallows could no longer contain herself. Who has ever heard of a maid receiving a celestial pill? Enough chatter! Gu Ming seized the princess with the jade visage's chin and unceremoniously forced the golden elixir into her mouth, leaving no room for refusal. Feeling it is a waste? Well then, you need not feel that way. I shall simply compel you, my lord. The princess of the All Hallows felt a twinge of guilt. Cease your hesitation. Consuming the golden elixir is essential for your cultivation. You are a dragon maiden with immense potential for growth. Since none dared to take the initiative, Gu Ming was left with no choice but to forcefully administer the elixirs. This is Sai. Observing Gu Ming's insistence as he thrust the golden elixir into the mouths of his daughter and the princess of the All-Hallows. Leaving them no chance for refusal, the venerable Fox King felt a mix of gratitude and helplessness. Such treasures would have been better enjoyed by himself. Reflecting on his own consumption of one, he felt a strong urge to clear his throat to go forth and cultivate. Without affording the tearful princess with the jade visage and the princess of the All-Hallows a chance to express their gratitude, Gu Ming waved his hand, sending them into a secluded chamber. Until they had digested the golden elixirs, they were not to emerge. They were to devote themselves to diligent cultivation. After ushering the two ladies into the secret chamber and compelling them to enter seclusion, Gu Ming set the little white creature aside, poured himself some spiritual wine, and raised his cup towards the venerable Fox King. The venerable Fox King, with no options left, could only smile wryly as he lifted his cup in return. "Thank you? That is somewhat difficult to articulate," he thought, resigning himself to the fact that he had again sold his old bones to Gu Ming, just as he had unflinchingly offered his possessions and daughter to him upon their first meeting at Mount Jilei. The key was that he was unafraid of Gu Ming's potential betrayal. As they clinked their cups, Gu Ming set his down and patted the venerable Fox King on the shoulder. "Jesting, Fox King, do not wear such a pained expression. While this golden elixir is indeed remarkable, it holds little efficacy for me. Otherwise, it would never have found its way into your hands, I believe you not." The venerable Fox King could not suppress his eye roll, begrudgingly downing the spiritual wine. After setting down his cup, he rose with his hands clasped behind his back and strode towards the hall's exit. "This Jiaomo Wang is undoubtedly clumsy. I cannot trust him. The valuable tiger skin must not be ruined." The old fox remained as ever, speaking contrary to his true sentiments. Ji Yuming offered a friendly farewell gesture as the venerable Fox King departed. No sooner had the venerable Fox King left than the little white creature, seemingly devoid of a spine, executed an acrobatic maneuver to nestle into his embrace, her body soft and pliable, curling into a small ball, her 9 fluffy tails enveloping her delicate feet. Glancing down at the little white creature, whose eyes shimmered with desire, Gu Ming smiled and pinched her tender face. "Have you received the bloodline inheritance?" Gu Ming could discern that the little white creature had gained considerable benefits since her awakening, as evidenced by her 9 tails. "Master, there is a large white fox that keeps wandering through my mind. Unlike other beings, members of the demon race can easily inherit bloodline legacies if their heritage is sufficiently strong and their roots deep. This inheritance is transmitted based on the bloodline, accessible only to those of sufficient pedigree." The little white creature was indeed fortunate. During the journey to the West era, such bloodline inheritances had nearly become mythical. In this era, demons growing up with such inheritances were exceedingly rare. Though it is still a bloodline inheritance, the quality varies widely. "What manner of large fox?" Gu Ming inquired with a smile. "Well," the little white creature struggled to find the words. "It is a very large, magnificent fox that strolls under the moonlight, appearing particularly alluring and captivating. A very large fox that enjoys moonlit strolls." Such a description left even Gu Ming perplexed, unable to ascertain what kind of being the little white creature was referring to. In ancient times, the formidable fox clan boasted a considerable number, with the 9-tailed celestial fox standing as a quintessential representative and the mightiest among them, as for the lineage corresponding to the little white fox. It is likely that this petite creature is still unaware of it herself. It appears that the potential of her bloodline remains to be fully explored. After all, being of mixed heritage, it is implausible to suggest that a single 9-turn golden pill could transform her into the legendary 9-tailed celestial fox. If that were the case, the 3 teachings and the heavenly court would undoubtedly send emissaries across the world daily to capture fox demons, bringing every last one back for training. There is no rush. Progress can be made gradually. Having received the inheritance of her bloodline, it suffices to delve deeper along this path. Ji Yuming firmly believes that one day, the true identity of the little white fox will inevitably be revealed. Should he seek someone to enlighten him on this matter? Due to his transmigration, Gu Ming possesses more secrets than most. Yet, owing to the same circumstances, much of his knowledge and awareness comes from novels and television. Leaving him somewhat unclear on deeper matters, the question remains: whom should he approach? The various demon kings? That would be futile. Seeking their counsel would be less fruitful than consulting the venerable king of the foxes, who, at the very least, is among the more knowledgeable of the demon kings. Generally, the demon folk are rather unreliable. Should he venture to the northern sea? Gu Ming instinctively glanced towards that direction. Never mind. That individual is even less dependable. Not to mention, the way he absconded with the treasures of the demon emperor and directly fled makes Gu Ming hesitant to stake his fortune on him. Although Kuanpeng has provided considerable assistance to the demon folk of the northern Julu continent, his own domain lies in the northern sea. Thus, his aid to the northern Julu demons primarily serves to solidify his own status and territory. The other 3 continents of demons have not enjoyed such privileges. Perhaps it is best to make a direct visit to Mount Huashan. Seeking advice from the demon master Kuanpeng would be less advantageous than consulting Yang Chan, who is more easily maneuvered since he holds leverage over her. As for Kuanpeng, there remains the uncertainty of whether he would even grant Gu Ming an audience. Resolute in his decision, Gu Ming, after sharing some tender moments with the little white fox, departed from the Dragon Palace and set his course for Mount Huashan. In stark contrast to the polluted and chaotic Western Yohe continent, which shall henceforth be collectively referred to as Western Yohe. The southern Jambu continent is truly a paradise, where the human populace thrives and flourishes. Compared to the nations of the southern Jambu continent, those of the Western Yohe continent resemble mere larger human tribes. Upon her return to Mount Huashan, Yang Chan found herself with little to occupy her time. Occasionally, she would showcase her divine powers, making appearances and tending to the nearby human settlements, fulfilling her duties as the Holy Mother of the West. As for the Jade Emperor's admonitions, Yang Chan had not taken them to heart at all. The 3 teachings enjoy playing tricks on the Jade Emperor, and conversely, the Jade Emperor is also devising ways to vex them in return. Bestowing the title of Holy Mother of the West upon Yang Chan is akin to driving a nail beneath the nose of the Taoists. Should Yang Chan find herself entangled with a mortal scholar in the future, it is not unfathomable that the 3 teachings would play a part in such a union. Without their interference, Gu Ming cannot fathom how Yang Chan could ever develop feelings for a mere mortal. Given the plethora of handsome and divine beings in the heavenly court, indeed, they are plentiful, and no matter how striking the down-on-his-luck scholar may be, can he truly compete with such individuals? Moreover, with the living example of her mother, Yao Ji, before her, it is inconceivable that Yang Chan would find herself smitten by a mortal she had rescued, leading to a thunderous union that would leave Yang Jian infuriated. To this, Gu Ming can only remark, the methods of these individuals are indeed despicable. Each one, in their scheming, has lost all sense of decency, first dragging the Jade Emperor's sister into their machinations, and once that is accomplished, they turn their sights on the Jade Emperor's niece. After ensnaring the niece, now they have their eyes set on the 7 fairies. The name Bai Ren bestowed upon the Jade Emperor is indeed fitting. He can endure, but if it were anyone else, they would have long since overturned the table. Perhaps it is best that the Jade Emperor remains in his position. If I cannot have peace, neither shall you, brandishing the divine authority list and striking down one by one. A few more clever maneuvers would surely leave the deities of the heavenly court yearning for transcendence, causing the 3 teachings to tremble at the thought of the Jade Emperor's patience. Alas, the Jade Emperor lacks such audacity. He can only endure. Having already reached the point of endurance, he may one day achieve the status of 1,000 or even 10,000. Holy Mother, there is someone outside claiming to be the Black Dragon Emperor of the Clearwater River. A friend of yours who has come to pay a visit. Who, while tending to the flowers and plants in her courtyard, Yang Chan initially thought she had misheard. Yang Chan is not particularly diligent. Unlike her elder brother, Yang Jian, she tends to be rather idle, engaging in leisurely gardening after fulfilling her responsibilities. The Clearwater River, Black Dragon Emperor. The mountain god was equally perplexed. The Holy Mother's reaction seems rather uncharacteristic. Do not let him in. Yang Chan instinctively chose to refuse. Wait, allow him entrance. Just as the mountain god prepared to depart, Yang Chan suddenly called him back. This indecision, one moment refusing and the next agreeing to meet, is rather puzzling. Unfortunately, the little mountain god, merely the gatekeeper of Mount Huashan, dared not confront Yang Chan, the Holy Mother of the West. Otherwise, he would surely find himself at the receiving end of her wrath. Should I prepare something? No, that would be too generous to the Black Dragon. After all, he had previously bullied her. Yet, failing to prepare anything might lead others to believe that Yang Chan lacks hospitality. Filled with questions, the mountain god departed, leaving Yang Chan to wrestle with her thoughts. It is customary to host guests with a banquet. Yet the mere thought of how Gu Ming had bullied her filled Yang Chan with frustration and a desire to retaliate. The memory of being reduced to tears and rolling on the ground in anger was a sight she found utterly embarrassing and wished to forget. Soon, under the mountain god's guidance, Gu Ming entered the Holy Mother of the West's palace at Mount Huashan. You have arrived? Seated within the palace, Yang Chan bore an air of aloofness, merely gesturing for Gu Ming to make himself comfortable, just as he had treated her during her visit to the Dragon Palace. Now the roles were reversed. When the celestial maiden visited, Gu Ming was a bundle of nerves. Now that he is here to pay his respects, she intends to return the favor with equal measure. Gu Ming, observing Yang Chan's demeanor, quickly discerned her intention for revenge. Holy Mother! Yang Chan's behavior astonished the mountain god. What has happened to the hospitality of the Holy Mother of Mount Huashan? If this were to spread, it would surely tarnish her own reputation. This wine is delightful. Gu Ming paid little heed to the atmosphere, helping himself to a cup of wine. Yang Chan had invited him to make himself at home. So why should he stand on ceremony? Regardless of her icy demeanor, Gu Ming chose to feign ignorance. However, he could not allow Yang Chan to become overly arrogant. Thus, he cast her a knowing glance. Just moments ago, Yang Chan had exuded an air of cool detachment, but she quickly lost her composure, her cheeks flushing as she slammed her hand on the table and stood, exclaiming, Gu Ming, if you dare to breathe a word of this, I shall not let you off lightly. How infuriating, to use this matter as a threat against her. Stay calm, stay calm. Everyone has their moments of embarrassment. Do not take it to heart. Gu Ming chuckled as he raised his cup. Do not take it to heart? Do you have any idea how humiliating it was for me? Yang Chan's chest tightened with indignation. The mountain god, observing the interaction between Gu Ming and Yang Chan, found himself at a loss for words. Was the Holy Mother merely pretending? If so, why? Could the identity of this guest be particularly special? Furthermore, why was the Holy Mother blushing? It seems I have stumbled upon something. What are you staring at? Leave. Yang Chan, furious, nearly lashed out, only to remember the presence of others. A fierce glare sent the mountain god, who had been nodding along, into a startled retreat. Yes, Holy Mother, I shall take my leave. He was but a mere mountain god, and Yang Chan, the Holy Mother of the West, was his superior. If she wished to make his life difficult, it would be a matter of moments. The threatened mountain god quickly bowed his head and exited. What brings you here? Stuck between a rock and a hard place, Yang Chan maintained a stern expression, attempting to project an air of businesslike professionalism. If you have something to say, be quick about it. Leave quickly after. In her own domain, she had been bullied by Gu Ming, and now he dared to do the same in hers. It was simply intolerable. With her leverage in his hands, Gu Ming had Yang Chan firmly at his mercy. It is nothing of great import. I merely wish to consult the Holy Mother regarding the nine-tailed celestial fox of the demon folk, hoping she could enlighten this little dragon. Asked this fellow attempting to flatter me? Why do I feel a chill run down my spine? Something feels decidedly off. And Yang Chan quickly rubbed her hands together, feeling a sense of unease at Gu Ming's repeated references to Holy Mother. You have come to the wrong person. Such matters are better suited for others. Yang Chan clenched her small fists, her hands moving discreetly beneath the table. Gu Ming narrowed his eyes, leaning in slightly. What are you planning? Yang Chan instinctively raised her hand to shield herself, attempting to create some distance. Holy Mother, you would not wish for others to learn of your distress, would you? I doubt I will not let this go. Yang Chan, unable to restrain herself any longer, seized the wine jug from the table and lunged at Gu Ming, intent on teaching him a lesson that even the Jade Emperor would be unable to mediate. What the mountain deity did not anticipate was that, in less than 2 minutes, the tempestuous Holy Mother had been subdued, pressed down, and was now covering her behind, meekly admitting her fault. The mountain deity remarked. Very well, it seems my knowledge is lacking. Within the Holy Mother Palace, Yang Chan found herself pinned to the ground by Gu Ming with one hand, while the other was raised high, poised to strike her behind. Do you submit? If not, I shall strike, targeting your behind directly. I ask you, are you afraid? I yield, great Emperor, spare my life. Yang Chan felt a surge of despair. What audacity had driven her to confront Gu Ming in such a reckless manner? Now, she was subdued with one hand, pressed to the ground, about to be struck. How humiliating! Yang Chan regretted her impulsive confrontation with Gu Ming, realizing it was folly. Enough, do not wear a mournful expression. I have not struck you. Seeing Yang Chan on the verge of tears, Gu Ming released her. He had merely been feigning the act. He had no intention of actually striking her. There is a saying, unless one is on familiar terms, one must not touch a fairy behind. Ignoring her, Yang Chan lay on the ground, feigning death. Observing the Western mother lying motionless, Gu Ming found it amusing. Ah, I had intended to discuss the experiences of condensing the Deluo Dao fruit with a certain fairy. But alas, she is unresponsive. What do you wish to know? In the blink of an eye, the once prostrate Yang Chan was sitting upright in a chair, gazing solemnly at Gu Ming, as if the earlier pleas for mercy had never transpired. It was evident that this fairy had an intense yearning for the Deluo Dao fruit. A serious demeanor is commendable. Ji Ming had no intention of mocking her. He proceeded to voice the issue concerning Xiao Bai. I have a little fox demon with me. One I rescued and brought along during my time in the Eastern Victory Divine Continent. I have discovered some anomalies in her bloodline. What kind of anomalies? Yang Chan had selectively forgotten the earlier incident and was now eager to assist Gu Ming in resolving his problem. Hoping to engage in philosophical discourse with him, she longed to break through and condense the Deluo Dao fruit, aspiring to become a Deluo Golden Immortal, rather than languishing indefinitely at the Tai E Golden Immortal realm. Gu Ming organized his thoughts and explained. This little fox demon's tail has grown to 9 tails, and she has received a bloodline inheritance, possessing a formidable allure far surpassing that of an ordinary fox demon. Yang Chan pondered this and found it quite normal. Such phenomena were not unusual. It largely depended on innate talent. Even among similar species, there are distinctions, much like the vast differences between you and other dragonkin. Yang Chan was not one to socialize extensively, yet she had encountered many members of the dragon race, including the 4 Seas Dragon Kings, but she had never encountered a dragon as extraordinarily gifted as Gu Ming. Among fox demons, those with superior talent who adeptly utilize their inherent gifts would undoubtedly possess greater strength. Does mental allure count? Allow me a moment to contemplate. Yang Chan tapped her forehead, striving to think back. She had encountered numerous fox demons, including many formidable ones around her teacher. Any of them, if placed in the mortal realm, could wreak havoc and bring calamity. Yang Chan was familiar with the charm and seductive techniques of fox demons. What of the physical strength? Suddenly struck by an idea, Yang Chan swallowed hard, eagerly anticipating Gu Ming's revelation that this little fox demon's physical gifts remained unchanged and unremarkable. Physical gifts? Gu Ming recalled that since Xiao Bai's awakening, her physical prowess had vastly improved. If one were to compare her to Princess Yumian, Xiao Bai could easily pin her to the ground with her tail, effortlessly so. The physical strength of ordinary fox demons is typically mediocre, ranking low among the beast race. However, the awakened Xiao Bai was undoubtedly an exception, having grown significantly stronger. Compared to other fox demons, her strength was not merely a trivial difference. She had also mentioned the constant presence of a large, pure white fox in her mind, with 9 tails, fond of strolling under the moonlight. These were the changes she had undergone. I prefer not to speak. Yang Chan raised her hand to her chest. Her gaze toward Gu Ming now tinged with jealousy. Was it jealousy? Perhaps not. It seems you are quite fortunate. This fox spirit likely possesses the bloodline of the 9-tailed celestial fox. Nurture her well. Perhaps she may enchant countless beings in the future, for that is the forte of fox spirits. As for the rest, do not inquire of me, for I am also unclear. Observing Yang Chan's tone dripping with envy, Gu Ming could discern her jealousy. Speaking of which, the bloodline of the 9-tailed celestial fox had long been severed. How had Xiao Bai acquired such lineage? Currently, it was merely in its nascent state. Just activated, but not yet matured. I feel sour, as if I've consumed a pickled plum. Yang Chan was at a loss to articulate her feelings. She could not comprehend how Gu Ming had stumbled upon such fortuitous circumstances simply by picking up a fox. Why did she, Yang Chan, lack such good fortune? It is now your turn. Yang Chan was no longer interested in discussing fox demons. Whether a fox demon or a fox spirit, Gu Ming could take his time to study it. She had already shared everything she needed to. and now it was his turn to perform. Gu Ming, slightly perplexed, inquired, I have always been curious. If you seek relevant experiences, why not consult Erlang Shun? Surely he would not harbor selfish intentions toward you. My second brother claims his path diverges from mine. Aside from experience, he cannot offer any other guidance. Upon mentioning this, Yang Chan's frustration resurfaced. The disparities in their cultivation legacies meant she could not simply replicate her brother Yang Jian's methodology. Inquiring of others resulted in nothing but casual dismissals, each remarking that the time was not yet ripe. Nonsense about timing. If one does not wish to speak, then they simply do not wish to speak. It is not a matter of timing. Yang Jian specialized in the 8-9 profound art, rising through the path of physical sanctification. Thus, his journey diverged significantly from Yang Chan's, rendering it understandable that he could not provide her with substantial advice. One focused on the physical, while the other concentrated on the primordial spirit. Their paths were dissimilar, and any misguided advice could lead to unforeseen consequences. Therefore, regarding his sister's aspiration to condense the Deluo Dao fruit, Yang Jian could only express his inability to assist. I am prepared. You may begin. Yang Chan took a deep breath, ready to assume the role of a student. As for philosophical discourse, they were not on the same wavelength. Discussing philosophy seemed absurd and more likely to be a source of discouragement. Yang Chan was ready, but Gu Ming found himself in an awkward position. Please, do speak. In response to Yang Chan's puzzled gaze, Gu Ming sighed. Is it possible that my path aligns with your second brother's? Chapter 72. Shall we attempt to produce a grandnephew for your brother? What do you mean? Yang Chan was momentarily taken aback. Now, it was Gu Ming's turn to feel awkward, for his path indeed bore similarities to Yang Jian's, albeit in a more straightforward manner in earlier years. Even while practicing the 8-9 profound art, Gu Ming's progress had been sluggish due to the absence of the 9 turns golden elixir, rendering the cultivation process far less efficient than direct enhancements. Once Gu Ming fully transformed from a snake, his cultivation speed increased dramatically, and his physical fortification reached higher tiers, with each enhancement yielding astounding strength. The result was that the 8-9 profound art, which should have been his primary focus, was overshadowed by his panel's enhancements. While Yang Jian cultivated the 8-9 profound art primarily, with the 9 turns golden elixir as a supplement, Gu Ming's focus shifted to enhancements, with the 8-9 profound art playing a secondary role. Consequently, his method of condensing the Deluo Dao fruit differed from others, who relied on fortune and insights. Gu Ming, on the other hand, aggressively forged his way forward, achieving an extraordinary level of physical enhancement that directly manifested the Deluo Dao fruit. Previously, when Yang Chan sought his guidance, Gu Ming found it difficult to articulate clearly. Upon realizing that Yang Jian was also reluctant to share these matters with his sister, Gu Ming felt even more embarrassed, as his approach was even more extreme than Yang Jian's. Both practiced the 8-9 profound art, yet one relied on gradual cultivation through elixirs, while the other had no such elixirs and had to rely on brute force. What I mean is ... Noticing the sudden redness in Yang Chan's eyes, Gu Ming could only speak the truth. It means that both your second brother and I, Erlang Shun, are practitioners of the 8-9 profound art. Yang Chan could hardly believe her ears. You also cultivate the 8-9 profound art? Where did your lineage originate? As Yang Chan's expression shifted from eager anticipation to confusion, Gu Ming, feeling helpless, activated his indestructible body, a radiant golden light enveloping him, transforming even his skin to gold. The most typical manifestation of mastering the 8-9 profound art is the indestructible body, often referred to as the physical sanctification. At this stage, not only is the physical body immensely formidable, but it is also incredibly difficult to defeat. Even if only a drop of blood remains, the body can be reconstituted, and of course, this only pertains to physical injuries. If someone were to shatter your primordial spirit, no amount of indestructibility would save you. Gazing at Gu Ming, who was now resplendent in gold, Yang Chan, having frequently witnessed such a sight with her second brother, realized that Gu Ming was telling the truth. Yet, it felt as though he had deceived her. Feeling wronged, Yang Chan felt an inexplicable urge to cry. All she wished for was to gather some insights, yet the path seemed fraught with difficulty. Whether it was differing paths or cryptic remarks about timing, it was all rather vexing. Why did you not clarify this earlier? Defiantly lifting her chin, Yang Chan feared that if she kept her head down, she might indeed burst into tears. She had previously been unaware that differing cultivation paths meant one should not speak too freely. Gu Ming, feeling equally innocent in this matter, thought that if blame were to be assigned, it should be directed toward her second brother. I am weary. Let it all be consumed. At this moment, Yang Chan felt utterly exhausted. Devoid of any interest in contemplating the matter of the Dao fruit of the great Luo. All she desired was a tranquil moment of stillness, observing the quiet and untroubled demeanor of Yang Chan. Gu Ming felt a twinge of guilt. He was not afraid of Yang Chan's outbursts. On the contrary, the more fervent her protests, the better. For once the tumult subsided, it was unlikely she would dwell on the matter. However, seeing Yang Chan sitting vacantly in her chair, motionless, was quite disconcerting. Clearing his throat, aware of his own culpability, Gu Ming attempted to rouse the dazed Yang Chan. Since your second brother is unwilling to converse with you, what of the Jade Emperor? Surely he would not keep you in the dark. Your uncle has always mentioned he would come. Feeling weary in her heart, Yang Chan subconsciously omitted the title of Your Majesty and instinctively called out for her uncle. Understood. Though it may seem amicable to say he would surely come, it is akin to what others might say about the timing not being right, merely differing in tone and manner of speech. I believe you have sought the wrong person. Ji Ming's eyes flickered with a new idea. What do you mean? Yang Chan blinked. I have consulted all the right people. How could I have sought the wrong one? The Queen Mother, Yu Ming gestured towards the heavens. Your second brother and the Jade Emperor are your kin. The matters you seek, they can refuse you without fear of breaking your heart. For you are family. However, the Queen Mother is different. She is your aunt. Given the strained relationship between you siblings and your uncle, if the Queen Mother seizes an opportunity, she will undoubtedly endeavor to mend that bond. Thus, she is the most suitable person to approach. Ji Ming was not speaking idly. Considering the relationship between Yang Chan and the Jade Emperor, it would be most effective to seek the Queen Mother for assistance. Could this truly work? Yang Chan hesitated, for in her recollection, the Queen Mother had always been a rather stern figure, perpetually wearing a serious expression. The deities of heaven often feared the Queen Mother more than the Jade Emperor. For trivial matters, the Jade Emperor would typically overlook them with a smile, but the Queen Mother was different. She would scold directly and even punish severely. When Yao Ji descended to unite with a mortal, the Queen Mother demanded severe punishment for Yunhua Fairy. Though the Jade Emperor's temper is notorious, the Queen Mother's wrath is no less formidable. How can you know it won't work if you don't try? Right, but remember to go discreetly, preferably when no one else is around. Are you serious? Yang Chan felt a twinge of fear, but the Queen Mother is quite fearsome. Every time I see her, she seems so stern, and when Mother was trapped beneath the Peach Mountain, she acted impartially, for she is the Queen Mother, the foremost among all female deities, and must uphold justice, Yu Ming reminded Yang Chan. In truth, the fact that your aunt did not take advantage of your plight signifies that she is aiding you. Otherwise, could you and your brother have easily split the Peach Mountain and rescued Yao Ji? Is there such reasoning? Yang Chan was somewhat bewildered. Her perception of the Queen Mother had never been particularly favorable. She regarded her as too severe and rigid, always wearing a stern face, quick to enforce heavenly laws and reprimand others. Compared to the approachable and easygoing Jade Emperor, the Queen Mother often struck one as an unyielding figure devoid of familial warmth. Do not dwell on your mother's affairs. Ji Ming, sipping divine wine, remarked candidly. If I had a sister who secretly ran off to marry a mortal and quietly bore several children, I would undoubtedly be angrier than the Jade Emperor and more fearsome than the Queen Mother. What nonsense! Yang Chan's face flushed with indignation. Were it not for her inability to best Gu Ming, she would surely show him her strength. Heh, Gu Ming smirked, a mocking smile playing on his lips. Shall we test it? Imagine your second brother discovering you have given birth to a nephew. What would his reaction be? Fine. Provoked, Yang Chan slammed her hand on the table and stood up, ready to accept the challenge. Let us see who is afraid. Chapter 73, Yang Jian. Some yellow-haired fellow is abducting my sister. Wait, what am I saying? The moment she turned a corner, Yang Chan was taken aback by her own words. You shameless! I will not let this go. Enraged, Yang Chan lunged at Gu Ming once more, disregarding any thoughts of being unable to defeat him. Her anger had nearly driven her to the brink of madness. I am outta here that it was merely a metaphor. Why take such offense? Yet, Yang Chan, in her fury, had lost all reason, pursuing Gu Ming out of the Holy Mother Palace. The mountain deity stationed at the gate watched in bewilderment as the two figures vanished into the sky. His mind in disarray, he fled, she chased, and soon they disappeared from view. Shortly after Yang Chan's departure, an unexpected visitor arrived, startling the mountain deity considerably. Little deity pays respects to the great sage, Erlang Shan. Upon recognizing the visitor, the mountain deity hurriedly approached to pay his respects. Yang Jian nodded curtly, his mood not particularly bright, and he had no inclination to engage with the gatekeeper. Just as he was about to enter the Holy Mother Palace, the mountain deity grew anxious. Please, great sage, wait. Yang Jian turned back to examine the other, his brow furrowing slightly. What do you mean? Must I, Erlang Shan Yang Jian, seek permission from a mere gatekeeping mountain deity to enter my sister's palace? Are you attempting to reverse the heavenly order? Noticing the growing coldness in Yang Jian's gaze, the mountain deity was at a loss for words, only able to muster the courage to explain. Great sage, the Holy Mother is not currently in the palace, thus, no matter, I shall wait for her return. With that, Yang Jian disregarded the mountain deity and strode into the palace. Great sage, the mountain deity hastily pursued. Panic evident in his demeanor, he was genuinely alarmed, nearly pounding his thigh in distress. What had Gu Ming and Yang Chan done inside the palace? He could not ascertain, but from his vivid imagination, it was undoubtedly not a good sign. The two had left in haste, and if Yang Jian discovered the scene unkempt, what would become of him? There was an issue. A mere gatekeeping mountain deity daring to repeatedly obstruct him indicated something was amiss. Humph! Yang Jian had no intention of pressing further at that moment. Stopping in his tracks, he let out a cold snort and stomped his foot, fixing a frosty gaze upon the mountain deity who was chasing after him. Demanding, what has Chaner done? Speak, and if you conceal anything, you may as well relinquish your position. What have I done to deserve this? Faced with the aggressive and unreasonable Yang Jian, the mountain deity could only stiffly gesture towards the interior of the palace. Great sage. Not long ago, the Holy Mother entertained guests within, and then, Yang Chan hosting guests was hardly a matter that would concern Yang Jian. Although he had a slight inclination towards being protective of his sister, he would not hinder her from making friends. Then, they had a fierce altercation within the palace. As the mountain deity spoke, he cautiously observed Yang Jian's expression. Indeed, upon hearing the words fierce altercation, Yang Jian's countenance darkened. What kind of guests could possibly engage in a brawl with their host? It was utterly absurd. He would certainly need to have a serious talk with his little sister. Such friends were not worth keeping. Wait, what is that look in your eyes? Yang Jian suddenly sensed something was amiss, for he gleaned much from the mountain deity's evasive gaze. The so-called fierce altercation seemed to differ vastly from what he had imagined. Thus, Yang Jian extended his divine sense throughout the Holy Mother Palace, his heart sinking. There were no signs of a struggle. Only the main hall appeared disheveled, with wine jars and divine fruits strewn about, and a human-shaped indentation on the table, evidence of someone being pressed down upon it. Moreover, it appeared to have been a woman who was pinned down. Stay calm, Yang Jian clenched his fists, closing his eyes and taking a deep breath. Who was the intruder? The mountain deity, terrified, did not dare to breathe. Stammering, he began. It seems to be someone from the Dragon Clan. Good, very good. Someone from the Dragon Clan. Yang Jian was infuriated to the point of laughter. Go prepare the wine. Today, I, Yang Jian, shall wait right here for Yang Chan's return. As for the Holy Mother Palace, why would I even step back in? It would only offend my eyes. Yes, the mountain deity quickly took his leave. Wait. Yang Jian suddenly inquired, when did they depart, and how did they leave? Perhaps the situation was not as he had envisioned. Yang Jian did not lose his reason and angered. The mountain deity, called to a halt by Yang Jian, forced a smile more pitiful than tears and dared not speak. Speak. Yang Jian glared, his overwhelming presence bearing down on the mountain deity, nearly causing him to double over, struggling to breathe. I will speak. I will speak. Great sage, please do not take offense. I shall tell you immediately. The chastened mountain deity, no longer daring to conceal anything, began to recount the scene of Gu Ming and Yang Chan's departure. They left in a great hurry, with the Holy Mother angrily pursuing them, cursing the one who took advantage of her. You may leave. Yang Jian dismissed the mountain deity with a wave of his hand. fearing he might unintentionally crush him in his rage. After sending the mountain deity away, Yang Jian sat at the entrance of the Holy Mother Palace, his expression dark as he awaited his sister Yang Chan's return. Since coming from the heavenly court, Yang Jian's mood had already been sour, and it had only worsened, leaving him with a sudden urge to commit violence. Just the thought of his sister being bullied and pinned down on the table ignited his desire to raze the Holy Mother Palace to the ground. As for why Yang Jian's mood was so foul, it related to Sun Wukong. Once again summoned to the celestial realm, Sun Wukong fulfilled his long-cherished desire to become the great sage equal to heaven. However, upon his arrival in the heavenly court, his mischievous nature gradually began to reveal itself. He took pleasure in wandering aimlessly, touching everything in sight, and even engaging in conversation with deities regardless of their willingness. Not only did he chatter away, but his hands were also restless, tugging at the garments of others and playfully meddling with their armor. Yang Jian, tasked with staging a mock battle against Sun Wukong by his master's orders, felt increasingly uncomfortable witnessing Sun Wukong's antics. The sight of such behavior left him feeling frustrated and distressed. Yet, he could neither refuse nor argue, nor could he resort to violence against Sun Wukong. To make matters worse, Sun Wukong, being the restless soul he was, explored every corner of the heavenly realm, leaving Yang Jian with no choice but to descend to the mortal world, seeking refuge with his sister, Yang Chan, until the situation calmed down. Upon arriving at Mount Hua, just as he was about to enter the sacred Mother Palace, he was horrified to discover that his sister might have taken a romantic interest in someone. How could Yang Jian possibly come to terms with this? Chapter 74. Comparable to my strength. Had the Dragon Clan produced such a being? The thought of his beloved sister, whom he had cherished and cared for, potentially becoming involved with someone else filled him with rage. He longed to drag that person out and pierce them with his weapon. You, vile dragon. I shall have my revenge, having failed to confront Gu Ming. Yang Chan returned to Mount Hua in a huff. Upon her return, she spotted Yang Jian sitting at the entrance of the sacred Mother Palace with a solemn expression. Her initially pouty face broke into a joyful smile as she ran over and wrapped her arms around his arm, cheerfully asking, "When did you arrive, second brother? Why didn't you let your little sister know?" "Let you know?" Yang Jian scoffed coldly, yet he did not shake off Yang Chan's hand. "What's wrong with you? Second brother? Who has angered you?" Noticing her brother's vexation, Yang Chan felt puzzled. Yang Jian, irritated and in pain, reprimanded, "Let you know, so you could prepare and send that person away, is it?" "Oh." Yang Chan chuckled sheepishly, "Do not be angry. Second brother, it is merely a little black dragon. How could he possibly compare to you? What nonsense is this?" Yang Jian widened his eyes in disbelief. "You are such a sister. Stop grinning foolishly. Stand properly." Yang Jian scolded, pulling away from Yang Chan's embrace. He demanded, "When did you become acquainted with that person?" Realizing that using the term romantic interest was inappropriate for the inquiry, Yang Jian was compelled to rephrase his question. Yang Chan, oblivious to the tension, assumed Yang Jian was upset over Gu Ming and lowered her voice. "It's been a while. The revelation struck Yang Jian like a hammer on his heart, leaving him in a state of shock. "You've been hiding this from me? As your elder brother, do you not understand? Never mind," he thought, dismissing the issue as secondary. "What kind of character does that person have? What is his strength? As the elder brother, it was his duty to look after his sister's interests. Why do you ask these things, second brother?" Yang Chan was puzzled, but sensing his grim demeanor, she answered truthfully, "He is not bad, and regarding his strength, it should be comparable to yours. Since we both cultivate the same 8-9 profound art and have reached the indestructible state, Gu Ming's strength should indeed be on par with yours. As for his character, I wouldn't he speak ill of him behind his back, so I can only say he is all right." Yang Jian was taken aback. "Comparable to my strength? When did the Dragon Clan produce such a strong individual?" It was not that he looked down on the dragon race. It was simply that the current dragons were rather unimpressive. Indeed, Yang Chan nodded obediently, not daring to lie in front of her brother. "I see. Then it is not entirely unacceptable." Yang Jian felt a sense of relief. Deities too possess emotions and desires. If they are in a relationship, it is understandable. What he feared was that his sister might be deceived. After thorough questioning, he learned that the individual was from the Dragon Clan, had good character, and was strong enough to match him. By all accounts, the conditions were satisfactory, as long as the person was not a mere mortal or a nefarious creature. He could begrudgingly accept it, be more cautious in the future. Acting foolishly in front of the mountain god is unbecoming. Yes, second brother, you are right, I shall not dare again. In that case, I shall return to the heavenly court and bring him to meet you. Allow me to scrutinize him. Yang Jian, initially intending to stay at the Sacred Mother Palace for a while, reconsidered. With such a situation at hand, what was the point of lingering? If that person were to come knocking, it would only put his sister in an awkward position, as well as himself as he prepared to leave. Yang Jian almost spoke, but ultimately held back, gently patting Yang Chan's shoulder. Think it over carefully, and do not be as foolish as our mother. I will speak to her about this, yes. Yang Chan, not daring to provoke her brother's anger, could only comply. Past experiences taught her that when Yang Jian was angry, it was best not to argue but to submit. With that, Yang Jian departed, burdened with thoughts. He was uncertain how to address the matter with their mother, Yao Ji, upon his return to the heavenly court. After bidding farewell to her brother with a smile, Yang Chan's own smile gradually faded once he was out of sight. Why did he come so suddenly? It startled me. She patted her chest. Relieved, he came, but why did he have to speak such confusing words, leaving me utterly baffled? At least I managed to handle it. Yet, something felt amiss. Yang Chan's heart raced as she recalled their earlier conversation and Yang Jian's parting advice. Her face went pale. She realized with dawning horror that her brother had mistaken Gu Ming for her romantic interest. Understanding the implications, Yang Chan felt utterly stunned. Her relationship with Gu Ming? What a ludicrous notion. That scoundrel had only ever bullied her. The idea of anything more was impossible. She reassured herself repeatedly, believing that even if Gu Ming were the last man on earth, she would never consider him. However, a new concern arose. While she deemed it impossible, her brother had taken it seriously. This matter could not reach their mother's ears. Fearful of Yang Jian reporting back to Yao Ji, Yang Chan hurriedly entrusted the affairs of Mount Hua to the mountain god before racing towards the heavenly court. To avoid running into Yang Jian on the way, she chose to take the northern celestial gate instead of the southern one. Unbeknownst to the happenings at the Sacred Mother Palace, Gu Ming, having obtained the answers he desired and pursued by Yang Chan, returned safely to the Dragon Palace of the Clearwater River. With Yang Chan's confirmation, there was no longer any doubt about whether Xiao Bai truly possessed the bloodline of the nine-tailed celestial fox. In the days to come, Xiao Bai only needed to diligently cultivate along the path of her bloodline inheritance. As her abilities grew, and she explored her lineage further, perhaps one day the long-extinct nine-tailed celestial fox would reappear in the three realms. Master, this meat was personally stewed by the Fox King and delivered especially for you. Upon returning to the Dragon Palace, Gu Ming had just settled down when Xiao Bai approached with a tray laden with fragrant meat. Chapter 75. Such nourishment should be left for the elders. The Fox King, fearing that the Jiao Demon King would waste such delicacies, had taken it upon himself to prepare the flesh of the Black Tiger King, which was slain by the Jiao Demon King in the world of demons. Every part was valuable, especially that of a millennial-old demon king. The tiger skin, sinew, and bones were all treasures, and even the meat itself was a great tonic. Gu Ming sampled a piece of the stewed meat, remarking, "The flavor is indeed delightful. The Fox King's culinary skills remain impeccable. Xiao Bai, you should eat more, as it will benefit your cultivation." At Gu Ming's level, consuming such nourishing items had little effect. The flesh of a demon king could not compare to the nine-turn golden elixir. Even the elixir offered minimal benefits to Gu Ming, let alone mere tiger meat. Rather, it was Xiao Bai who should indulge Danmimham. Xiao Bai, inherently a foodie, had eagerly awaited Gu Ming's return. Otherwise, she would have started feasting without hesitation. Now, her cheeks puffed up with food, she savored the meal. The Black Tiger King was a formidable creature, and the quantity of meat harvested was substantial enough to sustain the Dragon Palace for quite some time. The Fox King had generously distributed some of the meat to the smaller demons as a reward. For the lesser demons, consuming the blood and flesh of a demon king was a treasure they could only dream of. It was far superior to consuming human flesh. Typically, the lesser demons of Jilei Mountain did not consume humans, though they would not hesitate if someone sought their demise. Once they arrived at the Clearwater River Dragon Palace, the consumption of humans was entirely out of the question. This was no place for mere mortals to wander. Looking at the gluttonous Xiao Bai, who was thoroughly enjoying her meal. Gu Ming chuckled and shook his head. Master, the Fox King has stored the remaining tiger meat and bones in the warehouse for you to manage. And the tiger skin has been laid upon your bead. As Xiaobai munched on her meal, she conveyed these thoughts to Gu Ming. Indeed, the venerable Fox King proved to be a capable steward, deftly orchestrating every detail. Yet, something seemed amiss. Where was the tiger whip? Gu Ming recalled that the Black Tiger King was a formidable male, so where could the whip have vanished? It wasn't that Gu Ming harbored any particular interest in the whip, merely a sense of curiosity. The venerable Fox King had meticulously documented the tiger's bones, yet he had overlooked something as significant as the whip. This was certainly puzzling. Xiaobai, with a piece of tiger meat in her grasp, paused momentarily, her chewing halted. Habitually tilting her head in contemplation, she shook it vigorously, firmly convinced that she had not heard any mention of the whip's handling. The venerable Fox King had never brought it up. How amusing, this cunning old fox. Jiu Ming, however, quickly deduced the fate of the whip. It was undoubtedly hoarded by the venerable Fox King himself. Though the old fox may be physically frail, his mindset remained sharp. Knowing well to indulge himself, the absence of the whip from the records was likely due to his reluctance to disclose such matters to Xiaobai. Had the Jiao Demon King received his share? Despite being a mere gatekeeper, the Black Tiger King had indeed been slain by the Jiao Demon King. Thus, the benefits rightfully owed must be duly distributed, without any underhanded dealings. Swallowing the morsel of tiger meat with determination, Xiaobai spoke. Master, the venerable Fox King has already allocated the share from the Jiao Demon King. That was reassuring. Aside from the concealed tiger whip, the venerable Fox King's distribution was indeed quite reasonable. However, Gu Ming found himself curious. How would the venerable Fox King consume such a substantial whip? Would he manifest his true form and gulp it down whole, imagining a colossal fox, mouth agape, devouring a whip bristling with spikes? Oh dear! Such a visual was indeed disturbing. Jiu Ming successfully revolted against his own imagination. Why was he indulging in such thoughts? He smacked his forehead, chastising himself to cease these nonsensical ruminations, and instead, he contentedly joined Xiaobai in savoring the tiger meat. On that day, the venerable Fox King, who had been absent for quite some time, stealthily entered the hall, akin to a thief. What sort of mischief was this old fox up to? Creeping about like a burglar? Clearing his throat, the venerable Fox King noted Gu Ming's indifference and thus coughed softly before placing a jade vial upon the table, casting a subtle glance towards Gu Ming. What was this? Gu Ming failed to grasp the venerable Fox King's implication that a jade vial. Could it possibly contain spirit wine? Sensing Gu Ming's confusion, the venerable Fox King rather indirectly remarked, the previous Black Tiger King possessed a robust physique. Hence, I utilized the materials to brew a considerable quantity of spirit wine, a truly nourishing elixir. Alas! The venerable Fox King's words sent a jolt through Gu Ming, as though he were electrically shocked. With utmost haste, he set the jade vial down. In previous times, Gu Ming would not have shied away from sampling such a fortifying spirit wine. However, after the last encounter involving tiger meat and the vivid imagery that ensued, he would rather die than touch that concoction. No, this nourishing elixir is better suited for the Fox King to relish at his leisure. I have no need for it. With a twitching expression, Gu Ming pushed the spirit wine away. Whether others could partake in it was of no concern to him. He simply could not bring himself to do so. The mere sight of it conjured memories of the venerable Fox King consuming the tiger whip. Disturbing indeed. Hey! I painstakingly crafted this spirit wine using countless precious herbs, and you, young man, refuse to appreciate it? The venerable Fox King, now flustered, insisted upon the value of his offering. Such a fine treasure, I shall relish it alone. Then, Gu Ming resolutely thrust the jade vial back towards the venerable Fox King, effectively dismissing him. This kind of treasure is beyond my means. It is better left for you to enjoy at your leisure. After all, you have many cherished consorts. Perhaps indulge them with this nourishing spirit wine instead of leaving them unattended. Baffled as he was ushered out of the great hall, the venerable Fox King clutched the jade vial. Still puzzled that in the past, Gu Ming had eagerly consumed the spirit wine he provided. Why was it different this time? Pondering with a perplexed scratch of his beard, the venerable Fox King sighed as he departed. It was fortunate that the venerable Fox King remained oblivious to Gu Ming's true thoughts. Otherwise, he would surely have clashed with him fiercely. I have always been above reproach. Where does such baseness arise from? Chapter 76. The Celestial Fairy Yunhua. Such a powerful individual. Why not seek his allegiance? I regrettably thought of you first, intending to reserve this fine offering for you. Yet you scorned it and mocked me instead. Unworthy of being a son. Upon arriving at the heavenly court, Yang Chan immediately sought out her mother, anxious not to be overshadowed by her elder brother. Fortunately, she arrived ahead of Yang Jian. Although the southern heavenly gate was closer, Yang Jian possessed greater strength, yet he had not traveled with full speed, distracted by thoughts of his younger sister along the way. Thus, Yang Chan reached the heavenly court first, finding her way to the side of Yaoji Yunhua. Chaner has arrived. The celestial fairy embraced her daughter, her eyes filled with affection, though she could not resist chiding her. Having visited the heavenly court several times, yet you have neglected to come see your mother. Truly, you have grown bold, offending Marshal Tianpeng for the sake of the Chang'e fairy. With a playful giggle, Yang Chan was lightly poked on the forehead by her mother. Instead of being frightened, she cheekily nuzzled against her mother, playfully demanding affection. Faced with her daughter's antics, the celestial fairy could only helplessly restrain her. Enough, this time I shall overlook it, but you must not behave in such a manner in the future. Understood? Humph. If that Marshal Tianpeng continues to pester Sister Chang'e, I shall scold him. Yang Chan remained unperturbed. The Marshal Tianpeng? What an imposing title. It frightened her immensely. The celestial fairy could only shake her head, affectionately ruffling her daughter's hair. As for the matter of Marshal Tianpeng, she could not be bothered. Quite frankly, if he felt offended, so be it. What could he possibly do in retaliation? It was fortunate that Yang Jian was unaware of the situation. Had he known, he would undoubtedly seek a conversation with Marshal Tianpeng. I hear you had a quarrel with my sister. Mother, if second brother arrives, please do not pay him any mind. Regardless of what he says, do not engage. Yang Chan, displaying an overly sycophantic demeanor, diligently massaged her mother's shoulders. Just as the celestial fairy settled down, relishing her daughter's service, she suddenly turned, her expression serious. Have you caused trouble again? No, I did not cause any trouble. It was all a misunderstanding by second brother. Yang Chan, unwilling to hide the truth, knew that once such matters spread, they could become troublesome. It was better to clarify while only Yang Jian was deep in thought. Yang Chan quickly shifted the blame onto the Jade Emperor. Mother, it is all the Emperor's fault. Had he not issued the decree, I would not have had to venture to the western Bull Huzhou. Yang Chan succinctly recounted the events, skipping over the more thrilling details. She then proceeded to explain the misunderstanding with Yang Jian. What on earth? The celestial fairy was amused by her daughter's account. Mother, second brother has misunderstood me, and you still find it amusing. Yang Chan stamped her foot defiantly. Yes, I shall refrain from laughing. All right. My dear Chaner, do not feel wronged. That is more like it. Yang Chan quickly nestled into her mother's embrace. And the celestial fairy, though exasperated, cherished these moments with her daughter. Due to their forced separation during Yang Chan's childhood, the celestial fairy had always doted on her, relishing the opportunity to hold her close. Embracing her daughter, the celestial fairy assured her, Chaner, I will clarify things with your second brother. If this matter is not resolved, with his temperament, he may very well come seeking you out. Indeed. Yang Chan nodded vigorously. If second brother comes looking for me, I would be utterly humiliated. Yang Jian was indeed quite formidable, and of course, when he became obstinate, he could be quite stubborn. Fortunately, among the three realms, Yang Jian was most inclined to heed the words of two individuals, his master, the Jade Ding Zhenren, and his mother, the celestial fairy Yunat. As long as the celestial fairy spoke, Yang Jian would undoubtedly heed her counsel. Seeing her mother's agreement, Yang Chan finally felt a weight lift from her heart. If second brother were to come seeking her, how would she face anyone? Speaking of which, the emergence of such a powerful black dragon in the lower realms was truly remarkable. No wonder her uncle held him in such high regard and wished to recruit him. That individual was akin to second brother, though it remained a mystery from where he had acquired his cultivation lineage. Recalling Gu Ming's formidable methods, Yang Chan clenched her teeth. Indeed, he was incredibly powerful, but he also had a knack for bullying others, often provoking ire with his words. Seemed this black dragon had no small measure of fortune. The celestial fairy's expression turned to one of surprise. The same lineage had led to cultivation at the Daluogen immortal level, a feat not easily achieved by just anyone. While many in the three realms practiced the 8-9 profound art, Yang Jian was not the only one to do so. However, only he had attained the level of being sanctified in body. The disparity was vast. Now, a black dragon emerged, rivaling her son, with a mysterious cultivation lineage. It was no wonder the celestial fairy was taken aback. Is this individual not from the Four Seas Dragon Clan? Yang Chan shook her head, indicating otherwise. That fellow claims to be a demon dragon, having transformed from a snake demon into a dragon. He is not of the Four Seas Dragon Palace lineage. Now, it was not merely surprise but astonishment. Had Gu Ming hailed from the Four Seas Dragon Clan and achieved such accomplishments, the celestial fairy would have been astonished, marveling at the emergence of a prodigy within the dragon race. However, the fact that Gu Ming was a wild dragon, having ascended from a snake demon to a dragon, was quite alarming. The three realms were teeming with snake demons, yet those capable of transforming into a jiao were exceedingly rare, and those transforming into dragons were even fewer. Tio successfully transformed into a dragon while also obtaining the 8-9 profound art lineage and cultivating to the Daluo Dao fruit was unprecedented. Could it be that this individual possesses extraordinary lineage or perhaps remarkable connections? Uncertain. Yang Chan obediently replied, "It is merely that my practice has not spanned long, seemingly just a few centuries, still akin to mere mortal years. Should we not discuss this with my elder brother? This person is certainly worthy of his attention. As the sister of the Jade Emperor, even if she were to commit a foolish act by associating with mortals." The camp of the fairy Yunhua has always stood firmly by the Jade Emperor's side. She is acutely aware of the precarious position her brother occupies in the heavenly court. Many serve the Jade Emperor, yet few are truly dependable and even fewer possess substantial strength. Otherwise, the heavenly court would not be reduced to employing the same three strategies repeatedly. It is not the Jade Emperor's desire, but rather a lack of capable individuals. Contemplating this, Fairy Yunhua turned her daughter in her arms and solemnly addressed her. "Chan'er, this person's origins are exceptional, and his future achievements will undoubtedly rival those of your second brother. Your uncle lacks capable individuals in the heavenly court. If we could bring this person into our fold, it would indeed be a fortunate matter. Pray, tell me, what is his character like?" "Surely not. Must we recruit him?" Upon hearing the term recruit, Yang Chan felt an unsettling sensation. Recalling past humiliations, Chapter 77, Yunhua's personal inquiry in the mortal realm. This chapter is exclusively sponsored by the Black Fish, who delights in sour and spicy fish stew. "Mother, please, I only sought my uncle's intervention to retract the decree. Why must you bring this up? Furthermore, that demon dragon is no good. When I went to Mount Jilei to negotiate, he audaciously demanded that my uncle marry Chang'e and the 7 fairies to him before he would agree to serve the heavenly court. This man is lecherous, surrounded by many seductive spirits. He is nothing but a calamity." The more Yang Chan spoke, the angrier she became, nearly grinding her teeth in fury. "But really, what does another's lechery have to do with you? There are plenty of lecherous individuals. In strict terms, this is hardly a grave fault. As long as one possesses sufficient strength, even if they are lecherous, others will merely view them as being true to their nature. To demand the hand of Chang'e and one of the 7 fairies in exchange for allegiance to the heavenly court is indeed an excessive condition. The Jade Emperor would never acquiesce. However, if it were just one of them, that could be negotiated. For instance, Chang'e, or perhaps one of the 7 fairies, as long as the person is reliable and willing to become part of the family. Marrying off a daughter is hardly a matter of stubbornness for the Jade Emperor. Fairy Yunhua sensed something amiss with her daughter. As a woman herself, she understood well the signs of a woman who harbors feelings for someone. The reaction of her daughter to this matter caused her heart to race. Could it be that her daughter had indeed fallen for him? Coupled with her daughter's previous request, the more Fairy Yunhua thought about it, the more uneasy she became. What else? Fairy Yunhua refrained from expressing her thoughts and continued to question her daughter. Yang Chan instinctively replied, "In other respects, it seems fine. This person appears out of place among the demon kings of the mortal realm, such as refusing to consume humans and disliking creating chaos." Hearing her daughter enumerate a plethora of commendable qualities, Fairy Yunhua couldn't help but twitch her lips. This foolish child surely hasn't fallen for him. Has she? If this black dragon is indeed as Chonner describes, then he is even more worth courting. However, it would be prudent to first test the waters, a preliminary examination. Fairy Yunhua resolved to visit the mortal realm at her earliest convenience to meet the black dragon her daughter spoke of. Mother, remember your promise to me. I am off to see Sister Chang'e. Please do not let my second brother cause any trouble. She feared being caught off guard by Yang Jian. Yang Chan departed swiftly, reminding Fairy Yunhua not to forget her promise. Timing was of the essence for Yang Chan. Shortly after her departure, Yang Jian arrived at the palace where Fairy Yunhua resided. Mother, in contrast to the affectionate, clingy Yang Chan, Yang Jian's demeanor was markedly different upon seeing his mother, Fairy Yunhua. Second brother has come? Fairy Yunhua joyfully took her son's hand as they entered the hall, and the once unchanging poker face of Yang Jian softened slightly. How is mother today? Asking about his mother's well-being was Yang Jian's habitual greeting. Fairy Yunhua, accustomed to her son's mannerisms, smiled and nodded. All is well. That is good. Yang Jian smiled. It was only in the presence of his mother that he revealed his true emotions. Mother, I have come today regarding my younger sister, and no need to elaborate. Chonner has already informed me. I plan to descend to the mortal realm to meet that person. What? Yang Jian was taken aback. Standing up abruptly, Mother, even if my sister has taken a liking to him, there is no need to rush. Do not speak foolishly. Fairy Yunhua was momentarily caught between amusement and exasperation, and could only clarify for her daughter. You have misunderstood Chonner. She is not involved with him in that manner. This matter is related to your uncle's previous decree. Fairy Yunhua briefly explained the situation. Yang Jian then understood that I see. It seems this person's strength is indeed formidable, and it is only natural for my sister to have taken an interest in him. But wait. Yang Jian suddenly furrowed his brow. Regarding his sister's affairs, it should not have been his place to speak. But fearing for her well-being, he brought up a comment made by the mountain deity guarding the Holy Mother Palace, shifting the responsibility onto the mountain deity. You good-for-nothing Yang Chan. Upon hearing this, Fairy Yunhua was enraged at the thought of punishing her daughter. Yet, she resolved not to jump to conclusions. There may be a misunderstanding. After a moment's contemplation, she addressed Yang Jian, second brother, I will investigate this matter myself. Do not pursue it further, lest you frighten that girl. Understood. As an elder brother, it is indeed unbecoming to meddle in his sister's private affairs. With their mother willing to intervene, Yang Jian was relieved to step back. By the way, what about your uncle, Mother? I have other matters to attend to. I must take my leave. The mention of the Jade Emperor caused Yang Jian's smile to vanish instantaneously, and he rose to depart decisively. He was well aware that if he lingered, his mother would soon begin to preach about forgiveness towards the Jade Emperor. Yang Jian, harboring lingering resentment, found it impossible to forgive the Jade Emperor. Once again, the attempt to persuade him had failed, leaving Fairy Yunhua in a state of helplessness. After her son left, she summoned a waiting maidservant within the palace. Has His Majesty returned? Your Majesty, His Majesty has gone to the sixth heaven and has yet to return. The maidservant reported truthfully. Understood. You may leave. With the Jade Emperor still absent, Fairy Yunhua resolved to descend to the mortal realm to investigate the background of Gu Ming, planning to discuss matters of recruitment further with the Jade Emperor upon his return. As for whether Gu Ming's conditions were excessively demanding, Fairy Yunhua found herself unconcerned. Excessive conditions? As long as one possesses such capabilities, even the most outrageous demands become due. Some individuals covet power, others desire rare treasures. Some yearn for the legacy of cultivation. In comparison, Gu Ming's so-called lechery is hardly significant. It is merely that Gu Ming's aspirations are not easily grasped by ordinary individuals. Without hesitation, Fairy Yunhua was a woman of action. Resolute in her decision to ascertain Gu Ming's background, she departed the heavenly court and quietly descended to the mortal realm. Yang Jian could never comprehend why his mother sided with the Jade Emperor, especially since the Jade Emperor was responsible for their family's ruin. Unbeknownst to him, Fairy Yunhua had long been burdened with guilt, believing herself to be the cause of her brother's humiliation, feeling helpless to assist him within the heavenly court. This was also why she entertained the notion of once more courting Gu Ming. Master, these invitations are all sent by the Fox King. Xiaobai placed several invitations beside the pool, her alluring figure diving into the water and leaning against Gu Ming. Cast them aside. Previously, Gu Ming found it rather novel when demon kings extended invitations for feasts. However, after such occurrences became commonplace, novelty gave way to annoyance. Chapter 78. What a silver-tongued charmer! Although the demon kings of the 4 great continents of the journey to the west seldom hosted banquets, the sheer number of them made the situation quite troublesome, especially since Gu Ming's relationship with these demon kings was rather indifferent. Receiving constant invitations was more about maintaining appearances than anything else. To attend and bolster someone else's event, Gu Ming found that rather dull. Even the Fox King was selective in his engagements. Hey, Xiao Bai, have you grown again? Have I? Please, master, check. Enough of your charms. Cease your divine powers. Once Xiao Bai unleashed her allure, it was uncertain whether others could withstand it. Even Gu Ming found himself aflame with desire. This enchantress was indeed somewhat terrifying. Suddenly, as Gu Ming busied himself, he paused and gently patted Xiao Bai's snow-white back, murmuring, "You should rest for now. We have guests." Yes. Xiao Bai, puzzled but obediently dressed and departed. After seeing Xiao Bai off, Gu Ming donned his attire and took a seat in the main hall, casually stating, "Please, take your seats." The restrictions of the Dragon Palace seemed non-existent as ripples spread forth. Fairy Yunhua emerged from the waves, entering the Dragon Palace. Yao Ji? Upon seeing the newcomer, Gu Ming scrutinized her for a moment and deduced her identity. "You know me?" Fairy Yunhua seated herself across from Gu Ming, a hint of surprise in her gaze as she curiously surveyed him. "I do not." Ji Yuming shook his head, pouring a cup of divine liquor and gesturing for her to take a seat. The guest's identity was not to be taken lightly. He needed to extend proper hospitality. For any regular guest, Gu Ming would not forsake the courtesy of hospitality, with Yang Chan being an exception. The hairpin of the lady resembles that of Yang Chan. Yu Ming pointed to his head. During this period, the number of guests arriving at the Dragon Palace was exceedingly scarce. Apart from Yang Chan, the only woman likely to visit the Dragon Palace was Yang Chan's mother, Yao Ji, also known as the Fairy Yunhua. The matching hairpin further solidified Gu Ming's conviction. That was it. The Fairy Yunhua had not anticipated that a mere hairpin would lead Gu Ming to deduce her identity. "Since you have discerned my identity, do you know the purpose of my visit? According to Erlang and the mountain deity of the Holy Mother Palace, you share a good relationship with my daughter, and perhaps have taken advantage of her." The Fairy Yunhua intended to tease Gu Ming. Gu Ming spat out the wine he had just sipped, fortunately turning his head at the last moment to avoid spraying it towards the Fairy Yunhua. If he had done so, whether the Fairy Yunhua would be angered remained uncertain, but her son, Yang Jin, would undoubtedly be furious. Cough cough. What do you mean by that? Gu Ming was genuinely choked, for apart from threatening Yang Chan, he had never intentionally taken advantage of her. Moreover, the so-called advantage the Fairy Yunhua referred to seemed to imply something unsavory. Ji Yuming would not accept such an accusation, as he had done no such thing. His reaction was rather exaggerated, and the Fairy Yunhua observed it all, pondering. "Could it be that I have truly misunderstood?" With a smile, she remarked, "It must have been Chan'er who misrepresented the situation." Gu Ming was tempted to roll his eyes. "Spare me, do you take me for Yang Chan, trying to extract information from me?" Gu Ming would not fall into such a trap, so he asked, somewhat uncertainly, "Is it about the matter of the Dao fruit of Great Luo?" Whether feigned or genuine, clarity was essential. Ji Yuming recounted how he sought Yang Chan's guidance, which left her feeling speechless and disappointed. It seemed to be a misunderstanding. The Fairy Yunhua regarded Gu Ming with a hint of admiration. Ji Yuming felt uneasy under her gaze. What did this woman intend? Was she considering taking him as a son-in-law? No. Could it be that she wished to elevate him to the heavenly court? To the outside world, the Fairy Yunhua appeared to be a pitiful woman, having been forced into ruin by her brother. The Jade Emperor died. In reality, it was the Jade Emperor who was the truly unfortunate one. The sister knowingly acted against the rules and ended up losing face in the 3 realms. The Jade Emperor's leniency in not annihilating her was already a sign of his compassion. Unfortunately, no one saw it this way. People in the 3 realms merely regarded the Fairy Yunhua's family as unfortunate, and Yang Jin's hatred for the Jade Emperor was deemed justified. In truth, the Fairy Yunhua had always felt guilt towards the Jade Emperor. She understood the severity of the heavenly laws but still broke them, directly crossing the Jade Emperor's bottom line and slapping his face. That was not even the crux of the matter. The key point was that all the celestial gods were watching. How would the Jade Emperor handle his own sister? With the heavenly laws constantly on his lips, now that his sister had violated them, Was he not obliged to enforce punishment? The fairy Yunhua appeared to be the tragic figure, but the one truly suffering was the Jade Emperor, caught between the demands of the celestial beings and his own sister. As for losing face, it was no longer of any consequence. While others failed to grasp the intricacies of the situation, the fairy Yunhua was acutely aware, which is why she had always sought to assist the Jade Emperor. When it came to the matter of the Dao Fruit of Great Luo, the fairy Yunhua did not pursue the topic, instead countering Gu Ming. Do you know why I have descended to this place? To negotiate. Gu Ming's expression darkened. With the fairy Yunhua present, what else could it be but a negotiation? Upon seeing Gu Ming's immediate displeasure regarding the negotiation with the heavenly court, the fairy Yunhua remained unfazed. Smiling as she stated, Chon'er mentioned that your terms were quite excessive. However, I believe these conditions are negotiable. Furthermore, serving the heavenly court may not necessarily be seen as a negotiation and could alleviate many of your troubles. What do you mean? Your black dragon lineage is extraordinary, with a mysterious origin, practicing the same 8-9 profound art as my son. Though I do not know how you acquired this lineage, the 8-9 profound art is a secret method of the Chan teaching. What would happen if the disciples of the Chan teaching were to learn of it? Gu Ming was at a loss for words. Yet, this was an inescapable topic. Where did your 8-9 profound art originate? For others, you might remain silent, as ordinary people would not press for answers, for doing so would incur your displeasure. But the disciples of the Chan teaching would not heed these considerations. They would only inquire about the origin of your 8-9 profound art. The fairy Yunhua was not threatening Gu Ming but merely clarifying the stakes involved. She trusted that Gu Ming understood the nature of the disciples of the Chan teaching. Even if her son, Erlang Shen, had become a disciple of the Chan teaching, it would not elevate her regard for them. She was far too familiar with their character. Yu Ming remained silent. The fairy Yunhua continued. The title of Black Dragon Emperor is of little consequence. The various emperors of the heavenly court do not concern themselves with such matters. As long as the Jade Emperor does not take action, no one will bother. Even the great sage equal to heaven is not as formidable as before. And the current disciples of the Jie teaching are merely hiding their tails. For you, the most perilous threat comes not from the emperors, but from the disciples of the Chan teaching. She deftly highlighted the critical points. Striking at Gu Ming's vulnerabilities, the lady was indeed a competent negotiator. Whether he liked it or not, Gu Ming had to acknowledge this fact. The fairy Yunhua spoke with undeniable reason. Chapter 79. This cannot be done. Nor can that be done. Are you suggesting that the heavenly court wishes to exploit me for free? Look, now that is truly impressive. In comparison, Yang Chan seemed like a mere novice. The fairy Yunhua's prowess lay in her ability to avoid threats and preach grand philosophies. She merely needed to illuminate the dangers one would face, making it clear that their situation was far from favorable. Once one reached the heavenly court, all these problems would cease to exist. Regardless of how your lineage was acquired, whether stolen or seized, once in the heavenly court, the Jade Emperor would handle it for you. If the disciples of the Chan teaching were dissatisfied, they could only seek out the Jade Emperor and not direct their grievances towards you. As for the title of Great Sage equal to heaven, while it may seem impressive, it amounts to little more than that. Upon entering the heavenly court, the disciples of the Jie teaching would likely keep their distance from you. In the heavenly court, if you do not heed the Jade Emperor's summons, he is already accustomed to such behavior and would not engage in petty disputes with you. If you were to embarrass the Jade Emperor, as long as it was not excessive, he would likely turn a blind eye. However, if you were to bully those favored by the Jade Emperor, then prepare yourself for numerous troubles. You would find yourself constantly facing difficulties. And see if you would dare to act recklessly again. Being lecherous is not an unusual vice, provided one does not have overly discerning tastes. Who are you referring to? Gu Ming was disinclined to entertain such musings. The lady's remarks were misplaced. Ji Ming immediately began to refute. I, a demon king residing in the lower realms, am well aware of the dynamics within the heavenly court. It is unacceptable for you to skirt around the main issues. Moreover, I neither seek resources from the heavenly court nor desire incense offerings from the mortal realm. Surely it cannot be that I am to run to the heavenly court to serve without receiving any benefits in return. Seeking incense? That is of no interest to me. I would rather leave that to others to ask for resources. Before I attained the Dao Fruit of Great Luo, I might have considered seeking resources from the heavenly court. But now, what resources can the Jade Emperor provide me? If the Jade Emperor were truly so affluent, he would not find himself in such a precarious position in the heavenly court. With abundant resources at his disposal, he could easily attract a multitude of followers to serve him. Since resources are non-existent, what else is there? Surely they cannot simply hand over a few exquisite spiritual treasures to me. It is not a matter of whether the Jade Emperor is willing, but whether he has the resources to spare. That is the crux of the matter. Without the resources needed for future cultivation, without powerful magical artifacts, and without beautiful celestial maidens, what is the point of going to the heavenly court? You are quite straightforward, Black Dragon. Yet Gu Ming's reasoning was sound, and the fairy Yunhua found herself unable to counter it. Therefore, your conditions will not change? The fairy Yunhua did not rush. Chang'e is not so easily appeased. You must understand that there are those who dislike her, and even the emperor has no power over such individuals. Accepting Chang'e is tantamount to accepting the consequences that come with her. As for the 7 fairies, you may choose one. Do not speak of taking them all, as that would only compel the emperor to personally intervene against you. Wishing to marry a 7 fairy is not impossible, but it does require meeting certain conditions and satisfying both the Jade Emperor and the Queen Mother. Selecting one among them is not out of the question. However, speaking of taking all the 7 fairies is merely a recipe for disaster, as it would force the Jade Emperor and Queen Mother to take drastic measures against you. Chang'e is not someone to be trifled with. She carries the karmic ties of the Queen Mother of the West. Accepting Chang'e is equivalent to opposing the Queen Mother. While the Queen Mother may not directly target Chang'e, should someone become Chang'e's partner, one can only imagine the trouble that would ensue. The Queen Mother indeed poses a significant challenge. Can you not see how even the Jade Emperor struggles against her, resorting only to irritating her? Then what is there to discuss about serving the heavenly court? Wouldn't it be better to remain in the lower realms as a demon king? This cannot be done, nor can that be done. Are you implying that you in the heavenly court wish to exploit me for free? Offer a celestial maiden and disregard the ensuing troubles? I would be mad to covet Chang'e. Just as the fairy Yunhua was about to speak, Gu Ming raised his hand to interrupt her. There is no need for you to utilize the Chan teaching to intimidate me. If it comes to that, I can simply relocate my entire family to North Julu Island and seek refuge with the demon masters. Can you trust the character of Kuanping? This thought lodged in his throat. Yet he could not voice it, for the fairy Yunhua herself was uncertain whether Kuanping would keep the disciples of the Chan teaching at bay. Neither could she ascertain whether, after aligning himself with Kuanping, the disciples of the Chan teaching would seek trouble with him. You may claim that Kuanping's character is lacking, but you cannot question his strength, as one of the oldest quasi-saint powerhouses in the 3 realms. Kuanping is not easily dealt with. Even if all 12 disciples of the Chan teaching were to confront Kuanping, they might not be able to overpower him. They could very well find themselves fleeing in disgrace. If the heavenly court truly wishes to negotiate with me, then please demonstrate your sincerity. Ji Ming was not one to be easily deceived. Absent sincerity, even if the fairy Yunhua were to speak until the heavens broke, he would not budge an inch. Otherwise, when the Empress next arrives, she may have to raise the stakes. What does that mean? Can you suddenly become stronger? This matter is beyond my authority to decide on behalf of His Majesty. Now that we have reached this point, it can be considered concluded. Sincerity is lacking, and Gu Ming pays no heed to the heavenly court at all. It would be fine if no one were to pressure him. But should someone do so, he would immediately flee to the northern Julu continent. Whether he would truly run away, even the fairy Yunhua cannot be certain. Once a certain amount of time has passed, who knows who will be the one to flee? At that moment, as for the 12 golden immortals of the Chan sect, they ought to weigh their qualifications before seeking trouble. I hope your confidence remains ever so robust. The discussions have been had, and the necessary words spoken. Fairy Yunhua had no intention of lingering in the mortal realm any longer and left the Dragon Palace directly, making her way back home. After bidding farewell to this esteemed elder, Gu Ming summoned the enhancement panel, gazing at the soon-to-be restored interface. For others, unless there is a great opportunity, it is impossible to become stronger in a short period. However, I am different. Each enhancement signifies a further step in power. This is an advantage that others do not possess. In summary, having a cheat is momentarily exhilarating, but maintaining it indefinitely is even more thrilling. The only drawback is the interval between enhancements and that peculiar feeling of impending crisis. Damn it, even after all this time, that sensation has yet to dissipate. Could it be that someone has set their sights on the soul-shattering spear? Among the plethora of spiritual treasures in the three realms, why is it specifically the soul-shattering spear that draws attention? Gu Ming is baffled. Upon her return to the heavenly court, Fairy Yunhua calmed herself to await the emperor's return. Without revealing to anyone her visit to Gu Ming, the situation in the heavenly court remains unchanged. The Jade Emperor has yet to return, and the great sage equal to heaven, Sun Wukong, has brought much amusement to the court. Enlivening the atmosphere, however, many deities find it troublesome that Sun Wukong possesses no sense of boundaries when interacting with others. He insists on touching things that ought not to be touched and insists on visiting places he should not go. If you do not mention it, it is one thing, but if you do, his monkey temperament flares up, and he insists on taking a stroll before he is satisfied. Unfortunately, everyone feels powerless against this monkey and can only endure for the time being. Chapter 80. You are borrowing my precious lotus lantern. Some deities who found the situation intolerable chose to return to their Taoist sanctuaries, entering secluded cultivation to avoid the chaos. Without Sun Wukong, the lively atmosphere has returned to calm across the four great divine continents. Even the monkeys of Flowerfruit Mountain quietly hope for their king's swift return. Regrettably, these monkeys waited a full 200 years before finally seeing Sun Wukong's return. In the sixth heaven, the Jade Emperor remains there, showing no urgency to return to the heavenly court. As for what exactly the Jade Emperor is busy with, even the celestial soldiers accompanying him are unaware. The Jade Emperor commanded them to spread out and guard the sixth heaven, and they could only comply. Your Majesty, the Queen Mother has sent a message stating that you should return to the heavenly court immediately to convene the Peach Banquet. The Peach Banquet is about to begin. However, upon receiving the notification, the Jade Emperor had no intention of returning to the heavenly court. Instead, he instructed the messenger, "You may return and inform the Queen Mother that this time, the Peach Banquet shall be presided over by her. The heavenly court will surely be returned to, but not at this moment." Unbeknownst to him, the time has come for the heavenly court to become lively. Unless the Jade Emperor is foolish, he would not return at this juncture. If he runs back now, should he expect to be beaten by a monkey? And then call out, "Quick, summon the Tathagata Buddha?" Madness! This task is best left to the great Emperor Jinwu and the others. Who calls does not matter, as long as someone calls. Thinking of this matter, the Jade Emperor felt displeased. A group of old foxes. When he, the Jade Emperor, is present in the heavenly court, he is to be beaten by a monkey. When he is absent, the great Emperor Jinwu and the others select someone to call out. Why can't you all be beaten by the monkey? If you are unhappy, then I am also unhappy. In any case, matters in the sixth heaven are not yet resolved, and I, the Jade Emperor, have no time to attend the Peach Banquet. Yes, Your Majesty. The messenger promptly returned to the heavenly court. The Queen Mother sending someone to notify the Jade Emperor is merely a formality. The Jade Emperor instructing the messenger to inform the Queen Mother that she may preside over the Peach Banquet is also a mere formality. If not to silence the celestial gods and Buddhas, the Queen Mother would not even want to send anyone. The Jade Emperor wishes to avoid being beaten by the monkey, and the Queen Mother does not want her husband to be beaten by the monkey either. Though it is a performance, it is still embarrassing. The heavenly court is in chaos. The Jade Emperor's absence is not overly shameful, for since he is not present, Sun Wukong wreaks havoc without restraint in the heavenly palace. If the Jade Emperor were there, it would be a different matter altogether. Whether others lose face is unimportant. What matters is that the Jade Emperor's reputation would be utterly tarnished. It is true that the Jade Emperor wishes to avoid being beaten by the monkey. And it is also true that he has not found what he is looking for. Even with his vast powers and an array of spiritual treasures, he cannot discern the whereabouts of this item. The heavenly secrets are in disarray. If it cannot be divined, he can only bear with it and search, hoping for fortuitous encounters. If luck is on his side, he may stumble upon it, allowing the Jade Emperor to soar to great heights. If misfortune befalls him, he shall continue to search and return only after Sun Wukong has been dealt with. 2 birds with one stone. The Peach Banquet in the heavenly court is about to commence. A special guest has arrived at the Dragon Palace of Clearwater River. What brings you here? Early in the morning, Gu Ming was still asleep when a maid roused him. A certain indomitable fairy had arrived. Yang Chan, with a displeased expression, placed several peaches on the table. The heavenly court is about to hold the Peach Banquet, and I specifically picked some fine peaches to bring you a few. Why don't you show some gratitude, such kindness? These peaches aren't poisoned, are they? Given their relationship, Gu Ming found it hard to fathom why Yang Chan would present him with peaches. Having connections and background is truly advantageous. While others must wait for the peach banquet to partake in peaches, Yang Chan directly went to pick, selecting the largest and best ones. If given the chance, Yang Chan would undoubtedly beat him up first. Let alone the matter of delivering peaches. This fairy harbors hidden grievances. This indicates that the peaches were a gift from someone else. Although Yang Chan personally picked and delivered them, they were surely sent by Lady Yaoji. Right? How dull. Gu Ming guessed immediately, causing Yang Chan's small face to fall. Since Gu Ming had guessed correctly, Yang Chan decided to drop the pretense and asked, "My mother wishes to invite you to the heavenly court for the peach banquet. Will you go?" Whether Gu Ming is qualified to attend the peach banquet is merely a matter of words from Yaoji and the Queen Mother. Unfortunately, Gu Ming had no interest in the commotion. For a certain monkey had been frolicking in the heavenly court for nearly 20 days, and was finally about to stir up trouble. 20 days in the heavens translates to 200 years in the mortal realm. The monkeys of Flower Fruit Mountain had long waited to the point of drying their eyes, yet still saw no sign of their handsome king's return. I want to go. I've been making significant progress in my cultivation and am on the verge of a breakthrough. Since this was a good intention from Yaoji, Gu Ming did not decline. He picked up a peach larger than his head, sliced it open, and took a couple of bites. The taste was quite delightful, truly worthy of being a top-grade innate spiritual root. Having eaten this peach, he wondered when he might be able to eat a ginseng fruit, as for the yellow middle plum and the like. He dared not hope for such luxuries. To eat such a thing would likely result in a hammering. Huh? A breakthrough. You've only been cultivating for 200 years. Yang Chan's eyes were nearly popping out. While she was still unable to touch the Dao fruit of the Great Luo, Gu Ming was about to break through. How is that not disheartening? It's a breakthrough in physical strength. Gu Ming did not hide anything. Stating plainly, the commotion during the breakthrough will be considerable. Do you wish to stay and watch? Yes. Yang Chan almost instantaneously agreed. The peach banquet? Boring, not going. Instead, she would prefer to witness how Gu Ming achieves his breakthrough. Perhaps she might suddenly gain insight and attain the Great Luo Dao fruit as for the peach banquet. Yang Chan truly held no interest. It was initially captivating, but after attending a few times, it became mundane. For someone who could casually pick peaches, it held little allure. Come with me. After eating a peach, he handed the remainder to Xiaobai to keep safe, and Gu Ming led Yang Chan away from the Dragon Palace. Aren't you supposed to be breaking through? Where are we going? Yang Chan followed Gu Ming in a daze. This time, for the enhancement of his physical strength, Gu Ming chose not to ascend to the 33 heavens, but instead opted to strengthen himself in the mortal realm. The reason for this choice is that the precious lotus lantern can mask the commotion he would create. With Yang Chan present, it is even more secure, especially since she is the owner of the precious lotus lantern. Here, take this. I'm borrowing it for now. The commotion during my breakthrough will be quite loud, and I need the precious lotus lantern to cover it. Something was shoved into her hands. Before she could react, Yang Chan felt the jubilant consciousness of the precious lotus lantern. The precious lotus lantern, holding the magical artifact, Yang Chan was overjoyed, but her smile did not last long. Gu Ming, you scoundrel. You are borrowing this fairy's magical artifact? You expect me to cover your heavenly secrets? Is there anyone quite so shameless? Not happy? Gu Ming raised an eyebrow, pretending to snatch it back. If you're not happy, then return the precious lotus lantern to me. This item belongs to you, but since the 2,000 years have yet to pass, it is under my care. No, I'm happy. I'm really happy. Yang Chan swiftly hid the precious lotus lantern behind her, no longer daring to engage Gu Ming further, fearing he would snatch it back. Although the precious lotus lantern would not return until the 2,000 years were up, having it for even a short while longer was a gain. Chapter 81. Is this how one breaks through? Then let us get to work. Look at you. Gu Ming expressed disdain, and Yang Chan, feeling slighted, nearly threw the precious lotus lantern at him. If I don't irritate you for a day? I feel unwell, don't I? Just wait until I catch a chance to retaliate. I will make you pay. Grumbling to herself, Yang Chan began to check the condition of the precious lotus lantern. On that day, it had been pierced by the soul-shattering spear, resulting in some damage, and she was unsure how much had recovered. For a magical treasure of the level of the precious lotus lantern, As long as it wasn't shattered, even if damaged, it would gradually repair itself over time. The premise is that it has not been sealed. Yang Chan was genuinely afraid that Gu Ming would seal the Balian lantern, rendering it irreparable. After a thorough inspection, Yang Chan let out a sigh of relief, her gaze towards Gu Ming softening considerably. The Balian lantern was gradually being restored, its recovery progressing far more swiftly than she had anticipated. This indicated that Gu Ming was not only refraining from suppressing the self-repair of the lantern, but was, in fact, providing assistance in light of your contribution to the restoration of the Balian lantern. I shall temporarily overlook the matter of your previous bullying. The two of them moved further away from the Clearwater River, one in front of the other. Where are we headed? Yang Chan longed to inquire. But seeing Gu Ming remain silent, she could only follow quietly behind. Upon arrival, Gu Ming guided Yang Chan along the path beside the Clearwater River, leading them away from the West Nyohajo to a desolate island amidst the vast ocean. What must I do? She asked. Shroud the Balian lantern to suppress the commotion caused by your breakthrough. Yes, let us begin. Gu Ming gestured for Yang Chan to proceed. Nodding, her expression turned serious. Having promised Gu Ming, she would cooperate wholeheartedly, while also harboring curiosity about the magnitude of the disturbance his breakthrough would create. Typically, unless it was a significant realm advancement, a breakthrough would not generate much noise. Even if there was a disturbance, it could be quelled. This was the first time Yang Chan had heard of a case where one could not suppress the commotion. The Balian lantern floated into the air, emanating a colorful divine light that enveloped the entire island. From the outside, the desolate isle appeared shrouded in mist, obscuring the interior's condition. As she manipulated the Balian lantern, Yang Chan fixed her wide eyes intently on Gu Ming. I am ready, you may commence. Gu Ming, without delay, manifested his true form. Since the Pohu gun could not be enhanced, he would first strengthen his physical body. Following this enhancement, his physical level would match that of the Pohu gun. As Gu Ming revealed his true form, a black dragon spanning dozens of miles coiled above the island. In the past, Gu Ming's body length was measured in zhong, a unit no longer applicable. While a body of such length might appear immense, it paled in comparison to the renowned titans of the three realms. The phrase Kunping stretches its wings for 100,000 miles lingered in Gu Ming's mind. Whenever he recalled it, he felt minuscule, inconsequential in the grand scheme of the three realms, emphasizing the need for humility. This fellow has grown considerably larger. In the demon clan, except for a few unique races, most could gauge their strength by their true form size, a standard also applicable to the Dragon Clan. Noticing that Gu Ming's true form had increased significantly since their last battle, Yang Chan felt a wave of despondency. She remained stagnant, her progress nearly negligible, while Gu Ming continued to grow stronger, the gap between them widening. It was utterly unreasonable. Ji Ming was unaware of Yang Chan's thoughts, and if he were to know, he would surely chuckle derisively. Larger? You have yet to witness true enormity. Just wait. I shall grow even larger for you to see. Begin the enhancement. Gu Ming directed the enhancement panel towards himself, mentally calling out, with a resounding ding, upon the deduction of points for level 7 enhancement. Gu Ming's body began to undergo uncontrollable and rapid growth. It seemed that once the enhancement reached a higher tier, Gu Ming gradually gained control over his body during the process, unlike in the beginning when he lay stiffly as if lifeless, even struggling to blink. Roar. His body swelled, and the black dragon emitted a triumphant roar. Yang Chan, controlling the Balian lantern, was nearly wide-eyed in astonishment. Under her watchful gaze, Gu Ming let out a resounding dragon's roar, and subsequently, his already massive form began to expand wildly, as if inflated like a balloon. No, even more exaggerated than that. If it were merely his true form growing uncontrollably, it would be one thing. However, Gu Ming's aura also escalated dramatically. Is the education and inheritance I have received merely a facade? Is this truly how breakthroughs occur? Gu Ming's method of breakthrough utterly subverted Yang Chan's worldview. In less than a few minutes, Gu Ming's body had more than doubled in size. Showing no signs of halting, an overwhelming pressure enveloped the island, causing its structure to strain under the weight, with large rocks shattering continuously and seawater beginning to flood in. Had it not been for the Balian lantern's suppression, the island would have undoubtedly collapsed immediately as his body expanded uncontrollably and his aura surged. It grew increasingly terrifying. His black dragon scales shimmered with an ominous sheen, seemingly conveying in this understated manner that the defense provided by these scales was formidable. In the reflection of Yang Chan's eyes, the culprit behind the damage to the Balian lantern, the Pohu gun, made its appearance. Yu Ming raised a dragon claw to grasp the Pohu gun. In his grip, it expanded until it reached a size suitable for him to wield. Clang! Gu Ming lifted the Pohu gun, now resembling a mountain, and thrust it towards his own body with force. When the sharp tip of the Pohu gun pierced the dragon scale, it was deflected by the resilient black scale, leaving only a fleeting white scratch, which vanished within moments, the scale restoring itself as if nothing had occurred. Is this even possible? Yang Chan nearly exclaimed in disbelief. Unaware of the Pohu gun's level, she could only surmise that it was at least on par with the Balian lantern. Otherwise, it would not have been able to entangle with it and cause damage. Yet, this caliber of artifact, when thrust against Gu Ming's body, had seemingly no effect. Perhaps the Pohu gun was reluctant to strike with full force, as Gu Ming was its master, and excessive force could harm him. Even without unleashing its full potential, an ordinary person would hesitate to withstand the might of a spiritual treasure. Go be blunt. Even a figure renowned for their physical prowess like Yang Jian would have instinctively dodged rather than endure such an attack. The term indestructible diamond signifies a powerful physique that is resilient to typical assaults and divine abilities. It does not imply immunity to injury, nor does it mean one cannot be harmed by a spiritual treasure of the Balian lantern's caliber. Yet, Gu Ming boldly brandished his own artifact against himself with unabashed force. Is the 8-9 profound art truly this formidable? Yang Chan found herself enveloped in profound doubt. She recalled that her elder brother Yang Jian, despite earning renown through the 8-9 profound art, had also endured various injuries on his journey to strength. While she acknowledged the prowess of the 8-9 profound art, she could not believe it possessed power to this extent. May I give it a try? Yang Chan raised her hand. Chapter 82. The Colossus targeting me. Is not even human. Gu Ming pondered for a moment before tossing the Pohu gun over. Although the Pohu gun was somewhat reluctant, it obediently flew into Yang Chan's hands under Gu Ming's reassurance. Upon inspection, she found that the Pohu gun indeed matched the Balian lantern in quality. This meant that the artifact was of high grade. Its sharpness being self-evident, a mere prick against Gu Ming Pohu gun, cooperate fully. Yu Ming was keen to test his physical resilience, and Yang Chan wielding the Pohu gun was perfect for the task. I am coming, Gu Ming. If you get hurt, don't blame me for seeking vengeance. I suspect you are indeed seeking vengeance. Bring it on. At this point, he couldn't be bothered to expose Yang Chan's little scheme. Signaling for her to proceed without reservation and to apply force. Then I shall not hold back. Yang Chan focused intently, channeling her internal power into the Pohu gun as if it were free-flowing, hoping for it to unleash its utmost might. The Pohu gun. You're really not holding back against your master. At her master's behest, the Pohu gun had no choice but to comply, radiating an unprecedented brilliance in Yang Chan's hands, transforming into a beam of golden light that struck Gu Ming with tremendous force. Boom! Accompanied by a deafening roar, the already overburdened island finally crumbled. Pain shot through Gu Ming's waist, and he glanced down to see the Pohu gun had pierced through his dense dragon scales, embedding itself. Only the sharpest tip had penetrated, while the shaft was halted. This provided Gu Ming with a clear understanding of his physical resilience. Gulp. Watching Gu Ming effortlessly extract the Pohu gun from his body, the injury mending swiftly, Yang Chan couldn't help but swallow hard. Fearing retaliation, she quickly added, "This was your request, so you can't blame me. Rest assured, I harbor no ill will towards you. On the contrary, I am grateful for your cooperation." Although being stabbed was painful, Gu Ming gained profound insight into his physical resilience, and instead of being angry, he expressed his thanks to Yang Chan that's a relief. Yang Chan patted her chest vigorously, silently relieved that this powerful being would not seek revenge. Otherwise, she would be in dire straits. Fortunately, Gu Ming was true to his word. Maintain it, Balian lantern. With the enhancement of his physical body concluded, Gu Ming's length had nearly doubled. Gazing at his form that surpassed 100 miles, he felt immensely satisfied. For the demon and dragon clans, a larger true form signified greater strength. In short, the adage stands: the bigger, the better. However, Concerning his realm, Gu Ming realized that the realms applicable in the three realms did not translate to him, as he could only estimate. Should he undergo another enhancement, Gu Ming felt he could stride through the Deluo Golden Immortal Realm without hindrance. The dilemma was that after enhancing his physical form, an extensive period of recovery and adaptation was required to continue with further enhancements, potentially spanning several centuries. What of the Pohu gun? As Gu Ming, transformed into a primordial Dao body, raised the Pohu gun, he found himself unable to resist the urge to enhance it. Currently, he lacked for enhancement points. Glancing at the over 500 points available, Gu Ming found himself speechless. This was the result of not having engaged in prolonged seclusion for several hundred years. Otherwise, the points would be even more plentiful. Previously, the enhancement points were insufficient, but now they are abundant, yet continuous enhancement remains elusive. Thus arises the question. With the concealment of the Lotus Lantern, will the enhancement of the Soul Breaker Spear provoke unforeseen consequences? Gu Ming is eager to test this theory. Yang Chan, control the Lotus Lantern with all your might and do not let your focus waver. Oh, I'll do my best. Though Yang Chan is unaware of Gu Ming's intentions, she complies obediently. After all, having just faced a fierce retaliation from Gu Ming, she is cautious to avoid any further conflict. If Gu Ming were to jab her with the spear, it would undoubtedly be quite painful. With all her strength, Yang Chan activates the Lotus Lantern, while Gu Ming aligns the enhancement panel with the Soulbreaker Spear, yet refrains from pressing the enhancement button. Is everything truly all right? Could the concealment of the Lotus Lantern ensure safety? After several tests, it becomes apparent that there are indeed no adverse effects. Hey, what a delightful surprise. Had I known this sooner, I would have summoned Yang Chan to assist me much earlier. This Western Sacred Mother proves to be truly effective. Why are you staring at me like that? Please stop, it frightens me. Noticing Gu Ming's excited expression and gleaming eyes fixed upon her, Yang Chan feels a twinge of unease. Let us commence the enhancement. Since there appear to be no issues, we shall proceed. The current Soulbreaker Spear is already comparable to the level of the Lotus Lantern as a spiritual treasure. If enhanced once, it may very well ascend to the pinnacle among innate spiritual treasures. The thought of her own power experiencing such a surge fills Gu Ming with exhilaration. He promptly chooses to enhance the Soulbreaker Spear. Alas! Just as Gu Ming anticipates a new golden pattern to appear upon the spear, an unsettling premonition resurfaces within him. Surely this cannot be happening? I have found you. The dark light, which incessantly traverses the three realms and wanders through the 33 heavens, vanishes in an instant, forcefully penetrating the barriers and concealment of the Lotus Lantern. It seems that such concealment and barriers hold no sway over this dark light. Thud. Yang Chan feels the Lotus Lantern tremble momentarily, emitting an aura of fear. Before she can react, her head is struck, and she collapses softly to the ground. Instinctively, the Lotus Lantern seeks to envelop its master and flee. However, the dark light that intrudes upon the island has its gaze fixed upon it, instantly intimidated. The Lotus Lantern maintains its barrier, continuing to shield the secrets of heaven while protecting its master, refraining from any further actions. The enhancement comes to an abrupt halt. Ji Yuming could never have imagined that such an event would transpire in his life. The Soulbreaker Spear, akin to a frightened creature, swiftly retreats into his body, unwilling to emerge. What in the world? Ji Yuming had entertained the notion that he might have attracted the attention of a formidable being. His suspicions were indeed correct, for he had caught the eye of a grand entity. Yet this being is no mere mortal. A chilling malevolence envelopes Gu Ming, causing his three flowers to tremble amid the surrounding murderous intent. Rendering him hesitant to act rashly, the dark light finally reveals its true form. A 3-meter-long spear, entirely black, adorned with ancient patterns. You have made it easy for me to find you. Hundreds of years have passed. I have searched for you for centuries. Quickly acknowledge me as your master, and then allow me to consume that thing, so that I may utilize its means of enhancement upon myself. The black spear incessantly urges him, demonstrating through its actions that it is not jesting. What is this? A formidable spear appears, seeking to recognize him as its master, but with stipulations. This black spear desires to consume the Soulbreaker Spear and benefit from its enhancement methods.